Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. There was a glow and falling debris, and it was said that a century ago the skies had opened up and dungeons had appeared. 4 giant monsters were seen, and it was explained that the monsters that came out of the dungeons were impossible to defeat with normal weapons, and there were only those who could fight them. A man in a purple robe appeared, and it was said that this could be done by people whose supernatural abilities had awakened in their bodies at the same time as the dungeons appeared. The 3 awakened ones rejoiced over their victory over the monsters, and it turned out that thanks to them the world had become stable. The common people raised their hands in joy, and it was said that while the monsters, mana, and new civilization were taking root, some of the awakened ones became hunters whose job was to destroy these creatures, and after tens of years, something appeared. The awakened ones widened their eyes in surprise when they heard the question about whether there were too many hunters. From a small, insecure wimp, John turned into a cool awakened who would definitely not go unnoticed, and an explanation appeared that once the secret mechanism was revealed, it became possible to artificially awaken people so that anyone who had enough money for it could use it. On the phone screen, news about hunters and a happy ending for a professional hunter appeared, and it turned out that the number of people wanting to become hunters was also increasing. The eyes of a man in a white shirt were blurred, and he asked if anyone wanted to become a hunter, to which he received the answer that they did. The dawn of the great era of hunters had arrived, and a blue magical portal appeared, near which people were pushing, trying to get forward. Because obvious problems began, the government came into the scene and established a professional exam, and only those who passed it were allowed to become an active hunter. A teacher appeared among the sheets of paper, and it was announced that educational institutions had appeared that prepared for passing the exams. The guy was doing squats with a barbell, and the story continued about how they provided the necessary information and trained students. The man with the book raised his hand, and it turned out that eventually private institutes appeared that trained future professionals in their field, and they were called hunter academies. A cough was heard, and drops of blood appeared. Standing in front of a giant dragon, the protagonist asked how such a person could exist. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if he was a frog in a well. The monster swung its tail. The dragon opened its mouth wide, and the guy said that he refused to accept it. The monster's claws appeared, and Saun muttered that in order to become a hunter, you now need to attend an academy. The guy struck the monster and killed it. The protagonist's magic staff left a trail cutting through the air. A bright magical light was visible in the stones. Opening its mouth, the dragon released dark forces directly at the protagonist. Saun put the spear on his shoulders and looked up. Holding the spear forward, the protagonist recalled the instructions of each professor and explained that the institution he was going to was in a completely different dimension than all the others. It seemed like black fragments were falling. Closing his eyes, the protagonist walked away from the dead monster. Taking the phone in his hand, Saun smiled. A question appeared asking if the guy wanted to sign up for a class, to which the protagonist wondered which class he should go to. The hero swiped his finger, and the protagonist answered the question in the affirmative. A notification appeared that the class was starting, and gratitude to the students for choosing the Academy of Transcendence. The confused face of 27-year-old Saun with a helmet on his head appeared. Holding the straps of the load with his hands, the protagonist explained that he was awakened naturally, given more strength than others at birth, and continued that in order to pay off the debts of his parents who died in an accident shrouded in mystery, he has been transporting slain monsters for 9 years. Placing his hand on the bag with the monster's body, Saun explained that there is only one thing that helps him endure such hard work and the psychological pressure of death. Wiping his face with a towel, the protagonist thought about his dream of becoming a professional hunter. The protagonist's colleague held out a glass and offered him a rest, asking how Saun was doing with becoming a hunter and how he was doing with money. To which he replied that he was still looking for a good academy, but there weren't many inexpensive ones. And another man asked if the guy could become a hunter at least because he was awakened, and received the answer that the hunter exam had been instituted 50 years ago, and attending the academy was now mandatory. There was no way to shirk. Raising the drink to his mouth, Saun understood that this was true, because most of the teachers in these academies were active hunters who shared their experience, taught cool skills that you need to know before risking your life. Behind the heroes, a sign was visible stating that the Hunter Academy was seeing a record number of applications. The guy who graduated from the academy turned away from the common man, and it was said that because of this, a huge gap formed between the uneducated and the academy graduates, because the time had come when it was necessary to study at the appropriate institution in order to become a hunter. Saun, happily looking at the phone, realized something. The protagonist's balance appeared on the phone screen, and he realized that now he had enough money for a year of study at the academy. Colleagues turned around at the sound of the protagonist's phone, and he muttered that he wanted to go to better places, but they were too expensive, and this place was not so bad. Advertisements began to arrive on the protagonist's phone. to which he, surprised, thought that this was the first time he heard about the Transcendent Academy. Gotama gestured with his fingers, saying that the paradigm had shifted and a transcendental fury was about to strike the universe, and all experience and knowledge had been selected by teachers who were over 10,000 years old. It turned out that each student had to complete an individual task, and the student who had passed the 9th grade sword master exam said in an interview that he had registered here with no expectations, but joining this academy had been the best decision of his life. Following this, the student who had passed the 5th grade Sage Ascension exam thanked the academy in an interview with a wide smile. Saju's phone continued to receive advertisements for admission and grateful reviews about the academy, and it was said that he too could become one of them. A bright glow appeared on the phone screen. The protagonist looked at it in bewilderment. Saju's eyes turned white, and he wondered what kind of crazy person had created this advertisement. While browsing the academy's website, the protagonist said that their website was the same as any other academy, and all the teachers had weird names. Then his gaze was caught by the Professor Great Sage, and Sajun wanted to see what a teacher with such a name was like. The Great Sage appeared, waving his hand. Sunukun greeted the protagonist and said that his main weapon was the Rui staff, but sticks and spears were not much different from it, to which Sajun, putting his hand to his face, was surprised that the teacher was a monkey. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that the lesson looked normal, given its concept, and Sunukun said in the video that it was difficult to understand the theoretical explanation. Swinging his staff, the Great Sage first used the deflecting movement skill and then dispersal. The enemy appeared, and the teacher explained that then you need to rotate the staff back inward and use the grab. A blue magical glow appeared, and Sunukun finished the story by saying that at the end you need to pierce the enemy with one move at a certain point using the pierce skill. Sajun asked with his mouth wide open what it was, and did not understand where the mountain had disappeared to. The protagonist, holding the phone in his hands, shouted that this did not look like CGI, and that it was impossible even for S-class hunters. In front of the protagonist, an offer to sign up for a class taught by a great sage appeared. Sajun looked at the phone screen with his lips down. The protagonist pointed his finger at the sign-up button for the class, but an error appeared because the protagonist is not a member of the academy, and then an offer to register an account and pay a membership fee, to which Sajun was indignant that even creating an account costs money. A notification about paying a registration membership fee of 40,000 appeared. The protagonist brought the phone screen closer to his face and looked at the amount of the fee. Seeing the figure of 40,000, the protagonist put the phone away from himself. The cloudy sky was visible, and Sajun's scream could be heard that they were damn charlatans. Carrying the corpse of a monster on his shoulder, the colleague asked the guy if he was going to enroll in the academy. The man placed the body on the protagonist's back and said that this is why the protagonist is in such a good mood, and asked what kind of institution it was, to which Sajun replied that it was called the Ark and the teachers there were pretty cool. A special hook was lifting the body of a large monster, and the colleague asked the protagonist not to forget him when he got rich, to which Sajun agreed and asked if the man would be dealing with the monsters he caught, to which the colleague replied that it sounded great, and would he finally get a dragon. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that not only that, but the colleague would even be able to play soccer with a skull. Sajun appeared, carrying the monsters' bodies to a pile, and it was said that someone once said that life seems like a comedy from afar and a tragedy when you look closer. The chain with the big monster broke, and someone called out to the protagonist. There was a bandage on Sajun's face, and it was said that in order to laugh sincerely, one must accept one's pain. The doctor, with his lips pressed together, said that the protagonist had nerve necrosis in his legs, and suggested that the broken bones were enveloped in nerves during the healing process, and all this was due to rapid regeneration since the protagonist was awakened. The head of the enterprise, throwing up his hands, shouted that there would be no compensation, and asked what would happen to his nephew's reputation and his own if the world found out about what happened at their enterprise. A medical lamp illuminated the room, and the doctor said that the operation would cost 40,000. The doctor explained that the operation needed to be performed as soon as possible. If they waited a little longer, the nerves would permanently attach to the bones, and they would be unable to help in any way, then asked the protagonist to take the envelope, and it was said that therefore one must be able to look far into the future. The protagonist sat on the hospital bed with his mouth slightly open and said that he was looking into the future while he endured this hellish labor for 9 years. Unfolding the envelope, Sajun noticed that all his savings had been spent on the surgery, and all he had left was the 3,000 that Manchel had given him, the damn 3,000. A notification came to the protagonist's phone, and he wondered if he could go through this again. The protagonist looked at his phone in confusion. The screen displayed messages about new students being able to take advantage of a special offer and get an absolutely free pass, to which Xiaojun thought that this was the same Transcendent Academy. The protagonist scrolled through the messages and thought that after that day, he could not find it again, and a notification appeared saying that the guy's registration fee would be calculated taking into account his situation. The registration membership fee was 3,000, to which Xiaojun, with his lips pressed together, was confused and wondered if the last time it was 40,000. The protagonist's lips turned down, realizing that the 40,000 was all he had back then, and he decided that they wanted to take everything from him. Smiling, the protagonist thought why not try to register since there was nothing on the account anyway. A message came that the membership was confirmed, and Xiaojun, with his mouth open in fear, watched the money fly out of the envelope, after which a congratulatory notification came about entering the academy. A magical creature appeared from the protagonist's phone, and he did not understand what was happening. The creature said that it was glad to meet him, and asked if the guy was Xiaojun, to which he looked down, his mouth slightly open. The creature explained that it was the protagonist's mentor, and was in charge of primary education, to which the protagonist, with his mouth wide open, thought he had hit his head. With his purple eyes widened, the mentor introduced himself. The assistant smiled, and the protagonist began to speak. Xiaojun pursed his lips and muttered what the assistant had said. The boy continued that his mentor's name was Mentor, to which the creature jumping on the phone screen replied that it was, indeed, him. Putting his hands on his hips, the assistant said that his mentor was him, and his name was Mentor. Looking away, Xiaojun clarified that maybe Mentor was Odysseus' teacher, to which the hero of Greek mythology was surprised that the protagonist knew him, and the assistant replied that he was the first student he had mentored, and since Odysseus became a Transcendent, a lot of time had passed, but he still occasionally got in touch. Frowning, Mentor explained that in any case, their academy trains those who want to go beyond the limits of their race. Xiaojun's eyes widened in confusion. Leaning on his hands, the protagonist clarified that this academy is for Transcendents, not hunters. The mentor placed his hands on the phone and asked how they could even be compared since they were on a completely different level. The protagonist raised his hand and started talking about S-class hunters while the assistant pressed buttons on the phone. The mentor held the phone up to Xiaojun's face and explained that their instructors were capable of taking out hunters with just one finger, no joke, and asked the protagonist to fill out something. A transcendental aptitude test appeared on the phone screen. The protagonist scratched his head and asked what it was, to which the little mentor replied that this way they would see what kind of transcendent he wanted to become, as well as his current level and inclinations, to which Xiaojun sighed. The protagonist chose the answer to the first question, and the mentor added that he needed to answer as honestly as possible so that he would receive the best recommendations, but the boy still didn't understand what was going on. Xiaojun reached his finger towards the phone screen. Suddenly he stopped, to which the assistant, with his mouth slightly open, asked if there was a problem. Clutching his head, the protagonist said that he did not know what to choose in the second question about his skill level, to which the mentor encouraged him that many doubted this, and suggested that he choose something that literally reflected the guy's abilities. Raising his leg, the little assistant asked if Xiaojun could clear a plane with his strongest blow, to which he replied that he could not. The mentor asked if his young friend was capable of splitting a mountain in two with one jerk, to which the protagonist, looking down, replied that he could only climb it. Turning to face the protagonist, the mentor clarified that he would not be able to pull it out of the ground, to which the guy said that it sounded even stranger. Throwing his hand behind his head, Xiaojun continued to be surprised by the questions, and the creature did not understand how he managed to register for their academy, because he was an incompetent. The mentor winked and encouraged the boy by saying that it was nothing to worry about, because the Transcendent Academy would never expel its student. Once a member, it would remain a member forever, and then asked Xiaojun to continue answering questions. The little assistant, clapping his hands, praised the protagonist. The exhausted protagonist finally finished and put the phone down, after which he asked why there were 108 questions. The mentor said that the boy had a free pass and decided to recommend him a few mandatory lectures, after which he suggested discussing everything else after they analyzed his profile, to which Xiaojun, putting his hand to his forehead, agreed. A spear appeared, and the assistant said that the protagonist's preferred method of fighting was fighting with a spear. Mentor put his hand to his chin and mused that instead of cultivating mana, it would be better to choose the Eastern technique of Kai for wielding a spear, and added that the great celestial sage was best suited for learning the basics, but it would be too difficult for the hero. Notifications for 2 training courses from instructors Gotama and Chiron appeared, and the assistant said that he thought this would be the best solution for a free pass. Mentor clarified whether it was true that in addition to his wounds, the guy had mental problems, to which he lowered his eyebrows and looked ahead. The small assistant sat on the protagonist's shoulder and suggested starting with instructor Gotama's lecture, to which the protagonist repeated the teacher's name. A question was heard in the room about whether the creature was talking about Buddha, to which the mentor replied that the instructor denies it, but all the students address him that way. The teacher's face appeared, and mentor said that due to his lectures on psychology, he is one of the most famous instructors and his subject is required for the exam, and added that usually a huge amount of money is required to attend this lecture, but Gotama is very insistent on saving poor souls, to which Saun asked what the hell. A notification appeared that upon completing the lesson, he will receive the unwavering heart. The protagonist did not understand what this meant, and the little assistant explained that this is the reason why this lecture is necessary, because it can help to succeed in almost any direction of transcendence. Winking, the mentor explained that even if he felt like he was going crazy, he should definitely watch the lecture to the end, to which the protagonist asked him again, and he replied that the guy would understand everything when it started. The little assistant disappeared in a pink glow and said that he would contact the protagonist after analyzing his profile, to which Saun asked him to stop. Covering his legs with a blanket, the protagonist realized that he would have to look at this lecture, after which a notification appeared that he needed to press a button to start watching. Gotama closed his eyes and asked the listeners' opinions on whether their world existed. Holding the phone in his hands, Saun wondered if this was really Buddha because he looked like a living golden statue. The mentor grinned and said that the word I did not exist, therefore he himself did not exist, and it was heard that more importantly, this lecture was too difficult. Gotama placed his hand on his knee and said that if they had nothing to compare it to, then how could they exist and what could not be defined? Saun, floating in space, asked if this was what mentor was talking about and continued to listen to the lecture about how this world and the entire universe were thus created the moment they were born. The silhouette of Buddha appeared against the backdrop of space, and he continued to say that the world and the universe would perish when they died because they did not exist and they were the world. The protagonist thought that he felt like he was starting to go crazy when suddenly a notification came that the lecture was 0.06% complete. Saun was lying on his bed and the sun was shining in his room. A week later, a hospital building appeared, from which the doctor could be heard marveling at the speed of the protagonist's recovery. Adjusting his glasses, the man looked at the muscular body of the protagonist and said that he of course understood that the guy was awakened, but in 30 years of work he saw something like this for the first time. Saun smiled and realized that he hadn't imagined it. The protagonist was lying on the bed and thought that thanks to Gotama's lesson, his heart had found peace, which increased the speed of recovery. Although when he listened to the lecture, it seemed that his mind was leaving him, and added that the lesson was only 1.3% complete, but the effect was already amazing. Looking at the documents, the doctor warned that you never know what might happen, and suggested that the protagonist stay in the hospital for another week or two, to which he thought about what would happen when he finished listening to the lecture. Smiling widely, Saun agreed with the doctor, and decided to do as he said, and thought that the Academy of Transcendence was no joke. The protagonist was scrolling through messages on his phone and decided to watch Chiron's lecture at the same time, since he could now move his body. Crossing his legs, the protagonist thought that class of metamorphosis was lower in rank compared to steadfast heart, but it was far from a low-level skill. Remembering mentor's words about steadfast heart, Saun realized that most likely this skill was simply too powerful. Chiron's face appeared. He said that it was nice to meet you and introduced himself. The silhouette of a centaur was visible, and it was said that the mentor was a creature with a human torso and the lower body of a horse. Silhouettes of heroes of Greek mythology appeared against the background of space, and it was explained that Chiron was the teacher of almost all of them. Putting his hand on his hip, the mentor indicated that the purpose of this lecture would be to prepare the students to the stage where they could move on to the early levels of transcendence. The teacher asked to note that in this course, martial techniques would be covered superficially, to which Saun, smiling, admitted that he was almost surprised that this was the real Chiron. Putting his hand to his chin, the centaur began to talk about the first step to becoming a transcendent. Taking the phone away from his eyes, the protagonist looked ahead questioningly. It seemed like someone bared their teeth angrily. A man with bright blue eyes shouted for the protagonist to quickly get up and go. Dropping the phone from his hands, the protagonist screamed loudly in fear. The protagonist's face became very round. Lying on the floor, the protagonist heard the sound of a notification on his phone. Signs about a new daily task appeared. The guy picked up the phone and was surprised. Standing on his feet, he asked if this would be every day. Lowering his eyebrows, Saun remembered that the doctor said to try not to overexert himself for the next week. Yawning, the protagonist said that for now he would just listen to lectures, and he would study when he was discharged, and an uncompleted task was discovered. The protagonist poked at the screen with satisfaction and the same sign popped up again. Sitting on the bed, he did not understand how they knew that he did nothing. The guy's hair turned white. Lowering his head, he thought that everything was lost. But a week would not solve anything, there was no need to drive yourself. Looking at the Buddha, Saun decided to listen to the lectures first. He noticed a sign that the free pass would end in 83 days. Running out into the street, the protagonist clarified whether it was given for a while. A lamppost was visible, and he continued that the Academy of Transcendence is also an academy, and it is logical that not everything is free for them. Stretching his legs, the guy said that there were 83 days left, and apparently initially 90 days are given, and he did not know how this academy works, but it seems that in order to increase progress, he must absorb knowledge and reach a certain level of understanding. Taking the smartphone in his hands, the protagonist did not understand why everything was unchanged. His pupils turned white, and he thought that he had listened to the Buddha's lecture over and over again for a whole week, but his progress remained the same. Sungjun exhaled, doubting that he would be able to complete the course in the remaining days. Moving his shoulder, he asked if the free pass was some kind of trial period, adding that he had not trained for a long time, and before this, he did not see the point in training at all. Starting with push-ups, he said that after all, he had been carrying monsters killed by hunters for 9 years. Remembering the work, the protagonist said that the monsters weighed about 70 kilograms, so he did not need additional exercises. His sweat dripped onto the asphalt, and he said to himself that although he did not know how to use magic, he was still awakened, and he was confident in his physical strength. After 300 push-ups, he knocked the dust off his hands. The main character raised his hand to his forehead and said that compared to years of grueling work, this was nothing, and decided to see what happened next. He didn't understand why his push-ups weren't counted in full. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked why only 81. He continued training. His counter didn't change. Sajin started shaking. 1 point was added. He stood up and picked up his smartphone. Gritting his teeth, he said that they weren't perfect, and completed the task. The guy did all the pull-ups. The press and squats were also done. Having run 30 kilometers, he exclaimed how this even works. The main character looked at the screen. Lying on the floor, he screamed that this was some kind of madness, he couldn't take it anymore, and the people around him judged him. From the hospital came the question of whether it was necessary to do this every day, and when to listen to lectures, having received the answer that it was not his problem. A couple of days later, the grandmother showed up. Sajin put his hands in his pockets and heard that he was getting better every day, and whether he was training again, to which he said yes, and how she was doing. The old lady, stretching out her palms, said that she was working hard. The guy's eyes widened from the news that at 5 o'clock in the morning a level 4 monster was discovered in Seoul. Looking at the reporter, he continued to listen to the association claim that he was in hibernation, which, as it turned out, the transportation service did not know, so the monster ended up in the city center, where it woke up from sleep. They showed a hunter, and the host added that many could have died. The protagonist, with his pupil bulging, heard that by pure chance an awakened one was nearby, who repelled the attack of the monster. The main character stood with his hands down, and the reporter said that he was a student of the Gaon Academy, and the granny said that the hunters saved them again. She, opening her mouth, said that they are great people. Looking at the youth, she asked if he was awakened, receiving a positive answer. Taking his hand, the old woman asked if he was a hunter, would they show him on TV. Lowering his eyebrows, Sajin wondered if she thought that the news showed just anyone. The man held a newspaper and turned to them. The granny, narrowing her pupils, listened to how it was very difficult to become a hunter now, a 1 in a million chance, and asked if this was true, how everything had changed, in her time it was different. The stranger, opening his mouth, turned to the student. Putting his elbow on the armrest, he said that he did not even study at the academy. He was just wasting his time training. He would not become a hunter, he should give up. Remembering past moments, the main character listened to the words so as not to waste his youth on unrealistic dreams. He frowned. Granny scolded the man with her finger, and he said that he wanted to help. The old man, hearing that he would decide for himself what to do, became very angry. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, added that he should get on with his life and that no one should interfere with his. Sweat ran down the stranger's cheek. Clenching his fist, he shouted that they should just look at this rude man, and by the way, it is worth listening to the advice of elders. As he left, the guy thought that this was nonsense. He was a student at the Academy of Transcendence and had already felt the effect of the training in a week, and here he could become a professional hunter. The guy exhaled menacingly. He, running along the road, added that he would definitely become one. A girl appeared and she covered her mouth, saying that she was tired of being a hunter. She, fighting monsters, did not understand the point of this academy. Striking blows, she continued that everything costs money, there are almost no students. The huntress plunged her sword into the monster. Standing on its remains, she said that it was possible to die of boredom. A bloody paw lay on the ground. A small building appeared. Sajin, jumping onto the bed, was glad to have his home. The doctor adjusted his glasses and asked if it was only 2 weeks. The guy, resting his head on his hand, said that he had been in the hospital for 2 whole weeks, and his apartment was small, but the best. The protagonist's pupils bulged. Watching the drops drip, he thought that there was still a year until the hunter's exam. The bag was lying by the door and he clarified how much money was left in the account. The protagonist was visible through the bars on the window. He, opening his mouth, realized that he had nothing at all. Taking the phone, Saun said that he had already finished the assignment. Running his finger across the screen, he thought that he had not had time to watch the lectures, because the next day was already starting and maybe today would be possible. A notification appeared about the start of the next lesson. Chiron, stroking his beard, said that it was excellent. The guy, standing up, heard that it seemed like he had finally learned to walk and asked if he considered him a baby. The teacher of heroes, holding a spear in his hand, answered that in that case it was time to take the first step on the path to becoming a transcendent. Lowering his eyebrows, the teacher uttered the word feelings. The lecture was completed at 5.7%. The next morning, a construction site was visible and it was heard that he thought that he needed some kind of complex operation, but it turned out to be some kind of trifle. The worker, folding his arms, said that he was deprived of intelligence since he decided to come back here and let him know that if this happens again, he will not get off so easily, and the protagonist thought that he did not want to come back, but he had no choice. The main character, squinting his eyes, said to himself that, apparently, he felt guilty, albeit a little. A container with windows was visible. Saun, sitting on a bench, exclaimed that it all came down to money. If he didn't work, he wouldn't have anything to eat, and if he worked, he wouldn't have time to study. Closing his eyes, the guy continued that if he didn't do his daily assignment, he wouldn't be able to listen to Chiron's lectures. Through the sweat on his face, he wondered if he should at least review the previous classes and what Chiron had said in the last lecture, remembering that something about feelings. His workmate, with his mouth slightly open, heard that 5 senses play a key role in combat, namely sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, all the familiar 5 senses. The protagonist's colleague looked at him. The hero's teacher, folding his hands, added that first they perceive the stimulus, then they recognize it and then draw a conclusion, but this is too slow and he will teach them how to speed up this process as much as possible. With his jaw wide open, he continued that they would learn something completely different from these 5 senses, hidden in them. The protagonist, his eyes wide, listened to the end that the 6th sense was intuition. Saun's comrade, enticed, exclaimed that he should have at least warned them that he was coming, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He made a surprised face. The protagonist frowned. The builder, holding his fist, asked if he had eyes on his back, how he dodged. Shouts could be heard from outside. What are they doing here? They came to work, so they should work. The colleague, with dilated pupils, asked if he could handle it. There were at least 200 kilograms here. The guy, smiling, replied that it was okay, let him load it. He was carrying the remains of the monster on his back. The workers looked at him in surprise. The protagonist's comrade, with his mouth slightly open, thought that he was lively, and it seemed that everything was really alright with him, and it was heard that they would continue after the break. The protagonist, clenching his fist, did not understand why he felt as if the strength was overflowing him. Saun, squatting, said that he could do his daily task. There would be no time after work anyway. Wiping away the sweat, he said that he would check if he was doing everything correctly. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. He saw that one squat was counted as 3. The guy, standing still, realized that it was because of the extra everything increased in efficiency, and his comrade shouted that he should rest. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, said that it was great, and the conversations of the workers were heard. Saun, grabbing pieces of meat, exclaimed that why allocate time for exercise if he could train during work. While doing push-ups, he added that the more weight, the less to do. Words appeared in the sky that you can work and spend time usefully, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and the protagonist began to do pull-ups, and his colleague shouted that he would overexert himself. The guy, lying on the bed, said that he was going to die. Remembering his work, he said that combining work and classes turned out to be very effective, but very difficult, and who would think of training and dragging monsters at the same time. The protagonist sat down. He looked at the phone. Looking at the completed tasks, he realized that he had saved a lot of time. The protagonist, tucking his legs, said that it was only 10 o'clock and he had already listened to both lectures, and it was good that he had finished so quickly, but he felt that he was wasting his time. Running his finger across the screen, Saun wondered whether he should watch it again. Holding his chin, he continued that it might be better to sign up for another course, and apparently, rewatching does not affect progress, and the idea is not bad. Sheet free pass, he decided to choose something else. He noticed Professor Zingu's lesson. The boy widened his eyes and asked if he was talking about the same hegemon king. Imagining him riding a horse, the boy said that he was the legendary ruler of Western Chu, known for his superhuman strength, and it was not for nothing that they say about him that one can go against 7. Seeing the registration plate, he added that it sounded good, and besides, it was free. Zingu, opening his mouth wide, shouted that since he signed up for this cruise, He was just a loser who did not even know the basics, and he was a non-entity who wanted to wield a spear. The protagonist, hearing these words, sweat began to flow. The hegemon king, holding a spear in his hand, exclaimed that he would teach him. All the simpletons could be free. The daily task boards appeared and the man continued that you just need to swing the spear, feel it with every cell of your body, let them understand it, and then come back. Saun lifted his smartphone and was surprised by the new task. Hitting his leg, the protagonist asked if he had said only a couple of sentences and if this was the whole lecture. A notification was visible on the screen and Zingu said that if he wanted to master the spearman's skill, he just needed to swing the spear. While in the apartment, the protagonist did not understand why all the tasks were like this. The manager, looking at the girl, said that they had not had a single accident at their production facility, all thanks to safety precautions. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. Hunter Saun, opening her mouth, asked if they had heard about the giant who had awakened the other day. She personally made sure of his death, but she would still like to conduct a thorough check in case they had missed something. The man, raising his hands, agreed. The head of the monster appeared on the guy's bag and the workers said that he was practically crawling on his knees in front of her. Sungjun, his eyes wide, thought that maybe she was the granddaughter of the Star Sword. Minchil appeared, who was in a blue aura. An unusual glow was visible and it was said that 100 years ago he was one of the awakened who received his power at the moment the gate opened. Monsters attacked people and the guy continued that back then they knew practically nothing about the awakened, and the evil spirits were more cruel and could roam the streets unhindered. The mother held onto her child and the protagonist added that there was no complete certainty that humanity would be able to survive. The Star Sword dealt a crushing blow to the monster. The child looked at the hero. Minchil was visible, he was one of the few awakened. He held a sword in his hand and the protagonist said that he did not allow their civilization to disappear. He is a true savior of the world and a hero. Imagining himself standing, leaning on the weapon, the protagonist added that a lot of time had passed since then. He was already quite old, but still a heavyweight in his field, capable of competing with anyone. Sungjun closed his eyes. He lifted his load and said as if he cared. Si-yoon, putting her hand on her side, asked what he was doing, receiving an answer that she should not pay attention to him. He had been like this for a week. Adjusting her hair, the girl thought that he had gone crazy and the guy was counting. The protagonist's comrade heard that the guy would throw the corpses here and continued counting. Looking at the monster's hand, the man lowered his eyebrows. He, putting his hands on the table, asked when he would calm down, to which the protagonist replied that since he had started the course, he needed to find out how it would end. The open mouth of the evil spirit was visible. Sungjun, opening his mouth, said that there was a point to these activities, and his friend did not understand what the point was. The worker, frowning, exclaimed that he would kick the bucket so soon, and since he had dragged it here, he should get out of here, and the guy said that he would bring more. The comrade stood by the table and grinned. He put his hand on his side. The protagonist, turning around, heard something. The monster jumped out of the pile of meat. It opened its mouth fiercely. The protagonist, wide-eyed, was shocked. Zingu yawned from boredom. The boss, rubbing his palms, said that the granddaughter of the Star Sword had no place in such a backwater. It was better to discuss everything in their cool office, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. She, standing by the iron beam, thought that she had finally escaped from there. She did not like their boss. The worker, standing in the corner, overheard how much longer she had to endure all this. Looking at her, he said whether she really was Minchil's granddaughter. Zingu, closing her eyes, heard the workers talking. She, folding her hands, said to herself that for many, the Star Sword is a hero, but for her this name is a burden, a label that she cannot get rid of. Remembering herself in her youth, she continued that her grandfather taught her how to be a hunter since she was in diapers, but the bar he set was too high, and she simply could not overcome it. Holding a stick in her hands, she added that she had been compared to her grandfather hero all her life, but her real dream was to teach people. She, stretching out her fingers, shouted that she wanted to be a teacher, but Minchil did not want to hear it. He, turning away, told her not to bring up this topic again, to which the girl thought that because she was his granddaughter, she could not live a normal life, but they came to a compromise, and she founded an academy of hunters. The students, opening their mouths, clarified whether that same Star Sword would really teach them. Zingu, holding a paper in her hands, answered that her grandfather had nothing to do with it. She would be the teacher, receiving the answer that they were deceived. She, wide-eyed, did not understand what was going on. The light fell on her and the granddaughter continued that when it turned out that her grandfather did not teach at her academy, everyone immediately lost interest and left. She clenched the documents, scattering them. The girl said that they only wanted the Star Sword, but not her. Walking through the Enterprise, she thought that even the few that remained left the academy after her grandfather's threats, and therefore no one knows about her now. Squeezing her fist, Zingu wanted to have at least one worthy student. One of the workers, his mouth open, shouted for everyone to run. The granddaughter, hearing about the monster, lowered her eyebrows. Sungjun looked at his comrade with concern. He clenched his jaw, not understanding why the monster suddenly came to life. His colleague, lying on the floor, shouted for him to run. Hearing that the protagonist should forget about him and let him save himself, he, lowering his hands, realized that he would be killed. The protagonist narrowed his pupils and repeated that he would definitely be killed. Introducing the evil spirits, he said that an ordinary person would never defeat the monster, as would an awakened person who was unable to use magic, and this was something of the 4th level with which even a professional would have a hard time. The guy remembered that there was a hunter named Zingu. He took a thick pipe and understood that it would not be in time, he would simply be bitten to death. Seeing his friend, he said that they needed to act right now, and someone had to do something urgently, otherwise he would not be saved. The monster licked its mouth with its tongue. Sungjun, slightly opening his mouth, wondered who could. The monster opened its mouth. The protagonist swung the pipe. He, running, threw his backpack. The protagonist fiercely raised his weapon. He scared the monster away. Standing in front of the enemy, the guy shouted for his comrade to run faster. The colleague, lowering his eyebrows, asked how he could do it, having received the answer that then they would both be eaten. Taking a fighting stance, Sungjun realized that he was alone and needed to hold out until the hunters arrived. He directed his gaze at the monster. The protagonist, continuing to hold the iron bar, said to himself that there was no need to be afraid, that he needed to control himself and not stand like a pillar. Raising his eyelashes, he remembered Gotama's words that he was the universe, let him observe the world. Imagining water beneath him, the protagonist heard a voice that he needed to know the origins. His essence, these were the words of Buddha. The evil spirits began to approach. Gotama, appearing behind the guy, said for him to embrace the entire universe and think about where it was moving, and Sungjun rejected his emotions. The monster pushed off the ground with its paw. It ran towards the protagonist. The protagonist ran and realized that then his wildly beating heart would calm down on its own. The monster had long claws. It struck. The fighter, imagining Chiron, heard his words that he should not think, but move, otherwise it might be too late, he would have to trust his instincts. The guy dodged the attack. He jumped back. The enemy began to swing his tail. Sungjun pushed off the floor with the help of a pipe. He flew high into the sky and said that you need to rely on your feelings. The beast growled fiercely. The protagonist, tumbling, saw a blind spot. Raising his eyebrows, he did not understand when to attack and what to do. Zingu, folding his arms, said that in order to lift a mountain, strength alone is not enough, you need courage and zeal. The protagonist, lowering his head, listened that he needed to trust them, he was able to break the mountain in half, and he should not dare to doubt himself. The awakened raised his hands up. His eyes left shining traces, and he decided that he could cut it. Looking at the monster, the protagonist added that he simply had to. The monster stood on all fours. It showed its fangs, and it sounded like a force capable of moving a mountain, tearing it out of the ground. Sungjun's eyes turned white. He delivered a slashing blow. A powerful explosion occurred. Zingu, running past the workers, clarified what was happening there and what kind of explosion it was. Her pupils dilated. The girl saw the protagonist. He cut the enemy in half. The protagonist bit the corners of his lips. Sweat was running down his face. Clutching his head, the guy said that it really worked. A tablet appeared with the progress of lectures, which increased. Minchel's granddaughter wondered what happened here. Seeing Sungjun standing on the head of the beast, she added that some loader, who didn't even study at the academy, dealt with such a monster with a beam instead of a normal weapon. The guy's mouth dropped open. He ran past Zingu and shouted about Mr. Taking his hands, the protagonist began to ask if he was okay, if he was injured, to which he replied that everything was fine. The leader, rubbing his palms, said that they really checked, but it seemed that they made a little mistake. And the words of the protagonist were heard that they themselves knew how much he had been training lately. It was better to go to the hospital, just in case. The loaders stroked his head. Zingu, her eyes wide, said that here he was, a worthy student. The main one, raising his hand, asked not to say a word about what happened today. Xiangjun, saying goodbye to his friend, exclaimed that he should definitely visit the doctor, to which the latter replied that he had been pestering him for so long. The protagonist looked at his phone and was surprised. He saw progress and exclaimed that when he re-listened to the lectures, he had never seen numbers close to that. Putting his finger to his mouth, the protagonist asked if it was because he had defeated the monster, adding that it was better to see once than hear 1,000 times. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy realized that practice was the best way to improve his progress in the lectures. Scratching the back of his head, he said that in order to get at least a temporary license, he needed to enroll in the Hunter Academy, and without it he couldn't get into the dungeon, and he would have to save up for training again, but the Transcendent Academy couldn't give him a license. Xiangjun, turning his head, heard someone address him. Zingu raised her hand and asked if she could have a word with him, and the protagonist remembered that she was the huntress who worked for their company and the granddaughter of the Star Sword. Turning to her, the protagonist did not understand what she needed and said that he was listening to her, and she replied that she would get straight to the point. With her mouth wide open, the girl asked if he wanted to meet his grandfather. The guy looked at her indifferently and replied that he did not want to. Minchel's granddaughter, rubbing her chin, had no doubt that he wanted to which Sungjin waved his hand and left. The sunset appeared and the huntress asked him to stand, and the protagonist wanted to quickly come home and listen to lectures. Zingu's eyes turned white, and after introducing herself, she thought that she had never seen anything like this in her entire life and did not know what to do. The protagonist frowned and asked what this miss was offering him to join her academy, where there was not a single student, and in fact, the academy was only on paper, which made her wonder who he was. The huntress remembered how he did strange exercises and said that even if the monster was greatly weakened, it was still level 4, and he cut her in half, adding that he definitely wanted to become a hunter. Stretching her hand out to the side, Zingu exclaimed that they had everything he needed. Good equipment and everything else was enough, only there were no teachers, but she could, and Sungjin interrupted her that he did not need any teachers. The huntress clenched her jaw. She lowered her head and asked what if she persuaded her grandfather to take him as a student. The guy turned away and replied that he was not interested. What did the girl think? That all hunters dreamed of learning from the Star Sword? Would he really miss such an opportunity? And she would not let him go so easily. With her mouth wide open, she shouted that the exam had a written part, how was he going to pass it? And the protagonist said that he would manage somehow. Moving her legs, Zingu asked about the dungeons, continuing that he could go on a raid right now, but for this he had to be a student at the academy. Now he was just wasting his time. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that only government-approved academies had the right to issue licenses, and then the huntress exclaimed that they had already been approved, and if he agreed, he would be able to go to the dungeon tomorrow. Songjin began to stop. Minchel's granddaughter, widening her eyes, realized that he had slowed down and asked if he was saying that he didn't need teachers, adding that she wouldn't interfere, she would give him a place for independent training. Clenching her fingers, she continued that she wouldn't take a penny from him. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked if he should just enroll, because there's no such thing as a free lunch. What did she really need from him? Looking at him, the girl said that until he became a hunter, he would represent her academy in competitions, and he should also tell everyone that he was studying at her academy. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, realized that this was an extremely profitable offer, since he would solve all his problems at once while practically nothing was required of him, and asked why him. Zingu, with her eyes wide open, replied that she had seen potential in him. She looked at him with a smile. The guy, grinning, thought that this was not bad, a mutually beneficial relationship. Extending his hand to her, he introduced himself. The huntress, taking it in return, reciprocated and thought that at some point this relationship would exhaust itself. The next day, Songjin was holding a phone. He, bringing it to his ear, heard a question about what he had done. The boss was fired. The previous day, the protagonist asked Zingu to tell their company that she did not like the boss and she would not cooperate with them. Closing his eyes, the guy did not think that he would be fired right away, and answered that what did he have to do with it? He probably left himself so as not to be responsible for yesterday. Women's legs appeared and it was heard that the boss himself would not have quit, but the main thing is that he is no longer there, and they asked if he was going to the Hunter Academy. The girl, raising her hand, showed that she was here. The huntress held out a temporary license. She folded her arms and said that she had been acting since yesterday, and Sungjin doubted that she would settle everything. Looking at his license, he said to himself that although he had not become a professional hunter, he had already taken the first step towards his dream, and this was only the beginning. The protagonist, holding the card, asked if she could tell him how to go on raids. Zingu, closing her eyes, replied that there was no need for that. She, pointing to the spears, said that she had prepared weapons for him, let him choose what he liked, and once he chose, they would go to the dungeon. She had a satisfied face and said that she had already signed the contract, thinking that he would not be against it. The entrance to the dungeon appeared. A stick flew at the rat. Sungjin, putting her behind his back, asked why she followed him, because she said that she would not interfere, and received the answer that he was the only student at the academy. She could not leave him unattended. Turning her head away, the huntress said that he had an individual task. Such an opportunity is given only to the most capable students, and the guy considered it an honor. Stepping over the monster, the girl asked if it was his first time in the dungeon, now his lifeline, although only kobolds live here. You cannot lose your vigilance, and the protagonist thought that second-level monsters are ideal for training beginners with no combat experience. Putting his weapon on his shoulder, the guy continued that he easily pierces their magic armor, as in the fight with the 4th level monster. His eyes shone and he added that attacks not imbued with mana should simply bounce off their defense. The kobold attacked the protagonist and Zingu told him to dodge. The monster, having missed, was confused. Sungjin swung his spear. Having hit the enemy, he thought about why his attacks were so effective. The guy, having seen the notifications, said that his progress was growing. The huntress, taking up the sword, was surprised, and the protagonist continued that it was not as fast as from killing a level 4 evil spirit, but good progress for 2 kobolds. It was definitely worth it. Besides, you can earn good money in the dungeons. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist exclaimed that it was time to speed up. He, demolishing everyone in his path, realized that the word farms experience like in a video game. Saun turned blue, looking at him, and thought that she was scared of how unreasonable the protagonist was. In her eyes, it looked like he was staring at a turned-off phone. The girl stood right behind him and thought that this was only the beginning of the strangeness. She remembered him chopping down kobolds like a trained professional despite being a newbie who was in the dungeon for the first time. She also remembered how he was constantly doing some strange exercises with the monsters he had killed, and instead of carrying them himself, he could have called a special service. But he decided to save money. Saun grabbed her head and thought that she couldn't hide the fact that he had a student from her grandfather forever. The moon was already shining outside, and the protagonist exclaimed that it was already midnight and he hadn't attended the lectures. Saun closed her eyes and wondered what kind of lectures these were. The bright light was coming from the windows, and she wondered if she had made the right choice. After a while, Xiaojin smiled happily. He had 9.5 million won on his balance, and so he exclaimed that he didn't know that he could earn so much in a day. He scratched his nose and said that he, of course, carried and butchered the carcasses himself, so it was not easy. But all his efforts paid off. He opened his eyes and said that the problem was that all this took too much time and effort, because he did not even have time to listen to the lectures. The protagonist stood near the crosswalk and wondered if maybe he should ask Mr. Munchel to work together, because he trusted him, plus they could stay in touch, and if he opened his own business, then everyone would benefit. The green light came on. The protagonist walked along the crosswalk and wondered what to do with the money. He remembered how he killed the monster, and therefore thought about the fact that by clearing dungeons he both earned money and increased his progress in lectures. But everything was going slower than he expected, plus they gave nothing for the last kobold. He remembered the Great Sage and wondered if there was a quick way to become stronger. The Great Sage assumed his battle form, and the protagonist wondered how to become as strong as the Great Sky Sage Sunukun. Xiaojin stood up. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A selection window appeared on his phone, and he remembered that he had seen a part of the Great Sky Sage lecture, but he had no money before, so he had forgotten about it. But now he could afford it. Xiaojin smiled happily and shouted that it was time to get down to business. But then he saw that the entry fee was 27 billion. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. He started shouting across the street because of the entry fee. Xiaojin sat down and began grumbling that even an S-class hunter couldn't make that much. He looked at his phone and asked if there were any other items for sale at the academy. The protagonist seemed to be on fire and started talking about how since there was no money for lectures, maybe they should at least buy some equipment. The phone said there was a transcendental shop that sold training equipment. Xiaojin opened his mouth in shock and said he couldn't believe his eyes. There were a lot of good equipment and elixirs on sale there. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that even if these were all lines, they were legendary items. He sat down and began to think that even he, who did not understand weapons, understood that this was something incredible, because the equipment was made by the students of the academy, which meant that all of this was made by Transcendence. The protagonist smiled and mentally said that he could not even imagine that it was so easy to get a legendary weapon. He decided to buy the Spear of Longinus and pressed the buy button. The system calculated the cost and it turned out that it cost 100 million. The action takes place near some building. Saun was holding documents in her hands, but suddenly raised her head and stopped. She saw the protagonist doing push-ups, and so she said that today he was training even harder. Xiaojin was breathing heavily, thinking about where he would get so much money for this spear, which cost 100 million. The protagonist even thought about taking out a loan and then selling the spear at a higher price, but his phone said that resale was strictly prohibited. He lowered his head and said that it was all about money again, but Soyun waved at him and asked if he had a minute. The protagonist turned around and asked her again about the academy tournament. The girl extended her hand and said that as the name suggests, it was a competition between academies, each wanting to prove that they were better than the others. She handed him the documents and said that it was a tournament to judge the level of an academy. According to her, such competitions were very diverse since their academy was currently at level 4, but if Xiaojin did well, he would advance to the next level. Images of many participants in the tournament appeared in her mind, fighting each other. The girl raised her finger and said that the higher the level, the better the academy was considered and the more support the state would give it, so everyone sent their best students. Soyun smiled and said that he probably knew what she wanted to offer him. She pointed at him and said that she wanted him to represent their academy. Xiaojin frowned and wondered if participating in the competition would affect his progress in the lectures, since if you think about it, the tournament was also practice. He smiled and said that it sounded good, so he agreed. He turned away from her and said that they had agreed on this from the beginning. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that everything was kept a secret until the competition began, but as far as she knew, the one who got the most points from the raid and duel would win. The protagonist looked ahead and mentally said that if he thought about it, his only combat experience was with kobolds and manticores, so he had no idea how to fight against humans. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered what he should do. Since he had already decided to participate, he needed to give it his all. He then looked at Soyun in surprise. The room was illuminated by the sunlight. The protagonist offered the girl to be his sparring partner. Soyun took the wooden sword in her hands. Xiaojun smiled, because he understood that Soyun was a B-class hunter, although B-class is far from the top of the top, but she was taught by the Star Sword himself. He saw the image of the great sword behind her. The protagonist blushed, because he thought that he, of course, was only a beginner and it was not for him to judge real hunters, but he had long wanted to know what she was capable of. Then he looked at her, because she asked if he knew that she was a B-class hunter. The young man frowned and replied that he, of course, knew about it. He got into a fighting stance, holding a spear in his hands, and asked her to give him a head start. The girl closed her eyes and said that he could attack as soon as he was ready. He immediately rushed from the spot. The protagonist ran at her with a spear and shouted that such an offer cannot be refused. Soyun calmly looked at him. In an instant, a blow occurred. The girl immediately dodged to the side. The protagonist immediately lunged towards her. He stabbed her with his spear, but Soyun easily read his attacks. She remembered how Xiaojun fought the day before. She lowered her head and thought that she had overestimated him. After all, a beginner is a beginner. A blue aura appeared around her sword and the girl mentally said that she did not know where the protagonist got the confidence that he could fight her. The girl raised her sword above her head. She slashed with the sword, intending to end the fight. However, a moment later, she widened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist blocked her attack. He held the spear in front of him and trembled, saying how difficult it was for him. Soyun's sword still had a blue aura around it, so the girl wondered how he managed to block the strike with magic. Xiaojun began to attack from the side with his spear. However, the girl managed to block the attack, but she couldn't get the thought out of her head that his weapon should have jumped out of his hands and her sword would have been right at his throat. The protagonist slid back after the girl blocked his attack. She stood calmly and looked at him. The protagonist smiled. Blood appeared on his lip and he said that then he would also fight seriously. She stood and fought off his attacks, realizing that his movements had changed and his attacks became clearer and faster. A blue aura emanated from his blows. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue. He continued to attack Saun, remembering someone's words about first making obvious attacks and then diluting them with feints, in other words, distracting blows. The protagonist made several more attacks with the spear, but the girl blocked them too. Saun put her sword in front of her and blocked another attack. The protagonist spun the spear and made another attack. Saun kept her sword down, so the protagonist realized that she was now open to his real attack. He immediately closed the distance and was above her. The protagonist swung his spear. Xiaojun was reflected in her eyes, and she knew that she was in danger. An explosion occurred and a blue aura enveloped the room. Saun stood up and wondered what just happened. Xiaojun was lying against the wall, coughing up blood. She immediately ran towards him, realizing that she had just struck with all her might without even thinking. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that he was fine, but in the end, he lost. She opened her mouth wide in surprise and wondered if he really thought he could win, even though he knew he was fighting a B-class hunter. The protagonist looked at her and mentally said that fighting a hunter like a monster would not work. Suddenly he looked at his pocket because he had received a notification, but a moment before that he was thinking about how much he still had ahead of him. He opened his phone and saw that his progress had increased. He began to turn his head towards her and asked if she was free before the tournament, to which the girl replied that she was free. Then he asked if they could practice some more when there were no raids. The protagonist smiled and said that it would be useful for him, but Saun was only thinking about how much he had been beaten and he wanted to continue fighting with her. The girl smiled and said that she would do whatever he asked, and if he won the tournament, she would give him all the prize money. The protagonist suddenly turned pale and wondered if they really gave money there. Saun put her hand to her chin and began to think out loud about how much prize money there was, and then suddenly said that the prize money was 100 million South Korean won. The protagonist immediately remembered the spear he wanted to buy. Suddenly, it seemed like fire began to emanate from him and he asked when the tournament would take place. His eyes lit up when he learned that the tournament would take place in 2 weeks. The girl grabbed her head because the protagonist immediately began to think out loud about how to train most effectively. Xiaojun picked up a stone block and began to lunge with it. The girl closed her eyes, accepting that she did not understand anything. The sky was clear. 2 weeks had passed. Many people were walking around the building. The guy in the green shirt said that he finally got to the tournament venue. He looked to the side and noticed that there was quite a large crowd. Everyone around looked at him with horror because he said out loud that although there were many more awakened, it was not often possible to see hunters fight. And where would we be without recruiters from guilds and mercenaries, and there were probably some from the government too. He walked up to the man with the red ribbon and he showed him the way. He walked into the waiting room for the participants. The boy was very nervous and wondered what to do. He walked into the room filled with participants and began to think that he was so nervous because he came alone, and he was so scared that he couldn't move. He looked at the one with the scar and admired his equipment. Then he looked at the smiling blonde and thought that they were probably all confident. Suddenly, he noticed Saun sitting on the bench. The protagonist was holding an old spear and a spear bag made from clothes. The boy adjusted his glasses and looked at the protagonist. The protagonist was looking at his phone while the people around him were looking at him and saying that he was probably forced to participate. The guy in the green shirt put his hands to his chest, realizing something. The boy put his hand to his mouth and thought that they were similar because in his opinion, the protagonist was acting as if he came to a new class where he didn't know anyone, and was trying to pretend to be busy by staring at his phone, just like Saun. In his eyes, the protagonist looked very insecure and withdrawn. The guy in the green shirt stood in front of the protagonist and cried. Saun looked up because the guy greeted him. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that his name was Mingi and that he was also participating in the tournament. Suddenly, a participant shouted from behind them. Mingi pointed at him and said that it was Dak Chul, a promising student of Gotama Academy who fights with an axe and relies on strength in everything. Dak Chul had his back to them and was arguing with another contestant. The boy with the scar on his eye, Chial Min, frowned and said rudely to him. Mingi adjusted his glasses and said that everyone said that Chial Min was very unusual because he fought with dual daggers. A man appeared behind them and asked if they could be quieter. A red-haired boy was looking at them. The red-haired boy, Ju H1, frowned and said that they were not alone in this tournament. Mingi lowered his head and said that this boy's name was Ju H1 and that he was a gifted student of Labyrinth Academy and, in fact, the winner of this tournament. Saun turned around and asked him about it, and Mingi replied that Juwon usually doesn't participate in the tournament, saying that he has no reason to fight such weaklings. But apparently something happened at the academy and they decided to send him, and since he's here, the winner is obvious. They looked at the ceiling and Mingi started talking about the Star Sword. Saun's mouth dropped open in shock when Mingi said that according to rumors, the Star Sword's granddaughter invited Juwon to her academy. They looked at his back and Mingi said that he didn't know the reason, but Juwon refused, so he must be very confident in himself to reject the offer of the Star Sword's granddaughter himself. The trash can fell from the impact and Juwon wondered out loud why he had to compete with such worthless people. The young man stood with his hands in his pockets and thought that if it weren't for his uncle's wishes, they would have moved on to the third level a long time ago, and besides, winning such a tournament wouldn't bring him recognition. Juwon grinned and thought that if he knew that things would turn out like this, he would have agreed to Saun's offer. He remembered how Saun invited him to the academy, and so the young man thought about how he refused because he didn't want to study at some unknown academy. But he could just use her and then get rid of her, since she was the granddaughter of the Star Sword after all. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Saun frowned and looked at him. The protagonist silently looked at him and wondered how much he would get for fighting him. The young men were still looking at each other attentively, but suddenly the organizers announced the start of the tournament. Mingi began to turn his head and said that the tournament seemed to be starting. The protagonist stood at the entrance to the arena and thought about how he had been trying to reach 30% for the past 2 weeks based on Chiron and the Hegemon King's lectures, although he hadn't noticed any significant changes in strength or anything else, since the difference between 19 and 20% was much greater than between 20 and 21%. He remembered his recent fights and thought that he lacked experience compared to others. The protagonist looked at his hand and mentally said that he had been trying to compensate for the gap by training with Saun and fighting in the dungeon. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that it didn't matter who was in front of him, a human or a monster. The protagonist put his fist to his chest. He was standing in some closed rectangular room, and then the host immediately exclaimed that a race in the labyrinth was about to begin. The spectators were looking at the huge screen in the center. The man with the camera waved to another and called out to him. The man in the shirt suddenly bumped into the girl. He bowed and apologized. Then the man sat down next to his friend and said that the girl reminded him of someone. Several participants were shown on the screen, and the man was talking about how the only thing they were told about this challenge was that they had to get out of the labyrinth, and that they were not allowed to attack other participants. Dak Chul was fighting against a monster in the form of a bull. Coleman had already defeated his monster and was reading a hint leading to the exit. The man put his hand to his chin and said that this year's students were strong. Meanwhile, Ju Hwan cut the monster with his red sword. A red aura surrounded him. Everyone smiled and said that this student was clearly on a different level. Si-yoon looked at the screen and was surprised that it was Ju Hwan. The girl put her hand to her chest and wondered what he was doing here. She turned away from the man who almost recognized her because she can't let anyone know that she is the granddaughter of the Star Sword because she wants to watch the tournament in peace. The action moves to the protagonist's Labyrinth. He held the spear above himself. The protagonist put the weapon in front of him and said that, as he thought, the wall cannot be broken. He put one hand on his side and said that he will have to get out like everyone else. The young man put his hand to the wall. He walked along the wall and said that if he uses the power that lifts mountains twice, he will be able to break the wall. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. In front of him was a fork in the road with several paths. The hero approached one of the exits, guided by the fact that he just needs to stick to one side, because then he will eventually find the exit. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow slightly. He turned around and wondered what this indescribable feeling was. He looked at the other paths. He turned around and was enveloped by an aura, and suddenly he began to think that instead of keeping to the left, it would be better to go in the direction he was looking. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. The protagonist still decided to go forward. He put his hand on the back of his head and thought that he should trust his intuition. After a while, he frowned, thinking that this was strange. The protagonist was looking forward and suddenly the announcer announced that student Suckman had dropped out of the tournament, so the protagonist thought that apparently the others were constantly fighting monsters. The protagonist continued walking and wondered why everything was quiet for him then. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, because he realized that his intuition was telling him how to get around the monsters. Mingyi appeared behind him. The protagonist was very unhappy because Mingyi began to shout that he needed to be careful because a monster could be waiting around every corner. A memory of how he had just met this weirdo appeared in his head. Mingyi was shaking his head from side to side and saying that Xiaojun was walking so confidently as if he knew the way, but the protagonist replied that he was just going wherever he wanted. Mingyi trembled and exclaimed that he shouldn't go wherever he wanted because it could end badly, and besides, he knew how to get out of the labyrinth, so he wanted to lead the protagonist. He put his hand on the wall and said that if you always stick to one side, you can easily find the exit, but the protagonist replied that it would take too long, and therefore it would be better to trust your feelings. Then Mingyi extended his hand and exclaimed that Xiaojun would get lost like that, but the protagonist suggested that they split up. Mingyi adjusted his glasses and replied that he followed him because Xiaojun was his fellow sufferer. Mingyi scratched the back of his head and said that he didn't come from the academy, and looking at the protagonist, he decided that he was alone too. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, as Mingyi had said that weaklings should stick together. Xiaojun clutched his head and thought that he probably looked like that from the outside, and Mingyi put his hand in his pocket and said that since Xiaojun was also alone, he would make an exception for him and show him something incredible. The young man showed the protagonist a photo of his sister and exclaimed that she was very cute. The protagonist turned away from him and began to walk away, whispering that he hoped that they would never meet again, but Mingyi held his leg and asked him not to leave. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and began to think that even awakened people can be scared in such a place, and even Xiaojun would have been scared if he were younger. Mingyi held a katana in his hands and talked about the dangers of traveling alone. The protagonist turned around and noticed that Mingyi kept saying that he was alone, so he asked if his parents and sister had come to support him. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the boy answered that his parents were dead and that he had no one except his little sister. Suddenly, an old memory from his childhood popped into the protagonist's head. In the memory, he was sitting on the floor, leaning against the bed. Xiaojun simply remained silent. Mingyi started to shake his head, saying that it was a long time ago and he just wanted to say that his sister was still little and couldn't come to support him. Mingyi opened his mouth in surprise when the protagonist said that they really were going to get together in misfortune. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they could go together if Mingyi wanted. Xiaojun turned around and decided to immediately warn that they weren't a team and that the first place prize would go to the protagonist. Mingyi stood still while Xiaojun started to walk away from him. He had already turned the corner. Mingyi immediately ran after him and started shouting. The protagonist smiled and said that Mingyi himself said that he would follow him. The young man looked at him and thought about how Xiaojun didn't hesitate at all and was too confident in himself because he chose the path without even thinking. The protagonist suddenly looked away because something caught his eye. Mingyi opened his mouth wide and started shouting that they were at a dead end. However, Xiaojun put his hand on the wall and said that there seemed to be an exit here. He pushed the door with his hand and it opened. Mingyi's eyes widened in surprise. The screen showed that the protagonist had set a new record for clearing the game, which was 27 minutes and 12 seconds. The protagonist and Mingyi were standing in the aisle. The audience in the stands had their jaws dropped because it wasn't Juwon. Saun's jaws dropped too. Mingyi was screaming with his mouth wide open. The big screen showed Xiaojun. He He was scratching his ear, saying that it was a waste of time since he hadn't met any monsters. Mingi was sweating profusely from excitement and wondering how things had turned out like this. Xiaojun was first on the winners list, followed by Mingi. The two of them were sitting on the same bench, and the other participants were standing around them, discussing them. Juwon approached the protagonist, but the protagonist was looking at his phone and did not notice it at first. Then he raised his head and saw Juwon's displeased face. The participants around them looked at them and suddenly there was silence. The protagonist looked at him and wondered what Juwon wanted and why he was looking at him like that. Juwon frowned and stared at the protagonist. Then the young man turned away and said that the protagonist was just lucky. The other participants seemed to turn into a shadow because they were extremely quiet. A moment later, a man entered the room and asked for a minute of attention. He was holding a document in his hands and said that he was about to announce that in the second stage they would have to fight each other one-on-one. All the participants looked at him attentively, and he continued to tell them that since they were all on the 4th level, in order to be on equal terms, it was forbidden to strengthen weapons with Ma. However, they could still strengthen their bodies with it, but they should also take into account that if one of the participants was unable to fight, the referee would stop the match. Xiaojun looked ahead and thought about the fact that 32 students had advanced to the second round, and in that case, 5 rounds should be held. One participant suddenly raised his hand and said that he wanted to withdraw from the tournament. The protagonist's mouth opened wide in surprise and could not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Xiaojun was walking somewhere. She turned her head and said that she was almost discovered. She remembered how the man pointed his finger at her, so the girl closed her eyes and said that she never thought that Xiaojun would win. The girl turned around and thought that she would come back when everything calmed down, but suddenly she heard someone's dissatisfied shouts. She stood around the corner and watched as the men complained about the tournament starting with the semi-finals right away since the others refused to participate. The man frowned and said that they had ruined all the fun, and another man said that there was no point in betting now. The bald man behind the counter said that it was obvious that Juwon would win, so no one in their right mind would bet on another participant. Suddenly, an unknown man put a suitcase with money on the table and said that he was betting 100 million on the protagonist to win. He was standing there in a black cape and hood. Saun looked at him and wondered who he was. A purple aura was emanating from this man. Meanwhile, Xiaojun looked ahead sadly. A few minutes ago, one participant raised his hand and announced that he was withdrawing from the tournament. Mingi adjusted his glasses and whispered that he heard that this was not uncommon in level 4 tournaments, since the same people always win. The other participants looked at Juwon in horror and said that they did not want to fight against him, because then they could end up crippled. Then they looked at the other 2 participants in the tournament and said that if they continued, they would just serve as a springboard for their already famous academies. Sweat was pouring down their faces because they were very nervous, but they decided that it was better to just give up. The participants began to run en masse and declare that they were withdrawing from the tournament. Mingi was turning his head from side to side, and Xiaojun just stood and watched all this silently. There were only 5 participants left in the room, including Mingi and the protagonist. Xiaojun would participate in the first match, and his opponent would be Dak Chul. Juwon and Mingi would participate in the second match, but the protagonist knew that Chulman would still fight against the red-haired student. The protagonist suddenly noticed that Mingi's hands were shaking badly. Mingi started crying and screaming that they were going to a duel soon, and that he didn't understand why the protagonist wasn't scared. The young man started shaking the protagonist, screaming that he still had to fight Juwon. Xiaojun smiled and said that the fight hadn't even started and he had already written himself down as a loser, but Mingi replied that it was all because he knew that it would be like that. Mingi smiled awkwardly when the protagonist suggested that he withdraw from the tournament. Mingi lowered his head and replied that he couldn't, and at that moment the tournament organizer entered the room and called them to a fight. Xiaojun stood up and said that since he had decided to fight, he should fight until the very end, because maybe he would be able to win. Mingi suddenly grabbed his hand. The young man stood up and silently looked at the protagonist. A drop of sweat was sliding down his cheek, and he asked if Xiaojun wasn't worried. The protagonist smiled and replied that he only cared about how much experience he would get for the fight. He turned around and said that 100 million were waiting for him. The protagonist stood in the center of the large arena while the commentator talked about how now that all the punks had been eliminated, only the strongest remained. Xiaojun raised his hand and greeted everyone, thinking that the commentator had done a good job of explaining that everyone had simply dropped out of fear. The protagonist looked away. Dak Chul was smiling and saying that he felt sorry for the protagonist since he had won the first round and had immediately run into him. Dak Chul turned away and started shouting that luck had apparently turned against the protagonist. An evil grin immediately appeared on the student's face when Xiaojun replied that it was too early to judge who was unlucky. Dak Chul ran at him, shouting that he would make him regret his words. Xiaojun smiled calmly. Mingi sat with his head down. He raised his head when he heard the fight start. Juwon was standing in front of him in the room. The red-haired boy was frowning and looking ahead, and Mingi, looking at him, was thinking that he would soon come face to face with him. Mingi was shaking and recalling the words of the main character that if he decided to fight, then he should fight until the very end. He clenched his fist and began to think that both Dak Chul and Juwon represented famous academies, and therefore people like him and Sajin were not their equals, and therefore Mingi decided that it was worth giving up before it was too late. But suddenly everyone's mouths opened wide in shock. Mingi's jaw dropped when the commentator exclaimed that the fight was over in the blink of an eye. Sajin was standing over his opponent lying on the ground. Juwon looked away and said that the scum belong among the scum. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Mingi. The boy stood up from the bench. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he was very nervous. Juwon grinned viciously. A moment later, we see Dak Chul swing his axe. However, Seojin dodged the blow, and the commentator noted the crushing power of the student with the axe. Seojin watched the fight closely, and the commentator noted that the protagonist easily dodged the enemy's attacks. Dak Chul opened his eyes wide and wondered what was wrong with the protagonist. Seojin continued to easily dodge the many attacks that Dak Chul dealt without stopping, so much so that he himself was already exhausted. Dak Chul grinned and wondered why his attacks did not work on the protagonist. A red aura appeared around him, and already standing close to the protagonist, he asked if he could dodge now. However, Seojin blocked his axe with his spear. The axe landed on the ground behind the student. Dak Chul fell to the ground. The young man trembled and wondered if he had lost. And here we see the scene again where Seojin stands over his defeated opponent. After a while, he was looking at his phone. He was leaving the arena and saying that he thought he would get more for fighting other students. He frowned deeply and wondered what he should do, because not only would he not have time to complete the Buddha course, but also Chiron and even the Hegemon King, since his free pass would expire in 52 days. He entered the waiting room, thinking about tightening his belt to save up for a spear and extend his pass, and therefore he simply had to win. Mingi immediately stood in front of the protagonist and began to say that he saw his fight and realized how strong Sajin was. The organizer entered the room and warned the participants of the second duel to get ready. Mingi suddenly trembled. Juwon stood with his head down. He touched Mingi with his shoulder and, calling him names, ordered him to get out of the way. Seojin silently watched the red-haired student leave, and Mingi asked if the protagonist remembered Mingi telling him in the labyrinth that they needed to stick together. The boy lowered his head and said that he didn't know why, but when he saw the protagonist, he felt a kindred spirit, and so when the protagonist defeated Dak Chul, Mingi was happy as if he had won, but at the same time he envied the protagonist. The protagonist silently watched him, and the boy continued to talk about how he was never lucky and had no talent, and was also not as strong as the protagonist. Mingi clenched his fist and exclaimed that he only wanted his little sister to be proud of him. Mingi ran to the duel, and Seojin told him to give it his all. Seojin smiled as he watched. The screen showed two opponents. Mingi stood with his back to Juwon. He put his hand to his chest and began to convince himself that he would succeed. Juwon frowned and ordered him to stop mumbling, as it was annoying. The judge stood in front of them and began to remind them of the rules, but Juwon at that moment was only thinking about how humiliating it was to participate in such a tournament. Mingi stood with his head down. Juwon frowned, and his eyes glowed blue. Mingi seemed to be in the dark. The young man looked away, and the red-haired man looked at him attentively. He imagined him as prey in the form of a roe deer. He saw how Mingi, in the form of prey, looked at him with fear. Juwon imagined that he was a predator like a tiger, and therefore his opponent was just prey. The young man frowned and mentally said that he was just lucky, and therefore he needed to remind the worm where his place was. They stood opposite each other, and the red-haired one thought that he should have won both stages because he was head and shoulders above all these worms. Mingi looked at him with a frown. He held his sword in front of him, although he was shaking. Juwon got angry when he saw this and wondered if this worm really thought he could win. The red-haired one turned to the judge and asked when they would start, and the judge replied that they would be announced soon. Mingi looked ahead and thought that he would do just like Seojin. Juwon looked ahead and thought that there was no point in this tournament in the first place. He immediately attacked Mingi, exclaiming that he would finish everything with one blow. Mingi managed to block the attack. The red-haired one struck again, but Mingi, surprisingly, was able to block the attack. Juwon looked at him and called him a pathetic worm. He immediately hit him in the stomach with the handle of the sword and shouted that he shouldn't have come here in the first place. Blood spurted out of Mingi's mouth. Mingi was kneeling and writhing in pain. Juwon was walking towards him while the boy was thinking that he couldn't win. Mingi was holding his stomach and mentally saying that he didn't care about winning because he understood the difference between their strengths. As Juwon slowly approached, Mingi was thinking that he wanted his sister to be proud of him, and he also wanted to become as strong as Seojin. Suddenly, tears appeared in his eyes and he mentally exclaimed the protagonist's name. Menge immediately stood up from his knees. He held the sword in front of him and decided to hit Jiwon at least once. The boy immediately made a dash. He began to swing the sword, thinking that he just wanted to touch him with at least the tip of the sword. The blade of the sword was already at the face of the red-haired student, but he was not at all worried. Dust rose in the arena and the fighters were not visible. However, a moment later, Menge was lying on the ground, which meant that he had lost. People from the stands looked at the fighters and said that there was nothing surprising in such an outcome of the fight, since Menge was not fit to hold a candle to such an elite student as Jiwon. Suddenly, a small cut appeared on his cheek and blood began to flow from it. The elite student looked at his cheek. On the big screen, his face was shown in close up. Jiwon was looking at Menge, who was lying unconscious. His eyes glowed blue. He turned around and wondered if this worm had really injured him, an elite student. The judge was sitting next to Menge and suddenly Jiwon told him that he was withdrawing from the tournament. The elite student immediately kicked Menge in the head. He opened his mouth wide and began to scream that he was fed up with this circus. The judge yelled at the boy that if he didn't stop, they would have to take action, but Jiwon replied that he had already withdrawn from the tournament. The red-haired student put his foot on Menge's head. Looking down at him, the boy said that these pathetic worms were crawling around, forgetting their place. Suddenly, Xiaojun attacked him, but Jiwon blocked the attack. The protagonist approached him and said that he had been waiting for them to meet in the finals, but he was tired of it. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would beat him up right now since Jiwon insisted so much. Menge was lying between them. The protagonist looked at him and ordered him to remove his foot. Jiwon looked down and asked if he was talking about the foot he had put on Menge's head. Xiaojun frowned in anger. He swung his spear and the red-haired student had to jump back. Xiaojun immediately picked up Menge. He held his head. Jiwon watched from the side, but suddenly the protagonist asked him if he really liked looking down on people. The protagonist leaned forward a little and asked what was wrong with Jiwon, because who in their right mind would put their foot on someone else? They were standing close to each other in a large arena, and the elite student replied that he felt sick that some country bumpkin forgot his place. The protagonist raised his head and asked if they really couldn't dream of anything since they were worse than him, but Jiwon laughed and said that he didn't know that in their time, anyone believed in such fairy tales. The people in the stands were quite quiet and wondered why the judges didn't intervene, and Jiwon wondered out loud if Xiaojun also believed that if he trained hard, he would succeed. The judges were talking to each other about how this was an order from above and they could only watch, while the hooded man stood nearby and smiled. A drop of sweat rolled down Siyun's cheek because she was worried about her student. Jiwon extended his hand and said that the world was arranged in such a way that if a person had no talent, then he was nothing, and in order to achieve success, you need to step over others, so, according to him, there was no place for dreams here, and in the world there were only worthy people and losers. Xiaojun's eyes widened in shock. He held Menge in his arms and mentally said that in fact, he himself used to think the same way. The protagonist began to remember that all those 9 painfully long years when he endured everything just to become a hunter. He worked at a construction site and was constantly faced with harsh reality. The protagonist hated himself for his helplessness and the fact that he had no money or talent, and his job was just keeping him afloat, but he could not achieve more. And so the protagonist thought that perhaps there was nothing more pathetic than clinging to something that cannot be achieved with hard work. And he remembered how many times he asked himself how his life would have turned out if he had given up, if he had chosen a different path. He turned to the judge standing behind him and asked him to take care of Menge. He passed by the judge, thinking that he was constantly giving into fear, doubting himself, and he understood that this is how many people fall into despair. The protagonist stood in front of the elite student. He looked at him with wild eyes and asked him what he would say to this. Xiaojun rushed to attack, and the judge began to shout that this was against the rules and asked him to stop. He spun his spear. Jiwon closed his eyes and sighed. He smiled and exclaimed that Xiaojun must be joking. The student immediately blocked the attack. They got closer and Jiwon called the protagonist a pathetic bug, but the protagonist replied that Jiwon was a bug. The protagonist jumped back. The elite student lunged and swung his sword. Xiaojun retreated, fending off the enemy's attacks. The protagonist frowned and thought that it was no wonder everyone thought highly of Jiwon. The elite student's eyes glowed blue as he continued to attack, while the protagonist began to think that in the fight with the previous opponent, he was sure that he would win, but now everything was different. However, he immediately closed his eyes to stop these thoughts and decided to trust his feelings. A moment later, he struck his opponent in the stomach. Jiwon's eyes widened in surprise. He swung his sword and threw the protagonist back. The elite student held his sword in front of him and began to shout for the judges not to interfere with him because he was a predator, the top of the food chain. He noticed the protagonist's gaze. Xiaojun's eyes glowed blue. The protagonist was in a fighting stance and a blue aura was emanating from him. Jiwon smiled and wondered why a worm had the gaze of a predator. In an instant, the elite student closed the distance and said that there was no harm in dreaming, but he wanted to see what would happen to his dreams when he faced reality. The student hit the protagonist hard from above. Seojin blocked the attack with his spear. Then the protagonist blocked the attack again. Then Seojin hit back. He extended his spear in front of him, preparing to attack. Jiwon raised his head in surprise and thought about how it seemed like Seojin was getting stronger with each block, like a monster growing right before his eyes. Jiwon received a hit. However, Seojin was also attacked. They flew back apart. The elite student lowered his head and wondered if he was pushed away by some kind of worm. A red aura enveloped him and he said that it would not happen again. Seojin's eyes widened as he saw the aura, and he also thought about how he couldn't control mana yet, so he had nothing to fight back against the elite student. Jiwon swung his sword, which was covered in aura, and shouted that he would kill the protagonist, but the protagonist was thinking that running was the best option. But he didn't want to run because he felt that he would lose everything he had learned if he ran away. He seemed to be in pitch darkness, and he began to hear the voice of the Hegemon King, who was saying that he was surrounded by an enemy army, and he could hear their screams from all sides. The Hegemon King seemed to be behind the protagonist. He crossed his arms and said that he had rushed towards the enemy back then, even though the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Jiwon started running towards the protagonist, and the Hegemon King continued to tell him that he had lost and that it could not be changed. He was afraid, and defeat scared him the most. The protagonist gripped his spear tighter, and the Hegemon King said that he had rushed into battle anyway because it was simply necessary. The image of the Hegemon King appeared behind the protagonist, who exclaimed that the power that rips mountains out of the ground will erase any barriers, and the spirit that can turn the whole world upside down will rule over him. The protagonist also rushed to attack. Jiwon clenched his jaw tightly. Then the elite student opened his mouth wide and began to scream that he was a predator here, and they were his mat on which to wipe his feet. They were already in front of each other, and the judges were running towards them to try to stop them. Jiwon opened his mouth and screamed for Seojin to die. The protagonist swung his sword and began to scream. They struck each other and their auras collided. The entire arena was illuminated by a bright light. The guards were lying on the ground. The surrounding area was covered in dust, but the silhouettes of two youths who were still standing could be seen. The protagonist's head dropped and he began to fall to the ground. He leaned on his spear, but Jiwon fell to the ground. The protagonist's hand was shaking, but he was conscious. Jiwon was lying on the ground unconscious, and blood was flowing from his mouth. The dust around him cleared. The protagonist lowered his head and looked at the elite student lying at his feet. Everyone around him raised their hands and cheered. Behind the protagonist, Soyun was seen, stunned. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek while she mentally said that 2 weeks ago, he barely blocked a blow soaked in mana and now he uses aura. However, then she just smiled. Suddenly, she noticed a mysterious man in a hoodie behind her. She looked closely at his face, but she did not notice any distinguishing features, but she knew that it was him she had seen at the bookmaker's office. Suddenly, he took off his hood and exclaimed that this was impossible. Si-yoon turned away from him and, looking forward, thought that she was also surprised, but not that surprised. She suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise, because she remembered that he had bet on the protagonist to win. The girl turned around, but the mysterious guy had already disappeared. She looked up in surprise. The protagonist was walking along a crosswalk. He had a couple of bandages on his face and he looked very disappointed. He remembered how a man in a suit told him that he was disqualified. The protagonist smiled awkwardly while the man told him that they acknowledged that Jiwon had behaved inappropriately, but he had already withdrawn from the tournament and Seojin had intervened, being a participant. The man closed his eyes and said that the protagonist had violated the tournament rules with his actions, and Seojin only agreed with this and asked what happened to Jiwon. There were several doctors standing around the elite hero, and the man said that Jiwon was, of course, also disqualified, and that strengthening the sword with aura was considered attempted murder. The elite student was lying unconscious on a stretcher, and the man said that Jiwon would not go to court, but the Hunter Association would forbid him from taking the exam for the next 5 years. The protagonist walked down the street, looking at his phone, and thought about the fact that Chialman had automatically become the winner, Mingi took second place, and Dakshil took third, but this did not upset the protagonist at all, because after the fight with the elite student, his experience had increased greatly. The protagonist remembered the strange power he felt in the battle and realized that this power could have appeared just because the progress in the Hegemon King's lecture had exceeded 50%. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder while he was thinking about whether to sign up for another course. Saun was behind him. The protagonist began waving his hands, saying that as she saw it, everything was fine, because he may look weak, but in fact he was a tough nut. Saun closed her eyes and smiled, because she was happy for him. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise because he asked her for forgiveness. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would have won if he had not interfered where he was not wanted, but Saun replied that he had nothing to apologize for. He happily opened his mouth and asked the girl again why she was asking him if he was okay. Suddenly, everything around him changed when he heard her words about how he had been counting on the prize money. The protagonist grabbed his head and started screaming. He held his head and remembered the spear of Longinus, while Soyun asked him what he wanted to spend the money on. Xiaojun sat down and said that he had his eye on one spear and really wanted to buy it. The protagonist stood up and said that it was okay. However, Xiaojun hung his head and said that he would be lying if he said he didn't regret anything, but if he hadn't intervened, he would have regretted it even more. Soyun looked at him carefully. Suddenly, Mingi started running towards them. He waved his hand at them. The young man, trying to catch his breath, asked if Xiaojun was already leaving. Then Mingi grabbed the back of his head and started mumbling something. He silently looked down. Having made up his mind, he raised his head and asked if he could become as strong as Xiaojun if he trained hard. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Mingi trembled as he looked at him. Xiaojun's mouth dropped open. Then he suddenly answered seriously that it would not be easy, but at the same time, the protagonist was thinking that Mingi clearly lacked the talent to become a hunter. But of course, they say that anything can be achieved if you work hard, but the world is cruel, and therefore dreams and ideals alone will not get you far. The protagonist looked at him and said that he should not focus on becoming a hunter because he can do other things, and Mingi is young and has plenty of time, so he should not be upset. Mingi smiled and said that Xiaojun was right in some way. The sunlight reflected on the windows of the building, and Mingi happily said that he did not want to spoil anyone's mood, but just came to say goodbye. He turned around and left, but not before thanking the protagonist for everything. Behind him, the protagonist exclaimed that Mingi should not let anyone tell him what to do, be it him or anyone else. Mingi stopped, and Xiaojun continued to talk about how they would try to convince Mingi that he had no talent and that he could do nothing about it, and they would also tell him that he couldn't handle it, that only failure awaited him. The protagonist frowned and told Mingi not to forget that no one's opinion should become his reality. Mingi was already crying, and Xiaojun kept saying that if he wanted something, he should go ahead and do it, and the rest didn't matter. They waved at each other, and Mingi exclaimed that he would visit the protagonist with his little sister someday. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that he was always sticking his nose into other people's business. Xiaojun smiled and said that she didn't see anything wrong with it, and besides, the protagonist got his first fan, but Xiaojun said that another student would be better than just a fan. She widened her eyes in surprise when the boy said that they should have taken advantage of the moment and invited Mingi to their academy. The protagonist began to distance himself from her. He grabbed the back of his head. The girl smiled and repeated his words about their academy. The girl ran up to him and said that he worked hard so she would buy him a new spear, and besides, it was his scholarship. The action moves to a house. A man was walking barefoot through the house. A man in a suit who was missing a hand asked about a certain master. The master was sitting in the room, and the two men were standing near the door. The door suddenly opened. A man named Munchil, who was also the right hand of the Star Sword, knelt down and greeted the master. The gray-haired old man said that he had made it clear when he asked not to disturb him. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and he himself asked if Munchil dared to ignore his orders. The man closed one eye and, barely breathing, said that Miss Saun participated in the academy tournament. The Star Sword turned slightly. He stopped pressing on them with his monstrous aura. Saun showed the protagonist the spear. However, the young man closed his eyes and said that this spear was no good for him. Star Sword stood up because Munchil started talking about how Soyun apparently had a student. Star Sword, Munchil put his hand to his chin and said that he personally had to see what this student was like. The academy building was visible. A voice was coming from it, counting something. Someone was waving something like a spear, continuing to count. It was Xiaojun. He had already made his 5,000th strike. Wiping his forehead, he said that the daily task was completed. Soyun was standing behind the guy. Turning around to look at her, the hero asked why she was looking at him with such displeasure, to which she replied that he imagined it. Remembering the situation when the protagonist wanted to buy a new spear, the girl said that he had chosen it so meticulously, but in the end left with nothing, to which he replied that he was simply not worthy of such a gift. Pointing her finger at the young man, the girl said that he was not the type to refuse such a gift. The guy, imagining the spear, understood that since he saw a weapon created by Transcendentals, he could not even look at a regular one. Tears appeared in the hero's eyes. He knew that it was all because of the calculations, remembering when he tried to ask for a huge amount of money in cash, the price simply increased. He stood behind the money, arguing that apparently money earned dishonestly will not be counted, while the girl said that she was going to pay for everything and such a chance comes once in a lifetime. She turned to Xiaojun. He looked at her when she asked the question about what kind of mana amplification technique the hero had, to which he replied that he did not know about such a concept. The young man looked at her when she explained to him that without such a technique, he would not even be able to use magic, adding that she personally saw how the hero pierced the armor of monsters, and judging by how he fought in the tournament, his technique was clearly not low class. The protagonist's eyes widened as she continued to say that she had never seen him train her, and he understood that he did not know any such mana enhancement technique. The guy imagined the human body. He knew that the mana enhancement technique was a technique that allowed him to use mana most effectively. Having imagined the various ways to use it, he also remembered that it was divided into high-class and low-class techniques and that each hunter had his own, because some even patented it. Looking at the girl, he thought that this was why he wanted to get into an elite academy. He also asked her if she taught the Star Sword mana enhancement technique. Putting his hands on his hips, he answered that her grandfather forbade her. The guy understood why, because otherwise there would be crowds of students here. The training room was visible. Saun offered the guy to teach him her technique. He exclaimed that she really created her technique. She answered affirmatively, adding that she always wanted to teach. The girl beamed, not understanding why he was asking. He said that he was just curious. He realized that he was wrong, because he thought that she had no talent at all or that she lived in the shadow of the Star Sword. The guy looked at her, understanding that a hunter without mana is nowhere, because even in the fight with Juan he felt the difference in strength between someone who knows how to use the technique and someone who does not. Rubbing his chin, the hero suggested that since there was a window for a new lecture, why not take some course on mana? The girl did not understand why he was silent, not understanding that she really asked something difficult. She turned around and left, wishing him good luck, but thought to herself that nothing could be done, so let him remain silent. Looking at her, the young man asked where she was going. The girl answered that she was leaving on business. Holding the spear in his hands, the guy said that he didn't know she was so businesslike. She told him to close the doors if he left before she returned. Waving his hand at her, he asked her not to worry. Still holding his hand, he thought about which course he should choose. The girl went outside, and the protagonist continued to think about where the mentor could have disappeared to when he needed him so much. There was a course from the Archmage Merlin on the phone, who talked about mana, saying that in a world that obeys the laws of cause and effect, mana is capable of destroying these laws of the universe. The guy's eyes turned white. He looked at the Archmage, who said that it was as simple as it could be. But the hero understood that he would also start to go crazy from such lectures, almost like with Buddha. Continuing to look at the screen, he heard Merlin's words. He said that enough explanations and it was time for practice. A daily task for creating mana spheres appeared in front of the young man. He folded his arms and said that he should at least try. His body was covered in a blue glow. Sweat appeared on his face. He understood that feeling and controlling mana was not so difficult, most likely thanks to Chiron's lectures, but it would still be difficult. Although he felt mana, he could not give it a form. The guy closed his eyes, remembering the words of the Archmage, who told him that with the help of mana you need to connect the mind with the outside world, transferring the fruit of your imagination into reality, deceiving it and convincing it that everything happens according to the laws of nature. The hero opened his eyes wide. A small lump of mana appeared in the guy's hands, because as the magician said, this is the most striking example of a force that does not exist anywhere in nature. He looked at it in surprise. A sphere of mana appeared in his hands. He raised it to his face. Continuing to look at it, he said out loud that it most likely will not be counted. The guy frowned, realizing that he would get better and better with time. Someone appeared behind the guy and called out to the hero. He turned to him. In front of him was a star sword. He was thinking that he came here only to see who entered the Saiyan Academy. The man looked at the protagonist, surprised that he had a cloud of mana in his hands, because it was not easy to create, and even though he looked stupid, he was not deprived of talent. The Star Sword frowned. He realized that most likely the reason such a gifted guy came to the academy was to use his granddaughter. Looking at the protagonist, he asked him again about who he was. The guy greeted him and introduced himself. Smiling, he said that he had only seen him on the internet and it was just amazing that he was finally able to see him in real life, thinking that it was incredibly scary because he could not even imagine that Saiyan's grandfather would come here. Looking at the man, he asked him if he had come to see her, but added that she had gone out on some business, but the Star Sword cried out, not understanding why he was calling her that. He frowned when he heard the boy's question about whether he had come to see Saiyan. Looking at him, he asked him why he was still standing, but the boy could not understand what he was talking about. Continuing to look, he explained that his killing intent, which was in the air, paralyzed anyone below S class. The hero began to look around, assuming that he could resist her because of his unwavering heart. The man asked him what the boy wanted here. Bowing his head, he replied that he did not understand the Star Sword. Coming closer, the man explained that with such talent, he would have been accepted into any academy, but he decided to get closer to Saiyan, also asking why he did this. Minchell's aura spread throughout the hall and he told him not to even think about lying. The boy stretched out his hands and shouted that they most likely misunderstood each other. He looked at the man while he was saying that he didn't expect to get an answer so easily. The star sword made a strike. He narrowed his eyes because the boy was able to dodge. The hero's eyes widened. Small buildings were visible. A question was heard about whether the grandfather had really left. Saun, standing in front of the girl, asked when he would return, but she answered that he hadn't said exactly, suggesting to call the chairman, hoping that he knew more. The girl's face looked upset. She thought that she was just about to tell him about Saun. The man stood over the boy, telling him to answer his question. The hero took the spear in his hands while the opponent asked about his goal. The girl, with wide eyes, asked whether the grandfather had really left. The woman stood in front of her. She answered affirmatively. Sweat appeared on Siyun's face because she wanted to keep everything a secret for as long as possible, but after participating in the tournament, hiding Saun would no longer be possible. A man stood behind them. The girl agreed to call the chairman. It was Munchul. He said that he was very glad to meet him because Siyun had not dropped by here for a long time. The woman bowed, saying that she was about to call him, but he did not understand why. The chairman pursed his lips when she said that she came to see her grandfather. Her eyes widened when he answered that he was heading to her academy. She began to run. The woman, resting her head on her hand, asked where she was running so fast. Siyun ran as fast as she could, not understanding how she could have let her guard down so much, because she knew that he would come, but she just hoped that it would not be so soon. She ran with her eyes wide open, understanding that she must not allow these two to meet. The boy's face was sweating. The star sword was looking at him with a frown. It was looking at something without understanding. The boy noticed that the man had not pulled the sword out of its sheath. Kneeling, the protagonist realized that the man was not trying to kill him, but rather just subdue him. He began to approach him with his arms outstretched. The opponent asked him who he really was, to which the boy replied that he really did not understand what he wanted, because he must have misunderstood something. He opened his mouth wide when the man noted that he could control mana. Bowing his head, he explained that he moved perfectly in battle and still continued to claim that he had misunderstood something. He made another blow, shouting that the man was blatantly lying to his face without even thinking. Jumping back, the hero exclaimed that he did not know what Saun told him, asking the man to calm down. The guy's eyes turned white when he called him a scoundrel. He thought that maybe he said something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what. The man's eyes were glowing blue. He said that he was going to talk about everything, take into account the circumstances that brought the hero here, but the hero understood that he was lying and he was not going to talk about anything with him. The guy lowered his head. Taking a stance, he decided to fight back. Frowning, he understood that he would not listen to him, but his movements made it clear that no matter what he said, he would not kill him. He imagined his image, understanding that if the star sword really wanted to kill him, it would do it the moment it felt the guy's presence. He prepared to strike, knowing that this was the person closest to his ideals. Smiling, the young man understood that he had just a wonderful chance. The man frowned. He looked at the guy, noticing that his mood had changed. His eyes widened. He knew very well that he had seen many hunters. The hero's eye did not even tremble, and Minchul realized that only he looked into his eyes without fear. Saun lowered his spear a little, and the man continued to think that he must be very strong. He struck at the hero, not understanding what he wanted from his granddaughter. The young man blocked the blows, but did not see them or even feel them. His eyes widened. The star sword hung over him. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he did not notice such a simple blow because its strength was beyond the hero's understanding. He blocked blow after blow. Instantly, he lunged to attack. The man squinted, looking at this. His sword was already flying towards the boy. Throwing it away, he said that it was a banality. The hero lay on the ground while he explained that he only needed to answer. Saun did not understand what he was missing, because it was impossible for everything to end like this. Getting up from the floor, he knew that tricks would not help. Kneeling down, he decided that as long as the opponent was not serious, he had a chance. The star sword was already in front of him, and the hero knew that everything had to be finished with one blow. He looked at the man with wide eyes, not understanding how to do this. He dodged the first blow. The guy began to lunge for a blow. As he swung, he remembered Merlin's words about using mana, subjugating willpower, so that he could deceive the world, because the figment of his imagination obeys the laws of nature. His weapon was covered in a blue glow. After making a swing, he realized that he was not capable of more now. He hit his opponent. Immediately after, the hero fell to his knees. The man looked at him. The guy sat, wiping his face, when the star sword called him a scoundrel. He was shouting at the guy with his eyes wide open that he had finally shown his true colors, but he still didn't understand what he was talking about since the man had attacked first. His eyes turned white from the hero's words that his words were only making it more painful and asking when Saun would return. He was approaching the guy to attack, saying that he was asking for it. He was saying with his eyes wide open that he would personally send him to the next world. The hero clenched his teeth and realized that he was finished. The girl burst into the hall, shouting for them to stop. She looked at them, asking them what they had done here. Her face looked tired. Star Sword closed his eyes. Saun asked the guy how he was, noticing that he was covered in bruises, but he replied that it was probably nothing serious, but it still hurt. Minchel turned away and said how could such a weakling call himself a man, but the hero replied that it didn't matter if it was a man or a woman, but even so, it would hurt anyone if they were hit by a Star Sword. Saun hid behind the girl when the man asked him to repeat what he said, but the hero exclaimed that he would really beat him again. The girl watched this silently. The guy, peeking out from behind Saun, asked the man why he did this to him, because if he had such a title, he could do whatever he wanted. She understood that no one had spoken to her grandfather like that before. Putting out her hand, the girl told her grandfather to stop. With wide eyes, she apologized to the guy, who replied that it was nothing, because it was just a few bruises and there was nothing wrong with it. She bowed, adding that she would explain everything later. The guy's eyes widened. The girl stood with her head bowed. She bowed to him again when he said that it looked like he would have to go to the emergency room after all, so he should probably go, to which she replied that he shouldn't worry since she would pay for the decision. She smiled when the hero said goodbye to her, mentally thanking him for understanding. The girl turned around. She went to her grandfather. Looking at him, she added that they needed to talk. They looked at each other in silence. The girl widened her eyes, realizing that although she had decided that she would tell him everything, she could not open her mouth now. The man said that Saun was kind of suspicious, asking his granddaughter to stay away from him. Clenching her hands into fists, she replied that he was not suspicious. She squeezed her hand harder, hearing her grandfather's question about how she knew. She stood there, remembering all the times he told her that she didn't know anything, that she should listen to him. She realized that she had been listening to this her whole life because her grandfather completely ignored her opinion. Remembering her academy, she realized that even in this compromise that she had found, her grandfather interfered every now and then. She remembered how he humiliated every student, and that's why everyone eventually left, unable to bear it. She pursed her lips, knowing why he acted like this and why people kept coming here, and that's why she didn't try to stop them when they tried to leave. Minchel, lowering his head, told her to kick him out because otherwise he would do it himself. He looked at the girl when she exclaimed that she didn't want to. Without raising her head, she said that Saun was not like that. She started screaming that she didn't want to. When her grandfather asked her again about what she had just said, she just didn't want to let him go. Leaning over, she screamed that she didn't want to, because why should she always listen to him? Without raising her head, she continued to scream that this was her academy, not his. She remembered her first meeting with the hero, realizing that even though they had nothing to remember and nothing between them, when she looked at him, she felt something strange. She remembered how happy she was to meet him, because it was with him that she wanted to be as long as possible. She still didn't raise her head when her grandfather yelled at her that it wasn't the best time to throw a tantrum, because she didn't understand who he really was, to which she responded by yelling that she didn't care. She recalled those meetings with him, yelling that she wanted to figure everything out herself. Saun looked at her grandfather, explaining to him that she didn't want to live in his shadow forever and she wouldn't. She widened her eyes, adding that even now, this is how it was. He looked at her without saying a word. The girl silently lowered her head. Turning around, she apologized for raising her voice. Opening the door, she explained that this time she would do as she decided. Minchel didn't move from his place. His eyes widened because he didn't even remember her yelling at him. A memory of the dungeon opening appeared in his head. Someone was standing in front of the Star Sword, telling him that something terrible had happened. He lowered his head when he heard about his son. He squinted, looking at someone. It was little Saun. He remembered looking at her because he realized that she had no one left. He remembered how he took her away, deciding that he would teach her to stand up for herself because he had to. That was why he was so strict with her. He remembered training with her, how he shouted at her to get up because she would never become a hunter like that, let alone reach a class, even though she loved fencing. He remembered how he stood in front of her, not wanting to let her become a teacher, even though she wanted to go down a different path. He remembered how he yelled at her, convincing her to do as he said. He remembered the fear in her eyes because he always oppressed her. Now, as she walked away from him, he knew that it was bound to happen sooner or later, but he just didn't want to think about it. Raising his head, he realized that this was how it ended after all. Looking at the empty hall, he realized that she had rebelled after all. The power plant was visible. Someone was walking towards it. It was Saun. Rubbing his shoulder, he said that he was already as good as new and another conversation would not be a problem. Small houses were visible. He remembered how the Star Sword lasted, saying that when it attacked him, he thought that he was a goner, but in the end he got off with minor bruises. Although he also noted that it held back, and if Saun had come a minute later, everything could have ended much worse. Frowning, he wondered how she could have lived at all. Last night, Saun called the hero and told him everything. Standing by the wall, she talked about her relationship with her grandfather. Rubbing her head, she also mentioned what happened to the past students. As he imagined her in the Star Sword, he knew that she was keeping a lot of things quiet, but it was enough to understand how she felt and why her grandfather treated him like that. Looking at the academy, he thought that even though he understood him, it still didn't make his actions right. Walking up to the door, he wondered if Grandfather Saun would apologize to him, but he also doubted it. The hero had progressed in his lectures with Merlin and Gotama, but he knew that he would never address them again in his life. As he opened the door, he thought that it was okay to be beaten once more, and he also greeted without looking inside, to which he heard Minchell's voice that he had finally arrived. His eyes turned white. The Star Sword was sitting in front of him, telling him not to stand there like a pillar and to come in. The boy smiled nervously when he ordered him to sit down. He did not understand that he was really going to beat him again. Sitting in front of the hero, he first said that the boy and Saun had an agreement. Frowning, the man asked him if that was all, to which he answered affirmatively, adding that he had nothing to hide. Looking at the boy, Minchell understood that most likely he was not lying, but still did not understand where he got such talent and so much strength, because he had never seen so much power in an ordinary student. Rubbing his chin, he thought that when he got angry, the hero was not just not scared, but inspired. He asked the Star Sword if he could go. The man asked where he was going. Opening his eyes, he heard the boy's words that he was going to train, realizing that this was what he needed. The academy was visible. He understood that thanks to this he would immediately understand what he was hiding. Minchell stood there, squinting, not understanding what was going on. Looking at Saun, he thought he was out of his mind, because he was looking at a switched-off phone, despite the fact that there was nothing on it at all. He tilted his head and turned to the boy, asking if he meditated. The boy asked again and answered that he did something like that. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man explained that although meditation was a great workout, it should not be overdone because it strengthened the mind and spirit, but not the body. He continued to look at him, not understanding what was wrong with the boy and whether the boy was not interested in what he was teaching him. Raising his hand to his face, he asked him if he wanted to learn from him a little. The boy asked if the Star Sword itself really wanted to take it up. Minchell closed his eyes and replied that he had reacted immediately, although he had simply blurted it out since the guy had hurt his pride. Although even so he could show him a couple of techniques, the guy interrupted his thoughts with his answer that he didn't need it since he was happy with everything as is. The man's expression didn't even change, and the hero asked him not to distract him anymore since if he wanted to say something, they would talk later. Saun opened the door and greeted the protagonist. Seeing her grandfather, she exclaimed. He approached her and said that she had come just in time, but she tried to find out why he had come. Clenching her hand into a fist, she said that if he laid a finger on her, but he interrupted her with the words that this young man was clearly not all there. Standing next to her, he told her that he didn't want Minchell to teach him. Also looking at the guy, he told her to look at what he was doing. The girl, smiling, answered that she did not see anything strange, and he exclaimed that this was really normal. He squinted at her when she said that she understood him perfectly. Smiling, she added that she used to think the same way. She approached the young man, greeting him. Turning to her, he greeted her, asking how long she had been here, and she answered that it was recently, asking how he was feeling. The man squinted, since he really did not like the protagonist. He looked at them, thinking that he was not even very smart, although Saun, looking at him, smiled. Continuing to look, he wondered if she really liked talking to him. Standing not far from them, he realized that he had never seen her smile like that. He watched her laugh loudly. Clenching his fist, he thought that the hero was a real bastard. Suddenly, Minchell appeared behind him and called out to Minchell, who was wondering if the guy dared to hit on his granddaughter. He turned around and asked him what was wrong, to which he replied that he had important news. Coming closer, he explained that the Truth Order was calling him, and the Star Sword asked if he was talking about the strange people. Turning away, he added that if they needed something from him, they should come themselves. He turned around abruptly when he heard Minchell say that Sir Kalia himself wanted to see him. The assistant also added, his eyes wide, that he had another request. Everyone turned to look at Saun when he finished his words by saying that Sir Kalia wanted to see him too. Pointing his finger at himself, the hero couldn't believe it. Getting up from the floor, he asked the assistant why such a thing would be necessary. Minchell leaned towards the hero and said that he knew that the hero was one of them, otherwise they could not know about him, although the young man said that he himself was interested in knowing. The girl remembered the tournament, saying that there was a strange man in a black robe at the tournament, and perhaps he could somehow be connected with all this. The guy scratched his head while they discussed this. The Star Sword said that even in spite of this, everything was quite strange, because Kalia would hardly be interested in some ordinary person. Saun asked the assistant if he knew this man, but he replied that he had no idea who he was. Looking at the others, the hero asked if he had to go. The girl, presenting the order, explained that this was the Order of Truth, which included 7 apostles who stood on par with the heads of the largest states. And Sir Kalia was the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, and usually, people like him did not make personal appointments. The protagonist spread his arms and asked what business it was of his, since to him he was just a stranger like a foreigner. Munchel, lowering his head, said that that was probably why everyone thought so highly of Sir Kalia. Minchel, crossing his arms over his chest, asked what he was talking about, and he explained that he, the future apostle, knew in advance that Xiaojun would refuse his offer. The hero's eyes widened when the assistant explained that in that case, he asked to convey that if he nevertheless agreed to come, he would give the young man 100 million won. The guy, slightly lowering his head, could not believe such a sum, because how could he know that he needed exactly that much? A sign of the Order of Truth appeared, a religious organization, but it does not serve human gods, but the gods of truth. A great voice appeared, headed by 7 apostles. They convey the will of God, that is, the truth, but the Order of Truth was considered a simple cult 100 years ago. But, during that very cataclysm, the Order joined forces with the forces of the heroes, because it was thanks to them that peace reigned on Earth again, and thanks to this, the number of followers grew. But more importantly, the Berserker monster was killed by the Order, because when everyone thought that the trouble was over, a monster suddenly appeared that was so strong that even all the heroes together could not cope with it, and the situation was so desperate that it was called the Second Cataclysm. But only the Great Voice and the 7 apostles could cope with it, and it was thanks to them that the earth was saved. A hotel on the outskirts of Seoul was visible. The hero looked at the building, thinking that it was too nondescript for a representative of a world religion, while Minchel was talking about how he had come to see Sir Kalia and wanted to introduce the hero, but he was interrupted. The robe-clad man asked him if his name was Xiaojun. Moving away from the passage, he added that they should pass, because Kalia was already waiting for them. Following the man, the hero thought about whether the man from the Order had really been at the tournament, and perhaps they had decided to replace him with the same amount as the victory, or Kalia had chosen it at random, but he still could not understand why he was watching him and why he had called him. Opening the door, the robe-clad man said that they were coming here, while the protagonist continued to think about what he might know about the No, or maybe about the Academy of Transcendentals. In front of them was a luxurious room. The messenger of the Order told them that Sir Kalia would be there soon. Asking them to wait here, the hero decided to find out everything now. With his head down, Minchel said that he knew that it would be like this, because then he would not have sat and waited for them. Stroking his beard, he listened to the guy's question about whether he was familiar with the successor of the apostle. Frowning a little, he answered that this was their first meeting. The hero could not believe it. Sitting in front of the young man, he explained that he called him a couple of times, but he did not see him personally, but added that during the cataclysm he met the Apostle of Chastity, but he has not yet met his successor. The hero opened his mouth, arguing that after all, Minchel is one of those who saved the world, although for him he is more like Grandfather Saun, but even so he remains a Star Sword, and this should not be forgotten. The man leaned his elbow on the armrest and listened to the boy's question about whether he had seen the Great Voice, since he had heard that it had only appeared in public during the battle with the Berserker. The man remembered its image. The hero stared at it when he heard a negative answer. Resting his head on his hand, he added that he had only seen it from afar. Suddenly, the boy turned around, hearing something behind him. The successor of the apostle had entered the room and thanked them for their visit. The man looked at him, and Kalia asked him if this was the first meeting. Minchel replied that he had called them himself and in the end made them wait. The boy stood before them. He was the successor of the Apostle of Chastity. Kalia smiled broadly and explained that he needed time to purify his body and mind before preaching the word of God. After bowing, the apostle's successor apologized for the belated introduction and introduced himself as a member of the Order of Truth, who preached the word of God and followed chastity. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when she thanked him for coming. There was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Xiaojun asked how they knew each other. The priest realized that they needed to clear up some misunderstandings before moving on to the main topic, and asked if the student had participated in the recent academic competition. The saint put his hand to his chest and said that he wanted to see for himself how strong he was. The guy narrowed his eyes in disbelief and asked if he really knew about him like that. Kalia closed his eyes and smiled. The young man assumed that he had some other reason for meeting him in person. The heroes sat down at the table. The conversation was about exploring the dungeons. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, the apostle's successor hoped for the cooperation of the Star Sword during the exploration. Minchel opened his mouth wide and asked why he would do that. The priest explained that his colleague knew better than anyone that this was far from the end. The man frowned sternly and asked what they were talking about. The student silently watched their conversation. The saint told him that there was a report of a distortion in one of the dungeons in Korea. The old man put his hand on his knee and thought about it when she stated that this was the decision of the Order of Truth and that they absolutely had to check the state of the dungeon. Star Sword narrowed his eyes and suggested that this was why the blonde man had flown to Korea to strengthen his position. Kalia brought the mug to his mouth and nodded slightly. The successor of the apostle realized that he was not so easy to fool. Minchel leaned back on the sofa and said that it was impudent of him to say that this was the decision of the Order of Truth, because it was not even funny. The priest put the cup on the table and asked if his colleague could help him. The man replied that it depended on what they were willing to give him. The old man rested his elbow on the arm of the sofa. The saint realized that he would not be given a favor here and remembered that his granddaughter founded the Hunter Academy. At these words, the Star Sword sternly knitted his brows. A dark aura appeared in the room, so strong that the protagonist's entire body went numb. Sajin's eyes widened in surprise and thought that this was the true form of murderous intent. Minchel flashed his fiery eyes and threatened to kill the guest if he tried to involve Saun here again. Kalia lowered his gaze and realized that he had made a mistake. The man's lips trembled as an apology followed these words. The dark aura in the room dissipated. The apostle's successor said that he had nothing more to offer and decided to exchange a favor for a favor. The old man asked him if he could be trusted, because tomorrow the blonde could say that there was no deal. The heroes looked at each other. The priest said that he could give him an oath in the name of the Order of Truth. Star Sword asked if this would be enough to determine the place of the apostle. The saint replied that after this he would definitely not be able to lie. In the end, Minchel agreed and they shook hands. Sajin flinched when he was called out. The saint turned to him and explained that the Order of Truth wanted to become his sponsor and help him with various things that the academy could not take care of. The boy frowned and asked what he would need to do if the order became his sponsor. Kalia closed his eyes and said that they would not ask for anything in return and that it would be enough for them to be close. The heroes sat in a spacious office. The boy asked what would happen if he refused. The successor of the apostle said that then they could not do anything about it. The student decided that such a thing did not happen and that they would still want to receive payment for their services. The hunter said that this offer did not appeal to him and promised to think about it if the member of the order answered his question honestly. The priest smiled and asked what interested him. The protagonist opened his mouth furiously and was about to ask a question, but stopped. The saint looked at him with a smile. Sajin realized that he would not be able to find out the answer if he lied or evaded the answer, and asking directly was too suspicious. The guy put his hand in his pocket. The young man showed the guest his phone. The student grinned and asked if he saw anything on the screen of this smartphone. Kalia squinted in displeasure. Gotama was depicted on the screen. Some believe that the soul determines who a person really is, and that even after death and reincarnation, the essence of being must remain the same. Holding the phone in his hand, the hunter repeated his question. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when the successor of the apostle said that this was a very strange question and that it was too difficult for him to answer it. Sajin pulled his hand away and said that he couldn't do anything if the guest didn't want to answer his question. The boy frowned when the priest said that he saw a black screen. The saint clasped his hands and asked if he was satisfied with this answer. The answer was affirmative. The boy closed his eyes. Kalia asked him to think again about accepting the sponsorship. The student smiled and said that he refused it. Night fell. The successor of the apostle stood by the window. The priest asked how everything went. The man in the robe approached him and said that they were unable to find any distortions. The saint asked if they had checked everything for sure. Kalkos spread his arms and swore in the name of the Order of Truth. Biting his thumbnail, the blonde thought that the unremarkable student's question about the smartphone screen had caught him off guard and wondered what this nagging feeling was left in his chest. The boy said that he needed to report to another apostle, crossing his arms over his chest. Kalia asked him to continue observing the distortions and asked what happened to the other heroes. The apostle's successor looked down thoughtfully when the young man answered that he had called everyone except Soul Blade and Dark Sword, who had not been seen for a long time. A hand holding a smartphone surfaced in his memory. The protagonist was walking down the street of a night city. Someone asked him why he refused the priest's offer. Sajin approached his comrade and replied that it looked too suspicious. Minchel asked what it meant. The boy thought that he didn't know what the Order of Truth really was and didn't want to make a practically free deal with such suspicious individuals. The man assumed that his granddaughter's academy didn't bother him at all. The boy shrugged and replied that there was no one more honest than Sajin in this world. The old man's brows furrowed sternly when the boy asked him what the concept of dungeon distortion meant. It turned out that it meant that the magic inside it was distorted. A bright flash appeared in the starry sky. This happens because the difficulty of the dungeon is different from the value it had when it was formed. Such dungeons have many side effects and very often break through early. The student asked how this was even possible. The hunter shuddered in surprise when Star Sword explained to him that now such things can be seen extremely rarely, but during the cataclysm such things happened very often. The protagonist asked what Kalia meant by "it's not over yet." Minchul turned away and asked him not to worry so much since the cataclysm had long since ended. Saun pointed his hand in the other direction, where the academy was, and asked where his comrade was going. The man replied that he didn't need to know. Suddenly, the old man stopped. His eyes turned white. The star sword threatened to kill the student if he tried to do something strange to his granddaughter. The stars were shining in the sky. The guy assumed that this meant that the teacher recognized him. Minchul said that this meant that he was watching him. Then the young man asked if this was why Saun was distancing himself from him. The man frowned furiously. His mind rope broke. His body was covered in fire. The student laughed and decided to quickly retreat. The stars illuminated the night city. The old man thought that the student was right about something. There was a sign on the building. The hunter was upset that the star sword always used force when they disagreed. The protagonist returned home and decided that he needed to quickly become stronger to confront him. Soyun approached him and asked him where her grandfather was. Saun replied that Minchul was walking with him, but then changed his mind and went the other way. The girl asked if he said anything strange. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and answered negatively, asking her not to worry about it. The heroes looked at each other. The woman explained that her grandfather had a very bad character and apologized for not telling her about it sooner. Her eyes widened when the young man replied that there was nothing wrong with the way a man expresses his emotions. Scratching the back of his head, the student suggested that the old man could change at any moment, and noted that he only received a few blows from him if he did something terrible. The hunter thought he was talking nonsense, but Soyun just smiled and thanked him. The heroes awkwardly stood in front of each other. The girl remembered that her friend needed money. The protagonist replied that he had not told her about it and asked how she knew about it. The woman raised her index finger and remembered all the situations in which her friend simply screamed about how much he needed money. Saun thought that this was indeed an important issue, since the 100 million that Kalia gave him went to pay off debts. His eyes turned white from the amount of expenses he needed to make. Soyun took out her phone and told him that she found a suitable task for him during his absence. The guy took his phone and saw a poster for a dungeon clearing competition. The protagonist looked at the 300 million prize with his mouth open. Suddenly he pointed at the screen and asked what it was, to which Saun leaned over and said that it looked like some kind of dungeon raid contest that no one could handle. Then the guy asked if it was a raid, to which the girl replied that it was probably the wrong dungeons. Saun looked at his friend with surprise in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, and really, adding in his head that if those awakened during the cataclysm had a sense of responsibility for their country or faith, then professional hunters now only seek profit. Saun spread her hand to the side and said that unprofitable and abandoned dungeons are mostly low-ranked, and they are harder to attack. Then she imagined a bright light and many monsters, and then said that if the dungeons are not cleared quickly, they will explode after a while, releasing monsters, so no matter how low-ranked the monsters are, they will still pose a threat to society. At first, such dungeons were monitored by state hunters, but it was ineffective to send them to such a seedy place, and in the end, the state solved this problem in another way. After listening to the girl, the protagonist pointed to the phone and asked if they should have a dungeon clearing competition, right? To which she replied, exactly. Then with an extended finger, she said that the dungeons are just a level that even an ordinary student can handle anyway, with the strength of the students now more than enough to handle them, and they also said that the results will be reflected in the ranking of the Hunter Academy. Looking at the phone, Saun replied that he did not know who came up with this, but he was a genius. Suddenly, hearing the girl say that she thought he could win easily, the protagonist looked at her in surprise and said to himself that the win was 300 million. And in addition, you can increase the progressive lectures as you progress through the raid, so there is no reason to refuse. After these thoughts, he smiled widely and said that he will participate, to which Saun said that she thought so, after which she added that then she will apply. Watching the girl take his phone, Saun said in his head that he knows what she wanted most likely, she was looking for information on how to raise the Academy's rating and came across something like this. After these thoughts, he looked away. Remembering his past opponent, he sat down on the floor and thought that considering the opponents of the opponents from the last game, one can guess that it will not be easy, but this time he will definitely get them. Rising to his feet, he turned to the girl, asked how exactly the competition is going. Then Soyun presented many dots on the map and explained that it lasts for 1 week, and when the competition starts, the government will send a list of dungeons to the participants. She then crossed her fingers and said that the participants can then check the list and reserve the dungeon they want to clear through the app. They have 10 hours to clear it, and they can only reserve it once, otherwise the reservation will be cancelled. She closed her eyes and added that in short, the one who clears the most dungeons the fastest will win. After listening to the girl, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and said to himself that speed is life, to which she replied, yes, it's not for nothing that they say that oil prices are getting higher every day. Without giving up, the protagonist said that it was difficult, to which she asked what he meant, after which Xiaojun replied that after the raid, you need to get rid of the corpses, but if the speed of execution is a priority, then. The girl suddenly put her hand to her head and said, no, there's no need to get rid of them, since they won't give much money anyway, though. She suddenly spread her arms in shock and screamed, asking if he was really going to get rid of them on his own this time too, to which the guy asked if that wasn't part of the rules. Without lowering her hands, Saun screamed, no, asking after how much can she talk, to which the main character folded his arms across his chest and said that if he collected them all, it would make a lot of money. So why throw away these precious things? After which the girl screamed that winning was much more important, to which Xiaojun replied that that's why he said it would be more difficult. The girl slightly lowered her head. The guy put his hand to his chin and said that if only the priorities were different. Suddenly he lowered his hand and, looking at his partner, asked her to wait. Picking up the phone, he asked what the rules were. A few days later, the weather was very nice outside. The day of the competition had arrived. On the main character's phone screen, there was a system screen that reported that the lecture progress had loaded to 50%. Looking at this, the guy said in his head that given that every 10% you can see certain changes, then something else is needed. Saun suddenly approached him, asking him if he downloaded the application, to which he replied, yes, I prepared everything important yesterday. The girl folded her arms across her chest and asked if his assistant hadn't arrived yet, to which Xiaojun came closer and replied no, but he found the way easily, adding that this was not a joke, because if finding the way was an ability, then even the Star Sword could not compare to him. Despite his appearance, he is very charming. At this time, a man was walking towards them. Seeing him, the main character began to wave his hands and shout that they were here. When the man came closer, he raised his hand behind his head and asked him in confusion why he was yelling. They were not at home, to which the guy replied that he thought he was late, but he came even earlier. The man looked at the guy's confused smile, asking if he said what would happen for being late. Opening his mouth, he quietly said, and the comrade put his hands on his hips, wondering what he would have to do. A few days ago, the man talked to the main character on the phone, asking if they really had to work on the same team. He was at a loss, asking if the guy really wanted his comrade to drag the corpses of monsters left after the competition and be a driver, to which Xiaojun replied with a smile that after that he would definitely pay. He suddenly leaned his elbows against the bed, adding, to be more precise, he will be the one dragging, and the man will be cutting up, and every second is important. The comrade walked away from his colleagues, saying that the offer was not bad, but would they be able to handle it if speed was so important? He said that if the guy was taking care of him like that, then there was no need, when suddenly the protagonist smiled, saying that he needed his uncle, thinking that the work of cutting up corpses that brought in money required skills, but if it was his uncle, then the guy could vouch for him. Suddenly, a message came to Sajin's phone. It said that the dungeon clearing competition was starting, after which he notified the guys. The guy turned to his uncle, shouting that they could begin, and that they would see Saun later, to which the girl raised her hand, wishing them luck. Holding a spear in his hands, the protagonist asked if his uncle knew the rules, to which the man replied that he remembered everything, so there was no need to worry. Xiaojun buckled up and added that the winner would be the one who cleared the most dungeons, so winning depended on their speed, and in this competition, two things were needed. He looked at the man and said that the first was to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, and then raised his fingers, adding that the second was to get to the dungeon as quickly as possible. The protagonist started scrolling through his phone, explaining that most of the dungeons were tier 1 or 2, and depending on the tier. The raid time would also differ, but he was ready for any dungeon, and all that was needed from the uncle was to get to the dungeon as quickly as possible. The man's eyes widened as he picked up the phone. Taking a closer look, he asked what it was, to which Xiaojun replied that it was a list of dungeons and their locations. Without taking his eyes off him, the protagonist asked if the man could plan a route that would minimize the travel time between dungeons, which scared the uncle. The guy laughed, saying that the comrade was much faster and more accurate than navigation. The man moved from his place, asking to hold on tightly. Inspector Sujin yawned. She looked at the dungeon, saying that the person who just entered was Xiaojun from Dream Academy. She looked at the paper, thinking that since the guy was from some unknown academy, he must be a weak student who could handle it in an hour. The girl looked up at the man, thinking that at first she was nervous that they would cheat, but the comrade just stayed outside, so there was no problem with that. She wondered if the man was an ordinary driver, then noticed a strange glow from the gate. Sujin came closer to them, when suddenly Xiaojun looked outside, asking the comrade to get ready because he was finished. The man smiled, saying that the guy was fast, when suddenly the girl screamed in fear that the rules forbade outsiders from interfering with the dungeon raid. The protagonist turned to her, answering that he knew, but the raid was already over. The inspector's face changed in bewilderment, To which Saun smiled, answering that he had already completely cleared the dungeon, which she could verify for herself. Sujin clenched her hand into a fist, loudly shouting that this could not be. A few seconds later, they were standing in front of the corpses of monsters. The inspector thought in confusion that not even 10 minutes had passed, while the protagonist was heading for the exit. The girl turned back, warily asking what he was doing now. The guy and his uncle began to speed up, asking the girl not to pay attention. The man turned around in displeasure, asking if Saun was still doing this madness. The protagonist lowered the monster to the ground, answering that no matter what, he could not skip the tasks because in addition to the main task, there were side ones. Having laid out the bag with tools, the guy asked how long it would take, to which the uncle replied that the monsters were low level and there were few profitable parts, so cutting up one path would take 15 seconds. Saun smiled, asking to begin, when suddenly Sujin appeared behind them, asking with a trembling voice if they were really going to cut up a corpse. Saun turned to her and asked if there were any problems, to which the girl frowned, shouting loudly, "Of course." Opening her mouth, the girl answered from confusion that there were no problems with this, when suddenly the protagonist asked what the complaints were. The guy with a smile on his face put the monsters on his shoulders, starting to squat with them. Without a tremor in his hands, the man immediately cut off the head of another one of them. The inspector stood nearby, in complete shock. The boys threw their bags over their shoulders, arguing that there was another dungeon in the area, not as close, but compared to the others, it was the closest, so they could go there right away. Sujin watched them go, confusedly asking what she had just seen. With a ringing laugh, the boys got into the car, happily driving to their next destination. A butterfly slowly landed on his finger. The man looked at her with a wide smile on his face and said that it was very nice to relax after a long day of work at the computer. He wanted to stay here forever and then asked himself when the participants who had booked the dungeon would arrive. As soon as he said this, a large car entered the turn at high speed. The boys immediately ran out of there, shouting, "Forward!" There were many skeletons in the dungeon. The main character extended his hand with a spear and said that he would quickly deal with them. Having said this, he carried out a powerful circular attack. After that, he gave the bones to Manchul, saying that he had brought him another batch. The dungeon supervisor watched with his mouth open as the man dealt with them. Looking the other way, he saw Saun throw the skeletons on himself. With loud screams, they ran towards the car. They got in and drove away quickly. The supervisor watched them go, not understanding anything. Evening came, and a voice could be heard in the tall building asking if Deputy Kim had finished the report on today's competition. In the office of the dungeon management team of the Ministry of Public Administration and Security, the man looked up and said yes, adding that he had left them on his desk. At his desk, the man picked up the report. Turning to Seo-yeon's page, he read that she had cleared 16 dungeons, and said that with that many, she would definitely get first place. But turning the page, the man saw that she was only in second place. He looked at it in surprise, wondering if someone had cleared 17. Then he read that Saun was in first place, having cleared 32 dungeons. The man immediately raised his hand and turned to Deputy Kim. When the latter approached him, he asked if he was sure he hadn't made a mistake in the report, since he had cleared 32 dungeons in first place. But was it possible to do that even in a whole day? The office was brightly lit, and the deputy replied that he didn't believe it either at first, but after asking everyone, it turned out that everything was correct. They moved between dungeons extremely carefully without losing a second, and besides, according to the inspectors, the raid didn't last more than 10 minutes. Hearing this, the man opened his mouth in shock, then asked if it was really 10 minutes, adding that even if it was a first or second level dungeon, it would still take at least 30 minutes for a student, not counting travel and rest time, and was he really a student, and was he really not helped by anyone? Everyone in the office turned their heads in surprise, while the deputy said that he checked this first, but no rules were broken. The man lowered his head and asked if he was really not lying, and which academy he was from, to which Kim replied that he was from Dream Academy, which was located near Seoul in the Yunpyeong district. Hearing this, the man raised his head in surprise, then asked if this was the academy founded by the granddaughter of the Star Sword. Kim folded his arms and replied in confusion that it was, adding that he was wondering where he heard this name from. After this, the colleagues looked at each other in confusion. Throwing the report on the table, the man asked if the Star Sword had participated in raids, to which Kim replied that he would check right away. After a while, Soyeon from the East Academy was told that she did not have first place, to which she closed her eyes and apologized. A man sat at the table not far from her and asked her displeasedly if she really thought that a simple apology would be enough, adding that their academy would suffer great losses if he did not get first place this time, to which the girl replied that she would do everything possible to win. Then suddenly the man asked her how she thought a person could clear 32 dungeons, to which Soyeon opened her eyes in surprise. She looked ahead and said in her head that if raids were completed every 10 minutes, but even so, given the distance between dungeons, it was impossible. The man stood up and said that he thought it was possible if someone helped him. Turning to the window, he ordered Soyeon to do what she had done before and he would take care of the rest himself, and the girl said to herself that his reaction told her that he was going to take the path of deception. Seokman, a former rank hunter, the current director of the East Academy and Soyeon's father, turned to her and asked if something was bothering her. Looking at her, he told her not to worry about it, because in the end, this is the law of life where the smartest survive, because it is important who wins and not who is right. The girl silently looked at her father. Suddenly, the director asked her if she was worried about him, to which Soyeon looked away and replied that she was not. From the very large building of the East Academy, Seokman's voice was heard, saying that he did not think that his daughter would act as stupidly as this idiot, to which the girl replied that she would not let him down. The girl slowly walked down the corridor. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly, a memory of the protagonist smiling and telling her that if she was a professional hunter, there must be something in her heart that she should never compromise on. Soyeon turned around, asking in confusion who else thought that way. After all, isn't money everything? To which Seokjin laughed, saying that if money overshadowed her heart, the world would never seem the same, so he would become a pro-hunter who would make people's hearts tremble. Soyeon's expression changed, saying that no one else should hear this, even people would laugh at it, even she would be very ashamed. She lowered her head as the protagonist's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Does she ever feel ashamed? Soyeon looked up, noticing Seokjin's outline. The protagonist was smiling gently. The girl clenched her teeth tightly, angrily saying that since he was dead, he should leave her alone. She clenched her fists, quickly quickening her pace. Sitting under the street lamp, the man said that his whole body hurt. The protagonist smiled, saying that he tried hard, when suddenly the uncle asked if the next week would be the same, to which the guy sarcastically asked if the man really liked to pretend. The uncle frowned, menacingly asking if Seokjin had ever driven a car, making up a route on the go, because it was a real headache, after which the protagonist laughed, asking if the man thought about money, didn't the pain go away on its own? He looked at his phone, saying that if you don't take into account expenses and taxes, they made about 8 million won. The guy turned to the side, adding that if you divide 50-50, it will come to about 4 million for each. The uncle frowned, answering that 30% would be enough for him, and 70% for the protagonist, since he had done all the work, to which the guy exclaimed that the driver's work was much more significant. The uncle closed his eyes, ordering him to do as he said, otherwise he would not go out tomorrow, after which Seokjin exhaled heavily, saying that 30% would be an ugly number, so he would have to give 2.5 million won. The man was surprised, asking why the number was ugly, when suddenly the guy asked him to just take what they gave him, since without him, such a profit was only worth dreaming about. The uncle thoughtfully took a sip of his drink, answering, okay. The protagonist turned towards him and asked if the man was not surprised at all. He looked around, said that he was talking about the guy quickly clearing the dungeons. The man looked menacingly into the distance, answering that he had already seen the guy at the academic competitions, which surprised the protagonist greatly, shouting that the uncle could have at least called that he had come. The uncle exhaled, saying that he didn't want to burden him, which made the boy smile. Looking at Manchel, he thought that his uncle was a good person, and although he was a straightforward person, he always encouraged him, because after the loss of his parents, Seokjin had to pay off his debts himself, and his uncle took care of him, becoming a great support. He turned to Manchel, asking if he was thinking about opening a transportation company, to which the man asked where he would get the money for such a thing, and was the guy really capable of opening a company, which made Seokjin smile, saying that he would be able to in the future, and the uncle exhaled, asking him not to bother his head with it now. On the second day of the competition, reporters pointed to the guys, saying that they were the same famous dungeon diggers. Manchel spread his arms wide, asking what nonsense, to which the guy exclaimed, answering that they were nicknamed that way since in addition to the raid, they managed to cut up the corpses of monsters, and in fact, they are talked about a lot. His gaze met Seokjin, and he added that he made sure that there were no problems, so the guys can continue what they were doing. After some time, the sign said that Seokjin cleared 41 more dungeons. The guy put his hand on his hip, saying that at this rate, victory is not far off, when suddenly his uncle added that if they do not win, it will be at least strange. Seokjin smiled, shouting that there are 5 days left, so they need to cheer up, to which Manchel was indignant that he will not rest. The protagonist said that he would treat the man to something delicious if they won, when suddenly Manchel asked incredulously if the guy was really trying to eat rich people's food now and could afford it, which made Seokjin smile and answer of course, after which he asked to grab Saun since he hadn't seen her for a long time. Manchel put his hand on the guy's shoulder, shouting that he would have to buy a whole cow. The guy looked at his phone, thinking that everything was going smoothly and he had a good feeling, since now he simply had to win. On the third day of the competition, the uncle was thoughtfully looking at his phone. The protagonist came closer, asking what happened, when suddenly Manchel handed him the phone, asking to take a look. Seojin's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the map, he screamed, asking if there really wasn't a single free dungeon left around. Looking at his phone, the protagonist was saying in his head that the nearest dungeon was at least an hour away, and they only reserved the places that were near him. Could it really be a coincidence? Manchel folded his arms and asked the guy if he thought all this was suspicious. He also said that this was against the rules, so he was sure that the reservations would be removed soon, adding that his instinct told him that this was not an accident. And the protagonist climbed into the car, saying that they did not know for sure yet, so they first needed to get to the nearest dungeon. But after the next dungeon, the same thing happened, which made Manchel scream across the street. Could it really be the same thing? As a result, the table wrote that he only organized 10 raids and Soyeon 25. Seojin looked at his phone and said that something very strange was happening. His uncle threw up his hands and asked what was strange about that, since Seoyeon was in second place, so he was sure that it was her doing. To which Seoyeon replied that the app could tell who had booked the dungeons, but not these ones, so she would contact the organizers. At this time, the protagonist raised his hand to his chin and said to himself that he was in first place, although it was only the third day, and if the same thing was repeated constantly, he would lose. After these thoughts, he turned to his uncle and said that he thought that cutting up corpses was not so important now, to which he replied that winnings were much more important. But still, no matter how quickly he cleared the dungeons, the distance was inevitable, so he would try to plan the route as accurately as possible. Hearing this, the guy again raised his hand to the selection, thinking. After a short pause, he looked at the guys and said that he had a plan. Putting up his finger, he asked what if they did this. The next day, there were a lot of people in the park. They were standing next to each other while the man in the suit was loudly talking about how they needed to be on guard and that once the guy named Seojin booked a dungeon, they needed to book all the dungeons closest to him, to which the guys replied that they were looking closely at their phones. Then the guy in the hat suddenly asked how Seojin would raid, to which his comrade asked how it made any difference to him since the main thing was that they were getting paid. Suddenly the man in the suit raised his hands and shouted loudly for everyone to get ready since the main character had booked a dungeon, adding that like yesterday, they were booking all the dungeons within an hour's drive of him, but booking them all at once would be suspicious, so they would do it gradually over the course of 10 minutes while he was redoubting. The guy turned to the guy in the hat and told him not to forget to pay, to which he chuckled and said that he knew about it so there was no need to worry about it. When suddenly he stood in a stupor, and his comrade asked in shock what. The man in the suit dropped his hands and asked in surprise what happened, to which the guys asked what they should do, because the main character booked a dungeon right next to Saun. Hearing this, the agent snatched the phone and one of the guys. While he was looking at the screen, the guys were saying that if they booked dungeons, it would also affect Saun. After which another of the guys asked if it was impossible to cancel the reservation when the raid ended. But according to the rules, you can't cancel the reservation within 10 hours if you don't complete the raid. At this time, the agent suddenly shook. At this time, the slime in the dungeon was killed with one blow. Saun walked forward, waving her sword. After a while, the car stopped. Saun was sitting inside and said that it was time to go to the next dungeon, to which the driver said that not even 15 minutes had passed. When suddenly he froze, not knowing what to say. Seojin looked at him and asked him discontentedly why he wasn't going, to which the man replied that all the dungeons around were booked, so he didn't know where to go now. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. At the end of the day, the ranking reported that the protagonist had cleared 15 dungeons and Seojin 13. Seojin remembered the map and said to himself that at first he thought it was a coincidence, but it turned out that it wasn't, so he booked next to it, but because of this he would also lose a lot, but now the ranking would be stable. When Seojin came to her father's office, he stood up from his chair and said that he knew she would notice, but he didn't expect such a reaction from her. But she didn't have to worry, because he had already thought of another way, so she should continue in the same spirit. Hearing this, the girl closed her eyes and quietly replied, "Okay." The 5th day of the competition came, and Seojin was already standing in front of the dungeon. The protagonist and his uncle met her, and Manchel, folding his arms, said that this was their comrade in misfortune. The inspector saw this and said that quarrels between the participants were prohibited, and that breaking the rules would result in disqualification. To which the protagonist pointed to the dungeon and said that they were not arguing, it was just that their dungeons were close. Soyeon looked at the guy and asked if he was really Seojin, to which the protagonist smiled and asked if she was really Soyeon. Coming closer, the protagonist said that whoever won, everything should be fair between them, because even though this was a competition, didn't it start with good intentions? The girl tensed up, answering that listening to the guy, one could conclude that she was playing unfairly, after which Seojin laughed, saying that this was not what he meant. Closing his eyes, he walked past her. Saun looked at his back, wondering if the guy really had good intentions. She lowered her head, adding that it was a joke because she was hearing about good intentions for the first time, since such a concept does not exist in this world. She knew that people were selfish by nature, and whatever they did, their actions were based on personal gain, helping when it was beneficial for them and then abandoning. The girl grabbed her sword, thinking that there was no place for good intentions in this cycle. Saun headed towards the monsters, saying that they needed to be dealt with quickly. After some time, she went outside, while the guy smiled, saying that he had heard rumors, but seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that it was simply unimaginable. Saun turned to the side in surprise. She watched in horror as the protagonist and his uncle quickly butchered the monsters. Her gaze met Sojun's, and he suddenly asked if the girl had finished the raid, since she was faster than he thought. The guy sheepishly pointed to the portal, asking if she didn't want the corpses, could they take them? After a few seconds of thought, Soyeon allowed them to do whatever they wanted, when suddenly the protagonist began to thank her. The girl stood in place, looking ahead intently. She frowned, looking after the guy running away with the monsters. Without taking her eyes off the protagonist, Soyeon asked what he was doing, when suddenly Sojun turned around, asking if she was talking about exercise. The protagonist smiled, asking if she was talking about corpses, since they bring in a lot of money, which made the girl look at him from under her brows. She turned around abruptly, saying that it was a waste of time. The girl walked forward, thinking that there was no place for good intentions in this world, as well as hunters with good intentions, after which she remembered her brother's words, thinking that the time had come when anyone could become a pro hunter, because over time it had become a common profession. The girl confidently walked towards the car. A loud explosion was heard from the ground, throwing mana upward. Minchul held onto his sword, asking Kalia if he hadn't said that this was a 6th level dungeon. Standing on the dragon's head, he menacingly asked why there were 10th level monsters here. Kalia put his hand to his chin, saying that when measured, it was definitely level 6, and perhaps Durek appeared here due to distortion. To which Minchul replied that this was nonsense, because distortion could not appear in this way, so he believed more that this was the work of the Truth Order. He frowned, menacingly adding, just like 30 years ago. Kalia looked at him, saying that he understood the concerns completely, but he swears on the honor of the Order of Truth that they did not do it. When suddenly a female voice was heard from behind, ordering him not to dare to start a fight in front of her. Jimin adjusted her hat, saying that she would also investigate this phenomenon, when suddenly Minchul asked in confusion what she was making a fuss about and why she was here in the first place. The girl frowned, telling her grandfather that he himself knew that the master was not in good health. The man began to complain, when suddenly Jimin loudly shouted that his manner of speech had not changed with age. A stream of mana appeared in the air, which the girl felt, saying that it did not seem like a distortion. Jimin turned to her grandfather, asking if anything strange happened to him while clearing, when suddenly Minchul folded his arms over his chest, answering that it was only a level 10 monster, so no. He suddenly added that he didn't say that it could be a distortion, to which Jimin replied that it was hard not to admit it, but it was, since it hadn't happened since the Berserker appeared, when Kalia suddenly asked what would happen if the same thing happened to the other dungeons. The girl thoughtfully raised her head, saying that although this chance was low, it still couldn't be ignored. She looked at them, adding that they needed to gather more information, and she would ask the head of the association to remeasure all the low-ranking dungeons. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise, asking if these were dungeon gates, to which the guy replied that it was rare, but he had seen quite a few cases where 2 dungeons were connected. They came closer, looking around. Without taking their eyes off him, the guy added that this was the first time he saw 3 dungeons in one place. The next day, a man with an axe on his shoulder scratched his head in confusion and asked if this was really his armor, adding that he seemed to have gotten it wrong. In another place, another man scratched his ear and said that he didn't even know why he was wrong everywhere. And in another place, an old man waved his hand at the protagonist with his uncle's hand and said that he didn't know this wasn't his dungeon. That same day, the house shook from Mankal's furious scream. He waved his fists and shouted that wherever they went, they were everywhere, had even the inspectors become bribable, and the protagonist looked at the results, in which he had cleared 5 dungeons today, and Seoyun 26, and said that he was glad the previous method did not work. They found another way to stop them. Seoyun also could not hold back and, raising her fist, furiously shouted that this would not work anymore, so she would rebel even if she had to use her grandfather's name. After a while, a letter was ready, inside which was that if another participant made an unauthorized raid in a reserved dungeon, then at the discretion of the inspector, the owner of the reservation could be credited with points as compensation. The protagonist looked at his phone and thought that the pass could not be returned, but there were still a couple of days left until the end of the competition. Driving in the car, he wanted to say that now everything would go smoothly, but did not have time as they stopped abruptly. A car stopped in front of them, the owner of which apologized for the fact that his car was accidentally. There were many cars on the road, and almost everyone interfered with the main character, asking what he should do because he stopped abruptly where his keys were. At the end of the day, Xiaojun cleared 21 dungeons and Soyun 24, thanks to which she overtook the guy. At home, Soyun approached the guys and said that they all insisted that they had nothing to do with Soyun, but the head of the dungeon management promised to deal with this matter directly, to which Manchel shouted that by then it would be too late. Then the girl pointed her finger and replied that she recently found out that Soyun's father Seokman is the director of the academy she goes to. Hearing this, the uncle angrily looked at Soyun and asked, "Seokman?" Raising her hand, the girl explained that he was a former A-level hunter, one of the few people her grandfather had acknowledged, to which Manchel asked in surprise if he was really a professional hunter acknowledged by the Star Sword himself. Was he really that strong? No, but he was a gifted talker, so he had connections everywhere, Saun replied, to which Manchel sighed in displeasure and said that he was not even surprised. The girl's voice could be heard in the bright room, saying that that was why she was afraid that they would not be able to conduct an investigation. Even if his involvement in the case was found out, it would be too late, although if the grandfather intervened, everything would be smoothed out quickly, to which the protagonist said that he did not think the Star Sword would agree to this, after which Saun replied in disappointment that she thought so too, but now she could not even contact him. Then the uncle asked what they should do, because they could not just give up the victory, after which the three sat in silence. After a while, Seun lowered her head and apologized to Xiaojun for not being able to help him. Hearing this, the guy was very confused and with a very sad face said that she had helped them all this time, supported them and stood up for them, and if it weren't for her, everything would have been much worse. Manchel folded his arms and said that the guy was right, because she did everything she could, the rest was up to them. Suddenly, he pointed at the main character and exclaimed, or rather from this kid, adding that he should lay out what was on his mind, because he was sure that he had already come up with something. Xiaojun suddenly smiled widely. The next day, the director slammed his fist on the table with all his might and shouted that they were overtaken again, but how could this happen? The subordinate stood not far in front of him and answered that he thought that he only booked a dungeon when he was already near it, so it was impossible to predict where he would go next, to which Seokman shouted that they should stop him by all means. At this time, the protagonist ran out of the portal and his uncle shouted that it was time to go further, and the director shouted in shock, asking if it really took him only 5 minutes to book and clear the dungeons, ordering after that to bribe the inspectors, because they were ready to do anything for money. But now it was not the inspectors who stood at the portals, but the people from the dungeon management, because the academy had complained about them. When the director was informed about this, he jumped up from his chair and asked if the governing council had really come only because of the academy's complaint. What kind of academy was this? Who was this hunter? To which the guy replied that he could be wrong, but there were rumors that the academy was founded by the granddaughter of the Star Sword. Hearing this, Seokman introduced the old man and froze in shock. After a short pause, he shouted throughout the building for his subordinate to find another way, because this time their academy would definitely win, and if they lost, he should be prepared for the consequences. Saun killed monsters and the protagonist did the same. They overtook each other time after time, and in the end, they both cleared 141 dungeons. The highest committee gathered in the competition organizer's office. The girl shouted at the guy in rage, asking how a participant who committed various types of cheating could win, to which the guy shouted back for her to watch her language, saying that they were the ones who caused the accident. While they continued to quarrel, the third man suddenly jumped up from his seat and ordered everyone to calm down. The man looked at the girl, saying that the committee had come to the conclusion that there could be no draws. Looking at the sarcastic Seokman, he added that since there was no hard evidence that Seo Yeon had cheated, disqualification was impossible, so there was one suggestion. Yeon Seok looked ahead, seeing that the guys had arrived. In front of him, he saw member Xiaojun. He then looked to the side, noticing Seo Yeon next to him. The leader smiled, saying that since they had come, he would explain how the final round would proceed, after which the winner would be determined. The members approached him with interest. Yeon Seok raised his hand, saying that the rules were simple since the guys could choose one of 3 dungeons, and proceed to the second one after completing the raid of the first one. He smiled, saying that the one who cleared 2 dungeons wins, when suddenly the protagonist inquired, asking what the point of raiding the second dungeon was if, in fact, the one who completed the first one faster wins. The leader lowered his head, saying that they wanted to do that at first, but they couldn't find a suitable place where 2 dungeons were connected, so they chose this one since he couldn't leave those dungeons unattended. Scratching his head, he asked if the winner should have more dungeons cleared than the second place, when he suddenly added that all 3 dungeons have 2 difficulty stars, but there is no difference between them, so the participants can discuss which dungeon they want to go to among themselves. Xiaojun turned his gaze to Soyun, thinking that it was unlikely that she had set something up this time either. Without taking his eyes off her, he He asked if he could choose first, to which she sighed, allowing him to do as he wished. He pointed his spear forward, saying that he would go to the right, after which Soyeon immediately replied that she would go to the left. The participants approached the gate. Finally, the girl turned to the guy, asking him not to cry later. The protagonist turned to her in confusion when suddenly Yeonseok raised his hand up, asking them to get ready. He suddenly waved his hand, ordering the participants to begin. Seojin confidently ran inside. Frowning, he wondered what the girl meant. The guy sped up, thinking that he didn't care because now winning was much more important. The protagonist looked around warily, thinking that there would be ordinary kobolds here, but not to mention them, he didn't even hear a single sigh, wondering if it was something else. Walking further, he thought that it was somehow strange, because 5 minutes had already passed, but he hadn't encountered anyone. In horror, he suddenly stopped abruptly, gritting his teeth from a terrible scream. The guy noticed the paw of a monster, thinking that it was definitely not a kobold. The monster immediately appeared, jumping forward when Seojin suddenly recognized it as a manticore. The guy looked up at the approaching monster, confusedly wondering what a level 4 monster was doing here. He frowned, wondering if there was a mistake in measuring the dungeon. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. Enveloped in mana, he swung at the monster with all his might. Having lost its head, the manticore fell to the floor, bleeding. Seojin quickly ran forward, thinking that although he dealt with the manticore quickly, it took a very long time. He approached the gate, tensely thinking that Soyeon had most likely already completed the raid. He jumped out when suddenly the leader called out to him. The guy was very angry, shouting loudly that there was a manticore in the dungeon. Yeonseok asked in confusion if the manticore was really a level 4 manticore, to which the protagonist shouted that the man could see for himself, after which Yeonseok asked in disbelief if the contestant had really defeated the monster on his own. Seojin angrily shouted that it was unfair, so he was demanding a rematch, to which the man put his hand to his chin, replying that he completely understood this request. He closed his eyes, adding that it would be difficult to cancel the competition right now since Soyeon had not come out yet. The protagonist's expression suddenly changed. He was so shocked that he could not utter a word. The boy turned to the gate, saying that it was strange. He took a step forward, saying if there really were kobolds inside. The girl looked around, while Seojin added, asking what the girl was doing inside for 10 minutes. In the past, the boy's wound on his cheek was smeared with cream. He sat on the floor and said that their Soyeon's hands were simply ruthless, and asked if she would really go over to the side of the monsters when she became a professional hunter. To which the girl replied with displeasure that he should stop talking nonsense, then asked why he listened to his father. Hearing the boy answer that you can't deceive people for your own benefit, he does not want that even if he has to go against his father's words, the girl looked at him sadly. The guy closed his eyes and added that if Soyeon was a professional hunter, there must be something in her heart that she should never compromise on, to which the girl exclaimed, "Here we go again." She clenched her fists and screamed furiously, which was no longer funny, then asked if he knew that people called him a reckless fool and what if it made things worse. Because in this world, all the problems are only from kindness, so he should not jump over his head when he can't even take care of himself. She continued to scream and ask for something that cannot be compromised. The guy looked at her with a smile on his face while she screamed for him to wake up, because now is the age of professional hunters. The era of heroes has passed, or they are completely dead, like that. There are no more in this world. But when the guy said there are, Soyeon stopped in surprise. He put his hands on his feet and added that there are as many of them as there are honest and incorruptible politicians. It was very dark outside, and the girl said discontentedly that talking to him was comparable to a dialogue with a stone. After a while, Saun was running in the heavy rain. She ran between people, asking to let her pass. When she stopped, tears flowed from her eyes. She stood in front of a dead body that the medics were going to move and said to herself that her brother was the most reckless fool in this world. Later, in her father's office, the director said that he knew that his son was stupid, but to protect some stranger, after which he asked if Saun would disappoint him. The girl silently stood opposite and said to herself that her brother died trying to help others, not knowing his place. Looking at her father, she firmly answered, yes, adding in her head that she was not like her brother, and when will she not live like him? At the moment, she was walking through the dungeon. She looked around and asked herself why no one was coming out. The protagonist stood outside and asked in surprise if she hadn't come out yet. The inspector raised his hand and replied, yes, the participant Saun was still inside the dungeon, so the guy won even under these circumstances, but he had one dungeon left, and the prize was his. Seojin looked at the man in surprise and said to himself that this was strange, something clearly didn't add up here. He remembered the huge manticore and said to himself that he was sure that the dungeon measurement error was not just an accident, but another trick from Saun. But then why? When suddenly the second inspector with the device in his hand suddenly shouted, why all of a sudden? The first inspector looked at his colleague and asked what happened, to which he replied that the mana meter was acting strangely. It only showed 3 stars and then suddenly 4. The protagonist suddenly sank into memories, remembering how he asked the Star Sword what the distortion of the dungeon meant and what the distortion of magic meant, to which the old man told everything in detail. The boy's eyes showed horror as the inspectors talked among themselves that it seemed like the device had broken. One of them put his hand to his chin and said that just in case, he thought they should call professional hunters to investigate. Turning to the protagonist, he said that they had found a mistake, so he would continue the competition later, but before he could finish speaking, he did not find Sajan. There were only him and his colleague on the field. At this time, in the red portal, blood spurted from the girl's mouth. Soyin, with her arm torn off, was sitting on the floor. She was eclipsed by the huge shadow of the monster. In front of her stood the 6-star monster Nerkura. Suddenly, it raised its head and roared furiously. The girl grinned in confusion, saying that this could not be. She knew that there was no justice in the world when suddenly the monster pushed off the ground. It quickly approached the girl, who was lying on the ground in fear. Soyin closed her eyes, saying that she would not die such a stupid death like her brother. The monster opened its mouth wide, growling loudly. After a few seconds, the girl suddenly opened her eyes in shock. She looked up, noticing a silhouette. The protagonist was protecting the girl, blocking the monster's attack. The guy, trembling in his body, asked if the girl could move. Soyin frowned, when suddenly he added that she needed to quickly get out of here since time was running out. Using all his strength, Sajan clenched his teeth. Soyin gathered her strength, shouting loudly, "What is the protagonist doing here?" The guy jumped, thinking that a 6-star monster should be attacked only with his feet. He soared into the air, menacingly calling out to the monster. With glowing eyes, he shouted loudly when suddenly Sajan thought that he had succeeded because the monster switched to him. Nerkura suddenly swung his paw hard. He menacingly tried to attack the protagonist. Sajan blocked the attacks, thinking that he was one move away from being a dead man. He jumped to the side, thinking that the monster's movements were somewhat familiar to him, and if he continued to deal damage like this, Nerkura did not take his eyes off the protagonist. He tilted his head and then pierced the guy's shoulder with his horn. Sajan immediately felt hot and could not make a sound. The monster swung its head, throwing the guy far away. Bleeding, the participant landed next to Sioyon. The protagonist gritted his teeth, trying to get up. Nerkura opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. Sioyon tried to catch his breath, saying that the monster was more agile than he thought, so it seemed like the fight would not end soon, and then asked if it was difficult for the girl to move. Sioyon held his hand, asking why the guy was doing this. She did not take her eyes off him, loudly screaming why Seojun came to save her. What benefit did he have from this? She squeezed his hand, saying that it was none of the protagonist's business. Couldn't he just clear the last dungeon and win? Soyin screamed, asking if she was wrong. Sajin came here for the money, to which the protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that she was right, he came for the big money. The girl looked at his back, ordering him to go away and win since he knew about everything she had done, or did the guy think that she would thank him for saving him? She added menacingly for the guy to forget about it, to which the protagonist frowned, saying no. The girl was shocked when suddenly Xiajin said that her actions were wrong, so he had no desire to forgive her for it. Without turning around, he added that he did not think that this was the reason why Soyin should die. The girl put her hand on the ground in fear as she heard Xiajin say that it was hard to believe, but there would definitely come a day when they could meet again. The protagonist continued to say that he also didn't think that was a reason why he shouldn't help her. Xiajin started to remember the past when the guy said that he was a person who didn't care about any benefits, and he acted without thinking, all for that. The protagonist turned around, having finished becoming her hero, when he suddenly frowned, shouting loudly that there was no reward in the world more valuable than saving a person. The monster was enveloped in mana, then opened its mouth wide. With wild eyes, it released its claws, heading forward. Xiajin grabbed the spear, shouting that he had squeezed it. The monster howled. It rushed straight at the hero. The youth opened his eyes wide. It looked at its opponent. Suddenly, an image of Chiron popped into his head, saying that intuition is part of the mind. But most students don't quite understand the meaning of these words. Their essence is that part of the mind means assessing what is happening. The guy remembered watching this lecture, recalling the words that if you just assess the situation, then there will be no time to make a decision, but most of their students perceived this incorrectly and decided to abandon assessment and thinking. Chiron stopped, asking if this was what he was talking about at the very beginning. The hero was struck by lightning when he remembered the lecturer's words that intuition is part of the mind and you need to connect the mind with feelings. Sajin's eyes lit up blue. The monster was already close. The guy looked at it. At the last moment, he dodged the attack of the monster's paw. The same one simply hit the ground. There was a small wound on the hero's face, but he began to see. He blocked the enemy's attack because he saw all of his attacks. Looking at him, he realized that he could see every muscle. The young man dodged another attack with a jump. While in the air, he realized that at this rate he could hold out until the professional hunters arrived, because the inspector had most likely already called them. Below him lay a girl without an arm. Looking at her, he did not know how long she could hold out. Leaning against the wall, the guy realized that there was no time to do nothing. He jumped away from the wall. He lunged, because he had the power to tear mountains out of the ground and a spirit capable of turning the whole world upside down. He was heading straight for the open mouth of the monster. The protagonist's face was calm. Already flying up to the monster, he instinctively felt that the beast would not win. He gripped the spear tighter. With his eyes wide open, he decided to use the aura with the spear. The hero screamed as he flew up to the monster. The girl looked with her eyes wide open. A guy was standing in front of her. The monster was defeated with one blow, but Soyun could not believe it. The young man stood leaning on a spear. Taking the girl by the arm, he said that he would die of embarrassment, helping her, asking if she was dead at all because his efforts were not in vain. She, holding the guy's hand, answered that she was not dead. Standing in front of her, the guy added that they did not have time and needed to leave quickly. The weather was clear. The man asked them where they had gone and suddenly shouted, asking if they were okay and what had happened inside. Xiaojun replied that he would explain everything later, but now they needed to call an ambulance because someone was unwell here. The man stood with his back to them and shouted for someone to call an ambulance quickly because they had an emergency. The guy looked at the girl when she said that she did not consider him her benefactor. He sat next to her when she said that she still thought that he had made a mistake. The young man replied that she should think as she wanted because he did not want to save her. The field where they were sitting was visible. Someone was shouting about how this could have happened because they urgently needed to go to the hospital. Xiaoyun was carried away on a stretcher, and as soon as the news about the dungeon clearing competition came out, society stood on its ears. That same monster that appeared in the Z-level dungeon. The guy understood that this was not a measurement error because there had not yet been a single case where the difference in levels was so big. People discussed this news, not understanding what kind of guy this Xiaojun was, but also all the attention was riveted to them, not only by ordinary people, but also by the association and the government. In people's phones, there was information about an ordinary student who went against Nerkira. A man in a robe stood in front of Kalia, saying that the apostle of abstinence was waiting for him, but the young man did not understand. He looked at the man as he added that it was probably about the distortions that had appeared in Korea. Jimin pointed at the phone, screaming that this was the man who had dealt with the distorted monster from Saiyan Academy. Grandpa, standing in front of her, answered in the affirmative, calling the guy an ugly dwarf. The hero was lying on his hands, upset about the money. The man sitting next to him asked if that was all he cared about, to which the boy exclaimed that yes, since he had won. Looking at the man, he continued to scream about how they had made a draw and whether they had gone too far by dividing the prize in half. He pointed upwards, saying that they couldn't even split the prize with rock, paper, scissors, or even Mukshipa, and the man replied that she had lost her arm. Frowning, the boy said that he had counted on it. Manchel asked if he had really lost his humanity because of his obsession with money. Saiyan entered the room while the boy was talking about trying Aniki Baniki. The man did not understand why he had saved her then. The hero grabbed his head and screamed because he himself did not know why he had saved her. The girl could not understand what was wrong with him, and the man replied that she should not worry about it because he was crying because of a tie. She, looking at them, asked why the protagonist thought that they had split the money because he was the winner. With wide eyes, he explained that Soyun had personally refused her winnings, and she had also revealed all the machinations that had been carried out during the competition. She was also in the next room, and the girl continued to tell him that she had also accused her father of this. The boy had a surprised expression, remembering her words about him making a mistake, not understanding why she suddenly did that. Also standing in front of them, Si-yoon explained that she came for something else, namely to convey So-yeon's words. Remembering the meeting with her, she repeated her words that she still thought that So-jun did wrong. She looked at Si-yoon, also adding that she thought that it was her mistake too. The hero's eyes widened, while the girl in the room added that she still didn't understand what she was talking about. Putting her hands on her hips, she also said that the protagonist would take the prize anyway, and besides, the government would take responsibility for what happened and offered him benefits. Raising a finger, she began by saying that the couple would be exempt from taxes on the prize money and 100 million won as a bonus. With wide eyes, he exclaimed at the amount, while the girl replied that it was not a bonus at all, but something like compensation for damages. The boy raised his fingers and counted his winnings, and Si-yoon added that there was one more thing. She smiled widely, saying that their academy had finally been promoted to 3rd class. The hero also smiled, while the girl explained that it was thanks to his winnings, because now they met the evaluation criteria, and also added that they now had access to some privileges. And what was most important for the protagonist was that they could clear 4th level dungeons. While the boy thought about how he had been worried about being promoted to 3rd class and the money during the previous competitions. Looking at Si-yoon, he said that they were really lucky, to which she replied that it was all thanks to him. Seojin smiled widely, saying that she would now be able to slowly recruit students. Crossing his arms over his chest, Manchul noted that things had gone uphill, and the boy replied that now he wouldn't have to play with So-yeon for the winnings. The hospital building was visible. The hero offered them something to eat, offering to buy whatever they wanted. The man noted that as soon as the guy had money, he immediately gained humanity, adding that he wanted something more expensive. The girl said that she wanted sushi. He picked up the phone. He looked at it, realizing that the time had come. Scrolling through the Transcendental store, knowing that the time for shopping had come. The hero, looking at the phone in surprise, exclaimed that the price had increased to 400 million won. He looked at the Longinus spear, saying that only recently it cost only 100 million, and the problem was that he did not know how the cost calculation works, because it is unclear how to wait for the moment when the price will be the most profitable. The protagonist, frowning, thought that if the price continues to rise, then he will not only save, but also lose a lot of money. Scrolling through the store, he decided to buy another weapon. He looked at all the things on offer and concluded that the spear would be the best choice, not knowing whether he should buy it. Suddenly, flashbacks of the unsuccessful chance of buying popped up in his head, although he knew that the goods looked good, but that was always the case in the photo and he shouldn't buy blindly. Even though the price was quite low, also not understanding why goods that deserved a price of tens of billions were only priced at 100 to 200 million won. Even if it was a replica, how could it be that price? Putting his hand to his chin, he wondered if it was possible that such a tasty price was just a lure for inattentive students who would want to buy it at one price and then, without looking at the changes, poke at a higher price after the adjustment, but did not have time to cancel, concluding that it sounded rather implausible because there was no need for anyone to do such a thing. Looking at many things, he did not understand why the store did not write in detail about the product. Because of this, you have to guess what advantages or disadvantages the product has based on a short description. Crossing his arms, he said that it was like buying a pig in a poke. It is also unclear whether it is worth it or not, because checking assumptions about the product cannot be possible, because he will only be able to find out about it after the purchase. Suddenly looking to the side, he assumed that there may be customer reviews in the community. He opened the discussions on his phone, also remembering that for some reason that he had long forgotten. He did not have an ID, so the hero cannot write posts in the community or comment on them, but he still has the ability to view them, not understanding why he did not start creating an ID earlier. Suddenly he saw posts about the products. Reading the information on the phone, he exclaimed that someone really bought 100 pieces of different weapons. A guy with a shield appeared on the screen. It was written that this thing is absolutely useless. The guy, squinting, continued to read about the ability of the shield, which can turn anyone who looks at it into stone, but the owner is not immune to this either. He lay down more comfortably, saying that someone really bought so many weapons, judging by such a long list. His eyes widened. He saw about kibises. This is an ordinary bag for carrying light things, but this is only at first glance. A little lower it was written that in fact this bag has spatial magic, helping to expand space to a fairly large size. It also has time-stopping magic and lightning. He saw images of this bag, reading that such goods are better bought as a replica and not expensive originals, which do not justify even the slightest bit of their price. Also a little lower it was written about the disadvantages, because since this is a replica, it does not reduce the weight completely like the original, but only by 70%, and the internal size is not infinite, but quite large. Getting out of bed, he saw a score of 100 out of 10 because he really recommended buying it. Looking at his phone, he remembered that a bag with such a name was owned by the god Hera from Greek mythology, after which she gave it to the hero Perseus, who killed Medusa with it. He started looking for it in the store to find out the cost. He saw the price of 100 million, surprised that it was very small. The guy put his hand on the back of his head, saying that considering all this, such a bag would be quite a useful thing, although it was a little pity that it would not be able to completely reduce the weight. Suddenly, he froze. Opening his mouth wide, he realized that it would be very useful anyway without completely reducing the weight. It was already night over the hospital. He decided that he had to buy it. 3 days later, the hero was already holding this spear in his hands, saying that it looked simply magnificent in real life. Taking the bag in his hands, he also added that, as with the kibises, it would be necessary to test its effectiveness, although he already felt an unusual aura emanating from it. The guy began to cry because now his savings book was empty again, saying that he had no idea that this bag would change the prices so much when purchased, because apparently the store really was cheating. Putting his hand on his belt, he thought that in any case, he bought what he wanted and most importantly, that it justified the money invested. Saun came up to him from behind, asking if he was really going to the dungeon again, because not much time had passed since the last one and he should rest. The hero replied that he was completely fine, because he could not relax, knowing that he needed to earn more money. They stood opposite each other. She noted that he had only recently received the cash prize, to which he replied that he had already spent it. The girl looked at the guy and exclaimed that he really managed to spend 400 million won. The protagonist handed her the spear. The boy beamed when she told him that he still decided to buy it despite complaining about his empty pockets. The roofs of the buildings were visible. She said that it was his personal money anyway and she would not say anything about it. A torch was visible. They entered a 4-star dungeon. The hero told her to stick to him, because if it suddenly became dangerous, it would be easier for him to protect both of them. Gargoyles stood in front of them. One of them opened her mouth wide. Lowering the spear, the guy thought that since this was a dungeon of such difficulty, the monsters here should have the highest defense rank. He rushed at them, thinking that in this case, the monsters would be perfect for testing the spear. Swinging it, he decided to use it without magic first and see how much damage it would do. The gargoyle's eyes glowed red, and the boy understood that his weapon had to do at least some damage, and then, if it suddenly became dangerous, he would put magic. He struck one of them. It flew into 2 pieces. The hero looked at it, perplexed. Pointing his finger at the monster, he asked the girl what it was. She, wide-eyed, did not understand why he was asking her. They were still looking at the monster. Smiling, Saun realized that even now, after all his improvements, he was able to surprise her. The boy chopped gargoyle after gargoyle. He continued to kill monsters, but the girl did not understand why they were cut as easily as tofu, because in their days they really consisted of beans. The hero took out a bag, saying that not much had accumulated, but it was worth trying to collect them. She looked at the boy, thinking that such a small bag could hold very little. Getting up from the ground, he noted that although it reduced everything by 70%, it still felt heavy. He began to pour the gargoyles out of the bag, saying that he would use it at the end of the raid. The girl, looking at him, asked about the prize, because it really wasn't 400 million won, but dollars, to which the guy answered negatively. Raising her hand, she asked how he bought all this then. The guy, looking at her, answered that he bought it in a hunter's shop, which he accidentally ended up in, and the girl exclaimed where such a shop was. The young man, coming closer, explained that this shop was located in a dark alley next to his house and was intended for academy students. The girl exclaimed again that it was really possible to buy such cool spears and bags there for only 400 million, asked to show where it was. The girl smiled widely while the hero answered her that she would not be able to go there, because the last time he went there, the owner said that he was planning to close the store and go on a trip. He was all aglow, realizing that he was lying. They walked on. The girl said that if Xiaojun said so, then she would believe him. There were flags hanging on the walls. The corridor was endless. Suddenly, something fell. They heard it. There were many gargoyles in front of them. The guy said that it would be very dangerous here. The girl, taking the hilt of the sword, answered that she would take care of them herself, but the guy asked her to stop. Looking at Xiaojun, he asked her to let him kill them himself because he just wanted to try something. Holding the spear in his hands, he realized that the spear was actually many times stronger than he expected. Remembering how he cut the gargoyle, he realized that he did not even put magic then. Taking a stance, he decided to try putting magic into it. His spear was covered in a blue glow. Remembering all his past battles, he lowered his head. Opening his eyes wide, he thought of complete destruction. His spear was being filled with energy. The girl's mouth opened wide. She looked at his spear, not understanding what kind of terrifying power it was. The gargoyles threw themselves at him. They attacked him from above. The guy raised his head and looked up. He released all the accumulated energy in the spear. The spear took on its normal appearance. He still stood, holding it in his hands. Saun's eyes opened wide, not understanding what happened. There was a huge hole in front of the hero. This spear, which according to myths pierced Jesus hanging on the cross, the young man thought that even despite the history behind this weapon, he thought that it would be a so-so weapon, hoping that it would at least work a little. Remembering what he did in the dungeon, he said that he had not made a mistake with his choice and apparently his eye was trained in some sense. He looked at the phone, also realizing that he had not made a mistake with his choice of kibises, which also pleased him, deciding to rely on student reviews in the future and also to buy more weapons, saying that the more goods he bought, the cheaper he would be able to buy weapons later. Clenching his fists, he realized that he needed to watch as many lectures as possible. The girl, looking at the young man, said that she wanted to tell him something. The guy stopped during a squat when she said that Jimin's sister wanted to see him, asking if he minded. The hall was visible. He replied that he did not know such a person, to which she replied that she did not even know how to describe her. Raising a finger, she added that he would probably understand better if she told him that she was a student of a person who was given the nickname Devil. The hero remembered who they were talking about, because in that case, Jimin was the same girl who no one could compare to except the devil himself. Pointing his finger at himself, he thought about whether this was the same one who was awarded the title of the devil's successor, asking why she wanted to see him. To which Saun replied that she just wanted to ask about the penultimate conquest of the dungeon, which thundered throughout Korea. The guy looked away, thinking that since she knew about the last case, it means she was interested in how he dealt with the monster. Then, the girl added that if he did not want to, he could refuse, because she would not allow his sister to press him too much and could easily refuse, citing the fact that the young man was not feeling well. He remembered how the Star Sword pressed him, asking that she would really behave like him, to which the girl replied that her sister was not even close. He put his hand on his waist and replied that he didn't mind in that case. She said that she would text her now, and as soon as she told him the time and date, she would let him know. She typed a message on her phone. Smiling, the girl sent it. Suddenly, Jimin appeared behind her, Saun exclaimed in surprise. His sister took off her glasses while Saun was talking about whether she really planned to come here anyway regardless of the answer, to which she replied that she foresaw that he would not refuse. Smiling, she asked where the guy that grandfather praised so much was. With wide eyes, she shouted that this could not be. She looked at the hero, not believing that this person could be a high school student. Frowning, she exclaimed about where he could get such a thing. Pointing her finger at him, she interrupted him, asking where he got it. The boy looked at her, saying that he would be glad to answer, but could she clarify what the object was? She answered that he knew everything and was just pretending to be a fool. Seo Yoon grabbed her sister, asking her to calm down. Because Seo Jun really didn't understand what she was talking about, Jimin screamed at her to let her go, because she had to find out where he got it. The protagonist watched this with wide eyes. Jimin sat on a chair, while the girl apologized to the guy for her inappropriate behavior, because she usually doesn't behave like that, it's just that when she's interested in something, she starts pushing like a tank until she finds out the answer to the question. The guy couldn't believe that this was the one she was talking about. His eyes turned white when Seo Yoon explained that everything was correct and it was her. Looking at her, he asked why she looked so young then, since from what he heard, she was already well over 40 years old. The girl answered that she really was that old, she just applied some kind of magic to her appearance to look young. The guy looked at Saun, asking if that was really possible, but Jimin had already answered, saying that thanks to the imprinting magic, she can constantly maintain the appearance of her body when she was young based on the memories she has, adding that it seems quite easy from the outside. Raising her hand, she also said that it was actually quite difficult for her to master this magic. Pointing her finger, she shouted for him to now answer her question about where he got this magic bag. The hero did not understand what she was talking about. Taking it in his hands, he asked if she was talking about it. She answered in the affirmative, asking how he was able to create such a miracle, also asking if he knew how big the space was there. Looking at Saun, he asked what else her sister had managed to tell her, to which she replied that she hadn't told her anything at all, because as soon as she arrived she had immediately run inside, and before that they hadn't written to each other that often, adding that she was absolutely delighted with the bag. Her eyes widened even more when the hero told her that there was nothing in it that could delight her, but she cried out that this was the best thing that many people could only dream of. The guy tilted his head, listening to the fact that 4 magics were simultaneously activated in this tiny bag, namely, such as expanding space, reducing weight, cloning samples, and magic that she couldn't even recognize, asking what this miracle bag was made of, since it was able to withstand 4 different types of magic. The guy thought about how much she chatted because his ears were already withering. The girl's scream rang out throughout the room asking him to sell her the bag, but he replied that it would be quite difficult to do so. The guy's eyes widened when he heard the girl say that she was offering $1 billion. Looking at her, he asked if the price was high and where she would get that kind of money, to which Jimin replied that considering the value of the bag, it was worth it and, moreover, she would be giving it away in parts, so finding that amount would not be a problem, especially since she had offered an even lower price since if you buy it in a store, you could pay several times more. The guy lowered his head while she was telling him to agree faster since it was not every day that you would have the opportunity to pay that kind of money. After all, he understood that he had only bought the bag for 300 million won, while the original one had been sold for less than $1 billion won. Looking at her, he thought that he was not Mother Teresa to tell her the truth, especially since she was a person who had money, and he did not think that Jimin would become poor, and also 1 billion won was an amount that would help solve the problems with paying off the kibises in several lectures. Looking at the phone, he replied that the bag was not for sale. Saun could not understand why, because the guy had problems with money. Jimin could not believe it. The guy sadly lowered his head, and she continued to shout that $1 billion was really not enough, because it seemed to her that this was a more than favorable price. Handing her the bag, he said that she should try to use it in practice and then she would understand why it was said that way. The bag struck her like lightning. It fell to the floor. Taking his hand, she could not understand why this was so. The hero replied that no one except him could use it. Holding the bag in his hands, he explained that she would not be able to touch it, so he was completely silent about resale. The girl's eyes were shining. She exclaimed that it really had not 4, but 5 spells cast on it, asking him where he managed to buy it. The academy building was visible, and the girl continued to shout that the hero should give her information and then she would pay 10 billion. The girl, squinting, said that the guy was leading to the fact that the store was near his house, but by a magical coincidence. He did not remember who sold it, and the store disappeared after your purchase, adding that she was sad to hear this, but apparently it was not meant to be. Putting her hands on her belt, she asked the hero to help her in one matter. He looked at her while she was talking about how since she couldn't use the pouch herself, he would help her by participating in her plan, assuring her that there was nothing illegal about it, and immediately added that she would also pay for the service, but the guy didn't understand that she, unable to buy or simply use it, decided to resort to help. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that most likely if he helped himself, then nothing bad would happen, not understanding why she needed his help so much. Rubbing his chin, he explained that he was worthy of agreeing if she paid him. Extending his hand, the hero also added that he was quite busy, so he asked in advance whether she wanted to start right now or later. Jimin answered that later and she would tell him the date and time in advance, and after that they would go to the lab together and it wouldn't take much time. The young man smiled when the girl said that she wanted to find out something else. He didn't ask about the second to last conquered dungeon, she said. Crossing her arms, she answered affirmatively, asking for more details. Sitting in front of him, she summed up by saying that Mercura ended up in the dungeon, but the magic cast there couldn't detect him, to which the guy answered affirmatively. Taking a glass in her hand, she asked how he managed to defeat such a monster, to which the young man answered that he was lucky. She answered that he was really lucky to defeat a 5-star monster only thanks to luck, because even a high-class pro got a lot of damage when fighting him and ran away, to which the guy answered that there was something else besides luck. Remembering the battle with the monster, he realized that the monster was only unstable to the magic used by the hero and wondered if Merlin's lecture could really be applied in their world. Raising his hand, he asked if he could express one theory that was firmly entrenched in his head, to which she responded approvingly. Looking at Jimin, he explained that as everyone knows, magic and aura are directly dependent on mana. In other words, he wants to touch on the topic of how mana is used and how it comes into contact with their world, although it sounds absurd. The girl's eyes widened from the guy's words that the deformation of the dungeons could somehow be related to mana. Jumping up, she asked him to tell her more, and the guy replied that if we assume that magic and aura do have the property of being distorted when used, then is it possible that the deformations of the dungeon are connected to these distortions? Holding his hand, he remembered Merlin's words about how after using this or that magic, one can even distort the space of their world, saying that then the assumption that the deformation of the dungeons is caused by someone's will from the outside can work, realizing that the deformation in the dungeons is not a natural phenomenon, which can only mean that the result of this can be interference from the outside. The guy rolled his eyes, thinking that he raised a very stupid topic in front of such a genius magician, because now she can just laugh at the hero. Throwing his hand behind his head, he said that it was just a theory and it sounded absurd, so there was no need to dwell on it. The girl, getting up from her chair, asked the young man if he was a mage. He dropped his hands and replied that he was just a novice monster hunter who dreamed of becoming a pro, but the girl screamed that how could he have come up with such a theory then, since he apparently did not want to tell how he came to this, adding that one could not come up with such a theory without having a good command of magic, while the guy understood that it was not he who came up with it, but Merlin. The girl grabbed her head, talking about the magic bag. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Pointing her finger at him, she asked if he had made this bag himself. Looking at him, she also asked about what he had decided to do, rather than simply not attract attention to himself as a brilliant mage, so he decided to hide behind the title of a novice monster hunter. The hero opened his mouth wide, not understanding what she was talking about and how this conversation could have gone in such a direction. The girl was all shining, asking how he came up with this. Closing his eyes, he explained to her the basis of his explanation was the knowledge he received from Merlina, and he supplemented it with his own thoughts, not thinking that it would cause such a violent reaction. The girl continued to shine, asking another question about whether this is related to the origins of mana and aura. The guy, raising his hands, told her about everything, knowing that this was said in the lectures, because their courses take knowledge and thinking beyond the human. He also understood that he was just an ordinary student dreaming of becoming a professional who did not know anything about magical sciences at all. And could this superficial knowledge really be enough? In such an environment, he felt like a teacher. Suddenly, he fell silent, thinking that knowledge can be considered a commodity and you can simply charge people for training. She continued to write down every word the young man said. Folding his hands on the table, He thought that this wisdom that he had learned through his own efforts, unlike the equipment from the store, therefore made sense to apply it in another field, realizing that he should not just retell the lecture materials, but be able to present it in his own interpretation. The girl put her hand to her face, while the guy was still wondering who would want to study with the same student. Exhaling, she noted that the hero was not at all familiar with the concepts of magical teachings, while the guy understood that this was all because of his course, studied at 18%. Getting up from the table, she said that she was very surprised by his words at the beginning, which she did not expect from Sajin at all, but therefore she will definitely study them. Saun, entering the room, said that she brought a snack, asking if her sister was already leaving, to which she replied that the business was finished and it was time to know the end. The girl stood with a bag in her hands, while she reminded him that she would invite the hero to the research center later, and Saun added that it would be better for Jimin to eat before leaving. Remembering her image, the guy noted that she was very unusual and different from her image dictated by the media, to which Saun replied that she often hears such things and sometimes even she begins to doubt that she is the next devil. The hero understood that such people as the Star Sword, Kalia, and now the Devil's Disciple are almost impossible for an ordinary person to meet in a lifetime, and he met all three. Saun, sitting down at the table, said that then they will eat it all themselves. The young man thanked her. The guy ate, thinking that at this rate, the great voice could visit him. The hero sat with his eyes closed. Sitting on the floor, he thought that the progress was too slow, because the progress of the courses moved only by fractions of a percent. As he continued to sit, he realized that thanks to the efficiency increase with kibises, he began to deal with individual course assignments faster, but even so, the time was too short to complete them in the allotted time, wanting to complete at least one course before the free admission ended, because the only thing left was to either earn money for free admission or greatly increase the course progress. Opening the door, he turned to Saun. She was also saying that she did not know what to do. She was thinking about how she could not cope with teaching new students and needed to hire a professor. The guy was still standing in the doorway, trying to call her, and the girl continued to think about the fact that she could not invite just anyone, because she did not know how much to pay and apparently she would have to participate in raids again. The hero came closer and turned to her again. Turning around, she asked him what he wanted. He asked her what she was thinking about since she hadn't heard her name. She replied that she was going to recruit new students, but difficulties arose, so she was no longer sure of her decision. The guy understood that she was having a hard time. Looking at the guy, she asked him what he wanted, to which he replied that he wanted to know if there was any competition coming up soon, like the past academic competitions or the recent dungeon clearing competition. The girl picked up her phone when he asked her to check if there were any in the next 20 days. Looking at the phone, she replied that nothing like that was planned. Looking at the guy, she added that a training exam would be available next month. The guy didn't know what that was. The training exam is only a preliminary stage. But since the main exam for professional is held only once a year, then if you fail, you will have to wait until the next year, and because of this, the pressure on the exam is colossal, so each educational institution has introduced training exams to prepare students in advance. Among them, 3 academies are considered the top 3 in South Korea, namely Huntermill, Isle, and Kaon, and since the training exams from these academies are wide-ranging and allow all students to participate, because it is believed that the earned grades are close to the grades in the professional hunter exam. The hero put his hands on his belt, thinking that all students who are superior to Junwon will participate and give a huge amount as a guarantor, and then the money issue and the problem of course progress will be solved at once. Rubbing his head, he said that nothing can be done about it, realizing that the free use period of the course ends next month, but first of all, it is worth trying. A window was visible. The voice of one of the teachers was heard, who was saying that witchcraft is not perfect, because it can be distorted and misfire at any moment, and under the influence of sudden changes in the situation, witchcraft also changes. The hero watched Chiron's lecture, who was saying that in such moments with misfires, intuition may be needed, because intuition itself can exist as a pattern. Sitting near the bed, the guy said that although he had never thought about it, transcendents are simply amazing. Opening his eyes wider, he heard the teacher's words that the date of the Transcendental training exam was approaching, and the only thing he could advise was not to get hung up on grades, because one way or another it was just a preliminary exam. The guy looked at the phone, thinking that he had misheard, because did Transcendents really have preliminary training too? A notification about such an exam appeared on the screen. Rubbing his chin, he thought that it really did exist, and apparently, just like in the Hunter exam, there are standards and someone evaluates the work. And if you think about it, that advertisement with a 5th rank Celestial and a 9th rank Swordmaster is direct proof of that. Remembering that interview, he reasoned that he had taken it for someone's joke. Rubbing his head, he thought that there was no point in taking the Transcendental training exam. He pressed his phone, deciding to increase the course progress. A certain man appeared on the screen. He also talked about the training exam and that now the students can freely dispose of enormous power. The guy looked at him in bewilderment, listening to the man's words about how he could repeat it at least 100 times, but they still wouldn't get it, so he needed to sign up and feel on his own skin what kind of worthless students the students were. The exam notification appeared on the screen again. The hero did not understand, because he thought that it was all a recording, but both teachers mentioned the exam on the video, which he did not know when he would watch. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought that in this case the other teachers would also say this. He watched the lecture of Gotama and Merlin, who again mentioned the exam. The hero leaned back on the bed, arguing that there are incredibly many oddities in this academy. Looking at the phone, he did not understand the importance of this exam. Holding the phone in his hands, he decided to look at the community. He saw a post by one of the students who had a very similar situation. He scrolled through the comments, noticing that everyone advised to first raise the level. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. He saw a comment advising to try anyway, because it can help in increasing the progress of the courses, and the hero was interested in this. It was already night and the hero decided to take a risk. Morning came. The young man stood in the training hall. Looking at his phone, he pressed the notification about the exam. Holding the phone in his hands, he saw a new notification that the first participation was free. Continuing to look at the phone, he understood that a free chance should not be wasted, but interrupting himself, he decided that he still had time to earn money, so he decided to start. He accepted the invitation to the exam, quickly chose the direction and category. A notification about the essence of the exam flashed in front of the hero's face, and then his first task began to form. He looked around, not understanding why everything was like this at once and here. With his eyes wide open, he did not understand how the exam was conducted, because it was said that there were only 15 stages, and considering the level of transcendence, even at the first level there could be a monster of 5 or 6 stars, and even if it starts with a 5-star and for each stage, the monster's level increases, then by the last stage a 20-star monster would be waiting for him. The screen showed that the task had been formed. It lit up. Something suddenly flew out of the phone. Standing up, the guy realized that it was most likely a stage 1 monster. This thing was growing. It towered over the hero. His eyes widened as the monster continued to grow. In front of him stood a huge dragon. A notification appeared about its destruction and that he had 30 minutes to do so. The monster began to gather flames. The hero could not believe that it would happen so quickly. The monster spit out flames straight at the hero. He opened his eyes. In front of him was a message about the test failure. He was swinging on the floor, not knowing how to kill such a monster. He punched the floor, realizing that this was only the first stage, and this was a dragon monster whose combat power was incomparable, and besides, it was the dragon of destruction Fafnir, and if he was in the first stage, then would he really be ordered to fight a god in the 15th? The guy did not know if Transcendents could emerge victorious in a battle with gods, because it was unlikely, although perhaps they themselves could become gods. He imagined some gods, remembering that there were demigods too. The young man exhaled. Sitting on the floor, he couldn't decide what to do. Looking at his phone, only one thing made him happy. There was a notification on his phone that he could repeat the test, because he had 10 more attempts. Clutching the spear tighter, he understood that it was unlikely that anything would change in these 10 attempts. Walking to the door, he still decided to check who would win, him or the dragon. The hero's eyes turned white, because he had already spent 6 attempts, each time dying in less than 10 seconds. He rolled on the ground, knowing that he could not defeat such a monster. The sun was shining brightly. He realized that he was no longer himself. Sitting on the bench, he thought that he was far from being a professional hunter, not to mention a transcendent, so he needed to do at least something to increase the course progress, but he would be finished off before he could move, so there was no point in trying to increase the progress. While drinking his juice, he knew it was too late to refuse or change it to something else. A notification appeared on his phone saying that the hero could listen to an explanatory lecture. Taking the phone, he wondered if they could really tell him how to win. There were 3 options to choose from. The hero decided to choose the great sage Saun, since he could at least teach him something. He chose his course. A sage appeared, talking about the dragon Fafnir. Smiling, he explained that this was a task on attentiveness, due to which it caused some difficulties, but if you dig deeper, everything would be much easier. The guy looked at the phone while it continued to explain that many students were misled by his breathing, although this was both the beginning and the end of Fafnir. The hero understood that he had not seen this teacher for a long time, although at their first meeting he laughed at him, mistaking him for a cosplayer. Snapping his fingers, Saun explained that if you avoid breathing, everything will work out. A dragon appeared behind him and told him to watch more carefully. Looking at the dragon, he explained that there was no need to cut its breath. Frowning, he also added that the student was great if he could do it, but there was simply no need. The dragon spewed breath towards the teacher. He jumped over it, saying that after spewing the breath, Fafnir would not be able to use it for some time, because after that he could be considered an ordinary lizard. His eyes lit up. The hero looked at the phone when it said that now all that remained was to beat the monster. Sun-ukun swung his staff. His blow pierced the dragon through and through. The boy's eyes turned white when the teacher said that there was nothing difficult about it. Laughing, he added that even though the task tested the ability to understand the situation, this was only the first stage. The boy sat perplexed, listening to the words that the more difficult, the easier. Looking at the phone, the guy was puzzled, because maybe he just doesn't understand the meaning of the word explanation, or maybe Transcendents have a different understanding of this word. It was a cloudy day, and the hero exclaimed that the rest of the lectures would really be like this. He chose another lecture. He looked at the phone, not understanding, because the lecturer was a dragon and advised using lightning breath. The hero bent over, not understanding how he could repeat this. Leaning back, he didn't know what to do. Looking at the phone, he realized that he had spent precious free coupons, and it would be annoying to retreat now. He saw Siegfried's lecture. He, like the hero featured in the Northern European myth of the Ring of the Nibelung, has an orthodox sword and is the strongest dragon slayer. It was the dragon Fafnir who gave him the opportunity to get such a title. The guy understood that the title of the lecture spoke for itself, because most likely it was he who would know the most about this monster, and if suddenly it turned out to be something strange again, then he would simply leave. The lecturer Siegfried appeared, saying that, as everyone already knew, the key to victory was breathing, and from this the question arose whether the students would be able to dodge it. The guy's eyes turned white again when the lecturer finished his lecture by saying that if they knew how to dodge the flame, then the goal was achieved, realizing that this was again useless material. Having already brought his finger closer to the screen, the lecturer again spoke about the fact that the students were watching the lecture, however, precisely because it was not so easy to dodge, and for this he would analyze the features of Fafnir and show a second way to achieve the goal. Raising his finger, Siegfried began with the first. The hero remembered the situation when the dragon killed him for the first time, listening to the lecturer's words about Fafnir spewing out breath where it is summoned, and if you summon it and quickly jump away, the breath will rush in that direction. He looked at the screen carefully, listening to him say that this is actually just a trick, but knowing this, you can easily dodge it. But even so, there may be those who find it difficult. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard about the second method. The sun was shining brightly. Siegfried was explaining that a gold bar was needed. The door slammed shut and words of gratitude were heard. The guy held the gold bar in his hands, not understanding if this would work. Sitting back on the bench, the guy continued to listen to the words about how this bastard became a dragon because of the gold that filled his eyes, because he was extremely greedy. While showing how to throw, he explained that it didn't even have to be an ingot, even something similar would do, and after summoning Fafnir, you should immediately throw the gold into his nose. The hero looked at the screen in surprise when he explained that this monster wouldn't use his breath right away, because that could melt the gold. Smiling, the lecturer also said that the students might have a question about whether all this should be solved with skills. But what difference does it make when you can use a trick or your own skills, because the main thing is to find the right solution. The hero got up from the bench when he summed it up by saying that if they suddenly became interested in how to defeat other dragons, they could join his lectures on fencing, slaying dragons. The guy closed his eyes, realizing that one way or another, the initial capital requires investment. After pressing the summon button, a dragon appeared in front of him. It began to prepare to breathe fire. Saun threw the ingot into his nose. He flew straight at the dragon. The monster noticed him. Noticing him, he followed him. The hero smiled, because he avoided the dragon's breath. The monster stood with its back to him. Taking him in its paw, it realized that it was only gilding. He turned around abruptly. A blow was flying at the guy. The monster did not stop hitting, and the hero could not understand where it could be a lizard. He lay on the ground, realizing that he had raised such a fuss, and lasted only a little more than a minute. The phone rang while he was trying to figure out how to win. He looked at the screen. There was a notification about the progress of Chiron's course. A bird was flying in the sky. The hero thought that maybe he should make golden armor. The protagonist jumped into the air, dodging the monster's blow. He landed on his paw, restricting the enemy's movements. A moment later, he quickly tilted his body to dodge. Saun fell to the ground with a scream. He immediately got up and ran away. It was incredibly difficult for him to dodge the monster's attacks, which made him unable to hit it. The dragon swung its tail, attacking again. The monster's tail reached Saun in a second. The guy reached for the bag, realizing that it was too late to dodge. The dragon froze, staring at the gold the guy threw. Its tail froze in the air and did not attack the protagonist. A moment later, the guy quickly ran away because the dragon resumed its attack. Saun lay on the ground and sighed. He almost died just now. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that the monster was angry, realizing that the ingot was only gilded. The monster swung its paw, attacking the guy. Suddenly, the protagonist scattered the ingots, causing the dragon to freeze. Its eyes widened at the sight of so many gold ingots. Saun quickly jumped up while the monster was looking at the gold. Once above the monster, he began to concentrate mana into the spear. Grabbing the spear with both hands, he began to chant a mantra. The guy began to fall at great speed onto the dragon's back. The monster's scales began to shine from the light of the spear. A moment later, Saun landed on the dragon's back, delivering a powerful blow. The guy smiled widely, thinking that the attack was successful. Suddenly, the dragon turned its head and stared at him. Feeling the gaze behind him, the protagonist froze. A moment later, his blood spurted out of his body. The system notified the protagonist that he had failed the first stage. Saun fell to the ground from powerlessness. The guy was trembling all over. He thought that he had already won, but everything turned out to be the opposite. The protagonist looked at the screen and saw that the progress of all courses had increased slightly. Looking at the phone, he smiled and said that the progress of Zingu's course had increased greatly after the attack. Sitting up, he said that if this continued, he would finish one course by the end of the free course, and if he tried hard, too. Saun's lips stretched into a smile as he looked at the phone. The system asked him if he wanted to repeat. A joyful answer from the protagonist, who decided to challenge again, was heard throughout the city. The protagonist, who was sitting in the room, turned around when he heard someone ask him if he had been raiding in dungeons lately. Looking at Saun, who had frozen, the guy said that he had no time at all, so he decided to focus on individual training. The girl smiled awkwardly and pointed to the documents and said that she would then return to reviewing her work. The protagonist scratched his head, realizing that it was strange to talk about not having time while looking at his phone all day. Saun glanced at the panel, which showed his assessment for combat discipline. His strength was 4.2 points out of 100. The guy involuntarily froze, remembering how he had screamed while sitting, saying that Fafnir was too strong and compared to him, he was just dust. Looking at the phone and his progress, the protagonist mentally said that the progress of the courses was moving slower than he expected. Bowing his head, Saun realized that only a real fight could help him progress, because only when he analyzes the material he had studied and successfully applies it, then his progress rises. Listening to lectures could also help him. 3 days later, the system told the protagonist that he needed to find the correct answer to a task consisting of 15 stages. Saun stood in the park, wondering what format the exam would take this time. A moment later, the system reported the formation of the task. A sphere of flame suddenly appeared in the guy's hand. The protagonist stared at the sphere, around which the fire was swirling. Looking at the sphere, Saun could not notice the dragon that appeared behind him. Suddenly, the system informed the guy that he had to escape from the dragon Kankari in the allotted time without letting it get Ijo. The protagonist quickly turned his head. The system informed him that the dragon was completely immune to damage from any attack. The monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. The protagonist, standing in front of the monster's mouth, asked if this was really the basic stamina. 3 seconds later, the system reported the failure of the first stage. A moment later, it asked the guy if he wanted to repeat. Saun did not answer, looking at the progress of the 2 courses. After some time, the system reported that in the third discipline, adaptability, the guy would need to kill the Sphinx or survive for 10 minutes. The Sphinx appeared in the park and spoke in an ancient language. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked the Sphinx what he was saying. He held out his hand and said that he might have said the word human. A moment later, the system reported the progress of 2 courses. The protagonist glanced at the system window. The 4th discipline was mana. He needed to curb his appetite for pulgasami in the allotted time. Saun wrapped his hands in mana. A mammoth-like monster was frantically absorbing his mana. The protagonist held out his hands and asked the monster how much mana he should eat. Suddenly, he turned around and ran away crying. Thanks to this test, the course's progress increased greatly. The protagonist glanced at the system window and realized that in the 5th discipline, he had to hold out for the allotted time listening to the siren's song. The mermaid appeared in the park and immediately began to sing. Stroking his chin, the protagonist said that it was quite pleasant to listen to. Suddenly, the system reported the completion of the first stage. When a girl with a terrifying aura appeared in front of the guy, he said that since he had completed the first level, he would soon get to 15. Looking at the system panel, he realized that for the 2nd stage, he had to hold out listening to the Helheim Requiem. The terrifying sound made the guy's face grimace in pain. Then the system informed him that the progress of the Buddha Shakyamuni course had increased. Looking at the system panel with his stats, the protagonist called himself a disgrace. The progress of the Chiron course and the Zingu course reached 90%, while the Merlin and Buddha courses did not reach even 20. Saun, sitting on the floor, said that if this continues, he will be able to complete 2 courses. Looking at the phone in his hand, he said that he had 2 disciplines left to choose from. Stroking his face, the guy decided that he would be allowed to choose on the day of the exam. He looked at the ceiling and said that he would find out about everything later. After a while, the protagonist convulsively bit his finger due to fear and nerves. Saun approached him and asked him what happened to him. The guy cried out saying that nothing happened. The guy's lips trembled, and he himself was sweating profusely due to the fact that he had not received any notifications for 3 days. The space in front of the guy was charged, turning into chaos while he was deciding whether to go on a raid or wait for the remaining days. He abruptly stood up, deciding to go to the dungeon. Suddenly the phone in his hand lit up. The guy got scared when Mentor suddenly jumped out of his phone. Standing on the phone, Mentor asked the guy how he had been doing all this time. The assistant scratched the back of his head and nervously said that he was a little late. Mentor raised his hands, telling the shocked guy that he apparently had been living well. Saun, who had just entered the room, heard the protagonist's angry cry asking Mentor what he had been doing to show up, only now the girl froze, not knowing what to say. The protagonist turned around abruptly when the girl asked him what he had just said. He answered her by saying that she had misheard everything. The guy abruptly ran to the side, saying that it was all because of fatigue. Mentor obediently sat on his knees, realizing that the situation was unpleasant. The protagonist, sitting on a bench, told the assistant not to make up excuses. Saun gritted his teeth when the assistant asked him if he could be honest with him. The boy immediately answered, saying that he should tell him everything. Saun frowned when Mentor said that he came back as soon as he checked his profile, but was very upset about his level. The protagonist froze on the bench, realizing that Mentor was talking about his strength. He felt like the whole world around him had gone dark. Saun slapped himself in the face when the assistant said that his advice would not help with the boy's current level, so he decided to let him focus on 2 courses since the free trial period was short and consultations would be useless. A moment later, Mentor bowed, asking for forgiveness from the boy, who felt an unprecedented shame. Looking at the sky, the assistant asked the boy if he missed lectures while he was away. The boy replied, saying that he studied hard by watching everything alone. Picking up his phone, the joyful Mentor said that in that case, he would check the progress. The result he saw saddened the Mentor. He immediately stopped smiling. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. The protagonist looked at the nervous assistant and asked if there were any problems. He answered, saying that there was nothing special, but he did not understand why 4 courses were displayed here. The Mentor looked at the phone and then at the guy, saying that this simply could not be. A moment later, his mouth wide open in disbelief and shock upon receiving confirmation of the truth of what he had seen. The protagonist, not understanding anything, asked if there were any problems. Mentor, who felt that the world around him had turned into lines, said that of course there were problems. Waving his hands, the assistant nervously said that his level was terribly low. He could not have achieved such progress in 3 months, because even the introductory courses took 3 or 4 times more time. Stroking Saun's chin, he said that the Transcendental training exam had greatly helped in his progress. The Mentor, having stopped waving his hands, asked the protagonist if he was currently taking the exam. The guy confirmed it. Hearing the answer, the assistant closed his eyes and smiled, saying that his presence was not required at all. Taking the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that he had a question about the exam. The Mentor froze looking at the phone while the protagonist asked him how to choose the electives. The assistant answered, saying that he needed to choose the subject he wanted to pass. Hovering in front of the phone, the Mentor said that it was strange that the subject had not yet been chosen in the middle of the exam. The protagonist heard him and said that he did not have an academy ID. Many question marks appeared in the assistant's head. He asked the guy if he was not supposed to create an ID when registering. The protagonist answered, saying that he just missed it. The guy pointed to the phone, saying that he should look for himself. The system panel said that he could not create topics without an ID. The Mentor took the phone in his hand, saying that this was impossible. Closing his eyes and thinking, the assistant said that they would have to contact the director. Turning to the protagonist, he said that he needed to leave for a while. He would leave a request and immediately return. Hastily handing the phone to the guy, he said that he now needed to solve the problem with the electives. The protagonist could only stretch out his hand after the departing Mentor. He scratched the back of his head, saying that he wanted to ask a few more questions, but Mentor simply left. Looking at his phone, he said that Mentor should return before the free pass ends. The system reported reaching 100% in Zingu's course. Mana swirled around the protagonist after receiving the notification. The system informed the guy that after completing the course, he would fully master the spear. Saun looked at his hand, realizing that now he would finally master the power that could move mountains. Saun began to look around, holding the spear in his hands. He swung the spear. Sharply swinging the spear, he created a powerful gust of wind. The mana released from the spear quickly dissipated. Saun smiled, realizing that enormous power was overflowing the spear. Unexpectedly, the system asked the protagonist if he wanted to listen to the epilogue lecture. Zingu smiled widely, saying that he never thought that the day would come when he would graduate. Now he can freely use unlimited power. The protagonist froze, looking at the phone, while Zingu said that there should not be anyone among them who would become arrogant just because of this small thing. Because the power that could move mountains is the foundation of the foundations of training. The protagonist smiled nervously, realizing that he was alone. Zingu continued to lecture, saying that they had only gone from being ordinary trash to being recyclable. But even so, they were trash, now they should learn and hone the spear technique that suited them. Zingu stood still, saying that many would want to give up and would doubt every moment whether this was the right choice. But in Transcendence, there was no single right answer. The hegemon king chuckled and said that there was nothing in the world that had a single right answer, and that was why they needed to believe that they had made the right decision. The king clenched his fist and said that speed was not important here, and so the Zingu course ended. The events take us to the protagonist's house. When the guy entered the room, Saun said that he had come just in time. Standing in front of the guy, the girl said that starting today, applications for the hunter exam were being accepted. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and asked to register him. Smiling and looking at the girl in front of him, the guy mentally said that he had failed the transcendental training exam, but things could be different for the hunters. Bowing his head, Saun said that the application was filled out and if nothing changed, the exam would begin in 10 days. The protagonist embarrassed the girl by approaching her. He was thinking about who would be the winner if he fought her and had no idea about the girl's condition. Scratching the back of his head, the guy smiled and asked how the search for students was going. Saun answered by saying that it worried her a lot. The protagonist stopped smiling after hearing her words. While adjusting her hair, the girl said that it was unknown how the grandfather would behave with the new student. The protagonist immediately realized that when a new student appeared, the holy sword would definitely appear to beat him up, thinking that he came to get closer to his granddaughter. With her hands on her hips, Saun said that she could still deal with the grandfather, but she did not know which professor she could invite. The protagonist immediately looked at her and asked if she would teach herself. Saun stared at the wall, saying that she usually taught, but she could not teach everything, because each student was an individual, so there needed to be a professor in each field, and there was no money to hire famous professors. The guy's ear twitched because of what he heard. Standing in front of Saun, he asked how much the annual salary of professors was. The girl told him that everything depended on the professor himself, but the famous ones had salaries of hundreds of millions a month, and those at the top, several billion. The protagonist's mouth began to water and his eyes sparkled at the thought of several billion. Suddenly, a guy's scream came from the mansion, telling Saun that she could contact him at any time. 3 days later, Saun looked at his exam grades again. The guy's progress in other courses had not changed. Saun smiled. Closing his eyes, he said that he was upset about Chiron's course, but he still had free use time, he might make it. Suddenly, Mentor got out of his phone. Hovering over the phone, the assistant told the guy that this time he was not surprised. The guy reminded him that he himself said that he would come back before the end of the free pass, and he had just finished the course. Mentor's mouth and eyes widened in shock. He screamed, asking if he really finished the course. Saun looked at the assistant on the phone and asked if he managed to find out anything. Mentor straightened up abruptly, saying that he almost forgot about everything. Raising his hands, he screamed, saying that they were in big trouble. Looking at the sky through the window, the guy asked what kind of trouble they were in. The mentor flew up to Saun's shoulder and said that he had checked his personal information and had found nothing. The protagonist turned his head to the assistant with disbelief. The mentor hovering in front of him said that the academy had no information about him. A moment later, the protagonist's indignant scream reached the heavens. Grabbing his head, the guy asked if it meant that he was not a student at the academy. A moment later, he screamed sharply, asking how he could then listen to all the lectures. The mentor raised his hands, saying that that was what he was talking about. The assistant, nervous and sweating profusely, said that the academy strictly controlled membership. If he was not its student, he would not be able to listen to lectures, and they would not have contacted him. The protagonist raised his hand, asking if the director had said anything. Saun froze when Mentor said that even though he reported everything, the director himself was at a loss. Hearing him, Saun mentally said that if even such a person does not understand what is going on, then no one can. Looking at the assistant hovering in front of him, the guy asked if this could be a system error. He answered, saying that this is impossible unless karma is changed, but karma was unchanged no matter what happened. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the assistant said that the director informed him about traces of someone else's interference. The protagonist, puzzled, asked what would happen to him then. Would he really be forced to leave the academy? Mentor froze looking at the guy. He waved his hand and laughed, saying that this was just a misunderstanding, because they were the ones with the problems, and he had nothing to do with it. The mana around Mentor lit up when he told the protagonist that he would not be expelled, because as he said earlier, a member of the academy once is a member of the academy forever. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's face. He tried to understand who interfered and made him their target. After all, there is nothing special about him. He is a simple worker who dreams of becoming a hunter. Mentor waved his hands when Saun asked him if all this would affect him. The assistant told him that he should just continue doing what he was doing before. Looking at a tree to the side, Mentor said that it would be difficult for them to create an idea until they figured out the reason for what happened. The protagonist heard him and said that he was not particularly worried about it. A few seconds later, the protagonist looked at his course progress on his phone again. Sitting down on a bench, he told the assistant that the free pass would soon expire, so he didn't know what to do next. Mentor heard him and said that he needed to tell him about the curriculum first. It was divided into 4 stages: introductory, basic, intermediate, and advanced. The protagonist was currently in the introductory program. After the advanced stage, he still had a lot to overcome to become a transcendent. Taking the phone, the assistant said that according to the first students, the stage of becoming a transcendent was many times more difficult than the curriculum from introductory to advanced stages. Landing on the guy's lap, Mentor said that first of all, he would need to repurchase the free pass once it expired. Saun stared at the system panel, telling him that anyone could lift 500 kilograms in these exercises. A moment later, the system asked the guy if he wanted to take the corresponding course. A second later, the system displayed another course, the lecturer of which was Sanfeng. The system immediately asked him if he wanted to take the corresponding course. The assistant flew up to the guy's head and said that these 2 courses were perfect for him. Saun turned his head to Mentor and asked him why they didn't teach mana control and spear techniques here. The assistant replied by saying that it was better to take all of this at the intermediate stage. The protagonist nodded, understanding that Mentor had a reason for advising him to advance in this way. In a second, 3 system notifications appeared. It calculated the cost of the courses. The total cost of the 2 courses was 5 billion won. The guy froze, holding the phone with both hands. Considering how many zeros there were, he needed to work hard. Leaning his head on his hand, the guy asked the assistant what karma was in general. He answered by saying that for the academy it was a cause, and for students, a consequence that could be influenced, like an obligation to each other. The protagonist lowered his hand, looking at the assistant in surprise. Raising an eyebrow and lowering his phone, the boy asked what the academy gains from this obligation. Mentor answered him by saying that their only role is to help the students become transcendents. The assistant chuckled and turned away when Saun asked him about the reason for this. The entire world around him seemed to disappear when Mentor said that for now, this is the most he can tell, so he needs to strengthen himself and then he will be able to understand everything himself. The protagonist looked at the boy in front of him in confusion. Mentor smiled widely, closed his eyes and said that until then, he will diligently help him. Looking up at the sky, Saun said that he had one more question. Frowning, the boy asked if there were other students besides him. The assistant smiled smugly and said that he could tell just by looking at the community, but he must be asking if they are in the same dimension as him. The protagonist did not move, waiting for an answer. Scratching his cheek, Mentor said that the answer is ambiguous. He suddenly smiled and looked at the guy, saying that among all the dimensions using their academy, the one with the most transcendence was 4 people. The 3 largest hunter academies in Korea, Huntermill, Isle, and Gaon, all 3 were very different not only in their crests. Each academy relied on its own specialization. Magic was taught in Isle, weapons were best handled by graduates of Gaon, and if a student did not know anything, he went to Huntermill. This academy said that the absence of any features also meant the absence of minuses. Many people came to Huntermill Academy today for the exam to become a professional hunter. Saun approached the guy and called him, saying that it would soon become very crowded here. 2 people in the entrance shouted, asking all members of the academy, including participants and scouts, to use this passage. Approaching the entrance, Saun introduced herself by handing over a piece of paper, while the protagonist was thinking about the fact that the participant with the best grades would receive a scholarship of 1 billion. Saun called up the system window and realized that the new free pass cost 500 million won. Even being prepared for this, he still fell to his knees. The guy closed his eyes, realizing that there were still individual courses that Mentor recommended. An invisible flame of determination flared up on the protagonist's body. He decided to take first place at all costs. Suddenly, the crowd of people began to make noise and push. The protagonist turned to the crowd and said that the competition was not comparable. Saun smiled and said that this was still a training exam from Huntermill. Soon the girl left, wishing the guy good luck. Suddenly, someone walked past the line. The protagonist looked out from behind the wall, suspecting that a fight was about to happen. The guy who passed by the line turned around and asked the man what he would do for him. Ganchel stood motionless with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the man's answer. The man clenched his fist and shouted, telling Ganchel, who had returned, to stand still. Some people in the crowd looked at each other, recognizing the student from Huntermill Academy. The man who was shouting became very nervous and froze in fear, realizing who the guy was. Ganchel stood in front of the protagonist and began to look at him. He frowned and slightly bowed his head. A moment later, he walked past the guy. The protagonist looked after him, realizing that this guy was the best in Huntermill Academy. Hearing someone ask his comrade who he thought would take first place, the guy looked back. The man extended his finger and said that Ganchul would take first place because Doan and Dongman are not weaklings, but Ganchul is superior to them. The man grinned and said that Huntermill could have easily shared information about the exam with her student. The guy with glasses closed his eyes and said that the academy couldn't do that because they needed to maintain their reputation. Suddenly, a guy with many weapons stood in front of the inspector. Xiaojun tilted his head, puzzled at the sight of the guy. He looked at his bow, spear, and sword, trying to figure out why he needed so many weapons. The inspector spread his arms out to the sides, asking the guy to get in line. Pointing after Gangchul, the guy was indignant, saying that they let him through so they could let him through too. The man calmly answered him, saying that the guy was their student. A moment later, the crowd behind the guy got very angry and yelled at him, telling him not to waste everyone else's time and get in line. Two guys grabbed the offender and dragged him back. The protagonist watched from the side as the guy indignantly shouted, demanding justice. Suddenly, an employee approached the protagonist and asked him to come with him. Minial was clenching his teeth, very angry. The events take us to the arena. Dasak was running on a treadmill, competing with others. He was sweating heavily trying to get ahead. He was preparing to become a hunter in the 2nd Division Hunter Academy. Objectively, he could be compared with the 3 students behind him, the students of Huntermill Academy, Isle and Gaon. But the annual salary in one of the top 3 academies in Korea reached hundreds of millions, so he could only go to the 2nd Division academies. Sitting at the table with an acquaintance, the guy said that it was better for him to become the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake. After all, becoming the tail of a dragon, he will compete with dragons and fight with them. But becoming the head of a snake, he will have to fight only with snakes. Closing his eyes, the guy continued running. He took part in the exam for only one reason. The reason was the protagonist running next to him. Mentally, on a blue background, he remembered the composition of the Huntermill training exam, which included 5 disciplines of a professional hunter: endurance, mana use, combat power, raids, and combat power. The endurance test was simple. You had to run 3 kilometers around the arena in 5 minutes, repeating it several times. If the participant stopped, his result was taken into account. His opponents could continue running. Dasak was sweating. At first the protagonist seemed frail and stupid to him, but they were already running the 15th lap and there was no one left except them. He continued to run through force, recognizing Saujin as his equal. The guy kept looking around, trying to distract himself from fatigue. He hit himself in the face so as not to stop. He reached out to the protagonist's back, not wanting to give in to him. The guy hit himself again, enjoying the competition. Suddenly, his bracelet buzzed, notifying him of the end of the evaluation. Dasak stopped, looking at the guy's back. He smiled widely, pleased that he overcame himself by entering into a fight with dragons and not snakes. Dasak waited until the protagonist ran another lap. He raised his hand to him. Dasak smiled, mentally telling Saujin that he won. In a second, the guy almost ran to him. Saujin continued to run confidently without showing signs of fatigue. Suddenly, he ran past the protagonist, leaving Dasak behind. The protagonist glanced to the side and said that surprisingly the exam was easy. At the next stage, many looked at the guy in shock. The protagonist squatted with a huge weight for the 2nd time. He suddenly straightened up, shocking everyone behind him. The participants watched Xiaojun squat, feeling horror. The protagonist squatted again and mentally said that it was not as difficult as he thought. If this was the result of the Zingu course, what will happen after the Hercules course? Thinking about this, the guy plunged into his dream world. He called up the system panel looking at the Hercules course. The employee approached the blazing guy and asked him to take a short break and go to the next test. Ganchul finished the exercises and silently stared at the protagonist. Many watched Ganchul leave. Ganchul, Dong and Dongman, these 3 participants are putting on nothing more than a show performance to confirm the prestige and greatness of their academies. Ganchul stopped, realizing that the entire exam was just a battle to defend the honor of the 3 academies. The boy couldn't help but remember the hooded man who asked him to take a closer look at the actions of a participant named Xiaojun. Ganchul hadn't said anything standing in front of the man. Now, walking down the hallway, the boy was trying to figure out who this Xiaojun was. When they accidentally bumped into each other in the passage, he hadn't felt anything. Ganchul stopped when he saw the crowd looking at the results. He raised his head, wanting to see the scores. According to the endurance scores, Xiaojun took 1st place, Minial took 2nd, and he took 3rd place. The boy's eyes widened in shock at the sight of this. He began to approach the screen, not believing that the difference was as much as 11 points. The boy's whole world was distorted at the sight of the fact that he was not even 2nd, but 3rd. Ganchul seemed to be alone in a complete void. He didn't understand where these 2 came from. Turning around, Ganchul quickly calmed down, deciding that these students were doing well in something. When the results of the strength scores were posted, the places on the table did not change at all. The The boy's mouth opened wide in disbelief. He remembered the figure of a hooded man telling him that he didn't need to do anything. Soon, everyone was gathered in the square for the mana usage test. The participants had to hit the shield, after which the impulse would be calculated. The protagonist stood behind everyone frowning. He was not confident in his mana. Soon, the first participant entered the square. Xiaojun noticed the girl when she passed by him. Doan, radiating beauty and nobility, walked past everyone. Soon, she stood in front of the shield. Stretching out her hand, she formed a fireball. Flames flowed down her hand like water. Soon, the fire took the form of an arrow. The girl opened her eyes pointing at the shield. With her spell, she completely destroyed the shield. The crowd, looking at the result, froze. The protagonist, watching everything, opened his mouth and said that he finally understood what magic was. Doan waved her hand saying that she did not need a second try. The girl abruptly stopped and stared at the protagonist when the examiner called him. Doan watched the guy passing by carefully. She chuckled smugly, thinking that he couldn't do better than her. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, realizing that he was being challenged. His spear trembled slightly as the guy tightened his grip. Mana flowed throughout the spear, enveloping it. The protagonist closed his eyes, deciding to focus only on Merlin's mana. A moment later, his eyes flew open. He suddenly rushed forward. The guy swung his spear. With one blow, he cut through the barrier in the device itself, shocking himself. The device measuring mana suddenly began to sparkle. Arcs of lightning ran along it. A moment later, a powerful explosion of mana created strong gusts of wind. Doan opened her mouth wide in shock. The entire crowd in the square froze along with the protagonist. Immediately, the score on the screen changed. The protagonist displaced Doan from first place. Xiaojun froze, looking at the cut device. He involuntarily looked at his spear. Soon, other examiners came to the device, and since it was destroyed, the exam had to be temporarily stopped. Soon, when the situation was resolved, the results appeared on the screen. Miniel and Xiaojun, as always, took first and second place. The people in the stands could not believe that the representatives of the three academies were pushed aside. Saun, who was sitting in the stands, listened as people began to talk about Xiaojun, about how he solved the problem with the distortion of the dungeon. The girl squeezed the hem of her skirt. She did not expect Xiaojun to break ahead so much. Saun stared at the arena as if an invisible pressure descended on her. Thanks to the protagonist, now no one could predict how the upcoming exam would turn out. Two men in the stands looked at each other and said that all the participants had a strong level, and it seems that this year they will have to reconsider the difficulty level of the professional hunter exam. Saun glanced at the guys in front of her who were saying that it would have been better if Huntermill had sent Han to the exam instead of Gangchul. The girl stopped looking at them and nodded, realizing that Han would never have been sent since she was the best in the academy. Saun kept looking at the mana evaluation results. Xiaojun was in first place for the third time. The protagonist held the spear, confused. He sat alone. No one dared to come close to him. The guy looked at his spear. Looking at the precious stone in the spear, the guy mentally said that this spear, according to stories, pierced Jesus, crucified on the cross. Judging only by this legend, one could say that the spear was not extraordinary. Remembering the system picture and the name of the spear, the guy decided to find out more about it. The protagonist's world plunged into darkness. He was angry that no one explained the function of the spear to him. Remembering how he cut the shield, he assumed that the spear had the ability to ignore the mana barrier. The guy suddenly froze when he heard someone singing. Turning around, he saw Miniel dancing and singing. People passing by the singing Miniel told him to shut up, but he ignored them. The guy suddenly turned around and stopped singing. He ran up to the protagonist saying that he was glad to meet him. Pointing to himself, the guy proudly introduced himself. Hearing his name, Xiaojun pointed at the guy saying that he was the one who took second place. Scratching the back of his head and turning away, Miniel said that it was strange to hear the words about second place from a person who took first. The protagonist froze, seeing how the guy in front of him nervously stretched out his hands and said that he should not react like that because he was just curious about what kind of person he was. Xiaojun sighed and smiled, realizing that the guy did not come to quarrel with him, but that was just his character. Soon the protagonist's foot entered the dungeon. The wind made his hair sway. Putting the spear on his shoulder, the guy asked if this was really a dungeon created by an additional reality. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him. Nersil opened its mouth. 5 monsters roared and pounced on the protagonist from behind. With one swing of the spear, Xiaojun cut off the monster's neck. He calmly landed on the corpse, trying to understand why the enemy was a Nersil, because they were very dangerous. The monster's paw rushed towards the guy. Xiaojun grabbed the spear more comfortably. Sharply moving, he cut off the monster's arm. Swinging the spear again, the protagonist struck the Nersil's chest. Xiaojun landed on the ground. Taking an attack stance, the guy felt that he was now on a different level than before. 3 months ago, he was working at a construction site trying to survive. Now he was running with a spear at his enemies. Flesh fragments flew across the meadow. The protagonist jumped up while being surrounded by monsters. The boy soon lowered his spear. He was breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his head. The boy stood in the middle of the corpses of the monsters he had killed. The future of becoming the best hunter was no longer just a dream. The participants stared at Saun in disbelief. The protagonist, who had once again taken first place, sat quietly, seeing everyone staring at him. Dongman, who was standing nearby, cursed at the sight of the boy. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked displeasedly where Saun had come from. The protagonist turned away from the couple, feeling their hostility. His taking first place was already predetermined unless he was disqualified or he personally refused to vote. Minjul clenched his fists and said that he was very sorry. Because he could have won this time, he was 2 points short of him. Looking at Gangchul to the side, the protagonist mentally said that at first he seemed confident, but now he has become silent. Pointing at himself, Minjul smiled and said that he can be informal and talk to him informally. Hearing the agreement, he was happy and smiled widely. Xiaojun pointed to the weapons behind the guy and asked him if he uses all these tools. He answered by saying that no one taught him, so he tried this and that, and so he mastered everything there is. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his answer. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy said that he is somewhat self-taught. Minjul, scratching the back of his head, was a student who studied independently and did not belong to any academy. There were many such cases, but usually they had neither money nor talent. The protagonist frowned even more, realizing that this guy was so talented that he was able to defeat everyone from the 3 academies. Xiaojun looked at the guy and asked him why he was alone. Because the academies would have gladly accepted him, he simply raised his hand and said that he himself did not want to get involved with anyone. Extending his finger, he said that he actually had a teacher, although he did not know that he was his student. The guy raised an eyebrow, not understanding the words of the interlocutor. Suddenly, an employee appeared and called out to everyone. He came out to the participants and said that they had a problem. Menial and the protagonist immediately glanced at the man, while Gangchul closed his eyes, knowing everything in advance. A moment later, he grinned and opened his eyes. The organizer entered the hall to the guys and reported that the people who were appointed as the jury could not arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. The swordsman turned to him and asked what it meant. The staff member explained that when Professor Huntermill was on their way here, the 10-star dungeon had broken at the same time, so the teachers had no choice but to intervene personally. The students frowned. One of them asked what would happen to the exam in that case. The man said that there was an emergency meeting going on and asked everyone to wait until the results came in. Many were outraged by this, and only Gangchul stood aside. With a stern frown, the swordsman thought that this was the work of the Order of Truth, because they were more than capable of creating a 10-star dungeon, and that the only problem was that it jeopardized the continuation of the training exam. The blonde smiled and realized that if the exam was simply stopped, his main competitor would win. Hunter stepped forward and asked why they didn't change the method of conducting the exam. The organizer standing in front of him asked him what that meant. Gangchul reminded him that there was only one discipline left, the combat strength test in battle, and suggested that they keep the goal and hold this stage in the format of a tournament between students. The student nodded. His comrade thought that sounded good. The employee widened his eyes and said that his words made sense, and added that it would be difficult to implement in reality because there were many people participating in the Huntermill training exam. It would take them a long time to hold the tournament. The man picked up the papers and explained that they would have problems not only with the time, but also with the evaluation method, so they would have to wait for the other judges. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and said that at least a rank hunters were needed for the evaluation, who could be hired at any time. The blonde raised his hands and said that he couldn't just sit and wait. The organizer crossed his arms and thought. The hunter suggested holding the exam in the format of an event so that not everyone would participate, but only those who wanted to apply. Frowning, Gangchul explained that the exam was currently being broadcast to the entire country, and that there were people from the association and government officials among the waiting viewers, and asked if it wouldn't make them look bad if they interrupted the entire exam over something small. The staff member raised his fist to his mouth, and the swordsman thought that if things ended like this, Huntermill's reputation, which was one of the top academies, would be damaged, and there was already talk of delaying the exam, which would look like insufficient preparation. The blonde imagined himself holding his sword to his opponent's neck and decided that he needed to redirect the viewer's attention and provide them with new content. The hunter grinned and realized that if he defeated his main rival, all of his recent achievements would go to him, and he wanted to be the one who could defeat him even if his rival took first place in the exam. The student smiled and called it a great idea. Daman crossed his arms and agreed with him. Gangchul thought that they understood his intentions. Minjul smiled widely and said that it sounded interesting. The boy ran up to his comrade and asked him if he would participate in the event. All eyes were on him. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand thoughtfully. Xiaojin looked up and explained that this was an unscheduled exam, which meant that there would be an additional reward for winning. People were watching the broadcast on the outdoor screen. The host announced the opening of a special event match in which 15 rising stars of the Hunter Academies would participate. Looking at the phone screen, the people of the city discussed how 2 students managed to break into the top and surpass even the top academies. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard on the battlefield. Daman stood in front of his opponent who had fallen to the ground. He was declared the winner of the match. Doan turned away from her burning opponent. She was also declared the winner. Ganchel's opponent fell to the ground. He became the 3rd winner. The student in the hat smiled and mentally promised to win this tournament. The girl resolutely moved her eyebrows and decided to prove to everyone that magicians are completely different in real combat. The swordsman frowned and wanted to make his enemy regret participating in this match. The guy sat on a chair waiting for his turn. There was no one around him. The young man thought that they would give a whole billion for the victory, but he already had 1st place in the ranking, so he needed to win the event to get 2 billion. Money fell from the sky. The system asked if the user wanted to take a course to get divine power. The student realized that he could spend 500,000 on a pass and the rest on courses. The hunter closed his eyes and thought that this would only be possible if he won the event. The protagonist leaned on his hand and decided that the elite trio did not bother him at all and that he definitely could not lose to them. Xiaojin looked up and remembered that there was only one person who would be very difficult. Meniel smiled widely. The host announced that the student threw away the sword from his hands and took out a bow. Scratching his chin, the boy thought about how hunters sometimes use additional weapons, but most only have one in their arsenal because it is quite difficult to master it perfectly. An image of different types of weapons appeared in his head. The boy pulled the bowstring. Now there are at least 8 weapons on his back. The young man wondered if he can really use all of them. Arrows rushed towards his opponent. They knocked him down. The tournament participant was surprised that his opponent could wield not only a sword, but also a bow. The student approached the enemy, dodging his arrows. He swung his sword and said that he did not plan to just fight back. The bow and arrows fell to the ground. With a malicious grin on his face, the student changed weapons. In his hands were twin swords that blocked the opponent's attack. He managed to knock the enemy down. The protagonist carefully watched the broadcast of this fight, thinking that his comrade was not limited by form and template, unlike the others, which gives him free space to show himself. Meniel made a dash forward. In other words, this was not sparring, but a fight. This is the style formed by those who did not receive the standard education of a hunter. Xiaojin clasped his hands in a lock and thought that they had a lot in common. The guy lowered his head and assumed that this person was also studying at the Academy of Transcendence. Remembering the smiling mentor, the young man realized that there were 4 people in their academy and that they could well be residents of Earth. In the memory, the student raised his index finger and talked about his teacher. The student decided that his words could be regarded as learning from video lectures, because professors do not know who watches their videos. Meniel struck his opponent with a spear and was declared the winner. He smiled happily. The hunter frowned and thought that it was likely just a mistake, but he still had enough reasons to doubt. The host came out on stage and announced that it was an invigorating and devastating fight that the person from the 2nd place in the training exam rankings showed them. The man looked at the cards and suggested that everyone move on to the next fight. The spectators looked at the arena with anticipation. The organizer announced to them that the moment they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. The people raised their hands in admiration when they heard that the next participant would be a talent recognized by the devil's disciple herself, thanks to whom a bright future awaits Korean magicians. The host waved his hand and announced that her opponent would be a student who shone like a supernova and became the first in the history of the exam to score 100 points. Saun confidently frowned. The protagonist stood up from his chair. His picture appeared on a billboard. A man announced his name and the audience roared. Beautiful flowers grew around Doan. She was considered a genius, and this was not an exaggeration, as she had abilities that went beyond the definition of genius. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. She was one of the 5 strongest students in Isle Academy, and her talent was recognized as the successor of the devil, a genius mage and a professor of witchcraft. Nothing was impossible in her life. Fireballs were floating around her. The woman thought that Hunter Mill's training exam was simply drowning mages. That's why her position in the rankings was so low. Manipulating the waves of fire, the student thought that the result would have been completely different if this was Isle's professional exam. The mage raised her hand. Suddenly, something made her frown tensely. Doan opened her mouth in fear. The protagonist easily repelled her fireballs. The fire magic dissipated in the air. Xiaojin scratched the back of his head and was surprised at what just happened. The girl widened her eyes and shouted that this was simply impossible. The boys stood in the arena. The woman could not believe that her opponent had just cut her magic. She frowned and remembered that there were two ways to destroy magic, either by overriding the law of magic with suppressive Ma, or ideally by studying this law and destroying it with a reverse spell, but a non-mage was incapable of doing something like that anyway. The boy looked at his spear and thought that he was just curious about what would happen to magic if he swung it. The young man scratched his head and realized that his weapon did have some special effect after all. The student raised his eyebrows and decided to buy an additional weapon and conduct a comparative experiment when he was given a reward for winning. Fire arrows appeared in the air. The student gritted her teeth and swung her hand. The flaming projectiles rushed towards her opponent. The hunter's mouth opened in surprise. He managed to block all the arrows with a simple swing of his spear. The mage raised her staff in front of her and tried to understand why she couldn't hit the target. The protagonist continued to swing his spear and reflect all the enemy projectiles. He closed his eyes and stretched his neck. Fire magic exploded behind him. The staff fell to the ground. Shocked, Doan fell to her knees. The world in front of her eyes distorted. The girl realized that she could not defeat her opponent. Sajin placed the spear on her shoulder. The guy smiled widely and called himself the winner. The woman looked at him in horror. Sitting in front of her opponent, she called him a monster. The stadium filled with applause. The host announced the winner of the duel. The axe and mace hit each other. Miniel fought with Daman. Unexpectedly for everyone, the fight was equal. The young man in the hat gritted his teeth and thought that this was not true at all and that the advantage was definitely on his side. The boy closed his eyes in an attempt to resist his onslaught. Suddenly the student moved his hand back. He managed to get a knife and throw it at his opponent, causing him to jump back. The student spread his arms angrily and remained on his feet. At the same moment, the hunter jumped forward and appeared right in front of him. He swung his hand and began to strike. The awakened one bared his teeth and asked if the enemy was using a trick. Miniel picked up the nunchaku and offered to watch what would happen next. Daman realized that he could not predict his actions. The boy grinned and swung the weapon. The guy frowned in fear and thought that there should be a limit to the changes, because if this continues, the advantage will no longer be on his side. The young man jumped back. The student punched him in the stomach. The student fell to the ground. The hunter put his hands behind his head and yawned. He was declared the winner of the duel. The awakened one clenched his teeth in fury and shouted that this was against the rules. He raised his head and asked who was fighting like that. The warrior opened his mouth wide and said that he was not going to admit defeat and that it was unfair to count this fight. The spectators looked at each other. One of them agreed that it was very strange. His friend asked if it really mattered. Because in a real fight there was only one winner, they knew perfectly well that the participant in the event was about to explode in anger. The protagonist looked at the screen and thought that his competitor would lose anyway. Daman shouted that the fight should be declared invalid because his opponent used cowardly tricks. Sajin frowned and realized that even if Miniel did not change weapons during the fight, the outcome would not have changed. Gangchul opened his mouth in shock and realized why the Order of Truth did this. Imagining a spearman next to a universal fighter, the student decided that the Order of Truth was watching both of them. The blonde lowered his hands and realized that the request to watch the boy's actions really meant that nothing was required of him, because the true goal of the Order was to bring these two together in a duel, and the event duel would have been successfully completed without his intervention. The boy's eyes lit up. The swordsman assumed that he was a member of the Order, since otherwise, the self-taught man would not have been able to suppress the top of all the academies, no matter how talented he was. The man stood in the center of the arena. The host announced that their event match was nearing the end, and advised the spectators not to miss the next duel. Gankul climbed the stairs. The organizer called him the owner of strength, strong as steel, who wants to protect the pride of Huntermill. The student frowned and thought about the fact that he was only asked to watch the fight. The boys stood opposite each other. The man said that the opponent of the participant from Huntermill Academy would be a student from Dream, who was ahead of the game and was destroying all obstacles in his path. The swordsman gritted his teeth and thought about the Order of Truth. He furrowed his brows and decided that he was not going to obediently follow their plans. The blonde swung his sparkling sword. The protagonist swung his spear. Their weapons crossed in battle. The ground beneath their feet cracked from the overwhelming force. The student thrust his sword into the ground to stay on his feet. Sajin knelt down on one knee. A crater formed between them. Dust rose into the air. The guy squeezed the spear shaft with force. The awakened narrowed his eyes and felt that his weapon did not contain the power of the aura sword, but for some reason easily blocked his aura sword. The spear emitted a bright light. Ganchul realized that it was not just blocking his attacks, but not letting his power through at all, as if ignoring it. Frowning, the swordsman thought that even from the side it looked unusual, and assumed that most likely the reason for such a high score in the training exam was due to this special weapon. The blonde jumped up and decided to avoid the weapon, since in this case the difference in abilities would be almost erased. He struck his opponent with force, but the latter was able to defend himself with his spear. The student smirked and thought that victory would be his. The awakened continued to strike to break through the defense. The host could not believe that a two-handed sword, which was inferior in effectiveness in high-speed battles, could deliver such a swift attack. The young man held the shaft in front of himself and thought that his opponent was superior to all the participants he had already fought. Ganchel swung his sword once again. The student jumped back to avoid the blow, and the rocks flew into the air. The hunter looked down and decided that his opponent was not called one of the 3 most talented students of Huntermill for nothing. The blonde's eyes lit up, and his weapon sparked. The protagonist landed a few meters away from him. Saun raised his head and wanted to give it his all. The swordsman flinched in surprise. The boy's eyes emitted a blue light. Dark energy swirled around him. The student's mouth opened in shock and wondered what was going on. The young man took a step forward. He dashed forward and struck. The awakened blocked it and frowned menacingly. Ganchel swung his hand and threw the opponent's weapon away from himself. The hunter frowned sternly. The blonde gritted his teeth and felt his aura suddenly change. When the protagonist held the spear in his hands, his acro was like a serene wave. Now his weapon was enveloped in fire, the heat from which was like a volcanic eruption. The swordsman raised his weapon in front of him. The announcer noticed that the duelist was starting to give in. Saun approached him, swinging his spear. Their weapons clashed again. The student parried his opponent's blow and mentally called him too rough and strong. The boy raised his hand in front of him. His spear swings generated strong gusts of wind. The awakened one thought that compared to high-level fencing and Huntermill's mana accumulation technique, his movements were more like ordinary sword swinging. The youth swung his spear and directed its tip forward. It ended up right in front of his opponent's face. A huge cloud of dust rose above the arena. The shockwave threw Ganchel back, but he managed to stay on his feet. The blond man's brows furrowed in fear and he wondered why he was having such a hard time with simple swings. The student approached him and lowered his weapon. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise and realized that it wasn't just his weapon, because the opponent hadn't even used the power of the aura sword in the first place. The hunter frowned sternly. Dark energy appeared around the student. He thought in fear that this couldn't be happening. His tense face became covered in sweat. The protagonist looked at him silently. In the memory, a girl appeared in his place. The awakened one felt the same as back then. Ganchel bowed before her. The woman asked him if this was really his rant about strength. The blonde's eyes widened in horror when the girl asked him how such a weakling could be considered one of the best in their academy. His hands trembled. The swordsman wondered how he could forget their first meeting with Heian, who still haunts him in nightmares. The woman flashed her fiery eyes and said that she didn't even have any hopes for him. The disciple opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was impossible for him to be defeated by someone like him. The awakened one grabbed his sword. He imagined the member of the Order of Truth standing next to the girl and asked how they dared to look down on him. Lightning sparkled around him and a black aura appeared. Ganchel swung his sword and rushed forward. The protagonist frowned sternly. The blonde grinned furiously and wished him death. Saun raised the glowing spear. The sword fragments flew into the air. The audience opened their mouths in shock. The swordsman fell to his knees. At the same moment, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes turned white. The host announced the winner. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Minjul watched the fight through the screen. The organizer announced that the winner of the duel advanced to the finals. The boy smiled happily, filming the event on his phone. The viewer said that this was a true legend and that the winner had an incredibly cool weapon. The boys looked at each other. One of them asked who the young man would fight in the final. His friend replied that he would have to fight the self-taught man, whom even Doan and Daman could not stop. The opponents entered the battlefield. The man announced that it was finally time for the long-awaited final, in which 2 supernovas would clash, leaving the elite trio behind. The student smiled and said that he wanted to fight his comrade at all costs, and that now they met in the final. The student frowned sternly. The awakened one realized that he had many questions for him. The hunter remembered that no one had trained him specifically. Miniel confirmed this. He scratched the back of his head and explained that his teacher simply did not know who his student was. His hand froze when the protagonist asked which teacher he was talking about. The boy lowered his hand and asked why he needed to know. His yellow eyes lit up. Saun spread his arms and said that he thought he knew his teacher too. The self-taught man shouted that it couldn't be. The guy winked at him and wondered if he should directly mention the Transcendent Academy. A dark aura accumulated around his opponent. The young man decided that this was a bad option and thought that if it was not so, then everything would end in a simple misunderstanding, and otherwise everything would change. The student looked down and realized that if they studied in the same academy, then this was not a reason for them to consider each other comrades. On the contrary, they would become rivals. The hunter looked at his opponent and decided to continue asking questions so as not to talk about it directly. The guys stood opposite each other. The protagonist said that if this is what he thinks, then his teacher must be a transcendent strongman. The student asked how he knew this. The awakened one opened his mouth wide and asked who his opponent really was. The host said that everyone was expecting this outcome, but now no one could predict the outcome. Smiling, Saun replied that he had the same question for him and offered his opponent a bet in which the one who loses the duel would have to answer the winner's question. Miniel frowned and asked him where the guarantee was that the answer would be true. The guy confidently knitted his eyebrows and said that they would have to decide for themselves. The host announced the start of the fight. The young man raised his spear. The opponents were still standing motionless, taking a fighting stance. The boy prepared to draw his sword from its sheath. The heroes silently looked at each other. The spectators were confused, not understanding why they were not moving. Looking ahead tensely, the student noticed that his opponent was in great confusion. The self-taught man raised his hand and realized that he could not see any weaknesses in the enemy. His feet were firmly on the ground. The student rushed forward and called his opponent quite strong. The hunter's eyes lit up. He noticed that his opponent was now holding a sword in his hands. The awakened one furrowed his brows decisively. The spear was covered in a blue aura. The protagonist decided to give it his all from the very beginning and not hope that everything would be limited to just one sword. Saun swung his spear. Its shaft destroyed his opponent's sword. Miniel looked at the broken blade in horror. The boy did a backflip. He managed to jump back a sufficient distance. The guy rushed after him and thought that if the opponent was a little slower, the winner would have already been decided. Suddenly, sharp arrows appeared in front of his face. The self-taught man released a whole rain of arrows into the sky. The young man stopped and swung his spear. It began to spin in his hand. Thus, he managed to reflect all the flying projectiles. The student smiled broadly and praised his opponent for such a move. The arrows fell to the ground in front of the student. The awakened one called his weapon quite interesting. He threw away the bow and decided to learn more about the spear after his victory in the duel. The hunter tried to hit him, but the enemy crossed swords and blocked his attack. The protagonist said that first his opponent must defeat him. Miniel closed his eyes and decided to make every effort to do so. Traces of weapon swings appeared in the air. The boys ran in different directions. Saun frowned suspiciously. Holding the twin swords in his hands, the boy called him very cool. They entered the battle again. The boy felt some kind of uncomfortable feeling. His foot hit the ground. The young man held the shaft in front of him and thought that his opponent was not just using techniques that could be considered a violation of the rules without hesitation, but was acting as if he was not trying to win at all. The self-taught man raised his sword in front of him and began to whistle. He took out a spear from behind his back, as if he didn't care at all about the laughter that sometimes came from the stands, or the fact that all his tricks were reflected. A distance formed between the heroes. The student lowered his weapon and asked if his opponent didn't even want to defeat him. The student replied that he wanted to defeat him. The hunter asked why he didn't have any desire to do so. The awakened one's mouth opened in surprise. Miniel spread his arms and said that he didn't understand what they were talking about because he really wanted to win. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion when the boy explained that he wouldn't be upset if he lost. There were many people sitting in the stands. Saun asked why his opponent was using all means and methods to win, but still didn't mind losing. The self-taught man replied that he was doing everything in his power to win, and asked if giving it his all was bad. The guy frowned and explained that from the outside it looked completely different. The student pointed at himself and said that he didn't care about other people's opinions because it wouldn't make him any less important. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. A sly smile appeared on his face. He raised his weapon in front of him. A trace of the swing appeared in the air. A very ordinary spear appeared in the student's hands. The hunter confidently frowned and hoped that his opponent would not perceive his actions as someone looking down on him. A lecture began on the phone screen. Gotama asked how the students saw this world, and said that in reality the world was not as beautiful as they thought. The main character sat on the floor and watched the lecture. The teacher said that the struggle for existence and even the laws of nature force the weak to drop out. Saun leaned on his hand. The mentor said that people always have to push themselves so as not to lag behind others and not be dropped out. The guy's mouth opened in surprise. The opponent stood in the arena. The monk said that people always strive to become better. The young man looked up and thought about how his opponent's words made him remember this lecture. Gotama asked if the students ever let their minds free from these thoughts. Suddenly the student's eyes widened. The man was sitting under a tall tree. His eyes were closed. He asked if the students ever left all thoughts behind to look at the world from a different perspective. The teacher smiled. He wanted to tell a story about what happened while doing hard service in the dimension called Earth. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The sun's rays illuminated a field of flowers. The teacher put his hand to his chest. This story happened at the time when he still had a human name and had not yet received the title of Buddha. Children were running around him. They closed their eyes and decided to have a running competition. The boys ran after each other. For some unknown reason, they started the competition over and over again. The boys ran to the tree, and each time the same child took the last place. His face was covered in sweat, but for some reason he did not leave the smile on his face. The monk approached him because he was interested. Gotama smiled and asked why he was running. The boy smiled and answered that he liked it. The spirit of the main character watched them from the side. The man asked if it was not hard to run without stopping. The child confirmed it and added that you can always switch to a walk for a while. Saun raised his eyebrows in surprise. The teacher asked what would happen if other children overtook him during this time. The boy put his hands on his waist and said that his finish was different from the finish of the other boys. The teacher pointed to a lonely tree and asked what it was. The boy turned around and said that for others it was the finish. The child closed his eyes and added that for him it was just a passing point. After these words, the boy ran away. The monk appeared behind the young man and told him that the boy continued to run last and that many years later he heard news of the largest running competition in the country. Gotama raised his hand and explained that this little boy had achieved the best result. The hands were building a high tower. Then the man thought that life is very similar to this tower, which each person builds himself, going through all the trials and trying his best. The blocks of the tower fell into the void. After the words of the child, the teacher realized that in fact it is not at all necessary for the tower to be perfect and that it is even possible to let it collapse. The opponents looked at each other. The student pursed his lips and thought about the fact that their society is filled with competition. In the past, he had documents in his hands. The hunter thought that he needed to become better day by day so that he would not be eliminated. The protagonist passed by the board. He had to come to the construction site to survive. Because the strong always devoured the weak, this is the essence of natural selection. Saun carried heavy loads and worked hard. The guy rushed in different directions, and it seemed to him that he was not inferior to others. The young man swung his spear. A message appeared on his phone. The student took it in his hands. The further, the more anxious he became. The system window was reflected in his eyes. The hunter realized that he was fixated on the Academy of Transcendence. The protagonist, overwhelmed by pressure, lay on the bed and thought that he should try to become even stronger. He ran along the built tower so as not to be eliminated, not to fall behind the others, not to let them overtake him and survive in this competition. Saun closed his eyes and began to breathe heavily. Miniol smiled and said that he didn't care. The spirit of that child from the story was behind him. The blocks of the tower fell into the void. The boy pointed at himself and said that his importance would not decrease because other people scolded him. The boy's mouth opened in amazement. His eyes sparkled. Smiling, the young man understood the meaning of Gotama's lecture and wondered why it had not occurred to him until now. His hand, clutching the spear, trembled. The student put it away. Something flashed in the air. The hunter took out a completely ordinary spear. The self-taught man frowned and tried to understand why his opponent took out a different weapon. The protagonist took a step forward and said that he did not look down on his opponent at all. The student's eyes widened in surprise and asked why he did this, because with that spear he would definitely have won. Saun frowned sternly. The boy imagined the holy spear in his hands and thought that he could indeed win with it and that all he had to do was stop his opponent's actions. The young man lowered the spear and decided that he still wanted to win and knew that winning with equipment was also a skill. The student looked at his opponent and told him his own words. The hunter smiled broadly and said that his importance would not increase if others praised him. He determinedly knit his brows and realized that he had to determine his own value. The awakened one froze in astonishment. Miniol raised his eyebrows and declared that his opponent was even better than expected. The boy put his hand to his chest. All his equipment fell to the ground. The self-taught man grabbed a knife and asked his opponent not to think that he was being looked down upon. The student took a fighting stance and explained that he was most confident in what his mentor had taught him. The protagonist smiled and replied that he did not think he was being looked down upon. The awakened one nodded. Saun spread his legs wide. His opponent took a step forward. They faced each other in a fierce battle. The heroes approached each other and said in one voice that the most important thing was victory. The boy looked at his opponent with confidence. Miniol looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and laughed. The young man's eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, the boy threw his weapon aside and crouched. The self-taught man lunged forward and found himself right in front of his opponent. The student swung his knife furiously. A cut appeared on the student's shoulder. He was also wounded in the side. The hunter covered his head with his hand and thought that this was quite difficult, because the holy spear would have allowed him to easily parry this attack. The awakened one swung his knife. He managed to grab the opponent's spear. Miniol cut the air with the blade. The protagonist raised his hand to defend himself and realized that his attacks were extremely mobile, so it was difficult to adjust to them. Saun stopped the knife with his hand. The boy jumped back far. The boy grinned and realized that his body immediately became lighter after he accepted a possible defeat. The self-taught man made a dash towards him. The young man thought that he would lose nothing if he lost, and decided to sincerely give it his all for the sake of victory. A smile shone on his face. The student asked himself if fighting had always been so enjoyable. The student jumped over him. The hunter realized that this was indeed the only weapon that the teacher taught him to use. The awakened one narrowed his eyes and said that it was too early to be surprised. The protagonist bent down and swung his spear. A huge crater appeared at the place of the blow. Saun frowned and saw dust rise in front of him. The boy covered his nose with his hand because it became difficult for him to breathe. Menial disappeared in a cloud of dust. The next moment, the young man noticed that there was no one in front of him. The dust cleared and there was no one behind it. The student took a fighting stance and wondered if his opponent was even capable of such a high-level technique as stealth. The hunter looked to the side and noticed that his opponent still had not managed to perfect it. The protagonist looked back and thought that without concentration, he was constantly slipping out of sight. Apparently, this was the last winning move. Saun swung his shining spear and decided to use all the accumulated mana. In the memory, the boy fought with Daman. Then he managed to bring down a hail of arrows on his opponent. Then the self-taught man disappeared into a cloud of dust. The guy's eyes widened. He had to lower his weapon. Beads of sweat were running down his cheeks. The young man held the spear in front of him and wondered if he was doing the right thing. The student ducked down and realized that it wasn't because he lacked confidence. He was just realizing how limited his own style had been all along. The hunter looked up. Someone appeared behind him and said that learning was indeed a wonderful thing. Merlin approached him and explained that if learning became a habit, it could become a barrier to self-expression, since learning was still knowledge gained from another person. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. The archmage asked how long the student could claim to be doing well using knowledge gained from other people. Saun closed his eyes and thought about releasing his own mana, not someone else's. His spear began to glow. The mentor told him that there would come a time when learning alone would no longer be enough, and the knowledge he learned should only be a means to express himself. The boy pursed his lips and remembered everything he had been taught. Waves of blue energy appeared around him. Bright lights appeared in the darkness. A bright energy was floating around them. The youth's eyes widened. The student raised the spear in front of him and realized that he had to create something of his own, not using something from someone else. A bright light illuminated the arena. The spectators' mouths opened in shock, not understanding what was happening. Saun's eyes widened in surprise. Someone shouted that even hunters who had dedicated decades of training were barely able to summon an aura blade. The protagonist confidently frowned. Gusts of wind swirled around him. His spear emitted a powerful aura. Saun sensed the enemy approaching and turned around. The tip of the spear was right in front of Menial's face. A bright wave of energy crashed down on him. Its light spread out in different directions so as not to hurt his opponent. The boy smiled slyly. The boy grinned back when the spear was in front of his throat. The heroes stood in the arena when the self-taught man admitted his defeat. The hall exploded with applause. Kalia raised his eyebrows in surprise when he was informed of the hunter's victory. The apostle's successor silently took a sip from his mug. He put the cup on the table and asked if they had managed to detect the distortion. Standing in the middle of the room, Kalkos said that he had seen the distortion, but did not think it could be called as such. The priest asked what it meant. The saint frowned sternly when his subordinate reported that Saun had suddenly changed his weapon and used an aura blade during the battle. Rising from his chair, the blonde asked his comrade to continue observing and promised to report everything to the apostle. His hand trembled when the member of the order asked for what reason they had to resort to such measures. Kalia asked what they were talking about. The boy raised his hands and explained that the Korean Association had launched an investigation because of the rift, and now it was interfering with the plan they had spent all this time preparing for. Kalkos didn't understand why they were doing this for one student. The apostle's successor opened his mouth wide and ordered him to be quiet. His subordinate dropped his hands. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek. The priest crossed his arms over his chest. The boy asked him for forgiveness. The saint silently looked away. At the altar, the apostle of chastity asked if the distortion had really been detected in Korea, and the answer was yes. When the man asked who the person was who had been able to resolve it, the blonde placed his hand on his chest and replied that it had been a student named Saun. Red eyes were visible from under his hood. Kalia wondered why he was asking who had solved the problem when he knew about the news that the distortion had been eliminated. The stranger approached him and asked him to watch what this disciple was doing. The successor of the apostle looked up and asked what the reason for their actions was. The apostle of chastity gave him a stern look. An incredible pressure fell on the priest. The saint bowed before the leader. The man said that he knew perfectly well that he had the strongest position of all the successors and added that this did not make him a real apostle. The blonde lowered his head and asked for forgiveness for this. The pressure disappeared and he raised his head. The stranger passed by him and said that this was not his will. Kalia's eyes widened in surprise. The successor of the apostle turned around and asked what this meant. Looking after him, the priest thought about the fact that the Apostle of Chastity not only occupied the most important place in the Order of Truth, but was also one of the 7 apostles, whom no one in the whole world would dare to contradict. Without turning around, the man explained that he knew that he had to handle all matters alone before, without the support of the elders, and asked him to consider it a kind of favor and report everything related to the student to him. The saint bit his nail and thought about how there was no one in the entire world who could use the Apostle of Chastity as a messenger to convey orders. The nail broke, the blonde remembered that there was only one such person. People walked along the streets of the city. The spectators of the past match were surprised that the winner was so good. Soyun put her hands on her hips and asked if it was her imagination or if her friend was becoming more and more like a monster. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that it sounded a little cruel. The girl said that anyone who looked at him would think the same, especially because of his ability to use the aura blade, and asked where one could even learn how to do that. Xiaojun scratched the back of his head and replied that he was just lucky. The woman lowered her hand and asked if he was going home. The boy answered affirmatively and added that he needed to meet someone before that. A disgruntled Miniol appeared behind Saun. He was surrounded by people who begged him to join their academy. The boy shouted that he was not going anywhere. Despite all the money and privileges, the girl assumed that her friend was going to meet him. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that this was to be expected. Representatives of different academies looked at the self-taught man greedily. Even despite losing in the finals, he attracted enough attention for all the schools to show interest in him. The student shook his head furiously and refused all offers. The student wondered what they would do if all these people followed him. The people opened their mouths in shock when the awakened one disappeared from their sight. Miniol hid behind his friend and declared that he would go to the Dream Academy. The hunter's eyes widened in horror. It was getting dark outside, and shouts and arguments could be heard in the stadium. People ran forward along the corridor in search of the hunter. The heroes hid around the corner. The woman said that they had managed to lose them. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what his friend was thinking when he said that in public. The boy replied that he said it by accident because people kept following him, and added that it was not an unfounded statement at all. Xiaojun raised his eyebrows and remembered that his friend was not going to enter the academy. The self-taught man smiled broadly and said that he did not say that he was not going to enter his academy. The boy, his eyes wide in amazement, wondered what this could mean, and thought that he could not express his opinion on this matter because then even Xiaojun would not accept him. Standing in the middle of the corridor, the young man suggested returning to this conversation later. The student frowned menacingly and asked if his friend remembered his promise. The student smiled and confirmed it. Looking at him, the hunter thought that there were more important matters to deal with now, and asked him who his teacher really was. The awakened one closed his eyes. Suddenly, he frowned and took a deep breath. Minjol opened his mouth wide and said that he did not know who his teacher was. The protagonist looked at him with disgust. A dark aura appeared around him. Xiaojun asked if this was some kind of joke and warned that he would make him talk himself. The boy shouted that this was not a joke or a lie at all, and reminded him that his teacher himself did not know that he had a student. The boy frowned sternly and remembered how his friend said that he only learned how to use a dagger from him. Pointing at him, the young man's friend said that his teacher was a transcendental strongman, and asked how one could not know the identity of his own teacher. The student's eyes widened in surprise when the self-taught man explained that the man had not taught him personally, but had simply observed him. The student lowered his hands and said that no one had ever actually taught him. Clouds floated above the mountains. The awakened one walked through the grass. The term self-taught usually means that a person wants to become a hunter, but has neither money nor talent. Miniol raised his hand to his forehead. He had everything he needed. He just did not want to get involved with anyone and chose the path of self-study himself. Approaching his friend, the boy told about how he trained in the mountains alone and that no one taught him, but he still liked it since he did not have to adjust to someone's boring program. The boy looked out from behind a tree at the moment when he was about to start training, but suddenly felt someone's presence. A man was lying on the ground. The self-taught man crouched down next to him and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist frowned suspiciously. The awakened one remembered trying to shake the stranger and said that this was his first meeting with the teacher. Miniol leaned over and asked if he was okay. The boy looked at his bloody hand and saw a wound on the man's body. The boy hoisted him onto his back and asked him to be patient a little longer while they walked to the hospital. The barely alive stranger said that they should not go down. The autodidact frowned and said that he needed to go to the hospital right now, otherwise he would die. The man pressed himself against his shoulder and repeated that he should not go down. The hunter grabbed him tighter and gave up the idea of taking him to the hospital because these words blew a breath of desperate obsession. The awakened one entered an abandoned house somewhere in the mountains. This place had become a refuge for the sick stranger. Miniol took a bowl in his hand. He had to feed the wounded man himself. The man was lying on the floor. At first he was in a miserable state and could die at any moment, but over time his strength began to return. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, the boy thought that about a month had passed since they met and that the old man should soon open his eyes. The boy frowned when someone expressed surprise that he managed to survive. People in black cloaks surrounded the stranger, who could not believe that the elder had come here personally only because of him. The self-taught man hid behind a tree and wondered what was going on here. The scoundrels asked who helped him. The man answered that it was none of their business. The mercenary grinned and assumed that the child who hid in the bushes had helped him. The hunter's eyes widened in fear. The severed head flew up into the air. The old man made a dash and dealt with his pursuers. Those who survived looked at him in shock. The mercenaries pounced on the stranger at once. The protagonist noticed how his comrades' hands were shaking. With trembling lips, the awakened one told about how for the first time in his life he had met a man who fought so skillfully. The villain clenched his teeth and said that this was not in their plans. The enemies stood opposite each other. The man assumed that the mercenaries had forgotten that they were unable to see him. He looked back and asked his savior to leave here immediately and never return. Menial closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Dead mercenaries lay on the ground. The boy realized that the stranger had disappeared and wondered what had just happened. The guy took the nunchucks and decided to listen to his intuition, which told him that he needed to listen to this man. Suddenly, the autodidact noticed a book lying on the floor, which the man had forgotten in a hurry. It immediately appeared in his backpack. The hunter closed his eyes and explained that he wanted to return it later, but they still had not met. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist realized that this was the same teacher, and asked why his comrade called the one who had taught him nothing a teacher. The awakened one said that this book turned out to be a secret teaching. His cheeks turned red. Menial explained that it was related to the art of dagger fighting and stealth techniques. Saun realized that the old man really did not know about the presence of a student. The boy confirmed that he did not know that someone took his technique and studied it. The autodidact raised his hands and declared that he was telling the truth, despite the fact that it was hard to believe. The boy narrowed his eyes and realized that his friend was not really a student of the Transcendent Academy, although the possibility of this was high from the start. The awakened one put his hand on his chest and swore that he was telling the truth. The boy asked if the old man's identity was still a secret. Minjol confirmed it and told him that he only participated in the exam because he hoped to find his teacher. Saun widened her eyes and suggested that this stranger could be the Dark Star himself. The student looked back and opened his mouth in surprise. A huge snake was wrapped around the man, along with the star sword. This man was one of the 5 heroes who represented Korea and had the most secretive personality among them. He was called the genius of secret assassinations due to his excellent disguise skills. The hunter turned to his friend and asked if they had ever met him in person. The girl said that they had met a couple of times when she was little. The old man would come to her grandfather and they would fight each time. The boy watched his comrades with a stupid smile. The protagonist asked his friend to ask Minchul about this secret teaching. The woman decided that her grandfather would be able to learn the Dark Star technique. The self-taught man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that her grandfather was the Star Sword itself. The bright sun shone over the city. The next day, white clouds floated above the houses. Saun narrowed his eyes in displeasure and pursed his lips. A notification appeared on the phone screen that the imitation Gungnir cost 500 million. The guy frowned and got angry because this academy made him spend all his money, even though the billion he received for winning the exam was credited to his account without any problems within a day. The awakened one opened his mouth wide and asked if this was really the granddaughter of the Star Sword himself. Minjol bowed and asked her to help him organize a meeting with his teacher. At first he was hesitant about showing someone else's secret teaching to another person. The boy smiled and promised to see him tomorrow. The young man remembered that his friend had agreed to show his technique to Minjol and wondered why the self-taught man was treating Saun with respect, but not him. The student pressed the button to buy a pass. A notification about the progress of the courses appeared. The hunter opened his mouth in surprise and suggested that the percentage of course completion accumulated even without a pass. A notification appeared on his phone that the progress of the Chiron course had reached 100%. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The system reported that a new skill, bone rebuilding, had become available to him. Waves of light energy swept over his body. Saun smiled happily. The guy raised his hand and let out an admiring cry. He began to dance with happiness. Suddenly, the young man stopped and fell silent. The student narrowed his eyes and wondered what exactly had changed, because after completing Zingu's course, he felt like a power capable of moving mountains was circulating through his body. Imagining the sage in the lotus position, the hunter thought about how the rebuilding of the bones corrects the flaws of the skeleton and removes toxins from the body, forcing a person to be reborn again. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared behind him. The awakened one turned around, but the dark energy immediately dissipated. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what just happened and felt a chill run down his spine. Saun's eyes widened and he felt as if someone had put a sword blade to his throat. The stranger could not believe that he had managed to sense his presence. The boy looked around, but did not see anyone. The young man furrowed his brows and asked who it was. The voice asked him not to take it personally and explained that he had not come here to kill him. The stranger stepped out of the shadows and called the child a pretty tough opponent. The student's mouth dropped open in surprise and thought that it couldn't be. The dark star stood before him. The hunter grabbed the spear and realized that the man was a genius of secret assassination and a master of stealth techniques. Frowning, the man called him quite smart and asked how he was able to recognize his presence. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement and suggested that it was all because of the bone reorganization that Chiron had given him, although it was more like a psychic ability. Saun put away the spear and asked if the warrior had come to him because of Menial. The old man said that was just one of the reasons. There were lamps hanging from the ceiling. The boy guessed that the teacher had left him the teaching on purpose. The killer was angry that the boy had told someone about his secret technique. The young man raised his hand and said that his friend had not guessed either his identity or that the book had been there on purpose. Dark Star was shocked by such stupidity of his student. The heroes stood in an empty room. The student said that the self-taught man was about to arrive and suggested that they meet. The man said that he had expected to have more time before that. The hunter frowned and asked what they were talking about. The old man said that he would have met him a long time ago if he could, but for now they were not allowed to cross paths. This is what led the warrior to the main character. The killer asked how he was connected with the Order of Truth. Saun raised an eyebrow in surprise and said that he had only met Kalia once. The boy gave the guest a stern look as Dark Star figured out what was going on. The man folded his hands behind his back and explained that he had been following the Order of Truth all this time. The young man asked why he needed to do that. The old man frowned and said that he did not trust them, even though most people in this world knew the Order as the heroes of humanity and the organization that stopped the great disaster. The assassin imagined the priests walking out onto the cliff and asked if his young friend knew about the giant monster berserker that they had defeated. The student answered in the affirmative and asked what that had to do with it. Dark Star glared at him and explained that the berserker had not been defeated. The heroes stood opposite each other. The hunter remembered that the berserker was a powerful monster that the 7 apostles defeated, thus ending the great disaster. Dark Star explained that it was impossible to defeat. The protagonist pursed his lips tightly when the man noticed that there was no photo or video of the monster's corpse, and stated that it looked too unnatural, even with the chaos that was happening at the time. Saun's eyes widened in horror when the old man said that berserker suddenly disappeared. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked why everyone thought that the Order of Truth saved humanity. The killer suggested that they did something to Berserker that caused him to disappear. Dark Star turned around and explained that at first it was just a small grain of doubt, but a few years ago something happened that made him convinced that he was right. The man closed his eyes and asked if his young friend had ever wondered why the position of the Apostle of Chastity was empty, and the Order of Truth said that their previous leader died of old age. The boy opened his mouth in shock, and the old man explained that the Apostle of Chastity suddenly disappeared, just like Berserker. The student's brows furrowed as the assassin stated that there was no point and that one of the 7 apostles who had been together since before the Great Calamity could not die of old age. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise as Dark Star explained to him that the Order of Truth wanted to kill him and that the 10-star dungeon rift was a ploy to lure the student. The protagonist asked why the Order of Truth wanted him. The man folded his hands behind his back and said that he did not know and added that the Order was definitely watching him. Saun asked why the guest was telling him this. The old man turned around and stated that he had one request. The assassin opened his mouth wide and asked him to take care of the boy for him. The guy asked him if it was Minjil. Dark Star covered his face with his collar and explained that he could not look after him while the Order of Truth was watching him since they had a unique way of surveillance. The giant eye was watching people. It turned out that the Order could see the consequences of the actions of the object of surveillance, so the man left his mark on everyone he approached due to the fact that he fell under their surveillance. The young man pointed at himself and asked him if this meant that he now had a mark too. The huge eye turned black. The old man said that he was an exception since the Order was watching him too. The killer said that the Order would not feel anything unusual if they met. The student scratched the back of his head and asked why the Order could not see him. Dark Star replied that he did not know. The hunter's eyes turned white. The man approached him and explained that he was able to get rid of their gaze only when he was one step away from self-oblivion. The protagonist scratched his chin and wondered if this could have something to do with the fact that the academy did not have any data on him. The old man said that his time was running out. Handing the book to his comrade, he asked him to pass it on to the boy and explained that the techniques were described in more detail here. Saun frowned with displeasure and asked where he had so much trust in him that he decided to give him such a thing. The heroes looked at each other menacingly. The old man explained that people outside of observation are the only ones who cannot be pressured. The assassin handed over another book and decided to give it to his comrade as payment. Dark Star closed his eyes and said that this was another secret teaching written by him that could be very useful to him. The boy replied that he did not need it and asked to give him something else. The man frowned menacingly, not expecting to hear such an answer. Putting the book in his pocket, the old man thought that even S-rank hunters were ready to kill each other for this technique and asked what he needed. The young man said that he did not need anything special. The student clasped his thumb and index finger and asked if his guest had heard about alimony. The heroes approached each other. The killer was surprised that the hunter preferred money to a secret technique. The protagonist warned that he would not do anything if he did not receive it. Dark Star closed his eyes and asked how much he needed. The protagonist replied that at the moment he needed 3 billion. The man opened his mouth angrily and asked why he needed so much. Saun asked him not to be angry and to listen to him calmly. The guy picked up a book and said that only someone who for some reason was invisible to the order could help him. The old man frowned with displeasure. The young man twirled his index finger and added that Menial trusted him and would not accept teachings from a teacher from a stranger. The killer narrowed his eyes. Grinning maliciously, the student reminded that his disciple saved his life and did not want to get involved in anything, so it was not in his interests for the boy to end up in the mountains again and get bogged down in his training. The hunter's eyes widened and he declared that he was also putting himself in danger, as the order would begin to suspect him even more. The protagonist pointed forward and concluded that he deserved to receive at least 3 billion. Standing in front of him, Dark Star agreed. Saun was surprised and thought that he should have closed his eyes to his conscience and asked for 100 billion. The man promised to transfer them a little later and hoped that this amount was not for a month. The guy puffed out his cheeks and asked if he would be able to bypass all the taxes and laws. The old man realized that his conscience had reached the level of true enlightenment. The killer headed for the exit and warned that the money would come on behalf of the association, so there would be no questions for him. The young man asked if he should tell Menial about him. Dissolving into the shadows, Dark Star said that his friend could do whatever he wanted, as the order could not see him anyway, and asked to warn the boy that he should not tell anyone about his identity. The student was left alone in the room. At that moment, the self-taught man entered the room. The awakened one raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that his teacher was the Dark Star. The dumbfounded student froze in the shadows. The hunter thought that it was not surprising that the identity of the mentor shocked him, and said that the man had to leave on urgent business and that he left him this as a parting gift. The protagonist handed his friend the book. Saun put his hands behind his head and realized that he had fulfilled the request and received the money, and that now all that was left for him to do was buy a weapon and listen to a few more lectures. Menial asked why his comrade gave him this. The boy raised his eyebrows and repeated that the old man asked him to pass on the teachings to him. The boy decided that he could have hidden it. The young man smiled nervously and realized that his friend was interested in why he did not steal the book. Scratching his cheek, the student wondered what to answer him and realized that he could not tell him the truth about the Academy of Transcendence. The hunter closed his eyes. The protagonist rolled his eyes and replied that it would be wrong of him. The self-taught man opened his mouth in amazement. Saun looked at him in surprise when the student said that he had made a decision. The awakened one clenched his fist and declared that he would attend Dream Academy with his friend. His eyes lit up with happiness. Menial was touched by the kindness and honesty of his friend. The glow of boundless trust blinded the boy. Clouds floated above the city. The young man decided that there was some kind of misunderstanding. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and announced that he would be studying at Dream Academy from today. Saun smiled widely and said that she would only be happy about it. The student tried to push his friend away from himself and thought that his guess was confirmed. 2 books appeared behind the self-taught man. The hunter realized that he could benefit from this, even though at first it seemed stupid, because his friend would be training himself according to the secret teachings that the Dark Star would provide him with. The man handed the book to him, and he handed it to the student. He wouldn't have to look for the awakened one every time the old man gave him an assignment. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned and realized that the killer would have more reasons to give him money if Menial went with him everywhere. The heroes happily hugged. Saun compared his comrade to a goose laying golden eggs. The girl thoughtfully scratched her chin and said that now they would be able to participate in team competitions. The guys looked at her and asked what it meant. The woman told them that there are different events where several students from the same academy participate, and that the prize for such tournaments is much larger. The guy stuck his ears out when he heard that they were talking about money. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The director of the academy said that they could take all the prizes if they joined forces. The boy's eyes widened in fear when he noticed his friend's gaze on him. The blue sky hung over the academy building. 3 days later, a muscular man was working out in the gym. The young man put his hand to his temple. Pulling a huge barbell, the athlete asked the guys to wait for him for a while. The student looked at the screen of his phone. 3 days after Menial joined the Dream Academy, he was able to receive a prize for winning a match, although 4.5 billion immediately evaporated from his account to pay for new courses. A giant piece of steel crashed into the ground, Hercules smiled widely and promised to be brief since this was only the first lecture. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The man assumed that many students came here immediately after finishing the Chiron course and asked those who had not yet listened to his lectures to attend this course and then come back to him. Showing his muscles, the athlete said that for Transcendence, the physical body is the most important and integral factor, and strength, agility, and reflexes are a complex system of interweaving. With his eyes sparkling, he decided to teach the students a way to grow large muscles that would increase all of their stats, not just add weight. A blue aura appeared around his arms. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise and he wondered how his muscles could grow so much. Hercules knelt down on one knee and asked the students to watch him closely. His eyes lit up. The man patted his thighs and explained that his pumped-up legs allowed him to develop incredible speed. The owner of destructive power capable of bringing down the heavens destroyed a stone block. The athlete grinned and said that this was possible thanks to his menacing-looking arm muscles. He did a few squats and explained that conditioned reflexes reacted to thoughts with lightning speed, coupled with intuition. The lecturer did push-ups and added that this endurance knew no fatigue. The bright light emanating from his muscles blinded Saun. Sitting on the floor, the guy thought that this is what happens when a veteran of the gym becomes a transcendent. Hercules concluded that muscle strength is the basis of transcendence. A daily task appeared on the screen. The young man noticed that it was exactly the same as in the Chiron course. Suddenly, a message appeared on the system window that all exercises must be performed with a load of at least 1 ton. The student closed his eyes and asked what it meant. He rubbed his eyes just in case. The hunter stared at the phone screen in confusion. Sitting alone on the floor, the protagonist decided that they had simply gone crazy. Pointing at the screen, Saun realized that the title of the lecture about 500 tons was not a joke at all, and hoped that this would not happen in the Sanfeng course. Scratching his beard, the old man explained that gait usually denotes the movements of the legs in some sport. However, when people strive to master not only the movements of the legs, but also the movements of the whole body, this is called the technique of practicing movements. Squinting, the guy compared him to a celestial being and remembered that there was even a legend about his ascension. The young man raised his eyebrows when the lecturer decided to show the students a small example. The man raised his leg. The teacher walked on the clouds and said that he wanted to teach the guys the so-called walking on air. The mentor easily stepped from cloud to cloud, leaning on Nigong with the help of the Yonquan acupuncture point. The student's eyes widened in amazement and realized that there would be no limitations in the air for him if he could freely soar in the sky. The hunter looked at the phone screen and saw a new daily task, according to which he would need to maintain a speed of 300 kilometers per hour while in the air. The protagonist frowned and thought that this sounded quite doable. The door of the room opened. Saun was glad that this thought was the first thing that came to his mind when he saw the tasks. Someone entered the hall and asked where Saun was now. The guy turned around and saw Saun in front of him. The guys moved to the office. The young man asked her what brought her here. Holding a plastic cup in her hands, the girl remembered that her friend worked with her father last time. She asked if they had been in touch lately. The boy sat down at the table and told him what they had talked about when he was taking the mock exam. The woman frowned in disappointment when the student asked what was wrong. The hunter frowned when his friend explained that her father had stopped contacting him. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and asked what had happened to him. Saun jumped up from the table and asked how long they had been unable to contact each other. Saun explained that her father had gone to work and never returned. The boy suggested that Manchel might have drunk and fallen asleep somewhere nearby. Since this had happened before, the girl raised her eyebrows and asked if he really thought so. She looked down when the boy asked if something else had happened. Clutching her glass in her hands, the woman replied that she and her father had gotten into a fight yesterday. The student's mouth dropped open when his friend said she wanted to become a professional hunter and asked if she really wanted to awaken artificially. His pupils narrowed when Suyang explained that she had awakened not long ago, about a month ago. The girl frowned tensely and added that her father was categorically against her entering the academy. Throwing a sad look at her, the protagonist thought that in their time, the earnings of a hunter are much better than a prestigious job after university, and that his friend probably wants to ease the burden on her father's shoulders, but no parent will allow their child to be on the front lines. The guys went outside. Saun asked his friend to call if anything happened. The woman asked him not to relax either. They waved at each other and Saun left. The guy saw her off with a disappointed look. He put the phone to his ear and realized that Manchel was not picking up. The young man looked at the screen and wondered what the old man was so busy with. The student closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The screen displayed a call window. The hunter put the phone in his pocket and decided that it was not the first time his colleague had not contacted, so he could wait another day. Kalia was standing by the window. Calcos reported that Evil Fate had noticed something. Without turning around, the apostle's successor asked how the surveillance of Saun was going. The member of the order replied that he was not visible at all. The priest bit his thumbnail. The saint looked back and declared that the truth about the rift in the dungeon of the 10 stars must not be revealed under any circumstances. The blonde frowned and ordered his subordinate to return to his work. A message about the daily task appeared, and the protagonist thought about it. The protagonist looked closely at what was written and repeated that 1 ton. Sitting near the barbell, the guy said that if he knew that this would happen, he would not have sold the corpses of monsters, but stored everything at his place, then continued that now he can't even go on a raid. A blue glow appeared from the bag, and Saun realized that it was good that he bought kibises, even though he didn't buy it for this purpose. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist tried to lift the bag. Gritting his teeth, the main character wondered if it would pull a ton. Suddenly, the bag fell to the floor. Leaning on his hands, Saun admitted that it was hard, even with the power of moving mountains, and realized that he would have to use the power of mana. Then he might be able to cope. Then he said that he had to go out of his way for the sake of some kind of sport, although it was unclear whether it was a sport or torture. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist decided to seriously try to put all his strength into it. The daily quest list appeared and the protagonist swung his leg with great force. Saun's eyes widened when she saw it. Saun was lying face down on the floor. There was a bag on the protagonist's back and the girl asked if she could find out what the guy was doing there, to which the protagonist asked the girl to save him. The girl folded her arms and muttered that he was a loser, and the protagonist continued to ask her to take the bag off him because he was going to die. Saun bent down to pick up the bag and asked how much the guy had stuffed in it. The girl tried to lift the weight off the protagonist's back. She frowned and a blue glow formed around her. The bag fell to the floor. The saved Saun rose to his knees. Saun looked at her hand in surprise. The protagonist thanked her with his mouth wide open and shouted that he thought he was going to die. Saun asked if the girl could tell him how tall the building was, and she widened her eyes and said it was only 5 stories tall and about 15 meters. The protagonist could be heard muttering that 15 meters was not enough, and the girl anxiously asked why he asked that. Saun widened her eyes and said he was going to jump. Saun held out her hand, and the protagonist asked if it would work if he jumped from the roof 15 meters high, and if he could do it in his current form, and then said he would step away for a while to experiment. A loud scream was heard, and Saun spread her arms in confusion. The girl continued to stand in the center of the room and heard the sound of the impact. The protagonist shouted that everything worked, and the girl became more and more surprised as she stood in the room. Saun yelled that he would try jumping again, and Saun lowered her eyebrows, thinking that he was crazy. The girl turned away and started to walk away, wondering what the new students would think when they saw this, and wondered if she would be able to accept new students at all, because now she was unsure. Miniol showed up and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The guy pointed at the protagonist and said that he had gone out for a while to look for an apartment, and here he was, and asked what was wrong with him, to which the girl replied that he shouldn't ask her, because she wanted to know herself. Miniol asked if Saun behaved like this in real life, and maybe he had eaten something bad, to which Saun replied that it was true. And she herself was surprised when she saw it for the first time, and the protagonist sat with his phone in his hands, thinking about the fact that his uncle still hadn't contacted him. The protagonist looked sadly at the phone screen and continued that his uncle had not picked up the phone for 4 days already, and he had known Mankal for about 10 years, but he had never disappeared for so long. A message appeared from Saun that she was looking for her dad and filed a police report, to which Saun thought that he was sure that there was some kind of problem and that he should check it out himself. Taking his jacket in his hand, the protagonist said that he would step away for a while, to which the girl asked if he was going to jump again, to which Miniol asked again. Saun angrily asked if the protagonist had forgotten that because of this, they had received a complaint from civilians who thought that zombies were falling from somewhere and filed a request to see if there was a dungeon rift somewhere. To which Saun, putting his finger to his face, replied that this time it was not because of that and that he was going to look for Uncle Manchal. Saun asked what happened to him, to which the protagonist hesitated while putting on his jacket. Frowning, the protagonist explained that he was not sure yet and would tell everything when he returned. A tall building appeared and someone said, "Wow, who do we have here? Is it really their superstar Saun himself?" The protagonist was surrounded by workers and greeted them. A bald man praised the protagonist for his cool performance at the training exam, and another worker recalled that Saun saved up for 9 years to become a hunter and finally succeeded, but he was interrupted by the fact that the guy is not a pro yet. There is no need to run ahead of the locomotive. Throwing his hand behind his head, the protagonist heard someone say that a professional hunter is just around the corner, and he knew that the guy would succeed even when he was acting like a psycho, shouldering the corpses of monsters. The bald worker asked what brought the guy here and clarified that maybe he wanted to assign the workers to transport the corpses, to which Saun, holding out his hands, explained that it had nothing to do with it and that he had simply dropped by to say hello and see if everything was okay. The workers replied that their lives had gotten better after he had escorted that foreman Tisu, and Manchel said that it was the protagonist's effort, to which Xiajun, with his mouth slightly open, recalled that it was his first request to Saun and that it was her merit. Holding out his hand, the protagonist clarified, since they had started talking, whether anyone had seen Uncle Manchel, to which the men replied that they didn't even know and that it had been a long time since they had seen him. The bespectacled worker said that he could have gotten drunk again and gone to sleep somewhere, because that happened, to which Xiajun, turning down the corners of his lips, asked himself if no one knew. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that Manchel had disappeared since he went after that man. The protagonist asked the man again and clarified what he meant, to which he pointed out that a strange man had come 3 or 4 days ago and said that he was looking for workers to transport monsters, and Manchel had gone with him. The bespectacled worker, his mouth wide open, said that the man had promised to give him more money and even he had been tempted. A construction site was visible, and the protagonist asked if there were others with him, to which he received the answer that there had only been Manchel. The men continued that it was obvious from the man that he was shady, because when you address them directly, it is immediately clear that something is fishy, and most often it is something dangerous or illegal, and money is good, but it is not more valuable than life, to which Xiajun, with his mouth wide open, said, "Why Uncle Manchel?" The protagonist recalled conversations with Saun, and listened to the missing man say that he needed money to send his daughter to the academy. The protagonist asked if the workers knew what dungeon they went to which the men were worried if something had happened to him, and answered that they knew nothing, and the man did not tell them anything. The workers suggested that the association could tell them, because they always report all sorts of raids and transportations, to which the protagonist, frowning, looked at them. The protagonist, running away, shouted that he was grateful for the information and that he had some business to do, to which the men asked the guy to drop by more often. The association employee, raising his eyebrows, apologized and explained that this was personal information that they had no right to disclose to third parties. Leaning his hands on the counter, Xiajun asked if the man understood that it was a missing person, to which he replied that the disappearance was not confirmed and he could not disclose anything, and even if the person was missing, he could not discuss it with a third party, after which he apologized. The protagonist looked at the employee, frowning angrily. The protagonist sat down on a bench near which children were running and thought about what to do now. The silhouette of 2 men appeared, and Xiajun understood that Uncle Manchel had stopped communicating since he left with the suspicious person 4 days ago. With his elbows on his knees, the protagonist realized that there was no doubt that something had happened there, and thought that the problem was that there were no confirmed facts, as the association employee had said. The protagonist folded his hands and did not understand where this uneasy feeling came from. Xiajun remembered what Uncle Manchel looked like and how they worked together. The man handed the guy an envelope and asked him to take it. Sitting on the hospital bed, the protagonist looked at the hand with the envelope in surprise. The protagonist asked the uncle what it was, to which he smiled and replied that it was an envelope with 3 million, and although it was not enough, he still asked to accept it. Lowering his head, Xiajun replied that he could not accept it, because his uncle himself was having a hard time. Saun would soon be entering university, to which Manchel insisted that the guy take the envelope, adding that when an adult gives something, you should take it and thank him. The man thrust an envelope of money into the protagonist's hand and told the brat to finally cheer up. Manchel, smiling widely, said that this money meant nothing because it could always be saved. Xiajun recalled that when he was broken, having lost all the money he had saved for 9 years due to an accident, the first person to rush to him was Uncle Manchel and, having accepted the envelope, he thanked the man. Bills flew out of the envelope, and Xiajun said that although his uncle was poor himself, he did not hesitate to give him a huge sum of 3 million, and this money became the entrance fee to the Transcendent Academy. The protagonist's lips turned down, realizing that this had turned him into who he is now. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he could not sit and do nothing. The protagonist's back appeared. Holding the phone to his ear, Xiajun asked Soyun to do what he asked. Knowing that he just needed to find a way, the protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked if she could arrange a meeting with Star Sword for him. Xiajun stood in front of the protagonist with his hands down. Manchel lowered his brow and said that he was generally familiar with the situation. The protagonist asked if the protagonist wanted him to help him, to which Xiajun closed his eyes. The protagonist replied that he didn't want to which Star Sword pursed his lips and looked at the protagonist. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist asked how Manchel felt about fighting him in a duel once. Soyun looked at the protagonists with wide eyes and indignation. Manchel pursed his lips and looked at them in confusion. Frowning, Manchel asked what the protagonist said. With his hands down, Xiaojun said that if he won, the man would not just help, but would take an active part in this matter. Then he continued that if he lost, he would leave the academy, to which Xiaojun, with her eyes wide open, shouted the protagonist's name. Xiaojun explained that of course, he would not be able to defeat the Star Sword completely, to which he stood with his lips pressed together. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked Minchul to count the victory if he could injure him at least once. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he thought about the situation in which Uncle Manchul went after a suspicious person and something happened, but the association did not disclose the details, citing personal information. Minchul appeared, and Xiaojun realized that if it was one of the 5 heroes of South Korea, then the conversation would be different. The protagonist thought that even though it was a roulette game, he had no other way to save his uncle, and Star Sword lowered his eyebrows and said that it was presumptuous. Minchul turned and told Xiaojun to follow him, to which Saun raised her hand and called her grandfather. The doors to the room slammed shut. Star Sword stretched out his hands. A sword on a stand appeared. Minchul's eyes lit up, and seeing the weapon, Minchul wondered what it was. The man took hold of the azure dragon sword with his hand. The silhouette of the sword was visible, and it was said that according to legend, General Yuzin, while going to Walong on duty, met Nansing on the way, receiving from him the methods of commanding the army and a precious sword, and despite the fact that it is an imitation of a real sword, this weapon is considered the pinnacle of the creation of the best blacksmith in Korea. Lowering his brow, Minchul recalled that the leader would only draw the azure dragon sword in one instance, when he was certain that he had to kill the enemy at all costs. Looking at Star Sword's back, his assistant realized that the leader had not taken out the weapon even once since the Great Calamity was officially stopped. Minchul frowned as his right-hand man asked him what he planned to do with the boy. With his mouth wide open, Minchul explained that if anything went wrong, then the lady, to which Minchul interrupted him. The man turned around and said that even if he tried his best, he was still a student, and he should at least be prepared for such an outcome to dare to challenge him. Star Sword lowered his eyebrows and asked if he shouldn't have fun. Soyun's eyes widened and she shouted that Xiaojun shouldn't go to such extremes. Raising her hand, the girl continued that she would personally ask her grandfather to help. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that she didn't need to do that. The protagonist thanked Soyun for her concern and explained that it was a necessary measure for the future, and thought that he could not be sure that something like this would not happen again, to which the girl remained silent, clenching her fist. Xiaojun raised his hand and thought that at the moment he could not find out the reason for Minchul's disappearance, and that if the protagonist was the reason, then he assumed that if this was the case, then this could happen again in the future. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist realized that he still did not have the strength and power to protect the people around him. Looking at Soyun's confused face, the protagonist explained that he would have to involve the Star Sword case so that people would remember that if someone touched Xiaojun, Minchul would personally deal with him, then added that he would return victorious. The protagonist looked at the girl, frowning. Soyun looked at the protagonist with concern. The girl extended her palm to the guy's hand. Suddenly, she began to lower her palm, saying that he must definitely win. Spectators and 2 opponents with weapons in their hands gathered in the room. A blue magical flow formed around the Star Sword, and he warned that if the opponent suddenly thought that he would give him a break because of his granddaughter, it was not too late to retreat. Smiling, Xiaojun replied that it was not at all, and he hoped that the man would keep his promise. Minchul's face appeared in the reflection of the blade of the sword, and he said that at least he praised his opponent for his courage. The man pulled his hand back, and the sword cut the air. The Star Sword pointed the weapon at the protagonist and said that he would yield the first blow to him. Concentrating, the protagonist sent the spear down. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's chin, and he thought that even if his opponent was Minchul, then he could withstand a couple of attacks by Neni's strength. Xiaojun pulled his leg back. A moment later, the main character moved. The protagonist jumped up, and his spear began to emit magical energy. Gritting his teeth, the guy decided that he would attack with all his might from the very beginning. The protagonist's eyes lit up, the guy struck. A blue magical stream flew right in front of the enemy. Xiaojun's pupils noticeably decreased. The opponent blocked his attack with his sword. Looking forward, Minchul extended his hand with the weapon to the right and began to speak. The Star Sword's eyes sparkled, and he asked if that was all. Xiaojun stood in front of the enemy, holding onto the spear. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, held back the attack. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The opponent struck him. Xiaojun tried to dodge the attack. Both heroes began to fight each other. Magic traces from the opponent's weapons were visible in the room. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that the opponent was serious. Minchul, with his lips closed, was not going to retreat. The protagonist's face was visible through the enemy's magical attacks, and it was said that every attack, every move, all of it carried a touch of lethality. Star Sword put his weapon to his face, and it became clear that he was using sword dance. Minchul attacked the enemy again, leaving a blue magical trace. Soyun tried to stop them, but her grandfather's right hand held her back. Putting her hand forward, the girl anxiously began to pronounce the protagonist's name. She shouted his name, while Saun, gritting his teeth, held back another attack. In front of him, he saw the enemy attacking, and said that this was a hero of great calamity, an S rank, towering over S ranks. Minchel's face appeared in the shadow, and it was said that he was of the level of the sky above the heavens. Shards fell around Star Sword, and it became clear that this was all about him. The hero's weapons cut through the air. After that, blue magic traces were visible. Saun and Star Sword continued to fight. Frowning, Minchel thought that his opponent was a brat. The man recalled the opponent in a tracksuit and said that just a few months ago, he was an ordinary slacker. Imagining the newbie's past battles, he continued that he knew that he had amazing potential, but his exceptionality did not go beyond the level of a student. Saun quickly struck with his spear. The protagonist continued to block the enemy's attacks. Minchel, looking at this, was confused. The protagonist pulled his hand with the spear back, wanting to attack. Looking at Saun, who was trying to win, the man thought that the one in front of him now was still growing at this very moment. The protagonist raised his spear up, but was unable to strike, which surprised him greatly. The protagonist's eyes widened at what he saw. The Star Sword created a gust of wind, which he tried to knock down his opponent. After finishing the attack, the man spread his arms out to the sides. Minchel looked ahead with his eyebrows lowered. Saun left a mark from the spear on the floor, and the opponent was surprised by his weapon, adding that even its appearance spoke of its originality, but how was it that it was able to suppress the energy of his sword? Pressing his lips, the man understood that if it were not for this, the fight would have been over long ago. The weapon appeared on the floor, and Minchel thought that he did not plan to fight at full strength. Approaching the opponent, the man asked if it was time to add a little seriousness. The protagonist raised his weapon and entered the fight with the opponent. Blinded by the light, the protagonist closed his eyes. The Star Sword pulled the weapon back, creating a huge wave of light. The protagonist coughed, and drops of blood appeared. Saun rose from his knees in front of the enemy and realized that it was presumptuous. Taking hold of the spear, he continued that having encountered the same students and some stars of the academy during this time, he vaguely hoped that there would be no one better than him. But as they said, a student is a student, they were just youths who did not know the world. Raising his head, the protagonist realized that he could not see anything. The enemy's strength towered over the protagonist, and he muttered that he was not even able to see this huge difference between the Star Sword and himself. Beads of sweat rolled down the guy's cheek, and he realized that he felt despondent because even now he was not fighting at full strength. Saun swung his spear and moved behind his opponent. A moment later, the guy left only a trace in the air. The protagonist hung over his opponent and made an attack. Holding back the blow with his sword, Minchel asked if the guy was going to challenge him with such a level. The opponent's weapon left a blue trail in the air, and the protagonist muttered that he wanted to achieve such self-confidence and strength that, just by hearing his name, others would not even dare to touch his people. The protagonist raised his fingers to his face and suggested that he could only admit it. Star Sword extended his hand forward, and Saun admitted that he admired him and wanted to become like him, and respected his strength, and not just that, but deeply admired the lengths his opponent had gone to reach such a level. After delivering another blow with his spear, the protagonist realized that he had been arrogant. Holding back a counterattack, the protagonist thought about how he had fallen for the false reputation of a Transcendent, and without realizing it, he had shown arrogance towards Star Sword. Minchel extended his sword in front of him and attacked his opponent with a large magic wave. With his mouth wide open, Saun admitted that he was weaker than his opponent, infinitely weaker. Suddenly, the protagonist's foot left the ground. The protagonist ran straight at the enemy and realized that for the first time he could look at himself objectively. Star Sword raised the weapon above himself, and Saun knew that someday in the future he wanted to step over this adoration. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist prepared to strike and admitted that he wanted to surpass his opponent. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The guy was hanging in the air with a spear in his hand. A hand appeared on the weapon, and he muttered that his palm was tightly squeezing the shaft of the spear, but he did not feel anything. The guy's raised leg was visible, he was experiencing unfamiliar sensations. Looking at the attacking enemy, Saun realized that now every step seemed unnatural. Minchel's sword flew in front of the protagonist's eyes. After the attack, drops of blood appeared near the protagonist's body. The guy gritted his teeth in pain. Saun raised her hand and called out to the protagonist. The girl ran to him, and Minchel's right hand said that Saun had done well and had stood up to the leader for so long. Star Sword, frowning, began to speak. The protagonist bent over from the wound, and the man continued that he hoped the guy would keep his promise. The protagonist fell to the floor along with his weapon. Minchel cast a disdainful glance at the guy. Saun sat down next to Saun and looked sadly at her grandfather. Star Sword, closing her lips, was silent. His granddaughter anxiously brought her hand to the protagonist's body. Saun was lying on the floor, his eyes and mouth closed. A tree trunk appeared in the darkness. Uncle Munchel's legs appeared. The man carried the man on his shoulders and, sighing, said that if he had known that this would happen, he would never have dragged himself here, and only in vain had fallen for the money. The man behind him explained that he had never imagined that a distortion would suddenly occur, and if he had known, he would have gone alone, and then apologized, to which Munchel, with his mouth wide open, asked what the point of chewing over this, and continued that there was no need to worry too much, because someone would have noticed the loss and sent people to save them. The man said that it was unlikely to happen, to which the uncle looked at him with an exclamation. Magic dust was visible near the trees, and the man admitted that he had asked the association not to divulge the details under any circumstances, although this was done because the matter required secrecy. But on the contrary, it tied their hands. Munchel continued to walk with the man on his shoulders, and the man said that most likely it would be difficult for them to get out alive. The uncle smiled. Munchel said that in his opinion, that bastard would find some other way, to which the man behind him asked what this meant and who he was talking about. The uncle opened his mouth and said that there was someone. Looking up, Munchel clarified that it was a stupid boy. The protagonist was lying on the floor with his eyes open. Saun leaned on his hands and Saun asked if he was awake. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked how long he had been unconscious, to which the girl replied that it had not been that long, but that he should rest a little longer. The guy looked around the room and said that now was not the time to lie in bed. The protagonist explained that Mr. Starsword was more important, while the man opened the door to the room. Munchel looked at the guy and his assistant was peeking out from behind him. Saun and Saun turned to look at the man who had entered. Starsword closed his eyes. The man placed the sword in the protagonist's hands and told him to take it. The weapon in the protagonist's hand sparkled, and he was surprised to find that it was the Azure Dragon sword. Munchel called out to the leader, and Saun, sitting on the floor, called out to her grandfather. Looking at the sword, the protagonist asked why he needed it, to which Munchel asked not to make a mountain out of a molehill, because he was just going to keep his promise. With his mouth wide open, the man told the protagonist to bring them the sword as proof they would understand that this was his will, and added that it would be better if he dealt with the problem with his own methods without the leader's interference. Starsword asked the guy to do as his soul tells him, to which Saun remained silent, his lips pressed together. Houses appeared. From one of them the protagonist could be heard asking if Munchel was really giving him the sword, to which he replied that the guy should return it when he sorted everything out. The building of the Professional Hunters Association was visible, and it was said that it was a government agency that supervised the activities of hunters and at the same time a commercial organization created by hunters to protect their rights. Tebum sat on a chair with his arms folded. The Azure Dragon sword glittered in the sun. The chairman of the association, in shock, wondered what the Azure Sword of the Star Sword was doing here, and Saun did not think that he would be able to meet the man in person. The protagonist introduced himself and apologized for showing up like this, but he had a few questions for the man, to which Tebum, closing his eyes, thought that just recently the Dark Star personally came to him and threatened him, that is, asked to transfer 3 billion to Saun and now also the Star Sword, and wondered who this Saun was. The protagonist said that 4 days ago, a man named Munchel, on someone's behalf, went into the dungeon and disappeared, to which Tebum sat with his lips pressed together. The protagonist frowned and explained that in order to enter the dungeon, he had to submit a request to the association and asked him to tell him where his uncle had gone and with whom. The chairman lowered his head, remembering the man who had asked him not to tell anyone about this. Tebum folded his arms and explained that he had to confirm the authenticity of the Azure Dragon sword before answering the question, to which Saun replied that it was his will, but it would be better if he received an answer as soon as possible. The chairman lowered his eyebrows and expressed his opinion that he believed that establishing the truth came first. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked what would happen if the procedure was delayed and things took a bad turn. Tebum looked at the shining sword, and the protagonist asked if he was sure he could handle the consequences. Putting his hand to his forehead, the chairman thought that it was a curse. A bookcase appeared and Tebum said that it couldn't be helped if that was the will of the Star Sword. A silhouette of a man appeared behind the protagonist and he asked if Uncle Munchel had been taken by Evil Doom. Tebum leaned on the sofa and admitted that Mr. Evil Doom had been investigating the recent rift in the 10-star dungeon at his request and clarified that before entering the dungeon. He had said that he had found a clue and asked to keep the investigation a secret. Frowning, Saun stopped the chairman and said that the Dark Star had said that the rift in the dungeon was the work of the Order of Truth. Getting up from the sofa, Saun thought that there was something fishy going on and thanked Tebum for telling him. The protagonist grabbed the door handle. The guy glanced at the chairman and said that he would ask just in case. Holding his weapon out in front of him, the protagonist asked if he could pawn the Azure Dragon sword to get a loan from the association. Holding the phone to his ear, Saun asked the protagonist if her dad had contacted him. Lowering his eyebrows, Saun replied that he had not, but that he knew roughly where Uncle Munchel had gone. Hearing that there seemed to be some kind of problem in the dungeon where Uncle Manchel was on an errand, the girl raised her hand to her mouth in shock. The protagonist held the phone in his hand and heard Saun ask what to do and if Dad would die, after which it was said that her mother had died 11 years ago due to a dungeon crack. Saun cried with her fingers to her face, and it turned out that her mother had sacrificed herself to save her daughter. The girl's face was red from crying and she spoke about how she could live alone, and it was said that maybe Saun was so eager to become a hunter because she didn't want to lose her loved ones to monsters again. The girl wiped her tears with her hand, and Saun asked her not to worry. The sun shone on the protagonist's face, and he promised that he would definitely bring her father back. The protagonist ended the call and thought that according to the chairman, Uncle Manchel and Evil Rock entered the dungeon where the 6-star monster dryad lived. Saun walked down the street and thought that although Evil Rock was old and sick, he was still one of the 5 heroes, and there must be a reason why he couldn't get out of some dungeon. Perhaps the Order of Truth had set a trap to get rid of him. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist realized that if anyone interfered with this matter, the Order of Truth would immediately know about it through a vision and remove the barrier, so no one would be able to interfere or help except Saun himself. The protagonist's phone received a notification about the transfer of 500 million won from the association, to which he exclaimed that this was great, because at first, when he mentioned the loan, the chairman said not to joke like that, but then he insisted on leaving the sword with a receipt. The protagonist recalled how he asked to make it not a loan, but a reason to refuse the sword, but then suggested writing a receipt so that the chairman would think that he was selling it, after which he wondered if anything would happen, although the star sword itself told him to do what it wanted. Saun held the phone in his hand and thought that it was very cheap, but it was enough to buy equipment from the Transcendent shop, and if even Evil Doom had a hard time getting out of there, he would need to prepare thoroughly. Notifications about setting the price appeared, and the price of 5 million won appeared, and the protagonist decided to buy this equipment because he had been eyeing it for a long time. Saun held the purchase in his hands and received the golden sword Gungnir. The protagonist closed his eyes. Then he decided to take a risk and try out the new sword, forming a magical glow. Many trees appeared. Behind the branches of one tree, another was visible. Putting his hand on the tree trunk, the protagonist said that there were too many trees here and it was inconvenient. The protagonist thought about the dryad, a monster whose appearance was indistinguishable from a tree, which would have to be tediously hunted, and decided that he should not let his guard down, because it would be bad if the dryad suddenly attacked him or surrounded him, and chopping down every tree on the way would not work either. Lowering his head, Saun asked what would happen if he connected his sense of touch. The protagonist closed his eyes. In the forest in front of the protagonist, every tree was illuminated with blue light. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's cheek. The tree was blurry, and he said that everything was vague, but he felt discomfort that could not be described in words. Saun turned his attention to a large tree and thought that in appearance it was no different from the trees nearby. The protagonist began to take out a new weapon and said that he needed to check. While striking the tree with magic, the protagonist realized that he would also be testing the power of his new equipment. The tip of the sword was surrounded by a magical glow. Gungnir flew straight towards the target, cutting through the air. Saun's new weapon was approaching the tree. The monster's eyes lit up and he screamed loudly. The tree dodged Gungnir. The protagonist, with his mouth open in surprise, exclaimed that it had dodged. The tip of the sword appeared, flying upward. Suddenly, Gungnir changed its trajectory and headed straight for the monster's back. The new weapon pierced the tree from behind. Saun looked up, surprised at what was happening. A sparkling Gungnir appeared, and it was said that this spear was used by Odin when he tore apart the body of Ymir, the source of everything, and created the 9 worlds from it. Throwing the old spear over his shoulder, Saun said that he assumed the new weapon had amazing power, but still thought that a replica should have its limit. Looking into the hole made by the spear in the tree, the guy continued that the thing is that even though it is a replica, it was created by a Transcendent and immediately reminds one of the Holy Spear. Putting his hand in front of him, the protagonist suggested that according to the myth, in addition to the option of hitting any target, Gungnir also had the property of reverse summoning, and asked if the replica could do the same. A magical shroud enveloped the new spear, and the protagonist asked if it worked. Frowning, Saun tried to squeeze out a little more magical power. Gungnir flew above the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth and caught his new weapon. Saun fell to the ground and realized that the spear was heavy, after which he added that there was a reverse summoning property, but it consumed a considerable amount of mana, so during the battle it would only be possible to summon it back once. Gungnir glowed in the protagonist's hands, and he noted that in myths it returned on its own, and yet the line had limitations. A branch appeared behind the protagonist, and he thought that his current level would allow him to do this only once, but someday the day would come when he would be able to use it freely, after which he said that it was good that he sold, that is, pawned the Azure Dragon. Saun looked ahead and said that if the Star Sword suddenly decided to kill him, he would throw Gungnir at him and run away. The tree swung a branch and struck the protagonist, after which it knocked the new spear out of his hands. The protagonist ran away from the monster, asking where Uncle Manchel was. The exhausted uncle was carrying Evil Doom on his back. Manchel was sighing heavily, and behind him were trees with red eyes. The monsters were sending branches towards the fleeing man. One of the monsters struck, and the men fell to the ground. Manchel stood up, leaning on his hand. Evil Doom used a spell to protect his uncle. Manchel called out to the old man, to which the old man, holding his hands up, told him to leave him and run, and he would hold off the monsters here. The uncle asked the old man what would happen to him, to which the old man, surrounded by a magic spell, replied that he didn't have much time left anyway. Evil Doom closed his eyes and screamed. The old man said that if he hadn't brought his uncle here in the first place, he wouldn't have had to go through this at all, and told the man not to hesitate and run away quickly, to which he leaned on his hands and looked ahead anxiously. Manchel's eyes noticeably shrank as the old man urged him on. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared, and Evil Doom told him to stop. Gritting his teeth, the old man used all his strength and began to weaken. Manchel, shielding the fallen Evil Doom with his body, exclaimed that it was a curse. Closing his eyes, the man mentally apologized to Suung and said that he was very guilty towards her. Manchel continued to sit over the old man with his eyes closed. The uncle frowned as he heard a sound next to him. He saw a silhouette of a man illuminated by blue magic in front of him. Xiaojun turned around and asked his uncle if he realized that Suyoung had already searched for him. Manchel smiled and muttered that the protagonist was a brat. The protagonist ran forward and shouted that they should leave the conversation for later and asked his uncle to take Evil Doom and leave. The branches of the monsters were visible. Running through the trees, Xiaojun thought that everything was fine because he managed to draw the attention of the monsters to himself. With his mouth open in surprise, the guy looked up and thought about what he would do when he reached the main body. Bright flashes from the impact were visible. The monster's branch flew by, leaving a magical glow. The monsters grabbed the protagonist and turned him upside down. Gritting his teeth, Xiaojun realized that this was a problem. Looking at the powerful branches, he realized that no matter how much he cut, they would still recover. The protagonist cut the shackles and realized that in the current situation, it would be difficult for him to get closer, and it would be better to hit the main trunk with Gungnir once. Looking around, the protagonist looked for a spear. Seeing the weapon lying in the bushes, Xiaojun exclaimed that here it was. Looking at his uncle and Evil Doom, the boy understood that he needed to quickly run for the spear. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Gritting his teeth, Manchel carried Evil Doom away. There were monsters behind the protagonist, and he saw that his uncle and the old man had not yet gone far. The monsters' branches flew through the air. Xiaojun, frowning, held back their attack. Protecting the men who were leaving, the protagonist formed a magic shield. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that his whole body would be torn apart. Xiaojun looked back and wondered where those two were. Realizing that they were far enough away, the protagonist rushed for the spear Gungnir. The boy fixed his gaze on the weapon. The protagonist was very close to Gungnir. Xiaojun grabbed the spear with his hand. The protagonist swung his spear and threw it through all the monsters straight into the main trunk. The tree broke in half, making eerie sounds. The protagonist headed towards the red magical waves. Gritting his teeth, Xiaojun looked around, listening to the branches breaking. The protagonist looked to the side in surprise. Magic traces appeared in the air above his head. The guy noticed his spear through the branches. Gungnir stuck into the ground, and the protagonist shouted that he found it. Xiaojun put his hand forward with magical power. The spear was engulfed by the hero's power, and he ordered it to return. Gungnir, turning in the air, flew towards its owner. The protagonist grabbed the handle of the weapon. Xiaojun held the weapon in his hands. He lowered his eyebrows. 6 star monsters appeared. Standing around them, the protagonist shouted for them to just take a look. Opening his mouth, he asked if a couple of slaps were enough to understand how dangerous it was, and that they should not try to escape. Spear blows were visible. The evil spirit, pointing at itself, heard that it was him. The weapon pierced it through. The protagonist sat down on his hand. The branches began to narrow. The guy widened his eyes. He was under them and asked if they were trying to make it so that he could not get to Gungnir. Xiaojun, bulging his pupils, said that the tree trunks were the biggest problem. He would only be grateful if they came themselves. He delivered a slashing blow. Stretching out his fingers, the guy said that Gungnir was not the only mythical weapon he had. The end of the spear appeared. Waving his hand, the protagonist shouted to the uncle that he was here. The man, leaning on Evil Doom, asked him what he was doing quickly and what he was doing that took him so long, to which the protagonist asked who asked them to disappear. Besides, he was told that they were here to send Saun to the academy. The protagonist's comrade looked tired, and upon hearing that if so, then why did they start a quarrel with her, he replied that it was none of his business. Xiaojun, holding a weapon in his hands, asked about Evil Doom's condition, and the man said that it was not very good. He was already bad, and now on top of that they had to spend a lot of effort to protect him. Looking at the wounded man, the guy realized that his condition was extremely deplorable. Taking the elixir in his hands, he said that he would use it first. He always carries it with him in case of emergency. Pouring the potion on Evil Doom, the protagonist added that it was the same as providing first aid, but at least it would greatly improve the condition. Putting his hand under his head, the protagonist asked if he was awake. Standing over him, his former colleague said that this was the bastard he was talking about. The wounded man, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he was talking about the academy student as a hunter. Xiaojun listened with his eyes widened as he said that he really came to save them, and how he managed to find out. Let them first tell him what happened to those dryads, and he replied that he had dealt with everyone. Lying on the floor, the crippled man was surprised, and the guy asked what finally happened, why they brought Mankel to this place. Evil Rock said that in order to study the monsters, he needed a person who would transport their bodies. Due to some circumstances, he had to act secretly, and this old body could no longer cope alone, to which the main character, lowering his eyebrows, said that they did not use the services of a transport company. The man clutched his fist, afraid that he would attract too much attention in this case. He had to act alone, so he could only take a couple of people so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. The protagonist clarified whether he was afraid of being discovered by the Order of Truth, which made him frown. Through the shaking branches, it was audible how he knew. He did not even mention it by association. The company stood in bewilderment. They, widening their eyes, thought it was an earthquake. Through the sweat on his face, Manchel exclaimed that it was a monster that took all the strength from Evil Doom. He, lowering the corners of his lips, said to himself that even if this was a trap of the Order, then why was someone of Evil Doom's level locked in a dungeon? And it seems that there is something here that even he cannot handle, and the wounded man thanked Xiaojun for coming to save them. The boy's pupils dilated when he heard that he shouldn't have done that. Looking through the trees, he thought it was a mountain. A huge mouth appeared. The Six Stars' eyes were glowing. The protagonist asked if it was a distortion monster, and if it could be called a monster at all, receiving the answer that he himself was encountering such a species for the first time. It was some kind of mutation, but he couldn't say for sure. The protagonist, looking at the evil spirit's back, didn't see any special differences from the previous dryads, except perhaps in height, and fortunately it didn't notice them. Xiaojun, squeezing his fingers, suggested sneaking to the exit as unnoticed as possible, to which the men said that they tried. It was impossible. Imagining the evil branches, the protagonist listened as they tried to get out, as it immediately noticed them and rushed in pursuit, and because of this, Evil Doom is now in such a state. The crippled one, sitting on the ground, exclaimed that this was not a simple mutation. His bark was so strong that it could not be penetrated even by strong magic, and if it succeeded, it quickly regenerated. Hearing that his magic was not enough here, and wondering if this monster had evolved, the protagonist, opening his mouth wide, asked if he was so strong that his magic did not work. The wounded one, sighing, said that he was not the same as before. He was old and sick, and was waiting for the day of his death to come. He was ashamed to be called Evil Doom, adding that he could penetrate his bark with magic and slow down his regeneration, but at that moment he was vulnerable. He continued that no matter how much he weakened, one powerful blow was needed to destroy the core. There was no way now, from which the boy's pupils bulged. Taking something out of his bag, Xiaojun asked if one powerful blow would be enough. Taking the spear, he said that they would weaken the monster, and at that time he would destroy its core. The protagonist stood with his weapon extended upward. The man, raising his hand, exclaimed that a simple blow would not destroy the core, and he would make every effort, but he would only be able to weaken it, not completely neutralize it. Coughing, he added that it was unlikely that they would have another chance in case of failure. Sitting down next to the adults, the guy thought that thanks to first aid he could talk, but at any moment he could faint, so the plan needed to be carried out on the first try, and said that he would distract him, and they should run. Evil Doom, wrinkling his face, heard that everything was quite feasible. Having extended the spear, which would deal him a powerful blow instead of him, the protagonist suggested that they take a look. Only be careful, if a stranger tried to take possession of it, it could cause rejection, to which the uncle said that what a curiosity it was. The crippled man, with his mouth open, recognized this weapon. He looked at his comrades and was perplexed. Their eyes turned white as they listened to him, not understanding how magic circuits coexisted with each other, and what kind of circuit it was. Was there really one that he couldn't decipher, and most importantly, what kind of energy was emitted by this spear? Manchel, with his mouth open, had never seen this gentleman talk so much, and Xiaojun thought that Jimin had behaved the same way, a student of her teacher. She, with her eyebrows lowered, asked to let her examine the subspace pouch. The protagonist, closing his eyes, asked if they saw that this was possible. Evil Rock, with his mouth open, shouted that this would be more than enough. With such a spear he didn't need to be weakened. He, looking at the protagonist, asked where he got such a thing. The guy, narrowing his eyes, replied that the Holy Sword had bought it for him. The uncle raised his finger to his mouth and said that it was not like him, and Xiaojun thought that selling the Azure Dragon Sword and buying a spear with it was almost the same thing. The stars were shining in the night sky. Something could be heard through the forest. It was a huge monster with a burning mouth. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips. Taking the weapon, he said that he would start hunting the boss. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, said that the essence of the plan was simple. Sitting on the ground, they discussed the plan that Evil Doom weakens the monster and he destroys its core with a spear. Clenching his fists, Saun asked if the master could immediately activate the weakening magic, to which he replied that he could, but it would reduce the effectiveness, and there was nothing to worry about, although it would shorten the lifespan. Looking towards the forest, the protagonist said that there was no need for this. He would distract him on himself and they would properly prepare for the spell. He began to imagine a plan, how he would run away, distracting the creature to buy time. During this time, Evil Doom, sitting on his uncle, would gather all his strength to prepare to activate the magic. As soon as the weakening magic took effect, the protagonist would throw the gungnir at the monster and destroy its core. That would be the end. Bringing his fingers to his face, he thought that there could be two variables in the plan. It seemed like the guy was defeated while distracting the monster. In the next case, it was seen how, having sensed the weakening magic, the evil spirit recognized Evil Doom and attacked him instead of Saun. The protagonist, putting his hands on his knees, thought that if he tried, there would be no problem with the first variable, but with the second. While using weakening magic, the master could not be distracted by anything else, and told him that he would try his best to draw his attention to himself. Smiling widely, Manchel heard that if an emergency occurred, only they would remain, and replied that he should not worry, he was not going to die, leaving Saun alone. He, putting his elbow on his leg, said that if the old man did not want to die, let him hold on to him, to which he said that even though he had no honor, he would rely on him. The protagonist, biting the corners of his lips, listened as his comrade carried the gentleman on his back, and the gentleman said that he would never forget his mercy, and Saun suggested that they move on. The company, standing on the branches, looked at the monster. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, as expected, that it was so huge that it was easy to find. Squeezing his fingers, he added that it was better for the two of them to stay here. If they came close, the monster might notice them, to which Evil Doom replied that he himself should not be in great danger. Making a sad face, he listened to what he thought would be the right thing to do, even despite the danger, because he was the only one who could move dexterously, avoiding his attacks. The gentleman agreed with the protagonist, and he, closing his eyes, exclaimed that then they would act according to the plan. It was time to get out. Evil fate rode Mankal and they wished him luck and to be careful. Jumping on the branches, the protagonist reciprocated. He quickly waved his arms. Sweat was running down his face. Running near the monster, Saun said that it seemed big from afar, and up close it was simply gigantic. Looking at it, he added that the most important thing was that he felt an impressive energy around the evil spirits, and now he really felt why this fight was so difficult for Evil Fate. The monster demolished everything in its path. The protagonist, holding a weapon in his hands, was glad that the monster was sweeping away everything, so he did not see the dryads nearby. The protagonist stretched out his leg. Preparing to attack, he tried to concentrate, because one mistake would lead to death. The guy raised his head. He called the monster from afar. It began to turn around. Its appearance was frightening. Saun narrowed his eyebrows. Looking up, he was perplexed. Sweat was running down his face. Roots were approaching his feet. The monster struck them. The protagonist jumped back. He, turning his gaze, was shocked. Dodging the branches, he did not understand that it was so long. The guy, running fiercely, shouted for him to give him at least a second to rest. Waving his arms, he thought that his attacks were fast and had to deviate from the direction of his uncle with Evil Doom. Traces of wind appeared and the protagonist clarified whether the weakening spell was ready. He noticed a branch flying at him. Saun pierced it. Roots stuck out behind him. They threw the protagonist up. Gritting his teeth, he was angry. The guy made a counterattack. It shone with a blue glow. The protagonist landed on the ground. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. He stood around a huge monster. Opening his mouth, the hunter thought that the pressure was serious and even the air around him was dispersing into small ripples. Clutching his spear, he would like to avoid it if possible, but there was nothing to be done. A powerful surge of energy appeared behind him. Turning his gaze, Saun realized that this was a signal. The preparation for the spell was complete. Evil Doom held onto Mankal's neck. The protagonist, seeing the blue aura, said that the master was just in time. The monster struck with its roots. Leaving a hole in the ground, he was perplexed. The protagonist, looking at him, called him a piece of wood. He opened his mouth wide. His pupils dilated. Running away from the evil spirits, he shouted for him to attack. The guy shuffled his feet. Trees fell under the monster. He was advancing on the hunter. The monster swung its root. Saun dodged the blow. He ran past all the attacks. The protagonist opened his mouth. Looking at the monster, he realized that it was following closely. Jumping over a log, the protagonist said that they would soon reach the agreed upon place. Looking at the mouth of the evil spirits, he added that the main thing was to lure him there. An attack from the branches fell on the guy. He began to run faster. The sticks were right above his head. Chains stuck out of the ground. They began to rise. The shackles surrounded the monster from all sides. Saun leaned on his hand. He, opening his mouth wide, shouted that everything was ready. Seeing how the chains bound the monster, the guy thought that his movements had become heavier and the power had noticeably decreased, and the magic of Evil Doom worked as it should. Looking at it, he continued that all that was left was to destroy the core. The monster narrowed its eyes. It put down a root in the opposite direction from the protagonist. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if it was aimed at where Evil Doom used weakening magic. Grabbing the spear, he shouted that the master had used a lot of magical power, and Uncle Manchel was not even awakened, but just an ordinary person. Raising his weapon, the protagonist thought that the most he could do with Evil Doom on his shoulders was to dodge a couple of times. Aiming forward, he understood that there was only one chance. Raising the corners of his lips, the hunter said that he would pour all his power into the gungear. Loading the weapon, he added that he needed to be calm and not hesitate. The chains continued to hold the monster. They were covered in lightning. A red glow appeared around the root. Saun's eyes lit up, and he realized that he had to do it now. He released a powerful beam from the spear. The monster, opening its mouth, began to scream. The blow pierced its trunk through and through. The spear flew out from behind, leaving a hole behind it. The monster narrowed its eyes. Its pupils stopped glowing red. Smoke from the explosion was visible. The protagonist bent down. His eyebrows were furrowed. The guy fell to the ground from fatigue. Putting his hand on his knee, he wondered if it was because he put all his power into the gungear and his head was spinning and the strength left his body. Standing in the forest, he continued that he managed to hit, but in his current state he couldn't even summon the gungear back and hoped that the uncle and Evil Doom were okay. Running up to them, the protagonist asked how they were and received the answer that everything was fine, but there was one thing. Manchel, holding his leg, exclaimed that everything was fine, just a little scratched. Saun, wide-eyed, asked to look at the wound, and as he expected, even if the monster was weakened, it was difficult for an ordinary person like the uncle to dodge the attacks. Sitting near his comrades, he said that, fortunately, the wound was not serious, a little treatment and he would be as good as new, but it was better to see a doctor as soon as possible, to which he replied that he said it was just a scratch. Leaning on his hands, Mankal said that if he were 5 years younger, he could run away from him for 3 days with the two of them on his back. And Evil Rock replied that he would fall into the water and would only be able to move his mouth, and the protagonist noted that they had become very close friends while they were locked here. A hole in the tree appeared and the uncle asked if they only had a way out, and the guy said that the core was destroyed, there should be no problems. The men worried about each other, and the protagonist, holding out a finger, said that he would only return the spear and come. Hearing something, he lowered his eyebrows. The roots of the monster began to move. Its shadow appeared over the company. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, was perplexed. Looking at its through hole, he did not understand how it survived. Imagining it in full growth, Saun thought that the gungear had accurately hit the target and maybe the core had not been destroyed. Looking inside the monster, he thought it was impossible. Seeing 2 cores, the protagonist's eyes turned white. Evil Rock and Manchel, holding each other, were surprised. The monster began to attack. The protagonist jumped off the ground. He returned with a spear in his hands. The hunter held him tightly. Drops of blood appeared. The Lord released the shield. He closed his eyes and coughed up blood. Saun clenched his jaw and thought that Evil Rock had already spent a lot of mana. He would not be able to hold out for long. To defeat him, he needed to destroy the remaining core. Through the roots of the monster, the protagonist did not understand where his gungear was. He, baring his teeth, thought that there were intertwined branches everywhere. He could not find it. Maybe he was deliberately hiding it, but he still had the holy spear, and if he could deliver a direct blow, there was a chance to destroy the core. The protagonist, looking at how Evil Doom was holding the shield, asked if he could use weakening magic again, receiving an answer that he would try somehow. Blows flew at the defense. The master, stretching out his hands, heard that he would try to distract him. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter said that there was no time to calculate all the steps, now they needed to do what they could. He, running forward, heard how he was stopped. Saun jumped on the branches of the monster. Dodging, he thought that just one blow and he was a corpse, and how Evil Doom held back his attacks in such a terrible state. Frowning, the protagonist realized that even he was now at the limit and only he could act. He swung his spear. The guy cut all the branches around him. Evil Doom noticed the roots and raised his hands up. The protagonist was lying on his back and an attack was approaching him. He jumped high into the air. his jaw clenched in surprise. Flying in the sky, he looked at the monster. Having landed, he thought that in order to pierce its core with a spear, he needed to get right up close, but he couldn't get any closer than that. Lowering his eyebrows, he continued that this was very different from attracting its attention. His leg was captured by branches. Seeing this, the guy clenched his fist. Chains and a blue aura appeared. The roots did not have time to reach Saun. Looking at them, he realized that this was a weakening magic of evil fate. The protagonist ran, realizing that it was time now. He jumped on the chutes with lightning speed. The number of chains was small, there were fewer of them than last time, and they were not as thick. Only one eye of the monster was burning, and the protagonist said that, as expected, reactivation due to a lack of magical powers has limitations. The guy's pupils narrowed. Having looked at the monster, he found a weak spot. The hunter, holding a spear in his hands, began to accelerate. He left marks on the roots. Saun flew up right in front of the monster. He pulled the spear forward. The chains began to crack. They broke abruptly, which the protagonist did not expect. Smoke was visible from a powerful blow. The protagonist began to cough up blood. He left a huge hole under himself, in which he lay. His face was bruised. The evil spirit stood right above him. Grabbing the spear, the guy thought that it was more than enough to destroy the core, so he thought that everything would work out if he only got closer, but he was very mistaken. Opening his mouth, the monster screamed loudly. He tried to attack Saun. The hunter, frowning, understood that he needed to dodge, but his body could not. Something shone in front of him. Evil Doom, using a shield, shouted at him to run. Baring his teeth, he thought that this student had achieved such incredible power in his early 20s, and he had not felt awe of someone else's strength for a long time. Only a year would pass, and this boy's name would thunder throughout Korea, and he could not even imagine what would happen in a year. Looking at the protagonist lying in the pit, the gentleman continued that someday this guy would surpass the heroes of Korea and could become a great hero of all mankind. But now he still lacked a lot. Evil Rock, opening his mouth wide, said that he needed to be saved, even if he had to die in exchange, and shouted for him to run away right now. Hearing that he did not want to, the man frowned. The protagonist stood up leaning on a spear. The gentleman, wide-eyed, exclaimed that it was not the time to show character. Looking at the tortured hunter, he added that shouldn't he live, he didn't have much time left anyway. Saun, continuing to get up, heard him not to be stupid and to face reality. Blood was streaming down his face, and he asked why he didn't run away, why he didn't abandon them and run away. Looking at his back, the protagonist added why he didn't leave his uncle if he was going to. He could have done it much earlier. Evil Doom's eyes bulged from what he heard. Having stuck a spear into the ground, the protagonist clarified why even now he was trying to sacrifice himself. He managed to get up with great effort. The guy, unable to stand, fell to the ground. He tried to get up again. Holding onto the spear with his hand, Saun realized that, as the master said, the best option was to run away. Looking at how he was holding the shield, the hunter continued that they should let him cover their back. Introducing Manga, he said that they should take him and get out of here. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that the worst decision in the current situation was to fight the monster. Kneeling in front of Hercules, he said to himself that the answer was already there, but for some reason he did not want to run away. The protagonist raised his gaze. Looking at the man, his lecture suddenly popped into his head. A guy appeared, kneeling in front of the man, when it turned out that Hercules was the strongest hero in Greco-Roman mythology and muscle strength was important, but this was not the strength that Hercules wanted to teach the hero. The guy looked at him, frowning. The blonde smiled resolutely when Saun remembered his first lecture. Hercules spoke from the phone about how strength is nothing more than physical power. The young man sat with his head lowered when the phrase sounded about how this was not the strength that the man was trying to teach everyone. He did not move when the voice died down. Then he looked at the screen questioningly. Hercules stood silently, looking ahead. Saun looked at the phone in surprise when it turned out that the man had completed the Path of Atonement. Hercules stood with his hands on his hips, and it became known that he had killed his wife and children, and later began to think about suicide, but with the persuasion of his close friend Theseus, he set out on the path of 12 trials. When it came to impossible trials, various animals and things appeared when it was said that a person needs to kill some, catch others. Hercules held a boar on his shoulders and said that his fame grew with each feat. People laughed at him because they believed that a murderer cannot be called a hero, which the man agreed with. Because of this, he again thought about suicide. Now he was swinging at another animal, and the thought sounded that he continued to move on, live for others and sacrifice himself. He had an animal skin on his head, and it was said that he could forgive himself in the future if he sacrificed himself. The next moment, Hercules stood on his defeated enemies, and it turned out that this is how he accomplished the 12 labors and earned the title of a true hero, and then saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy. Two opposite personalities of Hercules appeared, and again they talked about his murder and how at the end of the path of repentance, he became an outstanding hero. The man lowered his head, closing his eyes, and said that he achieved all this thanks to repentance. Saun listened, frowning, and they talked about how people can say that it is impossible to any statement. Here the young man held onto the spear, leaning on it, and it was said that those around him would come up with many reasons for his failure, and Hercules also heard criticism during the trials. He stood in front of the hero and claimed that it did not matter. A blow to the roots of a tree was shown. The legs of the young man trembled. He gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, and Hercules said that he was not saying to go against the reasons why people could not become or do something. His foot slipped on the ground. Saun stood resolutely, frowning, as it was said that when a person decides to achieve something, that is the only reason that makes him a hero. Sweat was running down his face, but he only looked forward with confidence. Evil Doom, turning around, said that this was madness and tried to stop him. The phrase was heard about the young man, more than anyone, understanding that he could not win. At this, Saun silently looked ahead, truly understanding that he could not defeat such a monster. Suddenly, he pointed his spear at the floor, starting to cast spells, but he was told not to waste his strength. The young man listened attentively to Hercules' voice without turning his head, about how a person always needs to just take a step forward. Clenching his fist, the youth began to walk and thought that in the eyes of Evil Doom, his actions were seen as nothing more than youthful ardor. Coordinating his movements with his thoughts, Saun took a step forward. He had already passed by the surprised man, pondering his great experience. The youth looked ahead, realizing that this was his whole life. Suddenly, he gripped the spear tightly, realizing that he did not want to ruin his entire life because of a momentary impulse, and words were heard about this being divine power. The hero sent his magic at the enemy, watching. At this, the monster narrowed his eyes, tensing up. Saun's heart was burning. He placed his hand on his chest and swung the weapon while talking about a superior force capable of destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, tree roots were directed at him. The hero frowned at this, moving the spear to the side. He then swung it hard. After that, the youth covered himself with his hand. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and his pupils shrank in anger. The roots were reaching forward. The hero clenched his jaw, thrusting his hand forward, and screamed. Then he took off, moving straight towards the enemy. Many trees appeared. Suddenly, a stone flew down. Evil Rock protected himself with his hands, covering his eyes. The next moment, he, with his mouth open in surprise, looked at what was happening in shock. The youth was rushing straight towards his opponent. The man stood with his hands stretched out in front of him. Then Saun began to go down. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking of something. Suddenly, Evil Rock raised his palm, enclosing Saun in a magic ball. Manchel appeared, leaning on a stick as he walked. He ran towards Saun, who was lying on the ground, calling him. Evil Rock only sighed resignedly at his question about the young man's condition, saying that the wound was not superficial, but was not life-threatening, and that loss of consciousness was the price for exceeding his capabilities. The man rubbed his nose, wondering when the hero had managed to become stronger. The gray-haired man closed his eyes, lowering his head in annoyance. Manga looked at him questioningly when it turned out that he was scared. A tree appeared, and the man remembered how his interlocutor said every day that he had already lived out his life. Evil Rock sat, leaning his hand on the ground, and claimed that he was afraid of what would happen to the world after his death. He sadly looked away when he was asked what he meant. Manga opened his eyes in surprise when the phrase was heard that the world was not as safe as people thought. The gray-haired man appeared on a hospital bed, and it turned out that with the approach of death he began to worry. His hand was shaking, covered in blood, and it became known that the world still needed him. Evil Doom sat next to the boy, telling him that Jimin had exceeded his expectations, but he still could not let go of the darkness that had settled in his heart. He raised his head, realizing how futile these worries were. Saun appeared unconscious, and it turned out that there was someone who would continue their legacy even without him. There was a moment when the hero, gritting his teeth, asked why the man did not run away. Then Evil Doom looked at him in shock, turning around, and the boy did not want to give up. That time, Saun passed by, and the gray-haired man saw the hero of the new generation. The boy's back appeared. The man smiled with satisfaction. He looked up with joy. A rainbow appeared in the sky, and a phrase was heard about how much time had flown under. Suddenly, Saun woke up in a hospital bed. Evil Rock looked in on him, noticing that he had regained consciousness. The hospital building appeared, and the hero realized that they had managed to get out of the dungeon. The young man, his eyes wide in surprise, asked about the condition of his partners. The men only smiled, saying that everything was not that serious. Suddenly, Saun noticed that something was wrong with Evil Rock when he started coughing. The hero's mouth dropped open in shock when he learned that he had been unconscious for half a day, and asked about Saun. Evil Rock awkwardly looked away, answering in the affirmative. The young man's eyes widened in surprise when it became known that the man had also contacted Saun, who was very worried about the hero and was already on her way to the hospital. And Saun could well imagine what the lady might be thinking after he disappeared while looking for her uncle. He remembered the moment when he left, holding her grandfather's sword. Nankal laughed when he was asked about his daughter and reminded Evil Doom of the promised reward. He clenched his jaw when he realized that the man did not want to give him the reward. Everyone looked questioningly at the gray-haired man when he said that he would pay everything, but there was one but. Looking at Nankal, he offered to take up his daughter's training. At this, the man's mouth dropped open in shock. They looked at each other as Evil Doom tried to prove that he didn't have dementia and hadn't gone crazy. He closed his eyes after being asked about the reason for the sudden offer and said that he was now wondering if it was necessary. The man smiled, noting that he might not even live to see another year, so he could at least repay his savior by teaching. Manchel's mouth dropped in surprise when the old man said that if his daughter didn't want to be a mage, there was nothing they could do. Evil Doom suddenly looked at Sajun, offering to take him as an apprentice as well. To this, the young man put his hand forward, refusing. A hospital corridor appeared, and the man agreed to pay him any amount. Joyfully closing his eyes, the hero began to speak. Suddenly, a guest appeared, kicking the door open. Sajun trembled, awkwardly lowering his gaze, while the newcomer promised to teach him a lesson. He also remembered Minchel with his fist raised, and it turned out that this man would also be with Soyun. Sajun desperately covered himself with his hands, actively thinking about what to do, when Evil Doom suddenly spoke up. The youth turned his head questioningly. Minchel looked at the man in surprise. Buildings appeared under the rays of the sun, and the question arose as to where the gray-haired man came from. Evil Doom raised his eyebrows, remembering the old days, and asked how Minchel had lived all these years. To this, the man only sighed, inquiring in response about the reason for his presence here. The young people whispered while the old ones discussed how Evil Doom almost died when Minchel was still so energetic. The man crossed his arms over his chest, believing that his old acquaintance was just fooling around. Sajun frowned, tensing up when it turned out that if it weren't for him, then the mentor really would have died. Minchel looked at him with his furious gaze, frightening the youth. Evil Doom raised his hand, asking his friend to forgive Sajun as he scolded him. He took Minchel's hand, telling him that it was unlikely that the hero had wronged him intentionally. The man looked at him with a frown, not knowing that Evil Doom would say such a thing, but he had learned a lot over the years. Minchel turned away, stating that Sajun had crossed the line after all. Evil Doom smiled awkwardly, shocked when it was revealed that the boy had sold the Azure Dragon sword. The man turned his head to his friend when it was suggested that he had bought Sajun a weapon with the money he had earned from selling the Azure Dragon sword. The hero smiled nervously when the silver-haired man remembered his words about roasting Minchel. The man's entire body burned with rage. The others stood back as Sajun tried to make amends. Evil Doom looked at his friend with a tense expression, asking him to at least not kill the boy. Minchel clenched his fist, saying that considering Evil Doom's words and the fact that the sword had not been sold, he would not kill the hero, but would strike him once. He frowned, his eyes flashing red, and told Sajun to either dodge, block, or die. The boy pressed himself against the wall in fear, trying to stop the man. The next moment, Minchel swung his fist at him, repeating his words about striking him once. Suddenly, Sajun gritted his teeth, frowning. The fist was heading straight for him. Suddenly, he extended his hand forward as well. Their fists collided. Sajun looked into Minchel's eyes, his brows furrowed in determination. Their hands did not move. Suddenly, the boy pulled his fist back, grabbing his own hand. He turned blue in pain, while Minchel was surprised by his instant reaction. The hero's palm turned red, although it should have broken. The young man looked at the approaching man with fear, reminding him of only one blow. He immediately jumped up and ran away, deciding to get some fresh air. The men awkwardly looked after the others. They were left alone in the ward and silent. Minchel, frowning, clicked his tongue, and Evil Rock laughed, saying that his friend had aged because he held back and did not kill Sajun. The man headed towards his bed, saying that killing him would have caused unnecessary problems, and it turned out that they were both surprised, and looked at his friend with displeasure, declaring that he did not even want to see the young man. Evil Rock smiled, believing that the whole thing was because Sajun liked the hero very much. Minchel moved the chair, telling him to stop with idle chatter. He sat down next to him. Suddenly the man frowned, asking what happened. Evil Rock calmly looked at his friend, smiling slightly. The sun's rays illuminated the hospital room. Waves of bright energy swirled around the 6-star monster. It turned out that traces of the Apostle of Chastity were found in the 10-star dungeon where the distortion occurred. Imagining the protagonist fighting the boss, Minchel wondered how he managed to deal with this mutant. Evil Fate said that he needed to see it in person. Star Sword crossed his arms and thought about how his strength was not at the same level as when they clashed a few days ago. The patient turned to him and noticed that his comrade still could not recognize Sajun. The man confirmed this. The old man closed his eyes and said that he could not trust the current professional hunters. Sitting next to him, the awakened one said that he had not met anyone worthy even among the so-called S rank and that they were nothing. The friend completely agreed with him. The man was shooting bills from a money gun. With the advent of the new century, the concept of a hunter was distorted. Now it was nothing more than a job that could make good money. The veterans dreamed of peace more than anyone else and decided not to reject the new trends. Looking down, Minchell said that the world was still not as safe as everyone thought and asked if the world would have the strength to fight back if a new threat loomed over it. Evil Fate looked at him silently. He closed his eyes when his comrade suggested that this was the true goal of the Order of Truth. Sunlight illuminated the heroes. The patient explained that sometimes someone who is nothing can do what others may not be able to do, and their own age is coming to an end. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead. Saun ran up to him and started shouting something. Someone noticed them and headed their way. The heroes turned around. The man decided that they just did not yet realize the fact that their age was coming to an end. Star Sword widened his eyes and asked what he meant by that. The old man smiled. Evil Fate closed his eyes and laughed and said that too much time had passed. Saun threw herself into her father's arms. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Manchel closed his eyes and lowered his head. The man hugged his daughter and called his colleague to him. Shedding a tear, he thanked his friend for saving him. Xiaojin smiled and said that it was nothing. The workers carried a heavy load on their backs. Time passed, and everyone was discharged from the hospital. They say that the best outcome is when everything returns to its place. The spirit of the six-star monster was trapped in a capsule. The guy approached his house and thought that something had changed after all. Saun clenched her fists and promised to do so. She bowed to Evil Fate, who accepted her as his disciple. The young man approached his bed and asked if he would really give him 10 billion won. The old man replied that his life was not that cheap. A burning halo appeared around him. The awakened one told him that he was going to invest it in society anyway, so his savior could spend it however he wanted. The student ran away from the angry Minchell. He had to spend 500 million to get the Azure Dragon sword back. A notification about the progress of the Hercules course appeared on the phone screen. The hunter looked at the phone and thought about how this incident helped him get Gungnir and a large sum of 9.5 billion won and raised his progress to almost 50%. Minchell smiled widely when he saw that his friend had finally returned. The protagonist approached him and asked why he had never even visited him. The boy replied that he thought he was fine but was still very worried. Saun raised her eyebrows and saw that her comrade had returned from the hospital. She approached him and asked if he had fully recovered. Xiaojin replied that he was fine. The self-taught man showed the girl a piece of paper and said that he needed this thing. The woman smiled widely and promised to get it as soon as possible. The student was very happy. In the whirlwind of changes, only Dream Academy remained unchanged, continuing to guard its place. Holding the bag in his hands, the boy realized that he had lost count. The sun was shining over the academy. This place now felt like home. The young man shrugged his shoulders when Hercules suggested that some of the students had already managed to understand the true meaning of divine power and that they were very confused by the fact that their progress had suddenly jumped. The man closed his eyes and explained that there was nothing surprising in this, because this course was needed to teach them divine power, and the percentage of progress jumped because they had learned the subject being studied. The student raised his eyebrows in surprise. The muscles in the athlete's arms bulged. The lecturer clenched his teeth in anger and hoped that his students would not even think about not having to take this course anymore. Taking the dumbbells in his hands, the instructor explained that the divine power was close to its origins, and in order to fully utilize it, a vessel was needed that could withstand it, and that was a body trained to the limit. Hercules showed his muscles and stated that this was the reason why he mentioned the importance of muscles, which were needed to create a vessel from the body to use the divine power. The hunter frowned and realized that he could use the divine power, but his body simply could not withstand it. After scrolling through the lectures, the protagonist saw that he was able to finish the daily tasks fairly quickly and that he had time left, and decided to enroll in another course. Xiaojin looked away and wondered if he should buy that miracle cure. The spear was covered in a light aura. The guy thought that he could become a real torpedo bomber if he had enough mana to summon Gungnir. Various items appeared in the darkness. The Transcendent store had many different means that replenished the lack of mana. The young man closed his eyes and thought. The student looked at the phone screen and decided that it would be better to listen to the course after all. Sitting in the lotus position, the hunter decided to brush everything else aside, because even Merlin's course talks more about understanding mana than generating it, and realized that he needed to learn how to cultivate mana in order to absorb all the energy of the elixir. Pressing his fingers on the screen, the protagonist realized that he still had to listen to the lecture and asked the mentor to recommend him a good course for mana training. Xiaojin pressed the button to send the message. The guy scratched the back of his head and thought that the mentor usually responded within a week, but suddenly a notification sound was heard. A conversation appeared on the screen. Mentor recommended the student the Sanfeng courses for training Nigong and stability, or the Arthur or Siegfried courses for studying mana techniques and efficiency. Squinting, the young man wondered what the difference was between stability and efficiency and decided to compare their prices first. Sajan covered her face with her hand in disappointment. Looking at her unfortunate comrade, the girl asked if he really needed money again and asked to be informed about the upcoming competitions. The student closed his eyes and confirmed this. The woman opened her mouth in anger, asking where all his money went, and suggested that someone was eating it or that it evaporated on its own. Several courses appeared that cost 10 billion won. The hunter pursed his lips and thought that he was at least 500 million short of one course. The heroes lowered their heads and sighed. The protagonist said that he would soon go crazy himself. The director of the academy took out some papers and said that a competition would be held soon. Xiaojun asked what the prize was. There was a light on under the ceiling. Saun said that there was 3 billion for winning. The guy smiled, but the girl said that they only had one problem. She put her hand on her belt and explained that only a team could participate in this tournament. The woman looked at her comrade and added that a team must have 3 students from the same academy. The young man imagined Miniel waving knives and thought that things were bad for him. The boy trained in the art of wielding daggers. Now they were the only hunters in the Dream Academy. The student wondered where they could find a third person to participate in the tournament. The awakened looked at his friend and asked her to tell him if there was anyone who wanted to join their academy. The director asked if there was such a person. Clutching his head, the protagonist decided that even if they opened the recruitment, there was no guarantee that the newcomer could be trusted, and wondered if they really had no one to contact at all. Images of people he knew appeared in his head. Xiaojun tried to remember at least someone who had not yet entered the academy. Mingyi and Saun were smiling. The boy realized that he was asking for too much and continued to think. The boy with glasses moved into the background. The young man opened his eyes. Only Saun remained in his head. The student said her name. Xiaojun flinched and asked what it meant. The hunter suggested her as a candidate. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked if the student really wanted to lure her away so that she could participate in the team competition. The protagonist confirmed this and headed for the exit. The woman stopped him and reminded him that the girl was being taught by evil fate. Xiaojun turned around when the director asked why Saun would even attend the academy with such a teacher. The boy smiled and said that it was not just for the competition. The bright sun was shining above the mansion. The butler led the boy to the office and asked him to wait here. The student sat down on the couch and was surprised that he was able to come to this meeting after only one call. Evil Fate walked into the office and laughed. Leaning on his cane, the man noted that only a couple of days had passed since their separation, and now they were meeting again. Standing up, the hunter realized that he was not in the best shape and said that he did not expect the meeting to take place so soon. The old man said that he would be glad to see him at any time. The protagonist asked him how Saun was doing. The awakened one smiled widely and replied that she was completely immersed in learning elemental magic. Sajan opened his mouth in amazement and thought that no more than 2 days had passed since the girl became a student, and before learning such magic, you need to spend a couple of weeks learning the use of mana and the mana breathing technique. The heroes sat at the table. Evil Fate explained that he himself was surprised that his student was able to master mana in less than a day. Beaming with happiness, the man said that even Jimin had spent a whole day on this and asked where this rough diamond had been hiding before. The boy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The old man said that he did not have much time left, so he wanted to devote all his time to his students, but it turned out to be quite fun. The sunlight illuminated the room. The awakened one asked the guest what brought him here. The young man thought that he did not have the courage to even say it out loud. Evil Fate put his hands on his cane and realized that they were talking about surveillance. Sitting opposite the guest, he understood why he could not tear himself away from the order, and was surprised that Dark Star had a student who was also studying at Dream Academy. The student explained that Dark Star was wary of surveillance, so she avoided even her student. Frowning, the hunter said that the Order of Truth was already watching the mentor, and asked if this meant that someday the Order would notice Saun too. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist clenched his fist and added that if someone they couldn't see got involved, it wouldn't be that easy to get to her. The awakened one lowered his head and realized that this was why the guest was offering her to enroll in the same academy with him. Xiaojun said that it would only shorten their training time and asked his comrade to think about his and her safety. Evil Fate stroked his beard thoughtfully. Looking at him, the guy decided that Manchel's daughter was just like a younger sister to him, and thought that he would have offered her the same even without the competition. The man lowered his hand and said that he shouldn't have made a hasty decision just because he didn't have time. The young man smiled. The old man nodded and agreed. Lowering his head, he decided that he couldn't hold the girl back, even for her own sake, and said that accumulating experience through practice was also an effective way to train. Standing behind her friend, Saun greeted the others. Saun smiled happily and said that they were on time. Miniel said that he was very glad to meet her. The boy approached the girl and asked if this was the same student of Evil Doom. He wanted to say that his teacher was the Dark Star, but the student shut him up. The girl narrowed her eyes in confusion. The hunter reminded that his comrade was not allowed to tell anyone about this except him. The protagonist pointed at him and called him a student of the Dark Star. Clouds floated above the city. The self-taught man was indignant that he was not allowed to talk about this, but his friend could. Xiaojin said that this is how it should work. The guy pointed at his girlfriend and introduced her as a student of Evil Doom. The young man noted that she was a high school student and asked his friend not to bother her. The huntress blushed with embarrassment and asked how long he was going to treat her like a child. The student pointed at himself and reminded him of what they had talked about earlier. The awakened one put his hands behind his head. Saun raised her eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist looked at her and declared that the three of them would participate in a team competition. Minjul happily raised his hands and shouted that they would have fun. The girl asked if she was sure she would succeed. Xiaojin replied that there was still time to practice before the competition. The boy pointed at him and called him simply incredible, suggesting that he wouldn't even need the other team members. The boy smiled sheepishly and sighed. Soyun approached him and said that if they decided to participate, they needed to come up with a team name. The woman asked if they had any ideas. The boys looked at each other thoughtfully. Everyone stared at the boy. The self-taught man clenched his fist and said that the captain should come up with a name. The girl agreed with him. The director of the academy smiled widely and asked her friend to just do it. After all, he was the one who put the team together. Looking at his friends, the student thought about how, because he wanted to participate in the tournament, he had no thoughts about a team name in his head. The protagonist looked at the sign on the academy building. The sun's rays illuminated the metal hieroglyphs. The boys shuddered when Xiaojin suggested the name Dream Team. The awakened one smiled and agreed. Saun admiringly noted that the name had meaning. Saun clenched her fist and said that this was the Dream Team of the Dream Academy. The boy furrowed his brows in determination. The heroes stood in a circle and leaned over. The young man announced that their team would be called the Dream Team and that their goal was victory. Clouds floated across the blue sky, and excited cries were heard. The guys stood against the backdrop of the sunset sky, and thus the Dream Team was created, whose name thundered not only in Korea but throughout the world. The woman's mouth fell open in shock. The Transcendental student stared at the screen of his phone. The Evil Doom student clumsily wielded the staff. The Dark Star student swung his knife furiously. Looking at them, the director wondered if this was really a hunter academy or a training hall. Raid battles are competitions not organized by the government or association, but by a private organization, or to be more precise, it can be said that the competitions were held with the support of large guilds, and the reason why guilds gave huge amounts of money to hold such competitions was simple, all in order to recruit talented students. Although there are professional hunters who are used to acting alone, but most hunters gather in guilds and work in groups, so not only their own abilities were assessed, but also the ability to work in a team. A group of 3 hunters discussed a plan together, and the hidden purpose of the competition was to figure out the potential of the hunter. Later, the guys followed the same plan during the battle, and at the end of the competition, the guilds lured the hunter to their side in advance while they were still studying. As a result, large guilds began to lobby the government and the association under the pretext of sponsorship. The various channels that smelled the money and all sorts of organizations united, and these competitions appeared on the account. Only the first and second class academies can participate. In other words, the raid battle competition is held for the elites whose interest is focused on money. At this time, the hunters looked ahead in surprise and asked each other if it was Changshu from Gaon. The team in red suits was walking towards them. 3 guys stopped. They were from Gaon Academy, a top-class team consisting of 3 students who are in the top 5 of Gaon. Everyone looked at them and said that Gaon was so busy, and then asked who would come from Hunter Mill and Ale, because most likely these 2 would also send their best students. One of the guys put his hand to his chin and said that Hunter Mile might send Heian, to which the others were very surprised and asked if this was really the one who was considered the most talented in the history of professional hunters. And there was also a rumor that she was a student of one of the 5 heroes. The guy in the hood grinned and told his comrade not to say stupid things, but Miniel heard it. He and the guys went further, saying that their captain was also famous, but for some reason they did not recognize him, to which the main character asked where he was famous. In the first round of raid battles, the guys met a huge 7-star spider arachnid, which had to be destroyed as quickly as possible. Doan, a B-rank hunter from the Ares Guild, put his hand to his face. Later, it was reported that Sudra Academy and Keen Academy failed. Doan grabbed his head and said that he didn't understand why so many teams failed in the first round, to which his comrade replied that the dungeon had a high difficulty this time, plus there was recent research. Looking up, he said, "Mutation, I think," adding that Jimin had discovered something there and it was implanted in the dungeons. Hearing this, Doan spread his hands and asked in surprise if that was why the student teams were failing one after another before even reaching the end, to which his comrade replied, "It seemed that way." Receiving such an answer, Doan became very tense and thought that the leader would be furious, after which he said that he would go and look at the teams that lasted longer. Team Gaon was introduced on the big screen. having completed the task in 30 minutes and 12 seconds. Then a similar sound was heard, and Do-hyun, putting his hand to his chin, asked who it was this time. Dream Academy was introduced on the big screen. When Do-hyun and his colleague saw that the team had completed the task in 9 minutes and 34 seconds, they were shocked. The guy looked at it with his mouth open and said that it was impossible, and his friend raised his hand and shouted that their device seemed to be broken. He held onto the handrails and shouted at the presenter that the tabloid said that yesterday's sweeps lasted 9 minutes, and then asked if there was some kind of display problem, to which the man replied that he would check right away. After a short pause, he apologized and said that there was a glitch in the counting, to which Do-hyun's colleague grinned and said that he knew it. Then suddenly the presenter announced that due to a malfunction of the measuring device, the countdown was delayed by 30 seconds, which shocked the hunters. While they were asking if the countdown had not been sped up, the presenter held his hand to his ear and said that they would immediately upload the corrected time. The correct time changed to 9 minutes and 4 seconds appeared on the display, and the boys smiled. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming furiously. Its head was chopped off in that very second. Saun looked around, thinking that if Professor Arachne knew the name of this monster, she would be horrified, while the real Arachne was currently lecturing creative students at the Transcendent Academy on the art of weaving. The boy threw the gungnir, thinking that it would be better to save it for an emergency. The spiders suddenly launched their attacks forward. The protagonist raised his head, wondering if this was the same Arachne's web, which had high strength and elasticity. Saun suddenly grabbed the weapon behind his back. He began to swing it, attacking the attacking monsters. The boy crouched, thinking that in front of the holy spear, this was just a ball of thread. The spiders took a step back in fear. Saun suddenly took off, running forward. He quickly attacked the spiders, while Minjul fought them with his fists. Saun stood to the side, holding a spear in her hands. The girl's mouth opened wide in surprise. Looking at the boys, she thought that both of them were incredible, having dealt with so many monsters without putting in any effort. The girl stretched out her hands, thinking that she couldn't just stand to the side. A magic seal appeared under Saun's feet, after which she thought that she had only managed to learn a few spells so far. She opened her eyes wide. The girl crouched, placing her palm on the ground and releasing mana forward. From the strong flow of magic, the spiders took off from the ground, flying up. The boys proudly turned around, after which the scoreboard showed the successful time of the dream team. Minjul smiled, saying that the captain surprises him every time, and then asked where the protagonist learned to move like that. Saun turned around, embarrassed, asking him to shut up, when Minjul suddenly added that the boy seemed to be becoming a different person. Saun said that he could forget about that, when he suddenly asked where all his weapons went, to which Minjul answered without hesitation that he threw away all his weapons. He turned forward, adding that the teacher said that he didn't like to use everything. The boy pointed to his back, saying that he kept the double daggers and arrows with a bow, and threw away everything else. Saun asked why the boy only fought with daggers when he could use a bow, to which Minjul frowned, asking if he wasn't supposed to protect Suyeon, and with a bow he would have to keep his distance. The girl suddenly stopped, calling out to the boys. She looked around, saying that everyone was looking at them. They looked at Saun, asking if he was the one who won the Hunter Mile exam, when they noticed Minjul next to him. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully. He turned around abruptly, noticing the team behind him. Meeting Shu's gaze, the guy thought that the guy was glaring at him. Did something happen? Shu suddenly turned back abruptly without saying a word. Saun frowned, watching him go, to which Minjul smiled, happily shouting that people were finally starting to recognize them. He laughed loudly, shouting that their captain was nearby, after which the protagonist gritted his teeth, asking him to keep his mouth shut, while Suyeon was ashamed for both of them. The guy stepped forward, saying that it was so lively here, because everyone was amazed by their result, that people could not contain their surprise. The guy stretched his hand forward, shouting that they were the main winners, so the crowd had the true elite. The people turned away from him, continuing to discuss the victory of the protagonist and his team. The guy from Leon's team approached the guy, asking him to come through. In the second round, it was necessary to get a magic crystal in the dungeon as quickly as possible in a limited time, which the Dream Academy team easily dealt with in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. In the third round, it was necessary to destroy the artificial monster Link Bell in the time allotted for the raid. The protagonist destroyed the monster with a deft throw, thanks to which his team finished in 19 seconds. In the fourth round, it was necessary to protect the magic crystal for as long as they could hold out. The protagonist's team destroyed the roots, reaching out to them one after another. Minjul suddenly turned to the captain and shouted that he had run out of arrows. At that very moment, he took out his swords and shouted that he would fight back here and Saun would cut off their ranks. The protagonist immediately rushed into the thick of the roots. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and swung. With one powerful blow, he destroyed everything in front of him. He swung the weapon from side to side, destroying the roots. He did not stop killing the opponents, saying to himself that it was impossible to get rid of them completely because the monsters were constantly respawning, but their number had noticeably decreased. After a few minutes, he stopped and saw that there were a lot of cut roots around him. Not far from him was a brightly glowing ball. Looking at it, Saun said in his head that he could not see it with his eyes, but Chiron's sense of touch clearly caught something foreign, and besides, such a huge concentration of mana, could this really be the core that formed the dungeon? Raising his head to the sky, he wondered if this was some kind of carrier that generated monsters. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him, which he destroyed in an instant. Then he took out his spear and asked himself if it was worth checking once. With these thoughts, he threw the weapon towards the glowing ball. The blade appeared in front of him in the next second, but unexpectedly, he passed through it. There was a loud explosion and a bright flash illuminated everything around. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if Gungnir had simply cut through the air, but if he had imagined that there was something there. A monster suddenly rushed at him. Grabbing the spear, the guy gritted his teeth and said to himself that Chiron's sense of touch had definitely shown him. But suddenly everything went quiet. Saun looked at his weapon and said to himself that if he thought about it, unlike Gungnir, he still had not been able to fully study the effects of the holy spear. He smiled widely and thought that he was sure that he had options that were not inferior to Gungnir, perhaps just right. He immediately took off. Jumping off the ground, he rose into the sky. Swinging, he shouted that it was worth taking a risk once. At this time, the Gaon Academy team was defending themselves from the roots. Shiwu waved his arms and shouted at Minjin to hold the center, to which Minjin shouted back that he had already said not to worry about it. They continued to defend themselves as best they could against the advancing roots. A few minutes later, they emerged from the dungeon with a score of 44 minutes and 51 minutes. Shiwu walked in front and said to himself that they had a great strategy and made no mistakes at all, which is why they lasted twice as long as Hunter Mile and Ale in front of them with a score of 20 minutes. Yunjin leaned towards Minjin and whispered that judging by Shiwu's silence, he was also pleased, and Shiwu said to himself that as he had said, this was the best score they could achieve at their best. Yunjin turned to the team, asking if this was the dream team. She smiled, saying that the guys entered at the same time as them, but left earlier, and it turns out that this time they will win, when suddenly Shiwu closed his eyes, thinking that the guys were just lucky. Minjin suddenly clenched his hands into a fist, confusedly asking what was wrong with the records. Shiwu turned around in surprise. His face changed dramatically from anger. Looking at the scoreboard, he said that this can't be, because this is impossible. Doan opened his mouth in surprise, carefully looking ahead. The scoreboard showed Doim Academy. The hunters were shocked to read that their strength cannot be measured. Doan leaned on the railing, thinking that not even a month had passed since the end of the Hunter Mile training exam, after which he wondered if the guys had really progressed so much in such a short time. Because if this continues, and after the exams, which will be held in a couple of months, the team will enter the world of professional hunters. He got excited, saying that they would make a huge splash, and he absolutely had to recruit them no matter what it took. The boy grinned maliciously, while shouts came from behind him that now was not the time to find out all the details. The protagonist frowned, looking forward attentively. The weapon raised up was shining brightly. The boy smiled, thinking that he had assumed from the beginning that the holy spear might have the effect of ignoring the mana shield. All the memories of fighting with the spear came to his mind, when suddenly he thought that the Gungnir could do the same. He remembered the fight with the weapon, thinking that in the end, what they were big sticks, only with a difference in levels, so he guessed that the holy spear might not be able to do it. The protagonist swung, releasing mana forward. With a glint in his eyes, he shouted that it was worth taking a risk once. The boy quickly waved the weapon in the air, leaving a trace of magic. With a quick strike, he cut the ball into two pieces. Saun folded his arms across his chest, disappointed that the Gungnir didn't work, but the holy spear did. He wondered if it was because the holy spear could deal direct damage to the item itself. Looking ahead, he thought that he needed to test it again to figure it out, while Meniel said with a smile on his face that he thought it was the captain who dealt with everyone, to which Saun replied that it was hard to believe, because she didn't remember them having the strength to destroy an entire dungeon. A rough voice was heard in front of the boys, asking what kind of trick the protagonist used. Shiu came closer to them. The boys were surprised that the boy came to them himself. Xiaojin frowned, thinking that the rest of the boys' team were confused and whether this was his own breakthrough, and then asked in confusion, a trick. Shiwu's expression changed, menacingly asking if the protagonist was really trying to dodge. Minjul gritted his teeth in anger when Xiaojin suddenly stopped him, asking if Shiwu thought he was cheating. He took a step forward, adding that he didn't think the current situation would be possible otherwise. Shiwu looked ahead menacingly, thinking that he admitted that Xiaojin had outstanding ability, since he had already been told what happened in the Hunter Mile training exam, but it was impossible for the fourth round not to be able to record the result. He thought that Han might have succeeded. Without saying a word, Shiwu turned to the side. Miniel angrily clenched his fist, asking if the guy really made the man angry and was just leaving, while Shiwu thought he was more shocked than he expected, because he compared a real genius with the protagonist, because Hyan is a bird of a completely different feather than them. The guys walked along the corridor. Miniel grabbed his head, menacingly shouting that Shiwu only knows how to talk, to which Suying frowned, adding that she was also angry about it, but she needed to cool down because the final 5th round was about to begin. The girl turned to Xiaojun, asking if their victory was already decided, to which the protagonist put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully answering, indeed. As he walked further, he thought that everything was resolved easier than expected, which even disappointed him, when suddenly there was movement behind them. The guy ran up to the guys from behind, asking if they really were the dream team. Xiaojun turned around and asked what was going on. The boys became wary when the man replied that their team had received an offer. Xiaojun looked at the man with interest, his mouth hanging open in surprise. The man came closer and replied, yes, adding that if they agreed, they would receive all 6.5 billion that made up the prize pool of the competition. Hearing this, the boys' mouths dropped open in surprise. But the man spread his hands and said that there was one condition in exchange, after which he asked if they knew that a 9-star monster would appear in the 5th round, to which the protagonist, stepping forward, replied yes, adding that they were told that a 9-star monster would be created as a boss. Then the man raised his hand and presented a huge monster, saying that of course, a monster created by magical technology is inferior to a real 9-star monster, but nevertheless, the student's strength is not enough to catch it. So the goal of the 5th round is not to catch the boss, but to test how the students attack a powerful monster and what resourcefulness they will show, and based on the overall indicators, the assessment is formed. Sajin's comrades listened to the man with surprised faces. The organizer looked at the guys and continued to say that of course, the highest score is given to the team that eliminated the boss, but the raid battle is held once a year, and in the entire history, not a single team has been successful. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and asked if it was possible that this was the only condition, to which he immediately answered, it is true. Without moving from his place, he firmly said that the team must eliminate the boss, but in case of failure, the dream team will have to give up the reward. Sajin silently looked at the organizer. After a short pause, he calmly asked what would happen if they refused, to which the man shrugged and replied that they would not suffer any losses, because it was just an offer. They could pass the 5th level according to the rules and get the reward for first place. Shrugging his shoulders, he added that, frankly speaking, this offer did not come from the organizers. Hearing this, the guy opened his mouth in surprise and said to himself that it could not have been without the 3 strongest academies, because of them they fell down the list. He also remembered how Shiwu approached them and said to himself that first of all, given Shiwu's reaction earlier, it seemed like the other academies thought that they were playing unfairly. Looking back at his comrades, Xiaojun thought that with this proposal, they were planning to destroy the dream team and bring back the honor of the 3 strongest hunter academies. Minjul shrugged and said that he didn't care, and Suying pointed at herself and said that she didn't care either since she hadn't done anything at all. The organizer took a step towards the protagonist and said that if he wanted to know their opinion, they were looking forward to them accepting the proposal. He raised his fist to his mouth and added that there was no denying that there was no tension in this raid battle, but Xiaojun realized that they were being pressured by the channels and sponsors, and then asked himself what to do. He folded his arms and said to himself that if they succeeded, 6.5 billion, but if they failed, they would lose even the guaranteed 3 billion. Suddenly he turned to the organizer and asked if he could make a counter offer, to which the organizer asked in surprise what kind. Sajin extended his hand and replied that the total prize pool of the competition was 6.5 billion. Let the organizers add on their own and bring the pool to 10 billion. He smiled ominously and firmly said that then they would accept the offer. When the man heard this, he shouted in shock, asking 10 billion, to which the protagonist threw up his hands and replied that there was no reason for them to accept offers, taking such big risks. Without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, he looked at the organizer and added that they already had 3 billion for first place in their pocket anyway, while saying in his head that now he was in dire need of 500 million. But if 6.5 billion were divided between 3, that would be 2 billion each, and the remaining $500 million would be enough for his ever-growing karma. He smiled ominously and said that if suddenly the prize money increased to 10 billion, without taking his eyes off the man, he thought about how he could buy both the Sanya course and the elixirs, so such a prize was valuable enough to take the risk. He extended his hand to the organizer and asked if they would accept their offer. A bright light filled the entire room. After a while, Do-eun and his comrade heard someone say that he never imagined that the dream team would make a counter offer. The organizers stood to the side and said that they had guessed the organizers' intentions, and they thought that their intuition only worked in battle, and yet they thought that the team would refuse because they did not need to take such a risk, but this speaks of their self-confidence. Looking up, Do-eun's colleague asked if they really could, to which he replied that he was betting on it. Hearing this, the man froze in surprise and said that he had not seen him so confident in something for a long time. He then introduced a huge undead-type monster that doesn't feel pain and only chomps down after being killed twice, and asked if Revenant would be recreated, to which his comrade replied that it was, adding that the monster itself wasn't difficult. The man looked around, saying that it was a 9-star monster, to which Do-eun replied that he thought the dream team would be able to do it. He suddenly turned to the stands, noticing the shocked spectators. He quickly turned to the side. The guy looked at the scoreboard, saying that the team had already entered the dungeon, so they could take a look and find out. Do-eun put his hand in his pocket, frowning in confusion. Minjul took a step forward, asking the captain if a money spirit had attached itself to him. He put his hands behind his head, asking Saun if the captain had always been like this, to which the girl replied that the protagonist had always been eager for money, but not to this extent. Seojin turned around, shouting that this was the last round and he had 10 billion at stake, so he had to try hard. Suddenly, a strong mana appeared in front of them. The boys' faces changed, sensing something was wrong. Mana began to swirl in the air, forming a silhouette. The boys opened their mouths in surprise. In front of them was a wide smile and burning eyes. The hunter's glass fell to the floor. Do-eun grabbed the railing in horror, his mouth open in fear, when suddenly a loud scream was heard from behind that it was not a 9-star monster. Do-eun's hands shook when suddenly he thought that the Draugr was at least 10 stars, and it was famous for its deadly difficulty level, when suddenly he screamed, asking if they really decided to kill the entire team. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he suddenly shouted that the reproduction of a mental-type monster is strictly prohibited, so what is this monster doing on the list, and then wondered if this is a program glitch. He leaned his hand on the railing and quickly jumped over it. Do-eun accelerated, quickly running down the corridor. He gritted his teeth, thinking that in fact, the reproduction of a 10-star monster is not such a big problem, and the students are not in danger of dying from the damage caused by a monster created using magic technology. The boy knew that there is one but, because there is only one case where a monster created by magic technology causes death, namely a mental attack from a mental-type monster. So ultimately, all the mental damage is taken by the brain, and the attack may be a function, but only mental damage is perceived as real. Do-eun remembered that in the past, during the fatal incident, a 5-6-star monster was recreated, but now the guy's opponent is at least a 10-star mental-type monster, and it is not a level that the students can handle. At this time, Minjul grabbed his head, loudly screaming that he did not do this, while Suing tearfully begged her dad not to die. Seojin looked up in confusion, while Do-eun was scared, thinking that the dream team consisting of students would meet a terrible death. He ran into the lab, loudly screaming for the students to come out immediately. The guy peeked out from behind the table, saying that they had already sent a person, but due to the reboot, they could not get to the guys. When Do-eun suddenly frowned, menacingly shouting that they needed to destroy the magic core or cut off the magic supply. The boy clenched his fist tightly after hearing about the cost of recreating the monster. Veins appeared on his face in anger, and suddenly he screamed, asking if people really wanted to leave people to die for a few million, and these were children who had a great future. The boys sat down on the chairs, while Do-eun was shaking with rage. He grabbed his head, wondering what kind of research Jimin tried. Do-eun quickly turned to the side. In shock, he and the boys in the lab opened their mouths wide. Hunter held onto the railing, greatly surprised. Gaon Academy raised their heads up in confusion. The monster with glowing eyes stared forward furiously. In front of him, he noticed the protagonist. Seojin put his hand on the back of his head. He smiled, asking if something was wrong. The protagonist's team looked at the monster appearing and asked why Draugr. The monster suddenly opened its red eyes wide. The boy's eyes instantly turned red. The Draugr started laughing madly while the boys screamed in horror. Suddenly, the protagonist asked if his comrades were okay, causing the monster to stop laughing. Seojin turned to his comrades, shouting for them to come to their senses. Suddenly, he froze in horror when he heard a voice that told him that he might be winning now, but for how long would that last? Seojin's mind began to shake. He heard a voice that said that he was really nothing, just an impudent boy. Did he really think that he could continue to act like this even when he became a professional hunter? That voice made the boy grab his head, but suddenly he raised his head with ease. Seeing this, the monster's eyes widened in shock. He looked at him and growled questioningly. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion, with the progress of his courses increased by almost 1%. The Draugr released a powerful magical energy. The protagonist immediately took a stance. In that same second, he rushed to attack the monster. Seeing this, the Draugr screamed in horror. He again entered the enemy's mind, saying that without the Transcendent Academy, he was nothing, an empty shell. Gritting his teeth, Saun said to himself that this was not the whisper of the real Draugr. He imagined the silhouette next to him and said to himself that these were the thoughts in his subconscious, overcome with worry about the Draugr. He heard the monster say that he was nothing but a useless loser and a hypocrite, and thought that these were the seeds of his worries and doubts that he had been carrying in his chest all this time. Then suddenly, instead of darkness around him, he saw light. The shadows began to break away from him while he said that chance grows into a connection. Saun walked forward without a drop of fear, saying that a connection eventually flows into fate. Behind him was what seemed to be Buddha himself, and the guy continued to run forward. Suddenly, darkness appeared around him again, and the monster's voice asked if he would really call all this a coincidence. But the protagonist did not stop, hearing the voice asking him what would have happened if he had not become a student of the Transcendental Academy, that if he had not seen that advertisement, he would have remained a nobody. The monster with a mad smile on his face said both then and now. He stood right above the guy and said that he had achieved nothing with his own efforts. When suddenly Saun heard a voice saying that if a depressed person talks about the past and an anxious person about the future, then a peaceful one will talk about the present. Absorbed in darkness, the guy ran to the man from whom a warm light emanated. He held a glass in his hands and said that if an artist is overwhelmed by self-interest and chaotically applies too many colors to the canvas, then in the end he will only paint it black, so sometimes you need to be able to free your soul from the burden. Lowering the glass, he poured out all its contents, turning it into a bright, colorful world and saying that if the soul is in confusion, you need to try to accept the existing reality, climb a mountain, lie down on a mountain, listen to the whisper of water, look at the clouds floating in the high sky. Clouds floated across the golden sky while Buddha spoke, like the mountains, waters, and lands surrounding him. Shakyamuni smiled and peacefully said that the main character is also a child of the universe, so he deserves to stand in this place. He added, even if the guy himself does not feel it, as suddenly the course progress increased again when Saun ran towards the enemy. Draugr smiled broadly, asking, the freedom of the present is the rest of the soul. He whispered menacingly that these were the words of a lucky man. He approached Saun, asking if he thought he deserved the right to have this. The monster asked if the boy could say that he lived by clawing his way out, to which Shakyamuni asked what he was like in the monster's eyes, since all that still remembered him would probably answer, me, and they would say so because they would remember how great he was. Closing his eyes, he added that in fact he was woven not only from such moments of greatness that the world remembered, after which memories began to flash in his head. He remembered the past, saying that every moment of life lived gives something and teaches something. Memories floated in the protagonist's head, while Shakyamuni added that the great image remembered by the world was in fact only a tribute to what he received while living his life. He said that if you do not accept the moment of life, then there will be nothing to give, and if there is nothing inside, then there will be nothing to share. The protagonist listened with his eyes closed that all the moments that fill life, while someone inhales and exhales air, create the real us. Saun opened his eyes, illuminating everything with his gaze, after which Shakyamuni laid, and at the right moment give the necessary strength. The protagonist quickly rushed towards the enemy's shadow. Illuminating everything around, he swung his hand at the Draugr. The guy frowned, quickly turning away from the silhouette that dissipated in the air. The Draugr's body began to blur. The protagonist's strong mana enveloped him. The monster's eye suddenly glowed brightly. The guy grabbed the spear tightly, approaching the enemy. Saun covered his face with his hand, thinking that every nerve cell in his body responded with a piercing ringing, as if an electric current passed through it. He suddenly opened his eyes, surprised to notice a bright light in front of him. He looked at the black mana that had accumulated in the sky, thinking that the seeds of anxiety and doubt that had once been firmly planted in his soul had already withered. The guy thought that no amount of thinking could shake him, after which a magic seal appeared behind his back, and he thought that it could be called ataraxia, when suddenly the course progress increased again. Saun was holding onto a spear that emitted strong mana. Everything around was suddenly illuminated by a bright light, because the protagonist activated divine power. He brought the spear behind his back, quickly running. The Draugr's face changed, looking forward in fear. Saun swung, hitting the monster with a magic spear. He smiled, saying that it was too late to try to escape, and he turned out to be the best teacher. Without thinking, the protagonist pierced the monster's body with a spear. Without moving, he continued to hold the weapon in the air. The ground began to crack under the strong flow of mana, throwing rocks to the sides. The screen suddenly showed continuous static. The screen remained dark. There was silence around it, caused by shock. At that very second, the board turned off. The big screen suddenly went dark. Everyone who was in charge of the controls was terrified. Dohan looked at the turned-off screen in shock and wondered how he managed to deal with the Draugr. He imagined this monster and said to himself that the Draugr was a 10-star mental-type monster, or to be more precise, none of the recruiters present here could handle the Draugr's mental attack. Then he imagined the hunters clutching their heads, screaming in horror, and added that the Draugr was an incorporeal ghost and physical attacks would not work on it. After that, he remembered the man nicknamed Soulstar and said that this was why only he was able to clear all 8 Draugr dungeons that appeared in Korea in the past, but the main character only needed 1 blow. After these thoughts, Dohan exhaled heavily and said, "It happens." Suddenly, he scratched his head in confusion and said that their guild definitely couldn't handle this. At this time, the screen in the waiting room for participants also went out. The hunters, including Xiu, looked at the switched-off monitor in shock. Xiu, with horror in his eyes, asked himself how he managed it. He suddenly remembered how he had said earlier that only Heian could do this, and then he thought that even if a 10-star monster was created using magical technology, its strength was not lower than 8 or even 9 stars, and starting from 9 stars, clearing it becomes difficult not only for a rank but even for S rank. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he said to himself that even she couldn't reach him. Everyone gathered couldn't take their eyes off the turned-off TV. At this time, the protagonist's spear hit the ground. The guy leaned on it and said that at least he didn't pass out like after the battle with the Dryad. He picked up his phone and saw that his Buddha course progress had become almost 32%, and then he wondered if it was because of this progress. He was breathing heavily, looking at his phone and saying that in 90 days of free access, his progress had only increased by 17.5%, and now it was already 31.7%, in 1 hour he had increased by 14.2%. While Sajin was thinking about how his opponent had turned out to be a good lecturer, his comrades suddenly came to their senses. Seeing this, the protagonist asked if they had really woken up, to which they turned to him in surprise and asked if he had really dealt with the Draugr on his own. The guy grinned and just nodded. A few minutes later, they came out of the dungeon. Loud screams were heard, and Sajin squinted from the bright light. They were greeted by the introductions of many guilds, inviting them to join them. From such a greeting, the protagonist's team jumped back and asked what this was. The representatives rushed to the guys with suggestions, when suddenly the organizer appeared, loudly shouting what they were doing now. While the team was being shoved in the face with suggestions, the organizer shouted that they had just experienced a mental attack, so they needed to be examined first. The next minute, his colleague pointed with his hand to the guys where to go. Saun abruptly opened the door, running inside worriedly. Holding a bottle in his hands, the protagonist turned to the side. The girl quickly walked forward, asking if anyone was hurt, to which Xiaojin replied that everyone got off easy. He pointed at the guys, saying that they passed out for a while, but they had already been examined and said that nothing serious. Saun turned to the guy, asking if he was okay, to which the protagonist nodded his head in agreement. He smiled, adding that nothing serious, not counting a slight indisposition, from which the girl sighed in relief. She looked at the guy with fear, thinking that she was beside herself because she thought that something would definitely happen to Xiaojin this time. The girl thought that he could not be considered a student, because the only thing was that he did not prove his strength with the exam, when suddenly the protagonist broke the bottle, using too much force. Saun looked at him with pity. She remembered their first meeting, thinking that she foresaw it, and she also had certain plans for the guy, so there was nothing surprising here, and she should only be happy. The girl anxiously adjusted her shirt in the area of the heart. She lowered her gaze, wondering what kind of complicated feeling this was in her heart. The protagonist looked up at her, asking if something was wrong, to which Saun smiled embarrassedly, answering that everything was fine. There was a sudden knock on the door of the ward. The man opened the door and asked to be excused. The chairman stood at the door with a smile on his face. Xiaojin turned around, asking what brought him here, to which Tibium replied that he had heard the news about what had happened and was worried, so he came in person. The protagonist smiled, asking if he had come in person because of the Draugr incident. The chairman closed his eyes, smiling widely. He knew that Xiaojin was the guy who had come with the Azure Demon Sword that Star Sword had not entrusted to anyone. Tibium thought that after receiving the report of the Draugr's appearance, he had mentally prepared himself for its death. He sighed in relief, thinking that the guy had dealt with the monster on his own anyway. Frowning, he thought that he now understood why Star Sword treasured Xiaojin so much. Minchel worriedly put his hand to his chin, saying that his skin suddenly started to crawl. The chairman thought that the guy was also with his granddaughter, whom the Star Sword protected like the apple of his eye. When suddenly Soyun asked how the guy knew the chairman, when suddenly Xiaojin scratched his head in embarrassment, saying that he lent him the Azure Dragon Sword for a while. Tibium smiled, thinking that it was good that he visited the guy in person, while Minchel felt a strong pain in his neck. The chairman came closer to the bed, asking if the guy was hurt, to which the protagonist got up from the bed, saying that he got off with a few bruises. The guy turned around, asking, since Tibium was here, he wanted to ask what happened. Xiaojun looked down in confusion, asking why a Draugr was recreated instead of a revenant. After some time had passed since the story, the protagonist's expression changed, asking if the dungeon's magic core had rebooted. Tibium extended his hand, saying that Jimin had been conducting research on mutation, and the results were first used in this competition. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, wondering if the reason for the magic core rebooting was due to mutation research, then could it be possible for distortion to be created artificially? He ignored the chairman's words, wondering if the distortion of the Great Calamity had also been created in the same way. Tibium bowed, asking for forgiveness, as they would be careful not to let something like this happen again. He added that it wasn't just words, when the guy suddenly thought that given the chairman's reputation, the matter would simply be hushed up. Tibium asked if the guy had any special requests, as he would do his best to fulfill them, causing Soyun to widen her eyes. The protagonist raised 3 fingers up. He smiled, asking how about settling it once and for all with 3 billion. The chairman nodded, saying that it could be arranged, then thought that it was the same last time, since this young man really loved money. Sajin smiled, adding 3 billion per person. The chairman froze in place, speechless. After thinking for a while, he answered, as you say. The raid battle that was full of difficulties finally came to an end, and the abilities that easily beat the elite of the top 3 academies, thanks to the Draugr incident due to the exploding magic core starting from the guilds. Each office was in turmoil, one shouting at the other to contact the Dream Team because they had to recruit them by offering better conditions than the other guilds, and ending with the ordinary people. People were watching the news and voting for the main character. All of Korea was hotly discussing the Dream Team, Dream Academy, and Xiaojun, and the heroes of the hype themselves. Saun shook her hands negatively and said that she would only accept 3 billion. Miniol raised his hand behind his head and said that he would do the same, and the main character should take the rest, after which the girl added that Xiaojun and Miniol did everything, and she was just an extra. The guy closed his eyes and said that this was not so, because their captain handled the last round alone, so if it weren't for him, they would have died right there. The main character looked at the guys in confusion and said to himself that they were just bastards. When suddenly he hugged them, saying that he loved them, they all did not care at all about what was happening. After a while, Xiaojun stood in the hallway and said that the prize of 3.5 billion won for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places offered by the organizers, plus donations from sponsors and large guilds in the amount of 3.5 billion won on top of the original 3 billion for 1st place, and finally the 9 billion won promised by the chairman. He looked at his phone with the money transfers and said that in total it was 19 billion won. Saun and Miniol said that they would only take 3 billion each, so together with the 9.5 billion they already had, it was 22.5 billion won. The guy smiled happily and said to himself that he only had to collect 4.5 billion more, and he would be able to enroll in the course of the Great Sage equal to heaven. After that, he looked into Xiaojun's office and asked if the academy had risen to the 1st league, to which she replied that it was true. This time they entered the 1st league. Then Xiaojun smiled even wider and asked if raids on 6-star dungeons were available then, to which the girl turned around confusedly and replied, "That's it," adding that the minimum rank for a hunter should be a. Hearing this, the smile immediately disappeared from the guy's face. He looked at the girl in front of him and said to himself that Xiaoyun was a B-rank hunter, because of this they would not be allowed to raid. Xiaoyun suddenly bowed her head and apologized, to which the protagonist waved his hands negatively, saying that it was okay, because without her help he would not have even been able to participate in the recent competition. After that, he left her office. Scratching the back of his head, Xiaojun quietly said that he shouldn't have asked that. He walked down the corridor, thinking about what to do now, because the way to the 6-star dungeon was closed. There was no other place to get such a large amount of money at once. He put his hand to his chin and said to himself that in the end he would have to wait a little longer until he saved up the necessary 4.5 billion, or first listen to a lecture on mana, although he would like to sign up for both. Suddenly he asked himself whether it was worth consulting with the mentor, after which he typed a message on his phone that he needed to meet. Mentor got out of his phone at that very second, scaring the guy a lot. Flying at the level of the student's face, the mentor said that he surprised him this time. Then he put his hands on his hips and asked why he wanted to see him. After a while, they were on the roof, and mentor asked if he really didn't know which lecture was better to start with, to which the protagonist answered, yes. Then the assistant put his hand to his chin, thinking. After a short pause, he suddenly asked if maybe his level was already enough, to which Sajin turned around in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Mentor folded his arms and replied that if he got a karma discount, he could enroll in both courses, and then asked if he wanted to try it. The protagonist then extended his hand and asked what a karma discount was, to which he replied that it was as he said. He suddenly raised his hand and said that there was an amazing event happening right now that would allow him to get a discount on the karma calculated for him. Hearing this, the guy looked at the assistant in surprise and said that he didn't know that even the Transcendent Academy had discount periods. to which he replied that it was, although not that often. A few seconds later, the protagonist asked how much he could save, to which Mentor raised his thumb and replied that he could get a discount of up to 100%, causing Saun to gape in shock. He immediately shouted that he was ready right now, but Mentor poked him in the forehead, saying, "Of course." Removing his finger, he added that he couldn't get it just like that, to which the guy turned away and said to himself that no one doubted it. The guy asked what he needed to do to get it, to which Mentor put his hands on his hips, answering that the academy was currently hosting an event to support excellent students. He added that, as the name says, this event will allow you to help those who got the highest score on the training exam, which made the protagonist furious, gritting his teeth. Saun bowed his head down in disappointment, asking if the results were really that bad last time. Looking at the characteristics, the guy thought sadly that, unlike last time, he now possessed the Senfeng movement technique and the divine power of Hercules, and in Shakyamuni's ataraxia, he achieved a significant process, so he thinks that he can get more points if he tries to pass it again. He lowered his eyebrows in disappointment when suddenly Mentor said in a frightened tone that he had expressed himself incorrectly. He smiled, saying that it was not about the excellent students, but rather about those who showed a tendency to grow, which made the protagonist turn back with interest. The Mentor raised his index finger, saying that the main criterion is how much the grades have increased compared to last time, and the discount percentage will directly depend on the percentage of increase. In short, this time the grades have increased by 50%, then you can get a 50% discount. He smiled, saying that no matter what, they will start from the past grades, so it is not necessary to get the highest score, which horrified Saun, thinking, does it really need to do better than last time? The Mentor spread his arms out to the sides, asking if the protagonist will take the risk, while the guy thought that only 14.5 points more, and that is 50%. He thought that he can't miss such a great chance, so he smiled widely, shouting that of course he will take the risk. The bright sun was shining above the park. Saun held an ingot in his hands, saying that it was fake. The guy smiled slyly, thinking that he had already learned from experience, because he saw how Fafnir lost his head from gold, while Mentor was scrolling through something on his phone, asking for a second. He calculated the cost of the exam, after which he handed the phone to the guy, saying that this was because the exam could only be taken for free once at the very beginning. Saun put his fingers to his head, thinking that then he would have about 21.5 billion left in his hands, and he needed to get at least a 60% discount to buy both lectures for 11 billion, and considering the cost of elixirs, he needed all 70. His eyes lit up when he thought that translating this into points, he needed to collect 20, and there were 7 disciplines in total, that's 3 points for each. The guy thought that this was super, so he quickly pointed his finger at the positive button. The training task questions immediately began to form, after which the system window explained everything about the exam and its difficulty, which surprised the guy. The protagonist tightly clutched the gold bar in his hand, seeing that the first stage quest was being formed. Looking down, Saun knew that the destruction dragon Fafnir was approaching. The quest was suddenly formed, and a fast flow of mana rushed past the guy. The Mentor grabbed the phone with both hands, screaming in fear. The protagonist swung, then threw the gold bar forward. He grabbed the spear, quickly running forward. The guy grinned, thinking, great, that the monster was distracted by the gold. The gold bar suddenly crashed into the enemy's head with all its might. The monster got angry, starting to stamp its feet. Having fallen silent, it began to look around in bewilderment. The protagonist looked ahead with wide open eyes. Beads of sweat appeared on his face when suddenly he turned his gaze to the side, wondering if it was a hydra. The guy ran forward, saying that this couldn't be happening, because it was probably Fafnir that had gained weight and grown 9 heads. The Mentor held a phone in his hands, smiling as he turned it towards Saun. He opened the system notification on his phone. The protagonist read that he had to eliminate the Hydra in 30 minutes. The guy's face changed, looking back in fear while the Hydra opened its mouths with fire. The Mentor clenched his hand into a fist, wishing the protagonist good luck. Fire attacks began to explode on the ground, when suddenly the guy indignantly shouted that he had not been warned that the tasks would change. The Mentor looked at the protagonist in surprise and said that he thought the guy knew about the possible change of tasks, because exam tasks cannot be repeated, because then it would be enough to simply learn the answers in advance. Besides, it only now became clear to him why Saun had prepared a gold bar. Fire cores began to form in place of the Hydra's heads. Saun said that Mentor could have asked about this in advance. The guy cautiously turned to the enemy. There was a howl and the space was filled with clouds of smoke. The protagonist immediately jumped up on the spot, dodging the blow, thinking that this was no more, no less, but exactly 3 points from the top. He got angry and clenched his teeth in anger. The guy exhaled with concentration. He dodged the first volley of blows, then turned around on the spot, after which he used Ascension to the sky, and walking on the air. Mentor watched from afar as Saun deftly avoided the Hydra's blows and exhaled in surprise. The guy heard his assistant ask when he managed to master the movement technique so skillfully, because he had recently advised him to study it, to which Saun mentally complained that so far he could only dodge. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly appeared in front of the guy with its mouth wide open, ready to strike. It spat fire, but Saun dodged the blow again. The protagonist was breathing heavily, thinking that he was still slightly hurt. Suddenly, his body was pierced by terrible pain. He screamed and immediately grabbed his wounded shoulder. Saun began to fall while the Hydra was watching him. The protagonist could not move. He was in excruciating pain so much that he could not stand it, and his hand was tightly squeezing the fabric of his jacket. His mouth was open in a silent scream as he mentally begged for murder since he considered it the best way out. He was lying on the ground when a notification came from the system that he failed the first stage, so he had 38 minutes and 47 seconds left. The mentor flew up to Saun and asked if it hurt a lot, to which he tried to sarcastically say that it did not hurt at all. The mentor took out his phone and said with an awkward smile that the Hydra's poison was very painful to bear because of its poison. The Hydra was considered a high-ranking demonic beast, so it must have been very painful for the guy, and Saun thought that he almost transcended into another world. He began to think about how in ancient Greek mythology, when Chiron was poisoned by the Hydra's poison, he could not bear the pain and begged to kill him, renouncing immortality, and he himself spoke about this in lectures. Saun muttered that there was something to beg for. He was finally able to stand up when the system reported that his progress was plus 2.1%, and the guy thought that his progress must have increased because this was still the introductory part. The protagonist picked up the phone and began to think that if this continued, he would not only be able to get a discount, but also practice, after which a window appeared asking whether he wanted to repeat, and his finger hovered over the button to agree. For a while, nothing happened and the guy fell silent. He turned to his assistant and asked if he could end it there, to which Mentor replied that he didn't care, so they could quit. Saun was very upset when Mentor said that he wasn't sure that in this case the required number of points would be collected, and the guy cursed mentally. Finally, the protagonist pressed the agree button. At that very moment, the Hydra appeared in front of him again. Saun concentrated and thought that one way or another, this was a task for combat strength. The eyes of each Hydra head blazed with rage when the guy realized that the points could only be raised by inflicting damage on the enemy. He took out his sword and prepared for battle. The protagonist used the aura blade. His blow looked like a broken beam that pierced the monster through and through. One of the Hydra's heads was cut off. Saun smiled happily, thinking that he had gotten rid of one head. He considered it rational to attack one remaining head at a time, but at that moment something began to happen to the severed head of the Hydra. The shadow of two new heads covered the protagonist. The guy did not understand what had just happened, what was written on his face. The Hydra was looking at the enemy insolently when Saun realized that the Hydra had regenerated. The monster made a deafening sound, covering the protagonist with a shockwave. He smiled resignedly and wondered what he would be ordered to do now. Having fallen under the stream of poison, he only exhaled tiredly. Lying on the ground and writhing in pain, he saw the system window inform him that he had failed the first stage, and he had 29 minutes and 41 seconds left. The protagonist rolled over onto his side with difficulty and wondered what he should do about it. Cold sweat was running down Saun's face as he realized that he was in trouble. He remembered that last time he got 4.2 points for piercing a Fafnir's body with the Holy Spear once. He continued to lie there and think that although he didn't know exactly how points were calculated, if the criterion was efficiency, it was too vague because he didn't understand how many heads he had to rip off to get more points than last time. As soon as he figured it out, Mentor told him that if he was having trouble, he could watch an explanatory lecture, which gave him hope. The assistant suddenly came to his senses and asked if Saun knew that watching the explanatory lecture would lower his points. But the protagonist was already busy looking through the system, which reported that ultimately the Hydra was also a dragon, so he had to set fire to the immortal head in the center to win, and with a little bit of knowledge, the Hydra would not seem stronger than Orochi. The mentor scratched his chin thoughtfully and said that despite the lowered score, Saun could still get a high score based on the knowledge from the explanatory lecture. The protagonist was very upset when Mento said that the choice was still up to the guy. He decided to repeat again, and the Hydra heads appeared in front of him again. Preparing for another portion of pain, the protagonist mentally demanded that the monster attack Neo. The mentor got some pom-poms from somewhere and tried his best to support Saun. While the assistant shouted that the guy could handle everything, he, in turn, shouting about his hatred for his enemies, attacked the Hydra. There was an explosion, and the system again reported the failure of the first stage. The space was burning again, and after several more attempts, Saun looked at the phone screen, begging for something, while the system reported that the exam for the combat power discipline was completed, and the exam for the next discipline would take place in 3 days, after which the scoring began. Finally, the result of 8.8 points appeared, which greatly pleased the protagonist, and Mentor immediately asked in surprise why this guy turns into a completely different person every time they meet. Saun smiled awkwardly, listening to the assistant say that first there was the movement technique, and what he used in it was divine power, and Mentor did not understand when the guy only managed to do everything, because the speed of his progress was higher than that of the other students he had seen. Then the assistant admitted that his level was the saddest, to which Saun said that it would have been better without the last phrase. However, Mentor considered it true, after which the protagonist looked around the park and thought about what they say. It is not the one who speaks to your face that is disgusting, but the one who slanders behind your back. He looked at his score again, thinking that he had improved by more than 3 points in the first test, no matter what. He was very excited when he told himself to keep going at this pace. However, after that, a sudden wave of excitement came over him. He fell to his knees. Saun worried that it was over. The protagonist fell to his knees. He bent over, realizing that it was over. With wide eyes, he knew it was over. The man waved his hand and wished him luck. The protagonist was given the task of holding up the skies in place of Atlas. The man asked the boy to take his place while he went to get the golden apple. The boy yelled at him to wait and try to stop the test, for which he received a 6. Saun closed his eyes, preparing for the staring test with the incarnation of Argus. It sat in front of him, talking about how he was closing and opening one eye after the other. The guy had red eyes. He couldn't tell how many eyes this creature had. He got about 2 points for this discipline. The archlick stood in front of him. He was talking about the hero kneeling before the inevitable, and the task was to endure by absorbing mana. The monster only pulled out a little mana. Still holding his hand, he asked if that was all, to which the guy replied that he hadn't completed the mana courses yet, having received a little less than 2 points. The guy bowed, realizing that this was a failure. Raising his head to the mentor, he knew that so far he had managed to rise by only 9 points in total, and was still missing 11 to reach the required 20. He also asked the teacher if he could not raise his points by 50%, would he get a discount. The young man bit his lip when the mentor replied that only by overcoming this 50% threshold could he receive the privileges of the event. He picked up the phone, realizing that he had wasted $1 billion on passing the practice exam, and the teacher said that it was time to start today's exam. The archlick appeared in front of him again. The task was to listen to his requiem for 30 minutes. The creature, raising its head, said that he should not disappoint him again. The guy frowned, realizing that he needed to score as many points as possible and gather all his will into a fist. The lick disappeared, noting that it was amazing. The hero caught his breath, realizing that the first stage was passed. Raising his hand, he knew that this was only the first stage, because last time it was exactly the same and the hottest part was about to begin. He bowed down, because the task was to drive the demon out of his consciousness. The guy closed his eyes, listening to the demon's words that they were one whole, and he would not be able to get rid of the creature. The monster flew out of his ear after the hero hit himself on the head, not understanding what he was saying, thereby passing the stage. A certain woman appeared in front of him. It was Aphrodite. The task was to escape from her captivity. Standing in front of him, she said that he was very nice, to which the guy asked if she was cold. The mentor, wide-eyed, did not understand what was happening because the stage had been passed again. Looking at him, the young man said that everything was bearable for now. Some creatures began to appear under the guy. The task was to withstand the screams of martyrs from hell. They, with their mouths wide open, screamed for him to save them, or even kill them. Crawling towards him, they continued to scream that it was he who killed them. They all looked at the hero, continuing to say that it was he who made them like this and that he should take responsibility. One of them took the hero by the shoulder, saying that it was all his fault. Raising his hand, the young man replied that he saw them for the first time. The creatures stood in bewilderment. The guy continued to look at one of them, asking if it knew him. They all evaporated, which meant passing this stage. The mentor still could not understand how this could be. The demon Mephistopheles appeared in front of the hero, and the task was to resist pleasure. The guy opened his eyes wide while he was saying that even Faust could not resist temptation, because the 7 deadly sins are a paradise that embodied the 7 deadly desires. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. Couples appeared in front of him, which meant fornication. He looked at them, realizing that the hell of adultery is a paradise that will allow you to realize all your secret fantasies. Suddenly money began to pour out on him, because this was the sin of greed. This is a hell where he could get everything he wanted, because this is a paradise without a shortage. In front of the hero was a table with a huge amount of food. This was gluttony, a hell in which food never ends, and this is a paradise in which abundance flourishes. The young man pinched his cheek to stay awake, because he had ended up in the hell of laziness, because this was the place where even angels couldn't hold back their happy smiles. Suddenly crosses appeared. This was the hell of anger, where he could torture those who mocked him to his heart's content. The guy threw his head back, looking at the pictures reflecting the sin of envy, because this hell allowed him to make up for everything he couldn't get. Wiping the sweat from his face, he understood that although he had managed to hold out, he needed to hold out a little longer. The hero frowned. A red glow illuminated him. This was pride. His eyes were burning red. Smiling nervously, he understood that this was dangerous. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed. Sitting on the ground, he talked about failing. Looking at his phone, he noted that this stage, unlike the previous ones, would be more brutal. He pressed the repeat button for the test. He had failed almost all of his attempts. Sitting on the ground again, there was a notification in front of him that he had passed. Getting up from the ground, he understood that ultimately he could not resist the temptation of the hell of pride, to which the mentor exclaimed that this could not be, asking how he managed to hold out until the 5th stage. Looking at the teacher, he answered that it was all bearable and perhaps it was due to the pumped-up ataraxia. The mentor asked how much he had pumped it up in such a short period, also asking what percentage he had on this course. Taking the phone in his hands, he said that the progress was already 31%. The teacher could not believe it. He opened his mouth wide. Looking at the guy, he exclaimed that this could not be, because in the last meeting he had only 15%, and how did he manage to raise it by 16% in such a short time? To which the guy replied that it just happened. The mentor snatched the phone from him, saying that he would check everything himself. The phone screen showed the progress of the courses, and he exclaimed, not understanding how that was possible. Suddenly, he looked at the course of Hercules' progress, exclaiming again about what could have happened to his course, to which the boy replied that he was a little lucky. He turned to the boy, asking how lucky he had to be to raise the progress to such a degree. He looked at him with wide eyes, and the boy replied that the expression on the mentor's face offended him. The hero covered his ears while he continued to shout about how it was impossible to get such a percentage of progress, and other lectures were okay. But how did he achieve such progress with the Shakyamuni lecturer? Because even other first-year students have a hard time achieving such results. The mentor was still holding the phone in his hands when the hero replied that he was lucky there too. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the overall score for the discipline of mental strength was almost 23 points, and the young man exclaimed. A few days later, the overall results came in, which were equal to 52 points. Smiling, he realized that instead of the planned 70%, he had raised his grade by 80%, thus, he had a discount in his pocket. He remembered the lecturer Sunukun, realizing that now he would be able to pass his course. Exhaling, he realized that without ataraxia he would not have known how to get out of it, and the mentor could not believe in such a result because it was simply impossible. The mentor was scratching his head when the hero suddenly turned to him. Pointing to the phone, he asked how many points he needed to score to get a satisfactory grade, to which he replied that he needed to score 60 or more points in each discipline. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that even if the total points exceeded the threshold, as long as there was a discipline below 60 points, the exam was considered failed, and the guy asked how many points he needed to score to get a passing grade. The mentor, putting his hand to his face, replied that it all depended on the exam, but usually Transcendence was considered to be from 90 points. The young man's eyes widened when the mentor added that the total should be equal to 630 points. He remembered his result. Sitting on the bench, he realized that he could not achieve this yet. The guy searched for the course of the Great Sage equal to heaven on his phone. The mentor, looking at him, asked if he would really sign up for Sunukun's course right away, to which he answered affirmatively, adding that he had not yet decided which course to choose on Mana. A choice of 2 lectures appeared on the phone. One was for the Staff and Spear, and the second was for the Star Staff of Heaven and Moon. Putting his hand to his face, the hero tried to understand what the price of the course from this lecturer could be, because no matter how expensive it was, an 80% discount should be enough. The protagonist chose the second option with the Staff of the Sky and Moon, but a red error message appeared in front of him. Scratching his head, he hoped that someday he would be able to study the Star Staff of the Sky and Moon. Choosing the other option, he decided to start with what was available. A notification about the recalculation of the cost appeared in front of the guy, which ended up being about 5.5 billion. The hero frowned, surprised by such a high price. He pressed the accept button, because this price was certainly less than the previous one, equal to 27 billion. A mountain landscape began to appear. He looked at it. Hitting the phone, he thought that the lecture was frozen. Suddenly, the lecturer appeared, asking for forgiveness. He began to run somewhere. The hero looked in surprise at how he moved very quickly. Suddenly, he approached, saying that he was a little late because the monk Tripitaka suddenly called him and therefore had to leave. Smiling, he looked at the phone, listening to Sunukun's words about how a monk can't do anything on his own and how hard it is to find such a boy. He looked at him, realizing that this lecture was finally available to him, and the lecturer apologized again for being late, adding that he would give the lecture properly. Raising his hand, he began by saying that in this course he would teach the hero the basics of using a staff and a spear, namely blocking, grabbing, and piercing, adding that he had already explained the meaning of these concepts in the previous introductory lecture, reminding that these were the 3 stances for a spear and a staff. Raising his hand to his face, he added that today they would accordingly move on to the art of using these weapons. Everything in the park was blooming, while the lecturer also said that perhaps some of the students had already forgotten about such basic stances. Taking the staff in his hands, he explained that it was still his fault that he was late and therefore he would show it again. The young man watched, frowning, listening to the lecturer's words about watching and remembering. Taking the staff away, he began with a block, explaining that it was a thrust from the inside out. A shockwave flew around the lecturer. Rubbing his face, the hero did not stop admiring him, while he began to move on to the next technique called interception. Taking the staff in one hand, he explained that after thrusting the weapon forward, you need to sort of twist it inward. Rocks cracked. Everything around Sunukun flew apart. Frowning, he began the last one, called a puncture. Everything lit up in front of him, while he explained about piercing the target through, aiming at one point. Striking the staff on the ground, he summed up that these were only the basics of weapon use. A huge crater gaped in front of him, while he said that if students suddenly decided to study the star staff of the sky and the moon, then first they should get the basics. He put one hand on his hip and added that it wasn't just his staff that was affected, as these three stances were an integral part of other martial arts that used similar weapons. The young man looked at his phone in surprise as the lecturer finished by saying that they needed to remember everything he had just told them and added that they should master the block by the next lecture. The hero had a new daily task for 1,000 blocks, but he didn't understand how he could repeat it. The mentor, spreading his arms, explained that if the initial courses included basic lectures, then starting with the intermediate courses, the student would move on to studying transcendental subjects directly, and the boy asked if there were any major differences. He looked at the teacher when he answered that the level was changing. He took out his spear when he added that it was faster to understand by experiencing it firsthand than to start explaining everything. Looking at the spear, he tried to understand how it was done. He swung his weapon. A bright blue line of light formed in front of him. The hero noticed the emanating light. Suddenly, everything around him flew up into the air. The spear was covered in a blue glow. The guy looked around in surprise. The park around him was covered in ruins, but he couldn't understand what had happened. The mentor, putting his hands on his hips, replied that as he said earlier, this was a completely different level. The entrance to a certain building was visible. 3 people were sitting at the table. They were representatives of the Isle Academy, named Huan, and a representative of Gaon, named Jinsen. In front of them sat a representative of the Huntermill Academy, whose name was Jinhyun. Putting his glass on the table, he said that recently the prestige of their 3 academies had sunk to the lowest point. Looking at them, he added that recently the community was discussing 1 strongman and 3 average ones. Jinsen asked what they should do and whether he was really suggesting that they set up Sajun. He slammed his hand on the table when Jinhyun explained that they weren't setting him up, they were just knocking him down a peg or 2, and he countered that the hero was covered in a holy sword. He opened his mouth wide and added that one mistake and not only would he lose his head, but the entire Huntermill could be razed to the ground. He stood up and added that he would pretend he hadn't heard that. The girl also stood up from the table and said that she would go too. Jinhyun looked at their backs. He folded his arms and said that they needed a friendly match. They turned around as he continued to talk about how it was almost time for it. The girl, her eyes wide, asked if they were really going to send Heian. He smiled. Frowning, he asked the representatives what they thought about that. The hero looked at the destruction in surprise as he had only swung his spear. He fell to the ground, realizing that he had released some of the divine power. Sitting on the ground, he noticed that he had spent too much energy, to which the mentor replied that after all, this was a course for a great sage equal to heaven and he was an intermediate level. The boy clenched his teeth as the teacher continued to say that considering that the protagonist had started training after finishing the divine power course and other related courses related to the initial level, it was no wonder that the hero was having a hard time. He also noted that signing up for a high-level lecture was not such a good idea. The mentor, raising his hand, said that it was true. After all, it was not just the academy that made the program. The boy's eyes turned white as he realized that he would not be able to do 1,000 blocks. After all, in his current state, he would hardly do even 10 times from the daily task. The teacher asked him not to be upset. The hero looked at him while the mentor was talking about how if this task was really impossible, he would have insisted in advance that the boy not choose this course. The young man asked him about some other way. He tilted his head and asked the boy if he had thought about taking the Mana course at the same time. The hero smiled widely when he told him that given the high percentage of divine power progress, coupled with lectures on mana, it might be quite feasible for him. He was putting the bench back in place. The young man restored the destroyed park. He looked at the mentor and said that when he said that if you choose stability, then it is Nigong training, asking that if you pump mana techniques effectively, then it will be aura, to which the teacher answered affirmatively, adding that he just needs to choose according to his preferences. The hero picked up the phone while the mentor was talking about how it would be nice to listen to a trial lecture, suggesting that he listen to one of them now. The boy chose a lecture on mental anguish from the swordsman Dongbin. He appeared on the screen, saying that the accumulation of Nigong is the same as expanding the capacity of a vessel. Opening his eyes, he added that by this vessel he meant Danshin. The young man looked at the screen in surprise while he was talking about how Danshin reflects the most important areas in the body and it is customary to distinguish three main Danshins. Smiling, he explained that there is an upper, lower, and middle one. Tossing a brush in his hand, he also added that the upper one reflects the spiritual life of the adept, allowing one to understand the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism through contemplation, and, in simple terms, it is the final vessel ascending to the world of transcendence. That is, it is the process of sublimating the spirit of Shen and returning it to emptiness. Pointing to the head, he also explained that this is the possession of the Nuan Palace, that is, the central area in the head. The guy sat on the bench, listening to his words about how the upper Danshin could be called the most important of all. But unfortunately, they would not study it in this course, and the hero could not understand a word. The sun was shining brightly above the guy. He thought that although he did not know anything, he intuitively understood, and this could be because of Merlin's course. Imagining the brain, he understood that it was the Nuan Palace, and it also meant the area of the mind, that is, the upper Danshin. Imagining the body, he understood where each Danshin was located, and summing up Dongbin's lecture, one can understand that the effectiveness of Nigong at the middle level is lower, but it is easier to accumulate. Remembering the words of the mentor, he realized that if he chose stability, then it would be breathing techniques, and if effective, then it was the mana management technique. He bowed his head. Looking at the phone, he thought that something was wrong, also choosing Siegfried's lecture. He saw the introductory lecture. After searching for a mana course, he did not understand what it was. Rubbing his face, he asked about what he might not understand. Turning his head to the mentor, he addressed him. Looking at him, he asked if it was possible to study both at the same time. Pointing his finger at his head, he explained that based on the explanations of lecturer Dongbin, the upper Nigong is the realm of the mind, asking that ataraxia is really responsible for the upper Danshin. Remembering Gotama, he thought that ataraxia is a must for studying subjects in the process of knowing transcendence, and it can be said that all transcendents have tempered the upper Danshin with Shakyamuni's ataraxia. Lowering his head, he continued to think that if they choose a course to study mana, they use two Danshins at the same time, namely the upper and middle, or the upper and lower, asking the teacher if it is possible to use all three at once. The mentor scratched his head and asked the hero if it was even possible. Putting his hand to his face, he also added that he didn't really understand the intricacies of the courses. A notification appeared on his phone that Merlin's course progress had increased by 16%. Looking at the mentor, he asked him if his mentees had said anything about it, to which he replied that they chose one of the two, depending on what they liked more. His eyes widened when he added that he had never heard of it. Assuming that it was impossible, the guy asked if it was possible to check with the lecturers. Pointing his finger at the phone, he added that he wanted to ask in the community, but he couldn't leave posts. Frowning, he also said that it would be much more correct to ask the relevant lecturers, asking if it was even possible, because the lectures were uploaded online, or maybe it was a matter of money again. The mentor replied that it was not that. His eyes were shining, because he really wanted to ask questions about the lectures. As he was leaving the park, he was thinking that it would be nice to study two subjects at the same time, but there was a problem. The boy's eyes turned white, because the problem could be money. Entering the academy, he greeted Saun, deciding to wait for the mentor to return and then think about what to do. He looked at the girl in surprise when she said that he was just in time. 3 representatives of the academy stood in front of him. Pointing at them with their hands, they introduced them. Jinhan, smiling, said that he was glad to meet him, and the girl next to him said that she was pleased to meet him. Jinsen, looking at the hero, also introduced himself. He opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what could have brought representatives of the 3 best academies here. He stood in front of them when they proposed a friendly match. Extending his hand, Jinhan explained that this was an unofficial competition that 3 academies would be participating in, namely Huntermill, Gaon, and Isle, adding that under the current circumstances, Dream Academy had the right to join, and the girl added that they hoped that Xiaojun would brighten up the friendly match with his presence. The boy rubbed his chin. Soyun looked at him and replied that she was fine with it, but it was up to the protagonist. His eyes lit up as he asked about the prize money, to which he was told that there was no prize. The boy's eyes widened. Scratching his head, he expressed surprise at the lack of prizes, to which the representatives replied that this was only a friendly match, since its only purpose was to increase the desire for improvement through duels between geniuses. Looking at Soyun, the protagonist asked if his participation would bring any benefit to the academy, to which she replied in the negative. The boy rolled his eyes as she said that it was just an informal event and he could make his own decision. He turned away and said that he refused. Hyun, following him, exclaimed that this was an opportunity to exchange experiences with geniuses like the hero, and did he really want to miss such a chance, to which he replied that winning did not give him anything. He continued to walk away, frowning, while they asked him to think again. Minyeol turned around as the protagonist called out to him. Approaching him, he asked if he wanted to participate in a friendly match, to which the boy asked the hero why he did not want to himself. Rubbing his neck, he replied that he did not have extra time, to which the student replied that he was not against it in principle. The representative's eyes turned white when he added that he just wanted to test the new technique, and it would not work on the boy anyway. Seojin waved his hand and said that it was decided and Minyeol would go instead, while the others shouted for him to stop and wait. They lowered their heads, not understanding what to do now. They had asked the guy what he wanted back then, and he had exclaimed that a prize of 6 billion would satisfy him. They stood there frowning, discussing how he was very obsessed with money. Raising her hand, Hyun added that he had said that he would participate if there was a reward, and if he didn't come, the meeting itself would lose its meaning, since its original purpose was to clip Seojin's wings. The girl crossed her arms, noting that announcing a reward for a friendly meeting was unheard of. While they were arguing, Minyeol asked the hero why he needed so much money. Jinhan, raising his fist to his face, drew attention to himself. Everyone turned around. The protagonist looked at him and noted that they had a disagreement, asking if they had decided everything, to which the representative replied that everything was fine and that he had nothing to worry about. Smiling, he added that, frankly speaking, they wanted to have a friendly meeting with the hero and hoped that by competing with him, their students would tone down their bragging and ignite their desire to improve themselves. Rubbing his chin, he also said that since he did not want to participate without a reward, they decided to think about it. The hero looked at him in surprise as he said that they had decided to set a prize for the tournament. Jinhan interrupted the boy by raising his hand. Reaching out to him, he explained that they would have several conditions. Saun gathered energy around herself. Suddenly, it all spread throughout the hall. With her eyes wide open, she remembered her teacher's words about her pressing her magic power more. Minyeol lunged. He jumped sharply. The first target was cut. The rest of the targets were also cut. He made blow after blow, cutting more and more. The hero, looking at this, opened his eyes wide. He watched the students training, thinking about how hard they worked. The protagonist, tapping his foot, understood that they had appointed the 6 billion they offered him as a reward for winning. Raising his hand to his face, he knew that there would also be rewards for second and third, 4 and 2 billion respectively, and since the competition was not a team, but an individual one, then in case of victory he could get the desired money, he also understood that there was nothing special about it. Extending his hand, Jinhan continued, saying that in return they would have several conditions, because anyway, all the expenses for the competition would be borne by their side. The guy looked at him while he was talking about how they would set the methods and rules for the friendly match themselves, and the hero understood that this was justified because they were responsible for the cash prize. The representative added with a smile that they wanted all the members of Dream Academy to participate in the friendly match. Minyeol replied that he didn't care, and Suyeon also gave an affirmative answer since she had been training a lot all this time and was interested in testing her abilities. The hero smiled, looking at them. Turning his head back to Jin Hyun, he asked if they had any other conditions, to which he replied in the negative. The guy looked at him in surprise when he said that one more person had not agreed to participate in the meeting. The protagonist's eyes widened, not understanding what he meant, since there was no one else in the academy except for the 3 of them. Looking at Si-yoon, he immediately understood everything. Pointing her finger at herself, the girl asked if she really had to participate too. She swung her sword. The guy watched her train. Looking at her, he still couldn't understand why Si-yoon was involved. The girl turned around when the boy called out to her. Rubbing his head, he said that if it was all because of him, then she shouldn't overwork herself, to which she replied that everything was fine. Smiling, she added that she had only done what she did, receiving help from the hero without giving anything in return, so she should help at least once, to which he replied that she had already helped him many times. She pushed him, sending him away. She added that she was fine, so there was no need to worry. The boy's eyes turned white when she said that there was no need to worry about her, so let him go about his business. Rubbing his head, he realized that he really should prepare for a friendly meeting. A notification came to his phone, which attracted the attention of the protagonist, thinking that the mentor had not come with any news for a long time. He saw a message that the hero should not take the Mana course yet. His mouth wide open, he couldn't understand why he should hold off on this course for now. He received another message from the mentor, who explained that the protagonist had addressed the director with his initial question, so he had to wait for now. It was a clear day, and the hero decided to start leveling up the basic courses. All the members of Seon's academy were already ready for a friendly competition. Looking around, the young man noticed that they had said that it would only be an informal event, but judging by the scale, it would be no less than a raid battle, and it seemed to him that this was not just a friendly meeting. Saun, smiling, replied that after all, these were the top 3 hunter academies and they didn't have such titles for nothing. Suddenly, the hero noticed something while Miniel and Saun were talking about food. Pointing his finger, he asked if there were journalists standing there, to which the girl answered affirmatively. While the guy looked at them, the girl explained that they most likely planned to allow journalists to this meeting. While flipping through the paper, she noted that the first competition would be a tournament between students. The students' eyes turned white. They turned away. Miniel, with his arms folded, was saying that he wished the captain was the last person he had to compete with, since it would be better if it was Seo-yun. While the girl was saying that she didn't want to fight Seo-jun and Miniel, but after hearing the guy's words, she asked him what he had just said. The hero smiled when he heard the student say that yesterday he had spied on the captain's training, calling him incredibly strong, although he was just waving a spear. While the protagonist thought that he had most likely seen him practicing blocking, grabbing, and piercing the great sage equal to the sky. Suddenly, the journalists turned around somewhere while the students were arguing. The young man also turned around, hearing the journalist exclaim that Han had arrived. Someone got out of the car. It was Han, bathed in camera flashes. There was no emotion on her face. The guy looked at her in surprise. He looked at the girl while she was covered by security guards. The journalist, wide-eyed, asked to give an interview and even just look at the camera. A guide approached the girl, showing her where to go, and the journalist did not stop pestering her with questions. The girl walked on, but suddenly a question was heard about whether she was not participating in other competitions because of Sajun and whether it was true. She suddenly stopped. She turned her head, but the journalist was already retracting his words because he meant something else. Adjusting her hair, she asked him who Sajun was. The journalist fell to the ground, dumbfounded by such a question. Miniel, stretching, asked if this was the girl from Hunter Mill. Smiling, he added that she was a beauty. Saun's eyes turned white. She asked what beauty had to do with it, to which the guy replied that he was simply stating a fact and there was nothing wrong with calling a beautiful person beautiful. The girl pointed at herself, saying that now was not the right situation. Noting that he had never called her beautiful, the guy replied that she was still a high school student, to which she replied that she had nothing to do with beauty. Turning away, he said that he did have something to do with it, and how much. Looking at Miniel, she shouted for him to stop making fun of her. Suddenly, the whole group turned around because the journalists noticed them, asking what they were doing there, not believing that Dream Academy would also be participating in a friendly match. Suddenly, everyone was covered in the light of camera flashes. Crossing his arms over his chest, Miniel praised Saun for such shouts, and the journalists began to bombard the hero with various questions. He smiled. Walking forward, he invited everyone to go inside. The inspector, standing in front of the group, explained that, as everyone already knew, it was strictly forbidden to use personal equipment at a friendly match. Looking at them, he listed all the requirements, namely a spear for the hero, Saun's sword, 2 daggers, and Miniel's bow, asking if everything was correct, and also asking Saun if she needed anything, to which she replied in the negative. Holding the bow in his hands, the student noted that it was of good quality, but he was not used to it yet. Saun confirmed the guy's words. Smiling, the girl noted that the master would not worry about the weapon. Looking at her, Miniel said that this was all smoke and mirrors, because has she ever seen masters who say such things use bad weapons? Adding that they already have good tools, that's why they say so. The girl replied that it was just a joke. The hero held the spear in his hands, while his students continued to argue about the equipment. He was examining his weapon when Miniel asked him how he liked it, to which he replied that it was so-so. The student looked at him and asked if he didn't care at all, and the girl replied that Xiaojun wouldn't blame the weapon for the failure. They started fighting, and the hero replied that that wasn't what he meant. He looked at the spear and wondered if he would have problems with it. In front of him stood the student in red. He looked at the hero and couldn't understand what kind of beast he was to be forbidden from using his own weapon. Shu, sweating profusely, said that he wasn't going to participate in this meeting. The boy standing behind him asked if it was because of the rumors about Han's participation, because even the great Shu was afraid of her, and he replied that it wasn't just that. He frowned and asked him what was the matter then, and he replied that Sajun was participating too. The hero stood there holding the spear. The boy frowned. Looking at the protagonist, he wondered if Shu was scared of this kid, although now this was a great chance for him to show who was the real star among the newcomers. The referee asked about the participants' readiness. He raised his hand. The hero disappeared immediately after the words about the start of the battle. The opponent's eyes widened. He looked around, realizing that he had missed his turn. Suddenly, he noticed him from behind. Having parried the blow, he realized how dangerous it was. He clenched his teeth. The opponent watched as the protagonist raised his arm for another blow. The blow sent shards flying around. The guy's blood flew out of his mouth from such a blow. He flew back from this blow. He tried to catch his breath. The hero had already lunged at him, ready to make another blow. His spear was aimed straight at the opponent's face. The approaching spear was reflected in his eyes. The hero stopped it right in front of his face. Both of them froze. The tip of the spear radiated incredible energy. The judge's eyes turned white. The opponent dropped his sword, shaking with fear. They were still standing and the referee's voice was heard about Saujin's victory. The protagonist's spear cracked. He looked at it, saying that he knew it would happen and he was uneasy, while the opponent could not believe that the spear was covered in cracks. He fell to the ground, while the hero thought that if the fight dragged on a little longer, the spear would have shattered into pieces. As he walked away, he shouted to the organizers to give him a stronger spear because he had to restrain himself so as not to break it, which is why he could not fight with all his strength. A bright light fell on the tip of the spear. The protagonist looked at it and thought that it would not hold up either. Saujin closed his eyes and thought about how he felt anxious as soon as he was given the spear and assumed that he would have to change the weapon after each match since it quickly cracked. Minhyul and Saun looked at him with admiration. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The boy realized that their captain had shown only a small part of his strength during training. The girl said that everyone was only talking about him now. Saun showed them her phone and told them that they had even written an article about him. The young man took the phone and saw an article titled "Dream Academy participated in a friendly match." The woman assumed that it was written by one of the journalists who had crowded at the entrance. The student looked up at her and noticed that this was quite a violent reaction. The director explained that it also said that large guilds had taken on the expenses of holding the tournament. The protagonist smiled widely and decided that this Heian was a very outstanding person. The self-taught man said that there was no one cooler than their captain. Saujin gave him a questioning look. Saun agreed with him and said that it was all his merit. She closed her eyes and said that inside and outside the community, Heian had the impression of being an unshakable wall, but her friend had completely destroyed it and earned respect from everyone. The girl showed her phone and added that now everyone is only talking about the unattainable irregular. The guy smiled shyly. The awakened one said that he would choose Heian without hesitation if he was given the opportunity to choose an opponent. The huntress said that she would choose him. The Hunter Mill student looked ahead indifferently. Jinhyun, who was standing in front of her, asked her opinion. The girl answered that he was definitely worthy of attention. She lowered the corners of her lips. The man asked if the student could defeat Saujin. Sitting in a chair, the academy representative asked her not to worry and added that they had prepared a plan in advance in case of her defeat. The girl frowned and stated that the irregularity of this person did not exceed the level of a student, no matter how outstanding he was. The chairman looked around in surprise, confirmed this and explained that he said this in a fit of anxiety. Heian nodded silently. Jinhyun was left alone. The sound of a door closing was heard. The man frowned sternly. He lowered his gaze. On the first floor, the protagonist stood with a spear in his hands. Saujin pointed out to the organizer that his weapon was broken. Looking at him, the representative of Huntermill Academy frowned worriedly. Minhyul solemnly raised his daggers. The tournament continued with a series of victories from Dream Academy. The boy rose to the top with a significant gap. Saun smiled happily when she was declared the winner. She did not expect it to be so difficult, but she still fought until victory. The opponent fell to his knees in front of the boy, who was declared the winner of the duel. The young man looked back and asked to replace his spear. The organizer was indignant that it was broken again. The student explained that it was not so easy to control strength when all the competitors were so outstanding. The man looked at his colleague and asked how many times this participant had changed weapons. The brunette replied that this was already the 9th spear. The employee frowned and calculated that if one spear costs a couple of tens of millions, then replacing the weapon would cost more than 100 million, and the entire meeting would be pointless if the costs exceeded the reward. The hunter raised his hand and called him over. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and asked if he should use his spear. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure when the organizer explained that, given the current situation, this could be regarded not as a privilege, but as forced measures. His colleague asked if the chairman would reconsider the rules. The man stepped aside and promised to clarify this issue. Saujin decided that they would figure it out on their own and approached his friend. Saun was shaking with fear. The guy remembered that it would soon be her turn. The girl looked down. The boy asked her why her face was so pale. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. The student's eyes widened in shock when he heard that her opponent would be Heian herself. A dark aura had accumulated around her. The hunter understood her excitement perfectly well. The girl closed her eyes and asked if she would be able to win. The protagonist understood that this was a lot of stress for her because she had only recently started training with Evil Doom. He smiled widely and asked his friend not to worry because this was not some kind of dungeon raid. Putting his hands on his hips, Saujin asked her to relax because the outcome of the fight was not that important and explained to her that the will to win was good, but she should not dwell on it too much. The awakened one looked down and thought about being a burden during the raid battle. In her memories, a giant monster appeared in front of the squad. The guys fought with its tentacles. The 3 of them stood among other people. The students looked at the captain. They joyfully raised their hands up. Friends walked one after another, soon thought that joint trials, recognition from other people, and the results of their work brought her real pleasure. The girl stopped. Looking after her comrades, she was very sensitive to the difference in their levels. The girl clenched her fist and decided that she also needed to show her skills and that she had the right to stand next to everyone else. The guys shuddered when the host asked the student from Dream Academy to rise to her position. The guy gave her a thumbs up and asked her to try. The hunter determinedly knitted her eyebrows and promised to do so. The awakened went to the ring and thought about how she wanted to prove that she deserved this right. Saun put her hand to her chest and sighed heavily. The girl looked up. Heian approached her. The girl frowned sternly. The opponent looked at her with disdain. The organizer asked if they were ready to fight. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, the student jumped back. A blue aura appeared around her. The opponent stood motionless. The huntress' eyes widened in surprise when her opponent called her to action. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and asked her to show everything she could do. They stood at a great distance from each other. The high school girl got into a fighting stance and asked what it meant. The awakened said that this was the only way to realize her insignificance. She drew her sword from its sheath. The student hunter narrowed her eyes and asked the enemy to fight with all her might and be at the limit of her abilities. Her menacing shadow loomed over Saun. The girl noticed that her opponent had drawn her sword, but she didn't even bother to take a pose. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Waves of energy appeared around her. The student promised to make her opponent regret his words. The woman smirked and stated that everyone was saying the same thing. The huntress closed her eyes and raised her hands in front of her. Fear magic emanated from her, releasing deadly energy to suppress her opponent. The high school girl clenched her fist and used concealment. She made a sharp dash towards her opponent. Jinhyun scratched his chin thoughtfully. Hyun frowned and was surprised that the mage decided to engage in close combat. Saun approached the enemy. Her opponent jumped back several times to dodge her attacks. The girl furrowed her brows in determination. Magic circles appeared behind the hunter student. Powerful waves of energy fell from them onto the battlefield. The girl swung her fist. Sitting in the observation room, the chairman could not believe that the participant in the battle was still learning, but was already able to move so quickly and use magic at the same time. The man watched the fight carefully. His colleague decided that this was a blow to pride and understood why their students had to suffer a lot. The mage remained in the rear and used powerful spells while his team fought. This was his role. Suddenly, the world before his eyes went black. The only question remained, is everything so simple in a real fight? Because a limitation can be imposed on the mage, or mana can be distorted, or there will simply be no one left to protect him. The representative of the academy sternly knitted her eyebrows and realized that this was a mage who was ideally sharpened for close combat. But except for Evil Fate, almost no one else uses this method. Miniol happily raised his hand and encouraged his friend. Standing not far from the battlefield, the protagonist thought that this was the same method of fighting used by Evil Fate, the hero of the Great Calamity, and the idol of all magicians. Many magic circles appeared around the man. In the midst of the Great Calamity, he became famous for being like a natural hurricane himself. The young man swung his fist, which is why he was called a battle mage abroad. Soon swung her fist just like her teacher. Heian dodged her blow and asked her if this was all she had. The woman swung her sword. She managed to strike the enemy. The girl spat out a cloud of blood. She leaned on her opponent's shoulders. The student hunter asked if she finally understood. The girl smiled and whispered that she had caught her. The brunette raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. A powerful explosion of energy was heard around them. Lightning flashed. The awakened narrowed her eyes in displeasure. The huntress frowned and saw that there was not a scratch left on her, only slightly burnt clothes. Their difference in level was too great. Heian swung her hand. She hit her opponent in the face. The high school girl looked at her in amazement. The woman's eyes widened, full of disdain. The mage fell to the ground. Hyun crossed her legs and sighed. Saun covered her mouth with her hands in fear. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock. The student hunter put her sword back in its sheath and approached her opponent. She grabbed her by the hoodie. The awakened swung her hand. Spotlights hung from the ceiling, and the sound of impact was heard. Minjol ran out of the room. Xiaojun was clutching the spear in his hand furiously. The guy took a step forward. Saun looked at him and asked him not to do it. Her body was shaking. The girl said that she was fine. The boy widened his eyes in horror. The organizer entered the ring and asked the student to stop immediately. Heian pursed her lips in displeasure. She threw her opponent to the ground. The student immediately ran up to his friend. There were bruises on her face from slaps. The hunter sat down next to her and asked her to wake up. The woman was indignant that he was worried about a pathetic girl. The protagonist frowned furiously. The high school girl grabbed his hand and asked him not to do anything. Xiaojun looked down. Saun said that it was all because of her stupidity. tears streaming down her cheeks. People came running to them from different directions. After the fight, the doctor raised his hands over the wounded woman to heal her. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. Miniel tried to get to her opponent, but he was stopped for the use of violence, which was more like lynching. The student Huntermill got off with only a warning. The room was light. The boy asked for forgiveness and explained that he just wanted to avenge his friend, but also lost. Lying on a stretcher, the self-taught man asked the captain to be careful because it was not for nothing that she was called the best of the best. Turning around, Saun said that this would not work and decided to personally go to the host to further assist the protest. The guy said that this was not necessary at all. The girl turned to him and asked what it meant. The young man stood silently with his back to her. The woman pressed her hand to her chest when her comrade asked her not to interfere, after which the tournament continued, but was not imprinted in his memory at all. The student remembered the director's face, which was filled with worries. He remembered asking the organizer to replace a few more copies for him. The hunter stepped forward when the host asked him to take his position. Heian came out to meet him. The protagonist frowned sternly. The girl looked at him with disgust. The opponents stood opposite each other. The fight that everyone had been waiting for was about to begin right now. Saun watched it through the screen. The representatives of the academy gathered in one room. The staff stood against the wall and watched the ring. The opponents silently looked at each other. The woman flinched when Xiaojin asked permission to ask just one question. Was there really such a need for that? The awakened one crossed her arms over her chest. The guy said that she had the strongest skills in history, which means she had never experienced despair because of the reality that makes you mark time. The young man opened his mouth wide and said that this despair is the embodiment of effort. Imagining Saun stepping into the ring, the student was outraged that her opponent had just trampled someone else's efforts into the dirt. The Huntermill student looked away when the hunter explained that her worthless abilities did not give her the right to look down on others. Heian looked at him and asked if he was done with his moralizing. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and decided that she would hardly understand it from words alone. Xiaojin placed his spear on his shoulder and urged his opponent to action. The boy frowned and asked her to show all her abilities. The girl gritted her teeth and remembered how she had said the same thing during the fight against Saun. The menacing shadow of the enemy loomed over her. The young man asked her to fight with all her might. The student's crazy eyes widened and asked his opponent to feel for himself that her efforts were worthless. The woman frowned and said that he only thought of himself as a hero because others praised him, and asked him to stop lecturing someone who had risen to the top by overpowered losers. The hunter frowned and realized that she still hadn't gotten the point. The organizer approached them and asked if they were ready to fight. The man announced the start of the duel, and the awakened one immediately grabbed her sword. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. The protagonist stood motionless, holding the spear over his shoulder. Huntermile's student froze and asked what he was doing. Xiaojin repeated that he wanted to see what she could do. The boy scratched his ear and asked why everyone was saying the same thing. Heian clenched her teeth in anger. The girl lunged forward. The boy only raised his eyebrows when the sword appeared in front of his face. The student took a step back. The woman rushed after him, swinging her sword. She struck one after another, but missed each time. The hunter easily dodged her attacks. The awakened scowled angrily and swung her sword. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth and yawned. Huntermill's apprentice cut the air in front of her. A powerful shockwave rolled across the entire battlefield. The opponents approached each other. Xiaojin asked if this was the end of her skills. Heian jumped back. Her sword was enveloped in blue energy. Bright waves emanating from it illuminated everything around. The guy looked ahead and realized that it was an aura blade and that it would hurt him if he continued to stand with his hands down. The girl ran forward, leaving a blue trail behind her. The opponents crossed weapons. Such a clash generated a bright flash. The organizers opened their mouths in shock and covered their eyes with their hands. The chairman looked at the crack in the glass in amazement. The woman gritted her teeth and noticed that her opponent was trying to push her away. She widened her eyes and wondered what it meant. The young man narrowed his eyes menacingly. He managed to push his opponent back. The awakened looked up in surprise. The student extended his hand to the side. The hunter took a fighting stance and promised not to hold back. His eyes sparkled. The Huntermill student looked down and mentally called herself special. There was a mountain of people beneath her feet. Unlike the others, she did not have to work hard to get to the top because she had an outstanding talent that surpassed any effort. Heian looked around. At some point, the people around her began to call her the owner of the strongest talent in history, and this did not cause an ounce of pride or happiness in her. The girl narrowed her eyes. For her it was obvious. Standing on the battlefield, she widened her eyes in shock. Looking at her opponent, the woman did not understand what his words meant. The protagonist raised his spear in front of him. The awakened one could not believe that he had not fought with all his strength before. A bright aura appeared around him. A shockwave rolled through the entire hall, and the Huntermill disciple raised her sword in front of her. The powerful pressure made her grit her teeth. Blood gushed out of her mouth. Rock fragments flew into the air. Heian wondered what just happened, because the enemy simply swung his spear lightly. Waves of blue energy appeared in front of her. The floor under her feet collapsed. The girl found herself in the air. Waves of energy concentrated around Sajun. The woman opened her mouth in fear. The guy swung his spear. The world before her eyes turned black. The youth flashed with burning eyes and used the skill Pierce. A bright light burst out from his spear, which was aimed at the enemy. Its shaft cracked. The Hunter-Mile apprentice flew far back. Her body fell to the ground. She looked at her hand in horror. The world before her eyes swam. Han thought that this simply couldn't be. The girl looked up and thought that no one in this world had the right to be stronger than her. The student took a step forward. The woman asked how there could be someone who could be stronger than her, since she had the most outstanding talent in history. The hunter threw his spear and said that the duel was not over yet. The awakened one frowned furiously and decided that she would never accept this fact. The Hunter-Mile apprentice grabbed her sword. She managed to get to her feet and raised the weapon above her head. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of her face. The protagonist hit her on the head. Heian threw him a look full of malice. She swung her sword to strike. The organizer opened his mouth in shock and asked what they should do now. His colleague suggested looking at the situation as a whole and explained that a participant with a weapon in his hands has more advantages over an unarmed opponent. And most importantly, this participant is not going to stop. Sajun hit his opponent in the jaw. The girl flew back a few meters and landed on her knees. The guy shared with her that there are people in the world whose life is a continuous series of blows. The woman rose to her feet and asked him what kind of nonsense this was. The young man frowned sternly and explained that there are those for whom life is too difficult, and that they, unlike her, were not awarded with outstanding talent. The awakened tried to hit him. The student added that this is why they have no choice but to endure beatings all their lives. Swinging her sword, the student Hunter-Mile asked why she was unable to hit him. She gaped in shock when the hunter stated that what surprised him most was that they didn't care how to attack back. An ominous aura appeared around him. Heian shook in fear from the overwhelming energy. The protagonist lowered her head and said that even though they lived a life that continued to deal blows day after day, they, despite everything, valued them. The girl's eyes widened in horror. Xiaojin added that this is why such people will never break, no matter how strong the blow. The guy clenched his fist and said that they were moving forward step by step. The woman took an uncertain step forward. Standing firmly on his feet, the young man explained that such people receive blows one after another, stumble, but still get up and move on. The student looked down at his opponent and explained to her that this is the only way to win a losing battle, not to let it end. The hunter narrowed his eyes angrily and declared that this was the true talent. The awakened one frowned and said that such a trifle could not be considered a talent and that her talent was considered the best. Swinging his fist, the protagonist asked her not to make him laugh and asked what kind of talent it was if she went limp after just a couple of punches. Divine power accumulated around his hand. Xiaojin declared that someone like her had no right to humiliate and trample these people into the dirt. The guy aimed his fist at his opponent. The Hunter-Mill disciple widened her eyes in fear. There was a reflection of the enemy's fist in them. Heian stood on the mountain of people, but her picture of the world cracked. The girl turned around. She had a stern look. The fist stopped right in front of her face. The heroes froze in place. Suddenly, a strong blast wave rolled through the entire room. The woman's previous idea of herself cracked. She raised her eyebrows in amazement. The awakened one fell to her knees. The host's mouths dropped open in shock. The employee fell to the floor. Soyun smiled happily. The Hunter-Mill student looked at her opponent in confusion. The young man frowned sternly and asked if he had managed to get his point across to her. The first stage of the friendly tournament had ended in his victory. The chairman sat at a round table and discussed what to do next. Jinseong closed his eyes and decided to speak honestly. The blonde narrowed his eyes and said that he would not be confident in his victory if he fought Xiaojun right now. Hyun's eyes widened and she was surprised that an S-rank hunter and the director of one of the top 3 academies would say such things, even though it had been a long time since he retired. Jinhyun clasped his hands and thought that he was in exactly the same situation. Remembering how the third attack had knocked Han down, the man realized that this was not at all the level of a student. The light from the window fell on the table. The girl said that even during the raid battle the boy was not so strong. The host decided that something happened to him after the competition. The brunette adjusted his glasses and reminded that the meeting was not over yet. The awakened one asked what was the point now, because they would not be able to get closer to the Dream Academy. The chairman smirked and realized that they would have to admit the obvious and that they would not be able to rein in the boy. He raised his head and said that they would be able to use this to their advantage. The protagonist ran forward. People furiously wanted to interview him. Someone asked if he thought about what he would do after passing the exam to become a professional hunter. The journalist saw Xiaojin running through the air and decided to film it right away. The guy looked back and wondered why they still wouldn't leave him alone. Jinhyun narrowed his eyes slyly and said that they lost to him, but they would not lose to the Dream Academy. Saon's eyes widened in surprise. The young man slammed the door behind him and announced his return. The girl approached him and asked if he had encountered a crowd of journalists on the way. The student replied that he had managed to break through even though they had blocked the entire road. The woman said that it was because all of Korea was in shock. The hunter picked up his phone and saw an article about himself. Comments appeared at an incredible speed in real time. People were delighted. A comment appeared on the forum from a person who said that the director of the academy was a B-rank hunter. Reading through many comments, the protagonist realized that in the end, even his girlfriend was not spared. The heroes exchanged glances. The director sheepishly patted her shoulder. She poked her comrade in the chest and suggested that they think about what to do with the second stage of the tournament, which is a team raid to clear a dungeon. Seojin clutched his head and remembered that Minyeol and Sooyoung were currently in the hospital and asked what they should do if they couldn't perform as a team. Saon said that she was about to ask the organizers about it, but the reporters detained her. The employee standing behind the door said that reporters had no right to be there. The girl grabbed the door handle and promised to return soon. The guy waved his hand and wished her luck. The young man fell into a chair and thought that he should have not used his divine power, but simply knocked out the enemy. His eyes turned white. The student realized that at that moment he was overwhelmed by emotions and decided that in fact, it was not so necessary. Suddenly, Mentor appeared in front of his face. The teacher's eyes widened in surprise. The hunter fell from his chair and asked why he had to scare him like that. The protagonist looked at his shining eyes in fear and thought that now he looked guilty, but next time he would do the same thing anyway. The mentor clasped his hands. Seojin asked how his case was going. The god pointed at himself and said that he had asked a couple of professors the same question and even left a request with the director. The guy rolled his eyes in disappointment when he heard that all the lecturers unanimously said that it was impossible. The young man leaned on his hand and decided that other transcendents must have thought about it too. The mentor asked him to listen to his story until the end. The student raised his eyebrows when he heard that, according to the director, he would be able to do it. The hunter put his hands on the arms of the chair and asked what this meant. The teacher said that the director did not give any specifics because she herself initially believed that it was impossible to use the middle and lower dantian at the same time. The protagonist asked why in this case he could do it. The mentor brought his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. The god put his index finger forward and said that his words were just the director's point of view. A glass appeared above Seojin's head. Each creature can absorb and use a limited amount of mana, and mana is the source that forms the true essence of a creature. Water filled the glass to the brim. The limit of the source that a creature can withstand is the limit of karma. In most cases it is measured by either the middle or lower dantian. The glass cracked. Whoever exceeds the karma limit will either collapse or die. The guy frowned sternly. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The mentor explained that this did not threaten him. Even though he used both the upper and lower dantian, the young man asked why this was so. The teacher smiled and replied that his karma could not be calculated. The mentor flew up to the student and said that his karma could not be calculated for an unknown reason. The student's mouth dropped open in surprise as the god reminded him of the last time he had to contact the principal because he didn't have an ID. The mentor clapped his hands and explained that if his karma couldn't be calculated, then he had no set limit. The teacher raised his eyebrows and added that the principal believed that the student wouldn't break or die even if he used two dantians at the same time. The hunter looked at him carefully. The mentor warned that when using two dantians, there were several points to pay attention to. The mana was circulating in the person, and he could only release two dantians at a time. Coins were raining down from the sky. He would need to bear the weight of a huge karma. The protagonist frowned and asked what it meant. The god explained that when releasing two dantian, the amount of mana needed to fill them increases. It grows exponentially. Seojin closed his eyes and realized that he would have to spend a lot of money on elixirs that replenish mana. The boy covered his face with his hand and wondered where he could get even more money since he was already living in a dorm room because of this. The young man looked up when the mentor suggested that he take the risk after all. A bright glow appeared around him. The teacher said that, no matter what, the director said it was possible, and if she said so, then it was so. A glowing halo appeared above the student's head when he thought of a transcendent who uses three dantian at the same time. The mentor folded his hands behind his back and said that if it was truly possible, then something unimaginable would happen. God spread his arms and explained that the director looked at him with eyes full of anticipation and even mentioned that she might have to hand over her post. Mentor raised his eyebrows when the hunter asked who the director of the academy was. The teacher put his hand to his chin and said that he could not reveal her identity. The mentor introduced the girl who was illuminated by a bright light and called her the second transcendent. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist asked what this meant. God opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he hadn't told him about the history of the development of their Transcendent Academy. Seojin said that it was the first time he heard about it. At the moment when Mentor decided to tell him about it, the door of the office opened. The teacher immediately disappeared into thin air, frightening his student. The room was bright. Xiaojun asked if she imagined it or if her friend was talking to someone. The guy immediately denied it. The young man asked if they discussed the second round. Jinhyun entered the room and decided to personally tell him everything. The man put his hand on his chest and said that the meeting about it had just ended. The heroes stood in the office. The chairman explained that the friendly meeting of the academies was a truly valuable chance for the students to compete against equally outstanding talents. The director smirked and said that they had a meeting, as a result of which it was decided to hold a second round after all. The girl noticed that only Xiaojun could participate from their side. The guys widened their eyes in surprise when the organizer said that they decided to slightly adjust the rules and methods for holding the second round. Raising his index fingers, Jinhan said that the teams would not consist of only students, but only one student and one teacher of the academy, and asked how about conducting a dungeon raid in this way. The student frowned and thought about participating together with his friend. The hunter crossed his arms and remembered that unlike the other representatives of the academy, his ally was only a B rank and that people were discussing it online. The woman asked if they would have any additional reward. The man looked at her and asked what she was talking about. The protagonist gave her a questioning look. Director Dream explained that they suddenly decided to change the basic rules and methods only unilaterally and asked if they didn't have the right to make their demands. The chairman smiled nervously and asked what they wanted. Soyun looked at her friend. Smiling, she asked him not to worry about her and promised to help him this time. Xiaojun froze in surprise when the girl stated that these people's opinions meant nothing. The boy pursed his lips. He looked at the organizer and decided to make a counter offer before naming the amount. The young man took a step forward and asked the representatives to replace the teachers in the team. Raising his hand, the student reminded that Saun was the director of the academy, and suggested that those with an equivalent position participate from the other academies as well. Jinhyun closed his eyes and tried to object, but was interrupted. The hunter frowned and said that he would accept any conditions and rules if they were given 6 billion for winning the tournament. The protagonist turned around and said that otherwise he would not participate. The man grinned evilly and realized that nothing could be done about it. The participants of the second stage gathered in the hall. Representatives of each of the academies formed a team with students to clear the artificial dungeon. The dungeons were divided into the first, second, and third. The wolf opened its mouth and howled. The students were to clear the first floor. The salamander flashed her glowing eyes. The representatives were to clear the second floor. Gems sparkled above the monsters. After clearing each dungeon, a crystal appeared, which needed to be inserted into the altar to summon the boss in the third dungeon. The team had to deal with the boss together. Xiaojun took the phone and bought a new course. The time spent on clearing the first and second dungeons, as well as finding and eliminating the boss, was summed up, and the team that was faster won. The guy pressed the confirmation button. A wave of green energy appeared around him. The system reported that the user signed up for the Dongbin course. The organizer entered the room and asked if he was ready for the second stage. The young man replied that he would be right there. Saun turned around. There were 2 portals in the examination hall. The girl asked what her friend was doing. In the center of the hall there was an altar. The student realized that he would need to insert crystals there for the third dungeon to appear. The woman closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She stood in front of the red portal. Despite her level difference with the representatives of other academies, the conditions of the second round were not personal records, but the totality of team achievements. The hunter approached the blue portal and decided that everything depended on him and that he needed to release all 3 Danshin. The protagonist frowned when the host asked them to enter the dungeons. The heroes looked at each other. Sajun raised his spear and said that they would see each other soon. Director Dream waved her hand at him shyly. The guy found himself in a dark forest. A monster came out to meet him. A whole pack of mad wolves was ahead. The young man decided that it was good that they were so crowded. The monsters rushed at him. The young man swung his spear and decided to use something simple to warm up. A cloud of energy appeared in his chest. The same energy appeared in his stomach. The student's mouth opened in amazement. His legs buckled. The hunter began to wave his weapon. A huge cloud of dust rose above the mountain. The wolves turned around in fear. They looked at the enemy in horror. The protagonist said that he accidentally missed. The monsters began to scatter in different directions. A dark sky hung over the mountains. Sajun rushed in pursuit. A crystal flashed in his hand. Standing on one of the defeated monsters, the guy wondered who reproduces monsters in such detail that they can even escape. The young man came out of the portal. He looked at the red portal and realized that his girlfriend had not returned yet. The student approached the altar to insert the crystal and record the time of the cleansing. The hunter brought the stone to the hole. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped and looked up. The time of the cleansing was broadcast online on the screen. A drop of sweat ran down Sajun's cheek. Looking at the screen, he thought that this was very bad. The boy opened his mouth in fear and realized that Huntermill Academy had a large gap between the times it took to clear the 2 dungeons, which made sense since the representative was faster than the student, but the problem was that Dream Academy had it the other way around. Imagining the frowns of the other academy's directors, the boy realized that if he inserted the crystal now, his friend would be criticized, and if he didn't insert it, they would lose momentum and might miss out on victory. Frowning, the student thought about the possibility that Saun might even lose the raid, and decided that the money had prevented him from assessing the situation adequately. A table with Gaon Academy's results appeared on the screen. In the memory, the girl smiled and promised to help her comrade. The hunter's hand holding the crystal trembled. Standing in front of the monitor, the protagonist remembered his friend's words about how other people's opinions meant absolutely nothing. The woman was holding a sword in her hands. There was a dead monster under her feet. Suddenly, the huntress looked back when she heard a noise. A whirlwind of fire rose from the ground. The awakened swung her sword as the monster approached her. Its blade flashed in the air. Suddenly, Saon's eyes widened. The lizard threw its tail away. Suddenly, its tail began to swell. A bright flash lit up the girl's face. A powerful explosion was heard in the dungeon. The woman jumped to the side. The monster behind her opened its mouth wide. A wave of fire burst out from it. The swordswoman jumped up and thought that she just needed to clear this dungeon. The fire was burning beneath her. The huntress remembered that her apprentice was waiting for her outside. The monster ran forward, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The awakened one realized that she should at least pass the dungeon, even if she could not save time. Suddenly, she froze in place. The lizard grabbed her leg with its long tongue. Saun turned around, but another monster approached her from the front. The girl cut off the monster's tongue with her sword and jumped into the air. A bright light lit up her face. Imagining herself in a dark space, the woman thought about how she never had any special talent. Behind her stood Minchul. The swordswoman remembered how she was trained by him as the granddaughter of one of the heroes of the Great Calamity, but only received B rank. Bright flames filled the entire space around. Grasping the sword with both hands, the huntress thought about how she respected her grandfather, but at the same time, she hated him for always being compared to him. There was a cut on her cheek. The awakened one realized that she hated herself. Waves of fiery energy swirled in front of her. In the memory, before entering the portal, the student said that they would see each other soon. Saun smiled and realized that she did not want to become a hunter at all. In her hand was a crystal. Behind her back were dead lizards. The girl grabbed her wounded hand and remembered the first time she met Xiaojun and thought then that they could just take advantage of each other. In the memory, the boy extended his hand to her, and the woman shook it happily. They looked at each other. At that moment, the director was thinking only about the talented student who would glorify the name of Dream Academy. Later, the boy fought with Juwon. He had a stern look. Then tears appeared in Mingi's eyes. The student confronted the giant monster. He and Saun were sitting on the grass and discussing something. The hunter frowned and offered the star sword a one-on-one fight. He and Saun were standing in the courtyard. Later, the protagonist faced Minchul in battle. The man narrowed his eyes menacingly. Saun threw herself into her father's arms. The girl looked at her student. For some time now she had begun to think that she wanted to stay with him longer. The woman approached the red portal. There was not much time left before the hunter exam, and after this friendly meeting, their paths would diverge. The red portal lit up. Their connection, which lasted only a short moment, reached the final station. The swordswoman touched the portal and thought that she wanted to help her student at least somehow and bring him at least a little benefit. The director closed her eyes and decided that this would be more than enough. She looked ahead when the protagonist complained about how cruel the dungeon was. Standing by the portal, Xiaojun noticed that his friend had also come out. The awakened one turned her head. The guy said that he had also just come out. The crystal fell to the floor. The heroes stood by their portals. Xiaojun asked why her comrade did this. The young man replied that he did not do anything on purpose. The girl sadly pursed her lips. The student embarrassedly scratched the back of his head. He approached his friend and explained that he really needed a lot of money, but money was not everything for him. The hunter picked up the crystal and added that they could always accumulate it again at any time. The protagonist handed the crystal to his ally and said that once a soul is broken into fragments, it will no longer be able to come back together. Xiaojun passed her and thanked her. The guy approached the altar. He inserted the red crystal. Inserting the purple crystal, the boy thought about how he wanted to walk the path of a professional hunter and the path of a transcendent, not alone, but with people like him. The student looked at the screen. A green aura appeared in the room. Looking at her student, the woman realized that the combined time of Huntermill and Dream Academy was 48 seconds apart, and that they would have to find the boss and destroy him in that time. Without turning around, the hunter stated that there was no way he would have gotten this far if he had been alone. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he would rely on his friend this time as well. Tears appeared in the director's eyes when Saujin asked her to continue to take care of him in the future. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Saujin wiped them away and asked what he was talking about. The boy called her the only one who could truly be trusted. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when the boy asked her to take care of him if he suddenly lost consciousness. The student took a fighting stance, energy swirling around him. The woman looked at her in amazement and asked what it meant. A dungeon appeared in front of the hunter. He took a step forward and thought that they had about 30 seconds left and that it was impossible to find and destroy the basilisk in that time. The protagonist clutched a spear in his hand and decided to deliver a blow that the dungeon itself could not withstand. Saujin took a stance and prepared to dash. Powerful waves of blade energy, aura and divine power emanated from him. The guy picked up the phone and realized that it was not enough. An elixir of pure energy appeared from the screen. The young man uncorked the bottle and brought it to his mouth. Waves of pure mana illuminated the room. Trying to stay on her feet, the director noticed how the air around her was vibrating and wondered where he got such energy from. The young man's body was on fire. The lower dantian was activated. The middle dantian in his chest began to glow. The teacher smiled and said that when using a spreading block, it was important to ensure that the spear's movement did not go beyond the owner's zone. The student raised his weapon. His hand was enveloped in flames. The powerful energy from the swing of the spear spread throughout the dungeon. The hunter brought his hand with the spear behind his back. The teacher said that an internal type grip followed next. The energy was drawn together and accumulated in the tip of the spear. The ground under the hero's feet cracked. The protagonist thrust the weapon forward. The teacher added that the tip of the spear should become an extension of his body. The teacher determinedly knitted his brows and said that he needed to ram one point. Saujin closed his eyes. Energy accumulated around his dantian point. His eyes lit up. The guy swung the spear and struck. An explosion of bright energy thundered. The shaft of the spear cracked. Pieces of iron broke off from its tip. The boy looked forward in surprise. His yellow eyes were shining. A bright white light engulfed his body. Jin Sung's eyes widened in shock. Hyun walked up to the monitor. Jin Hyun looked up in confusion. A drop of sweat rolled down his tense face. The man said that this couldn't be. The name of Dream Academy appeared on the screen. Below it was the capture time. After a colon, it was written that the team dealt with the boss in 41 seconds. The chairman stood in a stupor in front of the screen. The student woke up on the bed. He immediately jumped out of it. Si-yoon was glad that her friend had finally woken up. The hunter turned to her and asked how it all ended. Sitting on a chair, the girl announced that they had won. She asked her comrade if he was okay. The protagonist raised his hand and confirmed it. The woman blushed when Seo-jun said that some fainting spell would not be able to break him. The guy scratched his cheek and asked if something was wrong. The room filled with light. The director thanked her ally with all her heart. The swordswoman smiled happily. The young man opened his mouth in amazement. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The student said that he also needed to talk to her. Suddenly, journalists burst into the room, who dreamed of meeting him in person. An employee blocked their way with his hand and shouted that the tournament participant needed peace. Someone said that they came to collect materials not only about him. The reporter tried to take a photo of the heroes. The guard said that they could come to the Dream Academy for a report later. The man asked if they looked like psychos and said that everyone knew what the Star Sword would do if someone showed up at the academy. The guys looked at them in shock. The journalist asked them to say a few words about how they were able to destroy the dungeon. The brunette handed over a voice recorder and said that the 3 best academies denied their victory. The hunter raised his eyebrows in surprise when the reporter asked what he thought about the other academies, saying that they had only lost to one person, but not Dream Academy. The heroes looked at each other. The protagonist smiled and said that he was a student of Dream Academy. The reporter's eyes widened in shock. Seojin spread his arms and added that he did nothing special. The boy pointed at the embarrassed Seun and said that he was only following her instructions. The girl asked what they were talking about, and the reporters stared at her. Flashbulbs filled the room, people asking how the director of the best hunter academy in Korea was feeling and what method she used to train her student. The boy smiled widely. The woman awkwardly raised her hand and asked them to stop, but the reporters continued asking intrusive questions. Her face broke out in a cold sweat. There were lamps hanging from the ceiling. The director called out to her friend. The student asked the guests to contact her with all questions and suggestions. A preview of the video appeared on the screen, in which the hunter's eyes were closed, titled "The Shocking Truth About Dream Academy That 99% of Citizens Don't Know About." Raising his hand, the unknown person greeted his friends and decided to tell them the whole truth about Saujin, about whom there have been many rumors lately. The entire Dream Academy team appeared on the screen. Their participation in a friendly meeting attracted everyone's attention. Many comments from different people popped up. The streamer said that this guy not only defeated Han, who has the strongest abilities in history, but also destroyed the dungeon, which blew up not only the hunter community, but also all the information sites. Crossing his arms over his chest, The blogger suggested that his strength had already reached the level of gods and that he was no longer just a hero rank student. In his opinion, the guy could already compete with heroes. The stranger raised his hand and said that they had come to the main question. The face of Saun appeared on the screen, which was the main mystery. Minchul appeared behind the girl. The streamer said that they were related. Approaching the camera, the blogger explained that the final test was a joint raid of the student and the director and suggested that the young man could not cope alone, so they fought together with the teacher. The stranger showed a thumbs up and asked viewers to subscribe. In the comments, people were discussing Dream Academy. The student smiled widely and blushed. The hunter imagined his girlfriend as an angel with wings behind her back, since she gave him her share of the winnings. Walking down the street, the main character decided to first return to the academy and digest the elixir he had recently drunk. Suddenly, he noticed a girl in front of him. Heian took off her cap and looked at him. She asked him to give her a couple of minutes, but Saojin passed by and said that he was a little busy. The boy furrowed his brows and yawned loudly. The woman asked him to stop, her eyes white with shock. The night sky hung over the city. The Hunter Mill student pulled her cap down over her eyes. The boy stared at her in confusion. People walked past them, but they stood in complete silence. The student turned away and said that he would leave if she had nothing to say. The awakened one shouted out the name of the Star Sword. The hunter turned around when he heard that there were rumors that Minchul was trading him. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that if he were the Star Sword student, he would use a sword in battle, not a spear. Saojin frowned menacingly and asked if his rival really hadn't thought of that. Heian thoughtfully put her hand to her chin. The boy turned away and said that it was time for him to go. The girl tried to stop him. The woman ran up to him and asked if he hadn't trained with the Star Sword and wanted to know what he was taught at Dream Academy. The boy smiled awkwardly as questions rained down on him one after another. The student jumped up and decided to fly away. His jumps left a long trail of energy in the air. The hunter turned around. The Hunter Mill student was chasing him. The protagonist was surprised that she was keeping up with him despite the step technique for speeding up. Saojin landed on the road and thought that this was the highest class ability. The awakened one crashed into him. The guy turned around and asked what interested her so much. Pointing at the frightened Heian with his finger, he asked if she really wanted to find the reason for her loss and hoped that it was all because of the Star Sword. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when the girl replied that she was just curious. The woman approached him and asked where Soyun was now, since they were supposed to go together. The student thought that his rival had seemed colder and arrogant to him before. The hunter put his hands in his pockets and asked why she needed the director of the Dream Academy. The student Huntermill replied that she wanted to talk to her. The awakened one opened her mouth in surprise when she found out that the swordswoman had already left on business. The protagonist frowned menacingly and asked her to stop following him. Heiyun spread her arms and remained in place. Saojin thought about his friend leaving somewhere in a hurry as soon as the friendly match ended. The guy rolled his eyes and remembered how Soyun waved at him. The young man scratched the back of his head and decided that they would meet at the academy if she was working. The light was on in the window of the house. The girl was sitting on the floor in front of her grandfather. Without turning around, Minchul asked her what brought her here. Hearing that his granddaughter wanted to take up the sword again, the man looked back. Munchul's eyes widened in shock and he thought that he had never heard of the lady expressing a desire to do so. The old man asked why she had decided to do so, and the woman closed her eyes and said that she wanted to be his equal. The Star Sword narrowed his eyes and hoped that it was not who he thought it was. The warrior stood in front of his granddaughter and asked if she really wanted to give up her own dream and follow him on the path of becoming a professional hunter. The director of the academy answered negatively, and her grandfather frowned sternly. Looking at him, the awakened one said that she did not want to give up her dream. In the memory, the protagonist looked at his phone and said that he did not dream of becoming a professional hunter. Seiyun raised her hand and asked if that was not why he trained and saved money. Saojin confirmed this and added that it was not his dream. The girl asked what it meant. The boy looked away and said that a great man once told him something. The woman put her hands on her hips in displeasure when the boy refused to say who it was because she knew him too. The student smiled and explained that, according to him, a dream is a verb and a profession is a noun, so a profession cannot be a dream. The director of the academy widened her eyes in surprise. The hunter closed his eyes and said that he did not dream of this profession and wanted to follow his path in a different way. The awakened one closed her eyes. Sayan clenched her fist and thought about the fact that a dream is a verb. The girl furrowed her brows and said that she wanted to take up the sword again. Minchul gave her a stern look. The protagonist opened his wallet and thought about how there was money, but also how there wasn't. The moment the elixir of pure energy flew out of his phone, Karma estimated its value at 2 billion. A message appeared on the screen. Since then the karma has increased and the price of the elixir has tripled. Seojin was sitting on the floor, thinking about where he could get more money. Suddenly, the boy looked back. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if he really had to appear like this all the time. Dark Star stepped out of the shadows. The man crossed his arms and asked how his comrade managed to notice him every time if even the Order of Truth could not detect him. The young man turned to him and said that he simply felt his presence. The old man realized that he was not as young as before. The student looked at him in surprise and asked if the Order of Truth was not watching him. The killer said that he wanted to talk to him about this. He brought his fist to his mouth and asked if his student was okay. The hunter said that Miniol was not seriously injured and that he had already been discharged. The lamps illuminated the room. Dark Star was angry that his student did not listen to his advice. The protagonist explained that he simply had his own style. The man handed him 2 more books and asked him to give them to the boy. Seojin frowned when the old man promised to transfer him 3 billion a little later. The boy asked if he knew that Evil Fate's successor was studying at their academy. The assassin narrowed his eyes and asked if he was talking about Jimin. The boy closed his eyes and said that he now had another student. Dark Star frowned sadly when he heard that Evil Fate paid his friend 10 billion to look after her. Putting a hand to his forehead, the student told him about how Evil Fate decided that 3 billion was not enough and paid him 10 billion, and he simply decided that it would be impolite to refuse. The man asked where their conversation was going. The hunter spread his arms and said that Evil Fate simply asked him to take care of his student and gave him 10 billion. The old man froze in bewilderment. The protagonist asked him not to worry and explained that he simply decided to share this story with him. The heroes turned around when someone entered the room. Minchul was standing at the door. He frowned and asked what they were doing here. The assassin gave him a stern look. A light aura appeared around the star sword. The man opened his mouth wide and asked what brought him here. Dark Star narrowed his eyes and replied that he also had personal matters. Seojin closed his eyes and asked them to stop arguing. The old acquaintances approached each other. The old man noticed that the traitor had not changed at all after he left. Hiding behind the Order of Truth, the hunter said that he had not betrayed anyone, but only warned of danger. A bright aura shone around them. The guy suggested that they continue their quarrel outside. The young man raised his eyebrows and sighed heavily as they continued to figure out who was right. The student put his hand in his pocket and decided that he had no choice. Waves of blue energy swirled around his body. The awakened widened his eyes in shock. His opponent's mouth fell open in surprise. They stared at the student, not understanding what kind of aura it was. The heroes could not believe that he had advanced so much in such a short period of time. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and said that if he had just a little more, the building would have collapsed. Seojin looked at the embarrassed Dark Star and asked if he really didn't care about the fate of Minjuel, who would go to the mountains again if the building collapsed. Looking at the shocked star sword, the boy asked how he was going to look his granddaughter in the eye if the academy was reduced to rubble. The 2 men turned away from each other. The boy said he didn't know what had happened between them and asked them to argue somewhere else. The lamp on the ceiling flickered. The student suggested returning to the original topic of conversation. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and reminded him that the guest wanted to tell him something. The old man said that he shouldn't linger here and decided to get straight to the point. The heroes' mouths dropped in shock when they heard that the Order of Truth was planning something that could be related to the Berserker. They realized that it was about a giant monster. The assassin raised his hand and said that the apostles had begun to act. Minchul frowned and asked if he didn't think that the apostles were a strong enough reason to connect them with the Berserker. The hunter said that his information had not yet been confirmed. Turning to his friend, the awakened one explained that he wanted to start a thorough investigation and asked for his help in this matter. Seojin pointed at himself and asked why he needed him. Dark Star narrowed his eyes angrily and admitted that he could not handle it alone. Using the stealth technique, the man followed the people in robes and learned that they were constantly conducting some kind of experiments, the purpose of which was a special dungeon. The old man raised his hand and said that he needed his comrade to study this place. The guy replied that not all dungeons were available to him yet. The young man scratched the back of his head. The killer remembered that the exam for a professional hunter would soon begin, so he would not have problems after that. The student put his hands on his belt. Star Sword asked why the traitor asked him for help. The awakened one closed his eyes and explained that no one but him could handle this. The hunter asked what that meant. Dark Star turned around and asked why he was telling him about this if he still would not believe him. Minchul pressed his lips together tensely. A flash of light lit up between them again. The protagonist asked why they were arguing again and asked them to take their fights outside. Seojin smiled nervously and thought that they were acting like children. The man crossed his arms over his chest. The boy asked him what brought him here and assumed that he wanted Saun. The old man frowned in displeasure and remained silent. In his memory, the granddaughter looked up and said that she wanted to pick up the sword again. The hunter wondered what was so special about this boy. The young man scratched his head in confusion and asked what was wrong with him. A strange creaking sound was heard. The heroes turned around menacingly. The awakened one immediately rushed forward. The student raised his eyebrows in surprise. The star sword landed on his feet. He threw the girl to the floor. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. Haeun was lying in front of him. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and introduced herself. She approached the Dream Academy and said that she had come here by chance during a routine walk. The woman felt a huge accumulation of energy inside and looked inside. Minchul frowned furiously and asked who she was. The Hunter Mill student curled up in fear. Dark Star asked her comrade if they knew each other. Seojin spread his arms and said that he saw her for the first time. The awakened one asked them to stop with tears in her eyes. The old man, with eyes whitened from stress, asked if his friend was going to help him with the investigation. The boy nodded and said that he had no other choice. Haeun was kneeling the whole time. The killer suggested that they return to this conversation after the exam. The boy asked him not to forget to bring more money with him, because this time the price would be different. The girl looked up in confusion. The woman looked at the hunter in shock and wondered if her rival was really swindling money from the hero of the calamity himself right now. Dark Star offered a price of 10 billion. The student agreed. The man handed him the books and promised to transfer the money later. The protagonist smiled and reminded that the nanny's work is paid separately, so the total will be 13 billion. The old man suggested that his conscience has already experienced true Zen. Fluorescent lights hung on the ceiling. The killer offered his friend to take his secret teachings instead of money. Seojin said that he did not need it. The student Hunter Mill was shocked that he refused the offer to become the hero's student. Minchul grinned and asked how useless the traitor was since he was asked to pay money. The hunter asked if things were different for him. Star Sword nervously raised his eyebrows because he had already been refused once. Fire flared between them again. The guy spread his arms and asked them to leave here. Haeun wondered who she had really gotten involved with. The awakened one dissolved into thin air and promised to see his friend after the exam. The boy put his hand to his mouth and asked him not to forget about the payment. The student turned around when someone asked what his connection was with Dark Star. Star Sword crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist replied that they had a simple business relationship. Seojin turned to the girl and asked what brought her here. The woman waved her hands when she was considered a spy and explained that she was not following anyone. The boy approached her and asked how she ended up here then. The boy pointed at the man and said that he would not vouch for his actions unless they heard a clear answer. The Hunter Mill student exchanged displeased glances with him. Suddenly, Haeun raised her hand and said that she also wanted to join Dream Academy. Throwing up his hands, the student asked why she did this and reminded her that there was not much time left before the exam. The girl's face broke out in a cold sweat. Minchul's eyes lit up. The hunter leaned over and suggested that she was spying for her academy. The woman immediately denied it and said that she really wanted to study here. The protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin. Star Sword headed for the exit. Seojin asked if he was just going to leave. The man asked if he had a reason to stay here. The Hunter Mill student opened her mouth in horror when the old man asked his comrade to deal with her himself. Haeun raised a trembling hand and begged that the awakened one would not leave her here alone with this monster. The guy crouched down next to her and asked if she really wanted to join their academy. The girl stood up. The boy explained that such matters should be decided by the director, and Seojin was not in the academy right now. The woman decided to say that she would come next time and run away, but suddenly a student handed her a bag. The hunter gave her the bag and asked her to stand there until the director returned. The heavy bag pulled her to the ground. The Hunter Mill apprentice realized that she had to awaken her mana to keep from dropping it, while her opponent held it in his hands without any difficulty. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he would go to training and asked her not to disturb him. Minchul walked down the hallway of his house. The Star Sword took off his shoes. In the room in front of him stood Minchul and his granddaughter. The man approached her and asked if she still hadn't changed her mind. Saun looked down. The old man frowned in displeasure. He walked over to the sword rack. The hunter grabbed the weapon. Its blade flashed in the light. A white haze appeared around its owner. A shockwave spread throughout the entire room. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her grandfather told her that the dancing blade increases speed and hits opponents with lightning attacks. The awakened one brandished his sword and explained that the weapon was meant to pierce the enemy. Minchul extended the blade forward and added that it was important to keep a distance and not expose yourself to the enemy when using it, but piercing the enemy was the fastest method of attack in fencing. Swinging the weapon, the Star Sword said that speed was the basis of the technique of attack variability, which helps to find the opponent's weaknesses and allows for an unexpected fatal blow. The man put the sword behind his back and said that the slow blade was not useless at all and that its task was to slowly approach the enemy, gradually encroaching on his territory. The old man slammed his sword down on the ground and explained that the mighty blade could quickly deal with a group of enemies by adding weight and giving the weapon the most destructive power. The hunter jumped up and added that the illusionary blade bewitched the enemy's eyes and created a false focus through the technique of steps and rapid movements. The awakened one raised the sword in front of him and said that the flowing blade gently deflected the attack, concentrating the force on the counterattack and reduced the pressure of weight on the weapon. Light energy enveloped his sword. Minchel said that the destructive blade was the union of the dancing and mighty blade. When used, the enemy would feel suppressed. Powerful energy spread throughout the room. The star sword sheathed the weapon. The man lowered his hand and said that these were the basic elements of the divine sword that destroys the sky. Opening his mouth in anger, the old man decided to give his granddaughter some time to master these techniques and stated that the deadline was the end of the professional hunter exam. Munchel's eyes widened in shock and shouted that it was impossible. Si-yoon closed her eyes, and the grandfather suggested that she give up right now if she thought so too. The girl furrowed her brows and said that she would do it. The butler looked at her in shock, and the hunter turned away. The awakened man frowned sternly and ordered his granddaughter to take the sword. The woman sternly looked after him. Opening her mouth, Haeun wondered what the hell was going on. The protagonist, sitting on the floor, was emitting a magical glow, to which the girl muttered, "There is energy condensing around this guy, giving me goosebumps." Haeun was wondering when the director would arrive, and on the street, Minol waved his hand at Soo-yeon, to which she called out to him. Seojin was breathing with his head down. Forming magic spheres with his hands, the protagonist said that the vessel was too big and he couldn't fill it no matter how hard he tried. The protagonist put his hand behind his head and asked how many jars of elixir he would have to drink, then looked at the girl thoughtfully. The lamps of the room were visible, and the protagonist was indignant that Haeun was still there, to which she replied that he was the one who told her to hold the bag. Gritting her teeth, the girl realized that her hands were shaking madly, and he had completely forgotten about her. Raising his hand, Seojin thought that she was still not herself and told her to continue. The protagonist's back appeared. Suddenly, he turned around and loudly asked if Haeun was flirting with him. Baring her teeth, the girl said to herself whether he thought it looked like flirting, and added that if she had her way, she would have simply destroyed him already. Seojin told the girl to give him the bag, to which she placed the bag in his hand and crouched down. The protagonist took out the contents of the bag and said that it was strange because everything worked. The protagonist extended his hand forward and asked Haeun to try again, to which she was confused. The girl with the bag in her hands became covered in red magic, and Seojin asked in surprise why the mark was not activated. Remembering how Jimin dealt with the bag, the protagonist wondered why the mark worked the last time the girl took the bag, and how could anyone else touch him besides himself. Seojin lowered his head and continued to remember that the last time he was crushed by Kibises, it was Seun who removed it. The protagonist appeared on the ground with Manchul and Evil Doom by his side, and he realized that it was the same when he lost consciousness after using divine power to fight a huge tree and was unable to retrieve his weapon himself. Raising his hand, Seo-jun suggested that the mark only worked when it sensed the intent to steal or use, and asked Hae-yoon to try putting the bag in her pocket. The girl reached out to him and hesitantly agreed. Hae-yoon was struck by the magical glow, she screamed, and the protagonist said that it turned out that it was. Min-yeol waved and greeted the protagonist. Soo-yeon asked if Seo-jun was there too, to which he asked why they came together. Haeun was lying on the floor, covered in soot, and Soo-yoon told him that they met in front of the academy and asked him to tell her what this girl was doing here, to which the protagonist clarified that she said that she wanted to join their academy, and Min-yeol asked if Seojin was thinking about agreeing. The protagonist knelt down and asked what he had to do with it, since he should ask Seojin about it, while telling Haeun not to dramatize and take it back, to which Min-yeol uncertainly answered that he was right. The protagonist called the guy, to which he widened his eyes in surprise and responded. The protagonist handed him a book and explained that his teacher asked him to pass this on and told the guy to stop getting punched, to which Min-yeol replied that he was indebted to the protagonist. Seojin said that he should thank the guy, to which he asked why, and Haeun, lowering the corners of her lips, thought that she needed to endure. Soo-yeon pointed her finger at herself and asked if there was anything for her, to which Seojin replied that there was nothing and she could just ask herself, and Haeun thought that she had initially followed this slacker to learn how to master the same power, and this was her unique chance to see how he usually trained. The girl lowered her eyebrows and decided that she would get to the bottom of it. Her eyes turned white, and someone asked Seojin to jump off the roof at night when it was dark, otherwise there would be complaints about them. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked if this was serious, and Haeun looked at him questioningly. The protagonist extended his hand forward and asked to return the bag because he needed to do Hercules' task. The girl said that she would go then, but Seojin placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her to help Soo-yeon with her training, and then called out to Soo-yeon, to which she responded. The protagonist said that she should not interfere with Min-yeol's training and that it would be better to come to an agreement with Hae-yeon, to which she putting her hand to her chest, asked what she had to do with it. The protagonist folded his arms and asked what the matter was and whether she wanted it, to which Hae-yeon replied that it was not the matter. Seo-jun said that from now on they should ask for help not from Min-yeol, but from her, to which Soo-yeon put her hand to her mouth and asked if that was possible. And the protagonist replied that why not, since Hae-yeon said that she wanted to join the academy, let her work it off. The protagonist said that they could train with all their might, and Soo-yeon straightened her fingers and remembered that this girl was very strong, she could help in training. Seo-jun put his hands out to the sides and formed fiery streams of magic everywhere. Soo-yeon, opening her mouth wide, asked to let her bother him. Hae-yeon put her palm in front of her and shouted that they should wait. The girl's eyes turned white and she asked when their director would arrive, to which the protagonist began to count. The building of the Professional Hunters Association in Seoul appeared. Reporters were sitting at the tables in front of the stage. The man yawned from fatigue. He raised his hand to his mouth and said that the meeting had dragged on too long, and his interlocutor supported him and asked how long it had been, almost a day since the meeting began. The guy in the shirt was drinking coffee, and they could be heard saying that it was nothing surprising, because in the entire history of professional hunters this had happened for the first time, and who would have thought that everything would go so far because of one Seo-jun. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared, and it was said that now all of Korea is on edge because of the professional hunter exam, and the reason for this is Seo-jun's exception to all the rules. A paper with comments about the exam appeared, and an explanation appeared that all of Korean society had begun to give pros and cons about the upcoming exam and Seo-jun. Someone's foot stepped into the room. The chairman apologized for making the public wait for so long. The man stood behind the counter and listened to questions about whether the meeting about the exam was finally over, what kind of exam they would have this year, and whether Seo-jun would be exempted from taking it. Taebum looked down at the paper and said that the association was fully aware of the citizens' concerns, and in order to resolve this issue, they were considering exempting the protagonist from the exam, but such a privilege would violate the foundation of civil equality. Leafing through the papers, the chairman continued that as a result, there were those who supported the idea of a separate exam, but it was a kind of discrimination, and besides, he was still a student, they didn't want to hang such a responsibility on him. The citizens looked at the man in surprise, and he explained that in order to conduct the exam in the usual format, there is a problem that cannot be solved by equality alone, so the association came to the conclusion that several changes need to be made to the exam. Standing on stage, Taebum explained that firstly, this exam will be conducted using the absolute assessment system. The chairman frowned and continued that secondly, the difficulty level of the exam would be raised significantly, and the introduction of the new grading system could result in multiple students achieving the highest score, and the association was worried about the difficulty of assigning the initial ranks. The man added that they were planning to solve this problem by raising the difficulty level of the exam, and reporter Dong-soo from the Hunter newspaper raised his hand. The reporter stood up and asked how much the association would raise the difficulty level of the exam, and Taebum replied that it was so much that no student would be able to achieve the highest score. Dong-soo frowned and asked if this was true for Seo-jun. The chairman, standing in front of the audience, said that they hoped so. The other reporters simultaneously asked questions about whether the exam would be too difficult, since it was designed to test ability, and suggested that it would be the same as lowering the standards so that it would be easier to issue one license. One of them opened his mouth wide and shouted that originally only a rank hunter could get first place, and how the ranks would be distributed if there was an absolute rating. Taebum lowered his head and said that if no one got the highest rating, there would be no rank hunters this year. The chairman's back appeared and he thought that in the basic relative rating system, 100 points meant first place, but in the absolute rating, first place did not guarantee the highest score. Of course they were going to change that too. Taebum crumpled up the papers and said that it was impossible due to the huge influence of the big guilds, and then thought to himself, damn the bastards of the guilds. Silhouettes of people appeared, one of them holding the protagonist in his hand, and it was explained that only a rank hunter or higher had the right to establish a guild, so the big guilds wanted to hinder Seo-jun in order to recruit him. A drop of sweat appeared on the chairman's face, and he thought that the guilds did not know that the price of the protagonist was so high that they could not bear it, and thought that they could sit on the throne forever. Taebum placed his hands on the stand and explained that the hunter who achieved a rank this year would receive 5 years of privileges and raiding dungeons. A small puff of air appeared, and there was a guess about what would happen to Korea the moment Seo-jun entered the world of professional hunters. It was said that the whole world would enter a new era, and the chairman smiled and announced that they had also decided to make the exam public this year. So-yeon appeared in the room. She pointed at Saun and said that it was not a bad power, but it was too simple, no fool would stand and wait for it to fly to him, to which the student asked how about reducing the pressure and adding maneuverability. The principal asked what had happened while she was gone, to which Seo-jun, holding a bag in his hands, asked if she had returned. The protagonist asked if Seo-yoon had sorted out her urgent matters, to which she, lowering the corners of her lips, remained silent. The principal smiled. Putting her hands behind her back, she said that she would hardly be able to come to the academy often before the exam, to which the protagonist was surprised that she would not be there. Seo-yoon explained that she would drop by sometimes, but this was very unlikely, but it would not interfere with the students in any way since there were no competitions planned before the exam. And Seo-jun, lowering his eyebrows, realized that then he would no longer have a chance to see the principal, then added that he did not want to. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist called out to Seo-yoon and asked if he would be able to come here even after he became a professional hunter. The principal leaned over and the protagonist explained that even after the exam, he would need to continue training, but his home was cramped and he didn't have a suitable place to train. Seo-yoon smiled when he heard the protagonist say that he had gotten used to the academy. The principal admitted that she wanted to talk about it too, to which the protagonist closed his lips in surprise. Hiding her hands behind her back, Seo-yoon asked Seo-jun's opinion on her wanting to turn the academy into a guild. Minyeol and Saun were training, and the protagonist could be heard asking the principal again, to which she replied that there were too few of them, so it would be better to call it a raid team than a guild. Seo-yoon closed her eyes and asked who said that a job couldn't be a dream, to which Seo-jun laughed and asked if she remembered. Raising her eyebrows, the principal said that she had a condition in return. She voiced that the condition was for the guy to take the lead, to which the protagonist pointed his finger at himself, surprised by this. Seo-jun excitedly grabbed his head, and Saun said that only a rank hunters can form a guild, so he will have to get this license in this exam, and regarding the building, they can stay in this one. Raising his sword up, Minyeol shouted that he was in favor, to which the protagonist asked what he had to do with it. The guy smiled widely and admitted that he also wanted to discuss the issue, but Saun had already planned everything. Minyeol clarified whether he was in and whether the protagonist would abandon him, and Saun, raising her hand, shouted that she was also very much in favor. Raising his hand to his chin, the guy asked if he would become the deputy, and the girl answered that Saun would be the deputy, to which he asked who they would be then, and Saun suggested coming up with roles for them. Seo-jun clenched his fist and said that they were really there. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed, and the director said that he should do well in the exam, although there should be no problems. Saun said that she would also try, to which the protagonist, frowning, asked her again. The girl, smiling, said that it was nothing and suggested that everyone push themselves. Seo-jun smiled, and it was said that their short but fateful meeting had reached its final destination. Minyeol suggested that he become the head of the information bureau, and Soo-yeon said that if there was information on it, then she would be the head of the lab, to which the protagonist, putting his hand on his hip, said that they had already run ahead of the locomotive. Haeun, holding hands, silently listened to the heroes. Munchul appeared, watching the girls training, and it was said that at the same time, the end of this meeting helped in some way. Saun and Minyeol were visible, and an explanation appeared that along the way, the end helped to make new connections and opened a new page of history. Someone's leg appeared in front of the students. Haeun put her finger to her face, and it was said that the final station of acquaintance was not the end. Seo-jun raised his hand to his face, and it turned out that the final station touched another life, turning into a new beginning. The protagonist took the phone and looked at the progress of each course and which ones were completed. Time passed quickly, and the day of the main exam came. Minyeol, covering his face from the sun, was surprised by the large number of people. Saun anxiously asked if she could handle it, and the protagonist said that if she couldn't, then no one else could, they just needed to act like always. Lowering her head, the girl muttered that she wished Saun were with them. Seo-jun explained that the principal didn't come with them because she hadn't finished what she had to do yet, and he wanted to ask what was going on. But there was probably a reason for her silence. Then, with his hands down, the guy supported his friends, saying that the most important thing now was to concentrate on the upcoming exam. Closing his eyes, the protagonist began to say that there were more important things. Haeun approached the heroes, and Seo-jun asked what she was doing there. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy explained that Saun ultimately didn't allow her to join the academy, and he remembered the moment when the principal told the girl that their academy was no longer accepting students. Frowning, Saun asked the protagonist to stop, because Haeun had helped her a lot, and Minjeol said that they could walk to the exam hall together. The protagonist, remembering how the heroes argued during a friendly match, asked why they didn't seem to get along with each other, to which Soo-young replied that it was because of how he treated Haeun, not sparing her, although she came every day to help with training, and Minyeol, scratching his head, supported the girl. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist replied that it was good since everything suited them, and at that time, the guys passing by asked if it wasn't Seo-jun. Minyeol raised his hands, and the guys wondered if the protagonist was taking the exam here. The protagonist wished everyone good luck and said that they would see each other later, after which he instantly disappeared. Putting his hand on their neck, Minhyul said that he was giving it, and everyone else was surprised that the protagonist just disappeared. Seojin ran and hummed something, and Sooyoung admitted that she thought that she had also leveled up a lot, but she was as far from the protagonist as the moon. There were 5 people sitting in the VIP room of the professional hunter exam venue. Holding a mug to his mouth, Sungmin said that there were many talents this year. Yumi, propping her head up with her hand, asked if the man would back out this time, since Legends Guild had a slump in funding. Sungmin replied that it would be more than Karam and Hibiscus, to which Minseok, slamming the table, shouted that it had nothing to do with him and that he had remained silent. The man continued that if we compare solvency, the warrior fathers were the poorest, to which Mincheol, closing his eyes, explained that their guild only looked for students who knew honor. Sungmin said that the stupid chairman had managed to screw them over even here, and Mincheol expressed the opinion that Tibium thought that Seojin would definitely get the highest score. And Minseok, smiling, added that that's why the chairman was stupid, because he thought they didn't know what abilities the protagonist had. The back of the 5th guildmaster appeared, and he asked if everyone had used their connections and carried out their part of the plan. Jinchul folded his arms and explained that if Seojin were to suddenly become a rank, they would all be in a very difficult situation. Yumi rested her chin on her hands and said that it would never happen and that they should think about how to recruit the protagonist, to which Minseok clarified what the Martial Fathers Guildmaster planned to do if Seojin refused. Gritting his teeth, the Black Dragon Guildmaster explained that he might not become a rank in the exam, but it would happen eventually anyway, and asked if they should not know about his methods. Jinchul sat at the table and reminded them that he did not create rivals, after which he added that for now they needed to focus on preventing Seojin from becoming a rank, since that was much more important than him refusing to join the guild. Yumi's hair was disheveled and she asked the man not to worry about trifles, and Minseok said that he was talking nonsense, and Mincheol confirmed it. Sungmin lowered his head and said that of course, first place would go to Seojin. The classroom where the written test was taking place appeared, and it was said that even the first subject was breaking all records in difficulty. The protagonist held a paper in his hands, and the examiner asked the participants to hand over the sheets they received. It was said that even professional hunters would have to rack their brains over the test, because this was not a student level to begin with, and the protagonist's eyes had noticeably shrunk. Sungmin, holding a mug in his hands, said that there was no way Seojin would be able to get a perfect score. The results of the first subject appeared. In the written test, first place and the highest score went to the protagonist. The 5 guild leaders sat at the table in complete silence. Suddenly, Jinchul, sitting on a chair, said that the protagonist had scored the highest score. A blue glow appeared, and it was said that the professional hunter exam consisted of 6 disciplines in total. The first was the written part, and Seojin appeared with a sheet in his hands. The second would be basic endurance, where the participants ran, testing themselves. The third part was mana efficiency, where the examiner tested this ability. The next step was a raid on a dungeon, and a hero appeared, slaying a monster. The fifth was combat ability, and a monster was seen rising above the participant. The last stage was a duel, where only one could win, and it was said that the exam lasted 3 days in total, and on the first day, a written test and basic endurance were taken. The participants looked at the test results and wondered what kind of difficulty it was this year, because they said that the difficulty level would be higher and they were prepared, but this was too cruel. Minhyul, who had scored 50.5, held his head and shouted that he thought he could at least beat the protagonist in this. Sooyoung, who had scored 87, pointed at the protagonist and asked what kind of animal he was, to which he asked again. Seojin smiled and said that it was nothing, since he had just glanced at the test and knew the answers. The protagonist's friends looked at him with wide eyes. Sooyoung, with her mouth slightly open, called the protagonist a lucky bastard. Minhyul supported her, and Seojin thought that if he didn't have intuition, he would have said goodbye to his perfect score on the written test. Sooyoung leaned over and asked how many points Haeun had scored, and Minhyul kept saying that he would win next time. Haeun folded her arms and mumbled something inaudible, and Sooyoung asked her again. The girl's face turned red and she quietly said that she had scored 32 points. The heroes stood in the building and remained silent. It was said that she had the strongest abilities in the history of professional hunters, and apparently she was not given another path, while the heroes looked at Haeun and she asked what they were doing. Sitting on a chair, Jinchul asked his colleagues if they were the ones who said that the protagonist would never score a perfect score. Seojin was seen running at high speed, and someone was heard saying that, nevertheless, the protagonist got 100 points in both the test section and the endurance test. Jinchul asked how they would explain this, to which Mincheol turned away and thought that the written test was okay, but the endurance test was adjusted to the level of the top 4 guild leaders, and if Seojin got the highest score, then he was not inferior to them in endurance. Yumi asked the Black Dragon leader not to worry, although there was a misfire in the plan, but it was not that critical, and Minseok, spreading his hands, added that this was true because the exam was not over yet. Jinchul, gritting his teeth, said that as soon as the exam was over, the protagonist's academy would become a guild, and something told him that Xiaojun would become its founder and director Saun would also join the guild. Star Sword and his granddaughter appeared, standing back to back. The 4 guild leaders looked at Jinchul in fear, and he explained that no matter how stupid they were, he thought everyone knew what it meant. The Black Dragon leader slammed his fist on the table and said that it would be a guild with the Star Sword as its patron, and on top of that, due to the association's trick, the protagonist would have early entry into the dungeons for 5 years. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that in other words, due to the new guild, their position that they had maintained for a long time would be in jeopardy. Yunmi, leaning her hands on the table, declared that the second day of the exam would not suffer the same fate, and said that she had formed the necessary type and level of quests based on the records of all the competitions that Xiaojun had participated in. The girl smiled and promised that he would definitely not be able to handle it this time unless he leveled up in one day. A squeak was heard and the protagonist stood near a cloud of blue mana, then the results of the 3rd discipline were shown. Xiaojun stood in the middle of the slain monsters and the results of the 4th stage appeared. The 5 guild leaders sat silently with their heads down. Jinchul asked if there was a spy of the protagonist among them, to which Sungmin replied that he had misunderstood everything, since they had no benefit from cooperating with him, and Yunmi, holding out her hand, confirmed that this was confusion. Minchul shouted that betrayal cannot be honest, and he knows what honor is, to which the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, putting his fingers to his forehead, asked how the preparations for the remaining disciplines went. Yumi said that everything had been prepared for a long time, but they did not know that their efforts would turn out like this, and Minchul, reaching out to his ear, realized that there were only 2 disciplines left, a fight with monsters and a duel, and if they were defeated, Xiaojun would become an rank hunter. Guildmaster Karam clenched her fist and asked not to worry, as this time they would definitely do it, to which Jinchul interrupted her and said that they were changing the plan completely. The man's eyes glowed purple, and his colleague said that it was too sudden. Yumi's hair was blown by the wind. The girl's eyes noticeably shrank, and she remained silent. The Black Dragon Guildmaster asked who was assigned to the combat ability discipline in the duel, to which Minchial, placing his hand on the table, replied that it was an act of a rank hunter from his guild. The room heard that he was honest and his abilities were close to S rank, but someone denied it. Frowning, Jinchul ordered that the examiner be replaced. That same evening, Munchul passed by the building. A drop of sweat appeared on the face of the Star Sword's assistant, and someone was heard telling him not to do anything. Raising his hand, Munchul asked Minchul if it was okay to do that, and how he could just close his eyes knowing that the 5 guild leaders had personally contributed to hindering Xiaojun's exam. Star Sword's hair appeared, and his assistant began to say that if something were to happen to the protagonist, then their mistress. And the man interrupted him and explained that if the protagonist was broken by such a trifle, then that was his limit. Minchul continued that if he was such a weakling, he wouldn't have been able to go that far, to which Munchul frowned and interrupted the leader with a shout. Star Sword folded his hands behind his back and said that the most important thing was that it wasn't just the guild leaders who were involved and that these guys wouldn't let them run wild. The man turned around and asked his right hand not to interfere. Lowering his head, Munchul thought about the lady. Opening his mouth wide, he realized that no matter what the leader said, he still couldn't stay away and called out to Xiaojun. The assistant lowered his eyebrows. He looked at the protagonist who was emitting blue magic. The protagonist turned around and asked what brought him here. Xiaojun ran up to the man and worriedly asked if something had happened to Xiaojun. Munchul, with the corners of his lips down, said that nothing had happened, so there was no need to make up unnecessary things, and wondered where the energy had come from since the protagonist's power since the last time they met was incomparable to his current power. Xiaojun let out a sigh of relief, and the man was surprised that he had managed to rise to such a level in just a couple of months. Munchul pursed his lips, wondering if Minchul had known about this from the start. With his hand behind his head, Xiaojun asked what was wrong with the other man. The head's assistant asked to let him tell him something, to which the protagonist looked at the man in surprise. A tall building appeared, and it was said that the next day, the 3rd stage of the professional hunter exam was the last. The results of the 5th discipline appeared, and Minchul happily shouted that he finally got 100 points. The heroes were in the waiting room for examinees, and Suyang, turning to the protagonist, said that he again easily got 100 points, and Minchul happily shouted that he knew he could do it, while Han muttered that this was to be expected. The protagonist silently looked down, and his friends looked at him questioningly. Miniel asked Xiaojun what was wrong, and suddenly a guy ran into the room and shouted that the examiner for the last discipline on combat readiness in a duel had been changed. Someone could be heard exclaiming who now, because they said that this exam would be more difficult, and whoever the new examiner was, it would still be difficult, to which Miniel, dropping his hands, asked if anything had changed. The participant in the exam, opening his mouth, said that no matter who they replaced, the outcome was the same no matter what. The guy stood in front of the heroes and continued that the heads of the 4 guilds would personally act as examiners. Saun, widening her eyes, asked the guy again, and Saujin remained silent. The protagonist furrowed his brows angrily. Squeezing her eyes shut, Han stopped the attack with her sword. The exhausted girl fell, and the examiner announced that she had 64 points. The intermediate results of the discipline were shown, and a crunch was heard. The boy and girl entered the room and said that it couldn't be, even if it was Han, then added that to tell the truth, she did a great job. The leader of the Martial Fathers Guild showed up, and it was said that he was a master of the Sword of Absolute Truth, because even the Star Sword acknowledged his power. Min-chul lowered his eyebrows and thought that this year's students were quite capable. The leader of the Martial Fathers stood holding a weapon in his hands and thought that he was uneasy about plucking out barely hatched sprouts. But this was part of the path of absolute truth, after which the student Xiaojun was invited into the arena. The protagonist entered the arena holding a spear behind his back. The protagonist frowned angrily. A spectator was sitting with a phone in his hands and shouted that the heads of the top 5 guilds were acting as judges in this exam, and Min-chul was taking the exam for Xiaojun's team, to which the interlocutor was surprised and asked to send him the link. The men were sitting at the table, and one of them asked if the protagonist could win, to which the other asked how a student could win against an examiner, since this had never happened in the entire history of professional hunters. But who knows? People were watching the exam even while riding the bus. Even Uncle Manchul was watching Xiaojun, sitting with the other workers. Chairman T-Bam, with his arms folded, looked at the computer screen. Min-chul, Saun, and Han, who had passed the test, were also worried about their partner. The protagonist stood in the arena opposite Min-chul. The head of the Warrior Fathers Guild closed his eyes. He said that the protagonist had shown amazing results in this exam, admitting that he was amazed. But there was a limit to everything, to which Xiaojun remained silent, pursing his lips. Min-chul's back appeared. He warned the protagonist that he would not be able to get the highest score in this discipline. The protagonist replied that he knew this, to which the guild leader, closing his eyes, took a deep breath and asked again. Xiaojun looked at him, lowering the corners of his lips. The day before, the protagonist, with his mouth wide open, was indignant at the fact that the 5 top guilds were putting a spoke in his wheel because they did not want him to reach a rank, and asked if Xiaojun would leave the hunters if he did not master swordsmanship by the end of the exam. The protagonist pursed his lips and wondered what would happen if he suddenly became a rank hunter and Xiaojun failed, after which Manchul stated that the protagonist had somehow managed to get a perfect score so far, but the problem was tomorrow's duel. Star Sword's assistant opened his mouth wide and explained that it was up to the examiner to decide how many points to give for the duel, and added that no matter how Xiaojun performed during the fight, it would be impossible to get a perfect score because he would be told that something was missing to get a perfect score. Manchul continued that of course, there would be a few dissatisfied people, but they would most likely be pressured, to which the protagonist smiled, thinking that this was cruel. The protagonist sighed heavily and admitted that he was disappointed because he respected the righteous fathers for their commitment to the absolute truth, to which Minchul's right hand said that the longer he enjoyed his high position, the stronger his desire to maintain it would grow. The man continued that the only way out was to ask the Star Sword, and if Xiaojun offered conditions like last time, then Minchul would be forced to help him, to which the protagonist scratched the back of his head. The protagonist, pursing his lips, thought. Clenching his hand into a fist, Xiaojun asked if Soyun was doing well, and added whether she would be able to meet the deadline. Closing his eyes, Manchul said that to be honest, it was more realistic to say that it was impossible. The man asked the protagonist not to interfere, as this was the mistress's fight, and added that even if she couldn't continue this journey with him, she wanted the protagonist to get the highest score, to which he remained silent with his hands down. Xiaojun turned to Minchul's assistant and asked for one request: could he tell Xiaoyun about the current situation, to which he looked at the protagonist questioningly. Standing at the door, Manchul asked why he was doing this, did he really want to weaken her sense of responsibility, and then clarified whether to tell her that she and Xiaojun had encountered the impossible, and there was nothing shameful in failing. The protagonist explained that he wanted the opposite, to which the man raised an eyebrow in surprise. Closing his eyes, the protagonist exclaimed that if he could overcome the same insurmountable situation as hers, then Xiaoyun would think that she could do it too. Xiaojun declared that he would not go to the Star Sword, to which Manchul closed his eyes and remained silent. Raising his hand, the man asked if it was time to stop Miss Seiyun, since she had not eaten or slept for several days and had only been practicing fencing. He continued that today was the last day of the agreed-upon hunter exam, and at this rate she would suffer greatly, at which time Seiyun bowed her head down. He could be heard continuing to say that it was impossible to master fencing perfectly in a couple of days, to which the Star Sword's assistant interrupted the guy and asked him to leave the girl. The guy stood behind Manchul and began to speak, to which the head's right hand replied that the girl had chosen this path herself, and they had no right to interfere. The man suddenly raised his head. Saun was holding the sword in her hands, and Munchel called out to the lady. Smiling slightly, he said that he thought that her servant was beginning to vaguely understand why she had taken up her sword with such zeal again. Saun appeared, cutting the air with her weapon. Xiaojun stood with his hands down and said that he apologized, but he couldn't not get the highest score because there was a person waiting for him. Squinting, Minchiel said that he didn't know what kind of story the protagonist had, but the world of professional hunters was cruel, and no matter what happened, he would never get the highest score, to which the protagonist interrupted him. The shoulder of the Martial Fathers guild leader appeared, and the guy clarified who would give the grade if the examiner who was supposed to give the grade was unable to do so. Minchiel asked what the protagonist said, to which the protagonist, warming up, asked in return about what would happen to his grade if a situation arose where he couldn't get anything but the highest score. The guild leader smirked and thought that there was only one way to make the examiner pass out, and that would be if he lost to the examinee. Xiaojun widened his eyes and said that he believed that his examiner would not die and that he would only have to lie around for a month. The veins on Mingchel's face stood out, and he wondered how a student could dare to do such a thing. The guild leader remained silent, his lips pressed together. Raising his hand, the examiner said that the protagonist was arrogant even if his abilities were superior to those of other students, to which Xiaojun said that he should only get the highest score. The protagonist extended his index finger and said that he would therefore concede the first blow to the examiner. Mingchel's face appeared, his eyes noticeably smaller. The protagonist took a fighting stance, and the guild leader said that he was going to control himself. The examiner's foot was visible on the floor. A moment later, she disappeared, leaving a trail in the air. Minchel struck and shouted that he would make Xiaojun regret it. Powerful energy currents formed around the fighting opponents. The guild leader, gritting his teeth, looked at his opponent. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Holding back the examiner's attack with a spear, Xiaojun said that he should not die. The protagonist's eyes sparkled, and he admitted that this time he had a holy spear which he had trouble controlling. 9 years ago, the protagonist asked his uncle, who was holding a jar, if his name was the same as the Martial Fathers Guild leaders. Uncle Manchul replied that it was, because once in the past, the father of the hunter Minchul saved his father, and he named him that out of respect, to which Xiaojun, putting his hands forward, asked if that was really true. Putting the jar on the bench, the uncle asked if the protagonist had heard about the period of the Great Catastrophe. Monsters appeared on the streets of the city, and Manchul explained that there was a case when one shelter was completely surrounded by monsters, and at that time the government and the army did not have enough power, which is why they abandoned the shelter, because there were not many awakened. With his mouth wide open, Xiaojun was indignant about what happened to the people who remained in the shelter, to which the uncle replied that they remained locked up, meekly awaiting death. The man recalled how he hid his daughter and explained that the 5 heroes at that moment were repelling the attack of other monsters and could not intervene. Manchul continued to imagine the moment when the monsters destroyed the roof of the shelter and told what happened at that moment when everyone thought that this was the end. A powerful energy wave swept over the shelter. With his mouth wide open, Manchul looked up. A foot appeared on the broken roof. At that moment, people saw Mingchul's father, the Hunter 1E, who had created the Sword of Absolute Truth, standing above. Surprised people stood behind the man, and he said that when deciding to step onto the path of absolute truth, one must ask oneself a question. Lowering the corners of his lips, the hunter explained that one must ask whether the person had done everything in his power. Giant monsters were visible, and 1E continued that one must ask whether the person had fought to the death. Swinging his sword with energy, the man shouted whether the person had brought down everything he had on the enemy. Uncle Manchul imitated how the hunter fought the monsters and said that everyone only shook their heads that nothing would come of it. But he, with one blade at the ready, chopped down an entire army of monsters and saved 50,000 people without casualties. Raising his eyebrows, the uncle added that unfortunately, in that battle, 1E died as a hero, protecting everyone else. Xiaojun put his hand to his chest, listening to Manchul's father being one of the 50,000 saved and naming him after the son of a hunter. The man remembered that the protagonist said that he wanted to become a hunter, to which the latter, scratching the back of his head, replied that it was true, he would save up money and enter the academy, although he did not know when he would be able to. Manchul put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he was still very young and already toiling away at such a hard job, adding that Xiaojun should work hard but not sacrifice his health, because for people like them, the body is wealth. Smiling, the uncle ordered the protagonist to be careful first and also careful second, to which the protagonist agreed, and the worker angrily said that if they ate, then stop lounging around and need to go to work. Putting his hand on his side, Manchul was indignant that this worker was a pain in the ass who couldn't stand the sight of people relaxing, when suddenly an announcement about breaking news appeared. Xiaojun looked up at the huge screen, where the hosts were saying that the dungeon rift that had formed on a busy street on Friday had been successfully repaired by Hunter Minchul from the Martial Fathers Guild. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the Hunter Association commenting on the rift while his uncle was calling him to go to work. Xiaojun turned around, hearing that the most important thing in the Sword of Absolute Truth was not just strength. Minchul put his hand on his body, and it was said that this was the absolute truth. The protagonist heard that courage and bravery were the foundations of the Sword of Absolute Truth and, smiling, thought that he was cool and someday he would become like that too. Xiaojun ran up and struck with an energy wave. Drops of blood flew out of the examiner's mouth. The protagonist, surrounded by energy, rushed forward. Minchul, with his mouth wide open, used a block. Running, the guild leader used the grab skill. Xiaojun towered over the opponent, emitting energy streams. The protagonist used the pierce skill, releasing a powerful beam of energy at the opponent. The examiner began to fall, bleeding and coughing. A deep mark from the protagonist's attack formed on the floor of the arena. Minchul happily clenched his hand into a fist, and the other participants were surprised, saying that Minchul was losing. The leader of one of the 4 top guilds coughed heavily, letting blood out of his mouth. Hearing that the examiner admitted that he could only agree here, Xiaojun frowned. The guild leader, smirking, said that he thought it was simply impossible, then thought about the fact that if this guy had put all his strength into the blow, he would have died. Minchul rose from his knees and admitted that it was a clear defeat. Taking hold of the spear, the examiner thought that this last blow made him confident, and then announced that the judge was obliged to continue the examination until the examinee could no longer continue fighting. The guild leader thrust his fist forward, and realizing that the protagonist was not going to kill him, shouted that if he gave up and admitted defeat, he would be betraying the path of absolute truth. With his mouth wide open, the man continued that when deciding to step onto the path of absolute truth, one must ask himself a question. The examiner continued shouting questions about whether he had done everything in his power, whether he had fought to the death, to which Xiaojun remained silent, his lips pressed together. Lifting chunks of the floor off the ground, Minchul asked whether he had brought everything he had down on his opponent. The guild master's eyes lit up with the energy of the Sword of Absolute Truth, and he exclaimed that he would never lose consciousness. The examiner added that there was only one way he would lose consciousness, and approached the protagonist, stating that it would only be if he died. Xiaojun dodged the guildmaster's energy attack and began to speak. The protagonist asked if this was why Minchul had submitted to the Black Dragon, to which the opponent blushed in anger. The protagonist asked if this was why he had agreed to such a meanness against him, to which the examiner, continuing to attack, shouted at the opponent to shut up. Xiaojun continued to pester the guildmaster with questions about whether it was because he was afraid of losing what was in his hands, and that it was only because of the benefit he would receive, to which Minchul, his mouth wide open, sighed. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked if this was the absolute truth Hunter One he had spoken of. The silhouette of the guildmaster's father appeared, and it was said that the basis of the Sword of Absolute Truth could be called courage and bravery. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist muttered that Minchul was once their warrior father, and his courage and bravery aroused genuine admiration in him. Opening his mouth wide, Xiaojun shouted if the examiner would be ashamed to meet Mr. Wonyi. Lowering his eyebrows, Minchul indignantly asked what he knew to mention his father. The guildmaster shouted how the protagonist dared to mention his name, to which the protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, reminded that the man had asked him to kill him. The tip of Xiaojun's spear glowed, and he explained that if he had his way, he would do so, but he would not kill the examiner. The protagonist put the weapon in a bag. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that as he had said at the beginning of the battle, the guild leader would lie down for a month, and then added that it would only be 2 months. Minchul bared his teeth in anger. The examiner rushed forward, shouting for the enemy not to look down on the spirit of absolute truth. Xiaojun made a fist and prepared to strike back, advising his opponent not to belittle the spirit of absolute truth. The protagonist struck him in the back, causing a powerful explosion. The protagonist gritted his teeth and looked at his defeated opponent. The martial father's guildmaster fell, spitting out blood. Cracks formed on the floor beneath Minchul, and he wondered what kind of killing blow it was and what the opponent had used to deliver it. The man looked at the protagonist's fist in surprise. The examiner jumped up, leaving a trail of energy behind him. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that the protagonist was a brat. Xiaojun struck his opponent with his fist, causing him to hang upside down in the air. The protagonist pulled his hand back. A wave of fiery energy swept across the arena. The protagonist appeared behind the falling Minchul. He continued to strike. Blood was dripping from the examiner's chin. Blood was flying out of the guildmaster's mouth. The protagonist struck the opponent's back. In doing so, the protagonist knocked the weapon out of Minchul's hands. Xiaojun flew up. There was a powerful explosion. The guild leader, with his mouth wide open, coughed and realized that he was not even able to fight. The protagonist's leg appeared, and the examiner realized that he knew how strong Xiaojun was, but still thought that he was a level lower than him. The protagonist's eyes turned red, and the man continued to think that the guy was unattainable, and he was not even close to him. Saun extended his hand forward, and the guild leader realized that the difference in levels was overwhelming. The protagonist grabbed the opponent by the clothes. Pulling his fist back, he was about to strike. Looking at his hand enveloped in energy, Minchel asked him to stop. Closing his eyes, the examiner said for the guy to kill him. The protagonist's fist was covered in energy, and he silently looked at his opponent. Using the skill of divine power, Saun made a powerful attack. The guild master fell to the floor humbly, making a soft sound. The protagonist grabbed his clothes again. The opponent begged for mercy, and the protagonist, putting out his fist, said that he was a disgrace. With the corners of his lips lowered, Saun realized that Minchel was not just disgraced, he was simply disgusted by him, and the man asked not to kill him, promising to give him the highest score. The protagonist thought that this was unacceptable behavior for someone who walked the path of absolute truth, and Minchel must have subdued him in the same way, while the guildmaster was hanging in the air. Pulling his hand back, Saun thought about how even though he promised the highest score, but if he finished, he could change his mind at any time, and added to his thoughts that on the other hand, even a false absolute truth is still the truth, and the opponent does not pass out. The strings on Chinkal's fingers appeared, and the protagonist thought that if he did not get the highest score, surpassing Munkal, and had to kill him for the sake of the assessment, then this would be a weighty reason for disqualification, up to and including the loss of his license. The protagonist's silhouette lit up with energy, and he understood that the head of the Black Dragon Guild had thought of even the worst outcome. The protagonist's hand appeared, and he admitted that it was initially impossible for him to obtain a rank license. Saun clenched his hand into a fist. Looking at the exhausted opponent, the protagonist repeated what he had already told him, while thinking that if there was no way, the Transcendents whose path he had chosen would create it themselves. It was said that the protagonist was a creature capable of surpassing all prohibitions, and Saun, pulling his hand back, said that the examiner would only have to lie down for a couple of months. The guy struck with the 3-danchin spell, and the opponent asked him to stop and listen. Minchel began to beg for mercy when suddenly the protagonist's fist touched his face. The guild leader's face began to blur. A magical sphere formed around the opponents, and it was said that a strong spirit, unshakable, unbending. Saun literally crushed the examiner's face and said that the absolute truth is a continuous and final path that must be followed to the end, and having decided to embark on the path of absolute truth, you need to ask yourself a question. It seemed like Minchel was flying from the protagonist's blow, and he was saying these questions. The guild leader thought about why he saw echoes of his father in Saun's appearance, and said that only there he would have nothing to be ashamed of. And the protagonist, with his mouth wide open, asked him to think again if there was something for which the examiner should be ashamed. Minchel's hand was visible, and he explained that it was the spirit of absolute truth. The protagonist's silhouette was visible from behind his hand, but he added that it was much more than that. Humbly falling onto the broken floor, it was said that it was Transcendence. Saun clenched his teeth, making a creaking sound. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted the name of the Black Dragon Guild leader. Minchel watched the protagonist while sitting in a chair. Pointing his finger upward, the protagonist shouted that he was next. The Black Dragon leader rested his head on his hand. Uncle Minchel, smiling widely, shouted the protagonist's name and supported him. The chairman was told that the reporters were already waiting, to which he, adjusting his tie, said that he was on his way. The grandmother, sitting on the floor, said that this schoolboy was in the same hospital with her a couple of months ago, to which her grandson asked her not to make things up and asked what Saun had forgotten in the hospital. Minyeol, Suyeon, and Haeun happily greeted the protagonist. Jinchul raised an eyebrow and asked how it went. Putting her hands on the table, Yumi replied that they had mobilized all of the guild's internal forces, but there was a problem, to which she was asked again. Lowering her head, the girl said that the chairman had personally intervened, and Sungmin shouted that he had ordered Saun's situation to be made public as soon as the exam was over, and he had even managed to prepare and bring reporters. With his hands behind his back, the Black Dragon Guildmaster asked if there was a way to bring Minchel back to his senses, to which the Legend Guildmaster replied that that was the first thing he asked, but as expected, he had exceeded the limit of magical power that the body could withstand. Sungmin continued that although his life was not in danger, it would take about 2 months to recover, to which Jinchul, with his lips pressed together, remained silent. The Black Dragon Guildmaster turned his head towards his colleagues and declared that it was a complete rout. He explained that in terms of abilities, public opinion, and reputation, to which the heads of the other guilds looked at him with alarm. Glancing at his offended colleagues, Jinkal said that it happened because of some greenhorn who had just finished his studies. Frowning, the head of the Black Dragon Guild recalled the image of Saun. Folding his hands behind his back, the man called him an impudent boy. Veins appeared on Jinkal's hands. Saun, clenching her fists, shouted that Saun was simply crazy. The guy grabbed his hair and did not understand anything. Heian, squinting her eyes, said that now she saw that she was pitied. The protagonist's eyes turned white. The group of guys walking behind him greatly irritated him. Looking at his back, they continued to joke about him. Looking up, the protagonist thought. Miniol, putting his finger to his mouth, said that from now on it wasn't even an academy, and Saun replied that only the name would change. Seojin's comrades, approaching the door, asked him about the rank license, and it seemed to them that everything had already been decided. The Dark Star disciple, rolling his eyes, said that it was true since the chairman himself said so, and clarified whether everyone was B rank, receiving the answer that they would find out when the lists of those who passed were posted, but most likely yes. The evil Doom disciple, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that they were back. Opening the door, she was perplexed. The girl, putting her hand to her mouth, said that Seojin's sister hadn't come today either, and the guy added that it was true, he hoped to at least find her at the academy today. Saun, turning her head, asked if Seojin knew anything. She looked around the room and was surprised. It seemed like the protagonist was running, and the girl continued that he was just here. The protagonist was flying over the houses. Lowering his eyebrows, he thought that the Star Sword had given Saun until the end of the Hunter exam. Biting the corners of his lips, the protagonist added that she had not come to the academy. The assistant, closing his eyes, said that the head was not receiving anyone today. Seojin, raising his hands, asked to somehow let him in, receiving a negative answer. His pupils turned white and he realized that the Star Sword had fussed in advance, knowing that he would come. Frowning, the guy added that although he was not going to retreat, he could not rush in head-on. Hearing that he was to be let in, he opened his eyes. The elder, looking at them, said that everything was fine, let him go. The assistant, standing in his place, said that the leader had forbidden anyone to enter, to which he was told that he would take responsibility. The door creaked as it opened. The man, lowering his hands, asked to follow him. His face was furrowed. Seojin followed him. They stopped. Star Sword and Saun were visible. She turned her head and noticed the protagonist. The leader clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had clearly said not to let anyone in. A dark aura appeared around him and he asked if he had ignored his words. The elder fell to the floor and began to cry. Minchel bit his lips and heard the boy asking for forgiveness. The protagonist, moving towards him, continued that he had something to tell him, which was why he had come without an invitation. The man lowered his eyebrows and thought that this brat had become even stronger during this time. Looking at him, he added that he was no longer the stupid slacker he had been at the beginning, now he should be taken seriously. Pressing his feet to the floor, Star Sword said that he had nothing to talk about with him, let him go back, the time had already passed. Holding his hands behind him, he reasoned that he had offered her the most basic qualification. Without even the basic, she would get lost in this whirlpool, start to reproach herself and would only suffer more. Looking at the girl from above, Minchel added that it would be better if they could not continue together. He, pricking up his ears, heard that it was not over yet. Opening his mouth, Seojin asked if he had given a deadline not until the end of the Hunter exam, but it was not over yet. Star Sword, opening his mouth fiercely, exclaimed that this was nonsense, the exam had already come to an end. The protagonist widened his eyes and listened, that the fact that he was here was direct proof of this. That was why the specified deadline was already. Pointing at himself, he said that his grade had not yet been approved. Frowning, the protagonist added that the exam was considered to have officially come to an end only when the grades of all examinees were announced. Minchel bit his lips and listened to the end of the story about how they still hadn't announced his score for the last discipline, a one-on-one duel. The hunter approached the girl. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed that Soyun's battle was not over yet. The man and the boy looked at each other. Star Sword closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Seojin heard a positive answer. He turned to the girl. The protagonist extended his hand to her. She took it and stood up. Putting the sword in her hands, he suggested that they go together. Soyun's eyes widened and thought that it was impossible. That's why she thought that everything was over, but now he had once again turned the stalemate to his advantage. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist said that hopelessness was a mere trifle, let her look at him. The girl clenched the sword in her hand. She turned to Minchel. Raising the weapon, she asked to be allowed to address him again. Seojin stood with a serious face. The Star Sword took out its weapon. Saun waved her hand. She increased the movement speed to the maximum and used the dancing blade. Someone moved his foot forward. The girl continued to attack at high speed. She abruptly changed the points of attack. Step by step, she absorbed the enemy's territory. The huntress grabbed the hilt. She delivered a powerful blow. Her jaw clenched tightly. Someone's foot tore off her heel. Saun, adding another kilogram to her weight, increased the destructive power to the limit. Minchel calmly parried the attacks. He, holding his hand in his pocket, swung the sword. The huntress, her mouth open, began to fall. The man, lowering his eyebrows, thought that it was all over. The girl continued the battle and said to herself that initially she should have continued the attack with the flowing blade. Putting the weapon forward, she added that she could not stand up to her grandfather's technique. closing her eyes, she said no. The protagonist watched the fight. His eyes widened. Saun's pupils lit up, leaving a trail behind them. Raising her hands, she parried the enemy's attack. The girl gently deflected the attack, concentrating her strength on the counterattack. Minchel, biting the corners of his lips, was surprised. Stopping, the huntress thought that understanding was inferior in speed to intuition. Squeezing the sword, she felt that it seemed unfamiliar. Looking at the shadow of her grandfather, she said that she grew up surrounded by great people and saw countless heroes that others could only dream of meeting, and being ordinary among outstanding people is like a curse. Swinging the sword, Saun thought that if she lived surrounded by the same ordinary people, her life would have turned out at least a little differently, and with such thoughts, she stubbornly tried to escape from reality until one day she met Saun. She bewitched the eyes of the enemy. The protagonist looked at numerous blows and the girl continued that she no longer wanted to give up, did not want to give up. Looking at Saun, she said that she wanted to stand next to him. Grandfather was moving back and it was heard that the wind was shaking the stem of the soul. Such an experience seems to be called the fruit of reflection, whether grandfather moved in the same way. Saun's heart was shining brightly and she said to herself that a little more. Raising her leg, she said that bright sensations clearly hears every step. Spreading her fingers, she moved not consciously, but on a subconscious level. Her pupil was burning with a yellow aura and the huntress said that an unprecedented heat was growing in her chest. A high fiery beam rose above the participants of the battle. She was breathing heavily and it was heard that fast and heavy, overwhelming the enemy, destructive blade. Reflections fell from the sword and Saun finished. Grandfather, lowering his eyebrows, did not understand how. Looking at her, he thought that this was her limit. Her current skills would never be enough to reach this level. However, he did not understand how to explain the picture that unfolded before him now. Star Sword clarified what motivated her, and she, with her mouth wide open, asked if she could continue the journey with him. Hearing the question of whether he would give the go-ahead, Minchen's pupils narrowed. Passing by him, the girl shouted to Saun that she did it, she succeeded. Raising her knees, she continued that she did it, and received the answer that he did not doubt her at all. Grandfather, through the sweat on his face, thought that there were people in the world, looking at whom he understood that their goal would certainly lead them to poverty and hardship. Looking at the protagonist, he added that sometimes it was very rare for someone like him to appear, whose limit could not be seen. The boys clapped their hands and Minchel continued that he, on the contrary, erases the boundaries of the limit of such people, forcing them to move forward with him. His hair appeared and it turned out to be beyond his strength. The protagonist stretched his fingers up and it was heard that sometimes someone who seemed to be nothing is able to do what no one else can do. Their age is coming to an end, or maybe even already has. Folding his sword, the man thought that then he did not understand what he meant, and the elder apologized for disobeying the order, receiving the answer that in the end it was he who allowed him to enter, and words were heard that too much time had flown under. Lowering his hands, the gentleman said that today he especially yearned for the old days. The protagonist bit the corners of his lips and his name was called. On the way to the academy, Dream Si-yoon asked what he was going to do if she failed the task, to which he said that he would probably go to the chairman. Her eyes turned white and she asked what he had to do with it. Hearing that before acting, he would make him delay the announcement of the end of the exam, the girl's pupils bulged. Seojin, hearing the ringing, reached for his phone. Looking at the screen, he did not notice that he was being called. Raising his hand up, the guy shouted for them to hurry up. The huntress's mouth fell open from the words that she did not even know how many people were waiting for her arrival. She smiled shyly. Running to the protagonist, she asked him to wait for her. The guys, clenching their fists, were happy that their sister had returned. Saun, holding her hands, shouted where she had disappeared to. She was worried and thought that something had happened to her. Receiving the answer that she needed to do something, and Miniol asked the captain if he had gone for his sister because he was surprised when he disappeared. Tibum, looking at Seojin, was glad that he had returned. He, opening his mouth wide, asked if he should address Seojin as a hunter. The protagonist, wide-eyed, listened to the congratulations on passing the exam to become a professional hunter. Stretching out his hand, the chairman said that they were awarded the maximum score for the last discipline, as a result of which the protagonist was awarded a rank, the others also successfully passed and received a B rank. Holding his neck, he continued that in fact, if it were up to him, he would immediately issue them a C rank certificate, but it would be difficult to organize. The company narrowed their eyes and were pleased, and Seojin said that C rank was his next target, receiving the answer that he could definitely do it. Tibium, with his mouth slightly open, said that a rank hunters and above received special treatment from the association. In particular, by getting the highest score on this exam, he gets the right to enter the dungeons early. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist listened to how he came to them personally today to find out if they were planning to establish their own guild. Hearing a positive answer, the chairman smiled. He said that he would then settle all the issues regarding the establishment of the guild, which excited the guy. Taking a paper out of his pocket, the man added that in order to found a guild, they would need to go through many authorities, all sorts of documents and formalities, and it would also take a long time to get approval. Pointing his finger at the piece of paper, he exclaimed that if he intervened, the process would go faster, and asked to write down the names of those who would join the guild. Holding the document in his hands, Tibium added that there was one problem. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist asked what the problem was, to which he replied that at least 5 B rank hunters and above were needed to found a guild, and they were missing one person. Hearing that if they couldn't find them, he could use his power to hush up the matter, but if the top 5 guilds got involved, the situation could get complicated. Saojin's eyes turned white and he thought that perhaps even now they were making plans to put the squeeze on him. The protagonist, holding his chin, continued that because of this, they would drag just anyone into the guild. Heian's eyes narrowed. They looked at each other. Tibium, holding a paper, said that now all 5 were in place, and the girl remembered how the protagonist asked her to make a contract with him and become a member of the guild. The chairman, frowning, asked what they would name the guild, receiving the answer that they already had a name. Putting his hand on his side, the guy exclaimed that they would call themselves the Dream Team. A tall building was visible. Saojin would soon create a guild. The heads of the 5 guilds, with their mouths open, talked about ways to hinder the protagonist. Yunmi, with sweat on her face, said that this could also be solved by sending someone to the association. Turning around, they saw Minchul, who saw that everyone had grown bolder while they had not seen each other. Looking at him, they asked how he ended up here. The gentleman frowned and said that it was obvious what they were up to. The 5 guild leaders' eyes turned white. Star Sword lowered his hands and said that he thought there was a misunderstanding. There was no particular reason why they had turned a blind eye to their misdeeds all this time. It was just that if they had intervened by force, it would have been no different from their own evil deeds. Opening his mouth, he continued that they had not stopped the great disaster in order to dominate others. Biting the corners of his lips, the man added that if you listened to them, you would think that they had stopped the great disaster. He stood in front of Chinchul and addressed him. Minchul frowned and said that he had grown a lot since they had last seen each other. The Black Dragon Guild leader looked at his interlocutor and exclaimed that he had aged a lot. The hooded girl asked him to stop. She, pushing aside the curtains, said that even the Star Sword is not allowed to use force in someone else's house. Turning his gaze in her direction, the gentleman said that he finally intervened. Kalia, removing the hood, asked that he was not at all surprised, whether he knew that they were involved in this. Clenching his fists, Minchul said that he laughed at the thought that some gang of eternally dissatisfied people decided to put a spoke in the wheel of the boy who had my azure dragon sword, and if they had such intentions, they would have come for his head long ago. Hearing that nevertheless they risked going against him, which means they have support behind them that will not be afraid of his intervention, Kalia answered that it turns out that he was looking for a meeting with her, but for what purpose? Seeing her, the man said that he decided to fulfill the duties of a grandfather for the first time in a long time. He added that he knew very well that they would have more headaches if the kid created a guild, so they were all gathered here together, making plans to prevent it, which made Chinkal's jaw clench. All the leaders, their mouths open, were scared. Minchul's pupils lit up and he warned that it was better for them to do nothing. Kalia, with wide eyes, asked if they had the option to refuse. There was a dark aura in the room, and the gentleman exclaimed that they should take the risk if they could bear the consequences. The girl looked serious. Star Sword stared into her eyes. She seemed to move his legs. The man turned around and began to leave. The apostle's successor, looking at his back, asked if he would just leave. She thought that he would turn everything upside down. Minchul turned his head and did not understand why. He disappeared, leaving a smoky trail behind him. Kalia asked to forget about everything they had planned, which made Jinkal raise his upper lip in confusion. He clenched his jaw and asked if the apostle's successor had tucked her tail in fear of this old man. The girl, opening her mouth, said that he was too arrogant. Pointing her finger at him, she exclaimed that he should not look down on the Star Sword. Looking intently at her interlocutor, the successor knew his abilities very well, the one who was close in strength to the heroes of the Great Calamity, as they are called in Korea. Lowering her eyebrows, she added that he should not be mistaken, because he was only close, but could not compare with them. Jinkal's face turned red from hearing this. Turning around, Kalia said that it was also not necessary to take revenge on Sajan, there were many other ways. The man, seeing how she put on her hood, clarified what she wanted to say. The girl smiled and said that fate cannot be changed. The protagonist held a phone in his hand. He brought it to his face and was shocked. A small building appeared and a voice asked if everyone was gathered. Saun, putting her hand on her side, said that today was the first raid of the Dream Team, they need to push harder. The protagonist, holding his head, said that they had barely received their licenses and were immediately raiding a dungeon, and he was all for it. Saun, holding out her finger, asked if this was her first dungeon, would they be able to handle it. Heian, folding her arms, exclaimed that it was not much different from a dungeon reproduced by magic, and the only one was a higher level and you could really die. Saun, standing near the guys, said that the difference was colossal, receiving the answer that it was definitely colossal. Xiaojun, clenching his fist, shouted that unlike the magic one, they made money here. The group covered their mouths with their hands and whispered that something was wrong with the captain. He had been weird before when it came to money, but they imagined it, or this time he had completely lost his mind, adding that he had become like this after he read something on his phone yesterday. Remembering how the protagonist held where the free pastime ended, he shouted to himself that he had completely forgotten that he had no money left after buying elixirs for the dungeon. And since when was 100 million poverty? The guy spread his fingers and asked what they were whispering about. The team members, jumping for joy, could not wait for their first raid, and the protagonist asked to wait a little. Not everyone had arrived yet. Heian, widening her eyes, asked if everyone had arrived, and received the answer that Saun also knew him, and there he was. Xiaojun stretched out his palm and shouted to his uncle that they were here. Saun opened her mouth wide in surprise. She did not expect to see her dad, and he, holding her neck, said that he said to come, so he came. The daughter asked why he did not warn her that he would be here, and he said that he was working. Should she report to him about every step? And the main character, putting his hands on his hips, exclaimed that now everyone was gathered. Should they move out, having received the question of which dungeon? The guy bared his teeth. In the sky, it was heard that there was one very good place. A suburb near Seoul appeared. Uncle, drinking something, heard who allowed him to hang around here. The Black Dragon member, stretching out his finger, shouted that this area was under the power of their guild, and let him tell those who entered the dungeon to immediately get lost, and Mankal said that he seemed not to have gone deaf. The man replied that he had heard something completely different. Xiaojun said that he could use this place because of some pass, which made the boy's eyes turn white. Through the sweat on his face, he did not understand what kind of guild entered the dungeon. Uncle smiled and said that this was the dream team. The protagonist frowned. He waved his weapon, leaving a trail behind him. The protagonist, looking ahead, was perplexed. He said that he would not be able to get money for the corpse like this, since there was not even a trace left, and the girls, running with swords, shouted for him to trust it to them. They, jumping on the monster, cut it. Saun, using magic on the monster, called Miniel, and he replied that she should rely on him. The evil spirit was in a blue aura and made loud sounds. The Black Dragon members, seeing the monster's head, were scared. Taking off his bag, Xiaojun asked if his uncle was waiting long enough, receiving the answer that it hadn't even been a couple of minutes since they had gone inside. Nanchel tensed his muscles and asked if it was time for him to work, and the hunter said that he would help too. The group of strangers, their eyes white, listened as their uncle brought back pleasant memories, and he said what was so special about them, and the protagonist asked if he could set up a transportation business and sign a contract with their guild. Blood appeared on the protagonist's cheek. He, holding a knife in his hand, asked who was behind him. Father Saun, putting his hand on his side, said that he did not know. They said that the Black Dragon Guild, they had some business with him, from which the frightened apologized for disturbing. Saun, folding her hands, asked if he had chosen the Black Dragon Guild on purpose. The company, standing next to each other, said that everyone had worked hard and the matter was quite fun. Saun wondered how much there were, and the granddaughter of the Star Sword, holding her chin, said that she had no idea how much a level 8 monster costs, but she thought that each would get a couple 100 million, from which the girl was very surprised. Xiaojun's pupils narrowed, hearing that the team was happy with several hundred and wanted to have a party. Opening his mouth, he added that this was only the beginning. A stone monster appeared and the protagonist continued to speak. A floating evil spirit was visible and he continued to speak again. Traces of blood appeared, and the protagonist exclaimed that they were going to the next one. Small explosions became noticeable, but the guy did not stop. The members of the dream team, their hands down, were exhausted. Miniel, looking at Xiaojun's blazing eyes, asked how long the raid would last, to which he replied that they had to work while they had the opportunity. Saun, lying on the floor, screamed that she did not want to anymore. This was labor slavery, and the guy clarified maybe he could do it himself somehow. They did not need so much money. Receiving the answer that didn't he see that sometimes he could not control his strength, and only with them could he get the full amount from a corpse. In addition, they needed to accumulate experience if they wanted to reach a rank. Hearing that this could be done gradually, the protagonist stuck out his tongue and shouted that the guild's rating would only rise if they won a rank. His screams that they didn't know that the guild rank determines taxes and commission privileges, and that it's all money, made the team's hair fly apart. Licking his mouth, the protagonist continued that everyone needs to get in a rank, then they will raise the guild's prestige, and they will have more opportunities to earn. They will accumulate merits, and he will earn money, to which Miniel said that even without this, their guild has already become famous thanks to him. Saun, hearing Xiaojun's evil statements, clenched her fist and exclaimed that he is a devilish boss. She wants to quit. Let Heian help. Looking at the place where she stood, the huntress was perplexed. The girl, with her hands clasped, stood next to the protagonist. The guys, biting the corners of their lips, said that she was a traitor, and she replied that she did not want to get caught in the heat of the moment. The dream team seemed condescending. Saun, folding her fingers, heard her stop him, but thought that even Grandpa had given up, let alone her. The protagonist shouted from across the street that they needed to earn money. A graph of the guild's achievements appeared. Tebium, sitting on a chair, silently said to himself whether these were really the results of a newly founded guild. After all, these were dungeons of the 7th and 8th levels, and specifically only those located in the territory of the Black Dragon Guild. Lowering his eyebrows, he added that even if the enemy guild tried to stop them, the clearing speed was too high, and the dream team had the right to enter early. They would not be able to do anything, and the gold veins of the Black Dragon were gradually drying up. The chairman said that even if they did not have the ability to influence the course of events, the Black Dragon Guild had become too quiet, and an assistant entered the room, saying that things were bad. He said that information had been received about the appearance of a dungeon with a draugr, which made the chairman sweat down his face. He stood up from the table and asked if they had contacted the Soul Star, receiving a reply that they had immediately sent him a message, but it was unknown when he would respond. Putting his hand on his forehead, Tebium thought that this was a failure, because in Korea there was only one person capable of dealing with the draugr, one of the 5 heroes representing Korea, and one could only pray that the Soul Star would contact him soon. Frowning, he asked about the monster. The assistant, hearing the name of the protagonist, opened his mouth and did not understand anything. Holding his chin, the man continued, would he agree? A hunter is a risky profession, but for the sake of money he can take it. Raising his hand, the chairman asked if the hunter Saun was still raiding. Passers-by, holding onto their backpacks, recognized Saun. The guy clenched his jaw and said that they were traitors. He only offered to clear a couple more dungeons, and they ran away, remembering how he told them that they had earned only 9 billion, why not make it to 10? Taking the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that earning money was great, and he did not understand what they did not like, seeing the huge account balance. An offer appeared to purchase the right to use a free pass. The protagonist, seeing the balance of 121 million, cursed. Putting his hands in his pocket, he thought about the free pass that he took for the sake of Buddha's lecture, and it is scary to even imagine how much the karma ratio would be then, because there are still a lot of courses that he would listen to, and the elixir needs to be drunk on a regular basis. What should he do? Lowering his head, the hunter continued that the Dark Star slipped away with 13 billion, and were to immediately increase the course progress or get a couple of tens of billions. Hearing how they called him, his eyes widened. He looked forward and noticed the chairman. Saun handed him a can of coffee and received thanks for it. Tebium, sitting at the table, apologized for the visit. He had to show tactlessness for the sake of talking to him, to which he replied that it was nothing, let them skip the formalities. Holding the can in his hands, the man heard a question about what business he had, and said that a little earlier he had received a report about the emergence of the draugr dungeon. While drinking coffee, the protagonist wondered if this was the same mental-type monster from the competition. The representative, opening his mouth, said that he came because he thought that he could destroy the dungeon. The guy widened his eyes and clarified why him. The background darkened and he realized something. The protagonist, introducing draugr, remembered that the last time he caught it, the percentage of the course progress jumped to the sky. Tebium bulged his lips and exclaimed that he was not asking to do this for free. Hearing about the financial support, the hunter's eyes turned white. He asked how much, trembling with joy, and when he received the answer, they would think about the amount of 30 billion. Understanding what 30 billion was, Saun squeezed the can. In the protagonist's head, he was dancing with pleasure, thinking that over the past decades, the draugr dungeon had appeared in Korea only 8 times, and this speaks of the rarity of the dungeon. He himself was ready to pay just to get there, and here they would also throw in a lot of money on top. Closing his smile, he tried to restrain himself. Jumping in his thoughts with happiness, he said that this was a serious conversation, you can't laugh, and Tebium thought that this was not enough for him. Sweat ran down his cheek and he thought that, as luck would have it, they had now spent the entire budget on organizing the exam, but now, when it was impossible to contact the Soul Star, they had no other choice but the protagonist. The chairman imagined that a ghost without a physical shell, if a rift appeared in his dungeon, got out, then they would not be able to cope with the consequences. With his mouth wide open, he added that it was imperative to get rid of him while he was in there, saying that this was not all. If they cleared the monster's dungeon, they would assign them a C-rank hunter license. Saun tried not to smile. Tebium, stretching out his hand, said that then the dream team would become a guild with a C-rank hunter, which would increase the powers. The protagonist admired, listening to how the dream team's revenue would henceforth be subject to lower taxes and commissions. Clenching his fist, he thought that he planned to go for free, but then 30 billion on top, another promotion to C rank, and more privileges for the guild, and the guy agreed, and the chairman asked if it would be possible to somehow come to an agreement. Trying to restrain himself, the protagonist clarified that they usually address this question to the Soul Star. Putting his hand to his ear, he listened to the end of the conversation about how they couldn't contact him, and thought that if they contacted him, the chance would be lost. Saujin replied that he would try, which surprised Tibium, who opened his mouth wide. The man, leaning his hands on the table, asked about the date, receiving a sharp answer that right tomorrow, correcting himself that he didn't even know he needed to prepare. The protagonist said that since the matter was urgent, then tomorrow straight, or rather, he would try to figure it out as soon as possible, to which the chairman narrowed his eyes. He, lowering his head, thanked the hunter. The association would never forget how much he had done for the safety of the country and its citizens. Turning away, the protagonist said that there was no need to thank him like that. Tibium, opening his mouth, thought that no matter how talented the hunter was, he was still risking his life. Looking at the guy putting his fingers on his nose, he added that this young man is at least C rank, or even with abilities that surpass even heroes, sacrifices himself, fearlessly rushing towards danger. This man is a hero. The protagonist could not hold back his laughter from joy. Folding his arms, he said that in the end he goes alone to the Draugr dungeon. Standing in front of his team, he continued that only he has immunity to the mental type, and, most importantly, for the sake of progress, it is better to go alone. The guys, hearing about the raid and Saujin's absence, bit the corners of their lips. They, widening their eyes, realized that they can rest. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist listened to them wish him luck and say that they will look after the guild and let him not worry about anything. The guy, looking at them, asked if they were worried at all, having received the question whether for Draugr. Miniel, shaking maracas, asked if there was anything in this world that could make the captain worry, to which Saun added that if there was, then most likely it was the end of the world. Heian, smiling, said that there was one thing. It was money, and the team still felt bad whenever they heard a conversation about money. Saujin closed his eyes and said to himself that they were bastards. Saun, approaching the protagonist, offered to help him get ready, receiving the answer that it was not necessary. He was already moving, there was no need to help. The girl exclaimed that this was a Draugr dungeon. There was a lot to prepare. Besides, he still had time, and the hunter, running to the door, said that while they were stalling for time, the Soul Star could get in touch, which would add to the headache. They needed to go right now. Waving his hand, he said that he was going. The guys, with their mouths open, said that Siyun should rest while he could, and offered to order breaded chicken. The city appeared, and at that time, the news of the Draugr dungeon's appearance spread throughout Korea, and it became known that Seo-jun was clearing it instead of the Soul Star, and there were also conversations that the main character was a hero and everyone was counting on him. T-Bam, being in his office, thought that the protagonist should cope. He added that they should look. Suddenly it would be possible to allocate more money from the budget, and the assistant rushed into the room. The chairman, seeing the out-of-breath guy, asked what was the matter. Hearing that a message had arrived from the Soul Star, his eyes turned white. T-Bam spread his arms and asked when, having received the answer that it had just happened, he immediately rushed to him. The servant clenched his fists at the words that he himself would contact her. The man took the phone in his hands, hearing that there was no need for it, and was surprised. Saujin was visible, standing by the portal, and the assistant finished saying that the Soul Star had conveyed that he was just nearby and would immediately head to the Monstrous dungeon. The protagonist's eyes widened. He saw that very Soul Star. Looking at her head, he asked if it was her. The hunter turned his head to address him. Destroyed buildings appeared, and Saujin was heard wondering if the Draugr's dungeon was here, and he thought that it was a gloomy place, and it was immediately obvious that a cemetery guard lived here. A glow appeared around the man in front, and the protagonist wondered where this strange and amazing feeling came from, because dead energy was literally everywhere, but could not get close to this man. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized who it was. Looking at the back of the man's head, he called out to Mrs. Soul Star. She turned around. In front of Saujin stood the heroine of the Great Calamity and one of the 5 heroes, who said that she did not know how this child ended up here, but it was better for him to leave. Holding a lantern in her hands, she explained that he should not stay here. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he knew she was the Soul Star and did not expect to meet her here, after which he came to his senses and shouted for her to stop. Raising his hand, the protagonist exclaimed if she was going to clear the dungeon, to which she asked what if so. Destroyed houses appeared, and Saujin shouted that he would never allow that, to which the Soul Star clarified what he meant by that. Looking at the woman with her eyes closed, the guy claimed that there was a reason for that, and she should not clear the dungeon under any circumstances. The woman's legs were visible. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and called out to the Soul Star and asked her to listen to him. The woman thought she hadn't felt anything, and when he had managed to get there, she chased him out of the way and explained that they needed to destroy the Draugr inside the dungeon, because they couldn't let these death spirits escape, to which Saun, spreading his arms, shouted that she couldn't do that and that he had to deal with the spirits. Opening his mouth wide, the Soul Star exclaimed that he shouldn't bother her. The woman held out the lantern in front of her and shouted for the child to hide behind her back. A black whirlwind began to form in front of the heroes. The sinister face of the Draugr appeared. Lowering her eyebrows, the Soul Star said that she would deal with it herself and asked them to leave quickly. The woman extended her hand after the protagonist as he left, and a notification came that the progress of the Buddha course had increased slightly. The protagonist smiled as he watched the notifications come in one after another, saying that this was it. Saun spread his arms out to the sides and shouted for the spirit to give him more bad thoughts. The Draugr's glowing face came closer. The protagonist smiled and enjoyed the notifications about the increase in the Buddha course's progress. The protagonist's hair was fluttering, and he asked for more thoughts to be thrown at him. The spirit leaned back and growled. Streams of dark energy were visible in front of the protagonist. The Draugr appeared in front of Saun's face. The monster penetrated the protagonist's head. The Soul Star opened its mouth wide and called out to the child and realized that it was a possession. The protagonist stood with his head down, and the woman thought that this child was so strong that bad thoughts could not scratch the defense of his mind, but unlike thoughts, possession breaks through the defense and attacks the mind directly. The Soul Star realized that if this was left like this, the child's mind would be destroyed in a matter of seconds, and, pulling the lantern back, asked to be patient for a little while longer. Saun's head appeared. He was muttering something, and the woman shouted that she would immediately expel the Draugr that had possessed him. The Soul Star extended her hand forward, and the protagonist said that the Draugr reproduced by magic were not even close, while reports of the increase in the progress of the Buddha course continued to arrive. The Soul Star, lowering the corners of her lips, looked forward, and Saun shouted in admiration. Smiling, the protagonist said that he finally received the best pleasure, and added that the progress of the course was very sweet. The satisfied face of the protagonist appeared, who repeated that progress was sweet. A roaring Draugr was hovering in Saun's spiritual world. Gotama smiled, holding the spirit in his hand. Closing his eyes, he said that it was an unfortunate creature. Saun looked away in thought. The protagonist patted his ear and knocked the monster out. The little spirit lay on the ground and said that he had lived a dishonorable life, and the protagonist was glad that he had lost all his dead energy. Pointing the tip of his spear at the monster, Saun asked if it was dead and it was going to ascend. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist admitted that he was squeezed like a lemon, after which he decided to look at the course progress and was surprised that it had grown so much. The protagonist, having made calculations, decided that even if there were only 10 Draugr left in the dungeon, altogether they would give 43%, and he would be able to raise the course progress by at least 80%. With his mouth wide open, the guy sighed in admiration. He turned around and saw the Soul Star. Saun raised his hand to his mouth and said that she was still here, to which she said that there was no point in pretending to be normal anymore. The protagonist asked if she saw that he could handle this on his own and said that she could go back, to which the Soul Star, lowering the corners of her lips, noted that it would take a spiritual ability of an impressive level to completely destroy the Draugr. Blue energy appeared near the woman's eyes, and she thought about how this guy made the monster ascend. She continued that during all the times of the Great Calamity, she had never heard of such a precedent, and Saun, pointing his finger at himself, shouted that this was his dungeon, and he needed to keep the queue because the chairman entrusted this dungeon to him. Soul Star closed her eyes and thought about how she was trying to see his soul, but she couldn't see anything. She couldn't even calculate his strength, which meant that his spiritual level was similar to hers or even higher. Putting the lantern forward, the woman declared that she wouldn't touch the Draugr, and wondered if that was possible since she wasn't just one of the heroes, but the Soul Star. The woman explained that she needed to check something, so she wouldn't leave the dungeon, to which Saun, wide-eyed, asked what exactly she needed, to which she replied that she didn't know the details herself, only the general outlines that she managed to make out from Dark Star's speech. The protagonist asked if this was related to the Order of Truth or Berserker, to which the woman frowned. She didn't understand how the guy knew about this, and the protagonist smiled and explained that they had a business relationship. Soul Star explained that Dark Star suspected that it was the Order of Truth that formed the Draugr, to which Saun, lowering his spear, asked if it was possible to artificially create a dungeon. Raising her eyebrows, the woman sadly replied that it was impossible, and if it was possible, there was no way to confirm it. Soul Star added that it was necessary to make sure whether this was true or not, to which the protagonist threw his hand behind his head and realized that only she could enter the Draugr dungeon. Dark Star had no other way, and wondered where he had disappeared to with his money. Closing his lips, Saun stopped his thoughts. The guy smiled widely and thought that this could be a chance to get his rightful money from the Dark Star, to which the Soul Star asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist said that he could probably help the woman with this matter, to which she widened her eyes in surprise. Blurry buildings appeared, and Saun explained what was inside the peaceful and calm dungeon. 3 monsters were visible, and he continued that they were lucky enough to stumble upon a pack of wild draugr. The spirits smiled evilly, and the protagonist explained that they were dangerous creatures, a collision with which could lead to the destruction of the mind. After hitting the monster, Saun clarified that now it was his source of power for the course progress. 2 spirits flew towards the soul star. Showing a thumb up, the protagonist turned to the soul star and said that if everything worked out, then she could tell the dark star that he had helped her a lot in the matter, to which the woman wondered if it was in vain that she had agreed. In the forest was the dark star's shelter, and an explosion thundered in it. The man began to cough up blood. A man in a robe appeared in front of him. A strange voice said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Apostle of Chastity looked tiredly at the fighter. The star staggered. He did not think that one of the 7 apostles would stick his nose into this wilderness to catch some old man. He understood that he could not cope with the apostle alone here. The apostle said that the man caused him a lot of problems. The star shuddered, because the sorcerer said that he should not have gone to the soul star. Gray-haired straightened up and asked what this meant. Chastity answered that the dungeon of the draugr, which suddenly appeared in Korea, led to the beginning of the investigation. The warrior was pierced by anger. The magician considered it obvious who the star would turn to for first aid. The apostle immediately approached the old man, because he had let his guard down. He grabbed him by the throat, passing energy through him. The Dark One made a face, not understanding why they were going out of their way to destroy the heroes. The man looked at him and said that there was no special reason, and they were simply fulfilling the will of God. Blood began to spray from the warrior's mouth after he sarcastically denounced God. The apostle asked if the star chose life, erasing that moment from his memory. He calmly looked at the man and said that he had spent so much time in torment, trying to delay the inevitable, but the truth is that he would not survive this war. The star only smiled. The apostle looked at him questioningly. The man was covered in sweat. He knew that they were not able to see the boy. He grabbed the knife and tried to cut off the sorcerer's hand. He broke the distance. He cast a magic ball, noting that the fighter was using the same tricks. Purple energy filled the clearing. The mage was enveloped in raised dust. There were destroyed boulders around. One question sounded, did they really miss him? Chastity put on his hood. He kept guessing. They could hardly see him. He said that the man had brought the concealment technique almost to enactment. The subordinate asked if he should give chase. The apostle glanced at him and asked him to leave. The star was breaking through the forest. The master said that no matter how hard the warrior tried, the destined fate could not be changed. Saun, meanwhile, was shouting out someone. Dark Star looked ahead in fear, calling for the soul star. The woman only sighed. A silhouette appeared on the roof of the destroyed building. The creature with fangs in its mouth smiled and said that the soul star would die today. Mob hit the asphalt. The tip of the spear touched his head. The guy was distracted by the phone. The system showed that the progress of the Buddha course had not moved forward. The hero could not understand why. The mob was rolling on the ground in fear, but the progress did not move. Another monster fell. The hunter had already started cursing. He began to scratch his head while the souls of the monsters left this world, and the progress did not even move from its place. Had it really reached the limit? The guy angrily looked ahead. If you think about it, after every 10% gained in other courses, a drastic change occurred. But with ataraxia this did not happen. He asked what would happen when he reached 50%. A woman with a lantern approached him while he was complaining about life. She asked if the child was finished with his delirium, that is, business. The guy turned sharply and said that he was not particularly busy. Did she manage to find anything? But the woman said nothing special. The hero made a displeased grimace. He did not feel a hint of an obstacle while they were poking around here. He waved his hand and asked if there really were no abnormalities in the dungeon. The star looked at him with concern. The young man said that since neither she nor he felt any anomalies in the dungeon itself, it was worth thinking more broadly that, for example, it could be a distortion. The soul admitted such a thought, but did not feel any signs. The hero raised his hand and asked if she had checked the location for a distortion of a different nature. The woman thoughtfully rubbed her chin. The young man said that in fact, they once got stuck in a similar dungeon with evil fate associated with the Order of Truth, and then some mutation arose. The star turned sharply. She agreed that there was truth in the child's words and she should check everything herself. A blue light appeared above her palm. The wind began to ruffle the hunter's hair, who noted that her energy emanated a feeling completely opposite to the energy of the dark star and the holy sword. The space around was covered by a blue transparent dome. The hero noticed that the woman seemed to envelop, embracing all that exists. A beast stepped onto the ground. Saun opened his mouth in surprise. The transparent deer looked at him. He was the purest and noblest soul of all the souls in the world. He was a divine spirit. The creature approached the young man and began to rub its muzzle against him. The guy hugged him. not understanding why the spirit was acting like this, but the soul star did not know either. She looked at them in amazement. She knew that the divine spirit was the purest and noblest soul in the world, so if the child had bad thoughts, the spirit would not even look at him, but the spirit did not show much interest even in other heroes of the great disaster. She remembered what a crazy young hunter and watched as the deer tried to lick him. Saun and the soul star suddenly shuddered. Everyone looked around, sensing bad thoughts. The woman looked around with concern. The guy noted that this energy was an order of magnitude higher than that of the Draugr, and until that moment he had not felt a trace of someone else's presence. The divine spirit trembled with fear. Perhaps he could be the target. The soul star shook. The energy was too strong. During the disaster she had already encountered such evil intent, and perhaps he was somewhere at the level of a giant berserker monster. The darkness began to thicken. The woman tried to protect the child, but the young man noted once again that it was clearly stronger than the Draugr, and if strong, then he would be able to get more experience points. The guy stepped forward. He was going to quickly deal with the enemy, and for now they should stay together with the spirit. Saun smiled slyly. He ran forward, intending to pump stupid progress. He ran along an empty road. The hero looked ahead. The situation reminded him of the one in which they found themselves with evil fate, but something did not give him peace. He remembered the divine spirit. He did not understand why he could be someone's target. The hunter shuddered. The thought suggested that the main thing was to deal with the enemy before he got close to the spirit. At the same time, it would be possible to raise progress. A silhouette appeared on the roof. He jumped, being an absolute creature, according to legends, opposing God, and an inhabitant of the sixth circle, living at the top of the world of passions. The ruler of the demon kingdom appeared before the hero. The devil smiled. He shuddered. The man immediately latched onto him. He climbed into the phone and asked if this was all he could do. Progress did not even budge. The hero hit the monster, asking him to remove his disgusting mug from him. Saun shuddered and asked how it was possible to create such an absurd face. The devil covered his face and looked at the man with confusion. He was not dead yet. The hunter's shadow fell on him. He said that it was too early for him to die. Moments later, the Lord of Darkness was already fighting with all his might. Saun dodged. He asked to forget about physical attacks and asked to hit his mind. The devil screamed. The guy took out a spear. The enemy was going to hit him again, but it wouldn't work. He hit him in the stomach. He would have to beat him. The devil looked at the hero with confusion. Then he clenched his fangs and screamed piercingly, releasing a lot of energy. Saun's eyes widened. His entire body was swallowed by darkness. The soul star stood in front of a wall of bloody clots and darkness. She called the child. She raised the lantern, noting that the dark forces had completely swallowed this land. The devil licked his lips sweetly and began to giggle, but a flash appeared in the darkness. The light of many flashes illuminated the entire space of the dungeon. The star looked forward in surprise. The monster turned around abruptly. Saun spread his arms and said, "Oh my God." The Lord of Darkness began to run away. The hunter caught up with him, using air walking. The light of many blows to the demon blinded him. He flew head first and screamed. A powerful beam of light struck him. Blood spurted out from the creature's mouth. The boy approached the fallen enemy and began to complain. He turned to the soul star, not noticing when she approached. The woman covered her face in shock. The boy said that he still had business with that creature and it could be dangerous, so she should wait here. She noted to herself that the greenhorn of Ranka told the heroine of the great calamity to stay away because of the danger. The hero poked a spear into the devil's head and asked if he was dead. The monster's 3 eyes suddenly opened. Saun grimaced. The devil's eyes began to spin in his head. He grabbed his head. Shakyamuni's voice said that in life there is only one question that people truly want to know the answer to. The voice made a radical choice. The man touched the boy's back and asked if there was any meaning in his life. He said that this would be the last question on his path, and everything else was nothing more than small details. The man closed his eyes and smiled. He wanted to ask the hero. Saun shuddered. Shakyamuni asked why he didn't end his life. The hero looked ahead in surprise. The darkness subsided. The boy looked at the devil himself in bewilderment and asked, "Was that really all?" The monster looked at him questioningly. The guy checked his phone, hoping that the percentage of progress had increased, but everything also froze at 49.9%. The devil screamed again, hitting the hero with a wave. Everything swam before his eyes. A voice in his head asked, "Why don't you end your life?" Saun thoughtfully scratched his chin, suggesting that he needed to answer the question to go over 50%. He asked the devil to wait, because he needed to think a little. He asked not to remove bad thoughts. The villain looked at the hero with displeasure, who still thoughtfully repeated the question of why he did not die. The soul star watched this scene in amazement. The devil repeated the attack, but this time on the woman's mind. Saun looked at the staggering woman with fear, but she said that she was fine. The monster smiled contentedly. As soon as the hero was slightly distracted, he immediately pounced on the soul star. The enemy suddenly disappeared. The youth scratched the back of his head. The star summed up that the Lord of Darkness had escaped. The hunter looked ahead. Anyway, they were inside the dungeon and finding him was only a matter of time. The star shuddered. The divine spirit was gone. It was impossible to allow the divine spirit to succumb to these terrible evil thoughts, so the soul came alone. The child rushed into a run, shouting curses along the way. He looked ahead nervously. He didn't know why, but the devil had been aiming at the divine spirit from the very beginning. There were falling buildings touching on the bridge ahead. If the devil suddenly found out the spirit's position, then things were bad. The reddened deer stood with his back to the people. He was called. The spirit turned around, looking at the people with a devilish eye. Dark energy emanated from the creature. The woman asked, "What happened to the divine spirit?" The damned spirit silently looked at the people. He took a frightening step. The soul was covered in dark smoke and began to scream. The lantern fell and the glass broke. Saun caught the falling woman. Until now he was curious why the monster aimed at the spirit. The deer silently watched them, and the reason why the devil was chasing him. The youth looked away from the writhing woman. He realized that the target was not the spirit. Black energy began to burst out of the soul's body. The maiden opened her mouth. The divine spirit was inextricably linked with the soul star. The deer licked his lips slyly. The devil originally planned to use the spirit to directly affect the mind of the soul star. The guy looked around. If he left everything as it was, the soul star could suffer. He no longer cared about progress. He needed to destroy the devil as soon as possible. But how? The hunter clenched his teeth in anger. Now the divine spirit and the devil had merged into one. Could he strike only the devil? He grabbed the spear. There was no time to think. Colored waves floated from the beast's body. The hero needed to act. Suddenly, yellow waves hit the young man's face. The flame began to describe a circle around the couple. Saun looked around and cursed. The soul star stood up and blindly reached out to the man. Powerful green energy began to emanate from it. The hunter covered himself with his hand from the powerful pressure and began to ask the star to come to her senses. The woman opened her mouth and said that in the end. The boy looked at her in surprise. The woman screamed that he was the same as everyone else. He grabbed a spear and began to dodge attacks. The buildings around them were collapsing. Something dark grabbed the hero by the leg. A green wave was catching up with him. There was an explosion. Saun flew into the air. He could not get close to the evil spirit. An ominous aura emanated from the soul star. The boy realized that in order to destroy it, he would first have to defeat the girl. But was it possible? The youth gritted his teeth. After all, the soul star is the heroine of great calamity, and even fighting at full strength, he could not be sure of victory. And even if he won, would the star suffer? The hero landed on the ground, realizing that all this was a double-edged sword. The devil smiled contentedly, because no matter what a person chooses, someone will have to be sacrificed in any case. He had no other choice. A cut appeared on the boy's face. He waved his spear and asked, "Wasn't the maiden the heroine of the great disaster who saved the whole world?" The woman looked up at him. The hero asked her not to give in to some bad thoughts. The youth shuddered. The star answered that she was once the same. She began to approach the hero. For many years she dreamed of creating a new world. A world in which no one would suffer and no worries. But what is the world around now? Her voice no longer sounded like the devil. The times of the great disaster were cruel. The white-haired stopped. She asked the child, did he have a chance to see how people exchange children for food out of hunger? She slowly raised her hands and asked, did the youth see the streets completely strewn with the corpses of children? Tears flowed down her face. A heart-rending voice asked, did the boy live in those times when it was necessary to sacrifice others, and the thought that today death has not come for you gave peace? The soul star clenched her hands. The era of the great calamity was called the end of the world. The world went crazy due to extinction. The maiden screamed that the rules and laws that restrained people had collapsed, and the morals and principles that remained in the back of the mind were torn to shreds. The white-haired raised her hands. She desperately fought to change this world. But in the end, nothing changed. Hunger is eternal and pain is unchanged. Saun silently looked at the woman. She said that during the great calamity, she felt happy that she survived, but now existence brings her only torment. The maiden's mouth trembled. She said that monsters cannot speak, but they can, silent monsters and talking beasts. In the current world, this is the only thing that distinguishes a person from a monster. The soul remembered itself in the past. It created this world, so it was going to change it again, but its comrades held it back. They grabbed her by the shoulders and asked if they were guided by force, how would they be different from them, although they saw perfectly well how people suffered and were tormented. The star silently looked at the people. Her comrades, like the rest, turned away from her. She turned around and walked away, leaving their ranks. She silently walked forward and in the future locked herself in an unknown place under the pretext of spiritual training in order to pull herself together. But the further she went, the more she was broken by resentment against the world and the dead souls. Darkness enveloped her legs. The soul said that there was too much pain in this world. Dead souls reached for the light of her lantern. There were so many strangled cries, which asked, why only they can be happy. They turned to the woman with a question, why all this was done to him. Those who suffer in the world created by the soul star, those whom she could not save. Star's eyes turned black, those whom she could not cover in her arms. She screamed that she hated herself for it. She spread her arms and laughed. She would no longer turn a blind eye to the sorrows of those she must answer for, because the death of one is always a tragedy, but the death of 100 is just statistics and numbers, so she would destroy them all so that everyone would become equal, receiving the long-awaited peace. Saujin looked at her gloomily. The maiden said that he could not stop her, but the child understood that the fall of the soul star was not only due to the evil spirit's bad thoughts. The woman laughed madly, enveloped in energy. The devil only allowed the seeds of doubt and torment of the heroine of the great disaster to germinate. The youth raised his head. The voice asked why he continued to live. The hunter squeezed the handle of the spear harder. He only now understood, finally understood. The soul screamed and attacked the boy. Energy flew at the hero, who understood why Shakyamuni asked him this question. A blue stream appeared. The soul star looked at the warrior in front in surprise. Saujin was covered in energy and asked, why was she only looking at them? The woman dropped her hands in shock. The hero repelled all the attacks. As the maiden said, this world is not so beautiful. Torments that cannot be told. How many people die because of this? The youth frowned and seriously said that in the world there are not only powerful villains that she must defeat, and not only weak people who need her help. He repelled another attack and said that each person lives with their own burden on their shoulders, and it is hard and tiring to survive today. When they are tired of their own life, they do not have the strength to share the suffering of others. The guy looked down and remembered how they say that a person's true appearance is revealed when they are driven into a dead end. But judging people from this point of view is not wise at all, but arrogant, because people are simply tired and exhausted. They simply do not have the opportunity to suffer for others. The soul of the star clenched her teeth. The young man said that if this day did not make her suffer, then consider that you did not live it. The woman screamed that they were heroes of the great disaster. She did not know about the others, but at least her comrades should not have turned away from the world. The young man waved his hand and asked, in her opinion, the heroes of the great disaster are not people. He looked at the girl and screamed that there are many people in the world who died an unjust death, and there are those who committed suicide. Unable to bear the hardships of life, there are many of them, and it is sad, so why should not she be sad for them? The star looked angrily at the hero. He asked, did she really think that she could carry this sadness on her shoulders for the rest of her life? The boy screamed, asking if she thought she could hold on until all the sorrows of this world disappeared. Sadness appeared on Saujin's face. Even if this was so, isn't it hard for the star? The anger disappeared from the face of the soul. The child raised his hand and said that all people should live for today and live for tomorrow, like today and the days after tomorrow, because in a series of days following each other, life is built. They live with the fear in their hearts that someday tomorrow will not come. This is life for the sake of survival. Among all this, people find small joys, and these are tiny moments of happiness. Saju stood gloomily, indulging in memories, getting together with friends for delicious food, singing a cheerful song at karaoke, admiring the sunset with a loved one. All this is a weak hope that allows them to live tomorrow again after a hard and tiring today. The hero clenched his fist and said that this happiness was not created by someone else, but by her. Saujin looked at the heroine seriously and said that the ordinariness that she returned to people by stopping the disaster. She gave an ordinary life to the world that was desperately waiting for one thing: to survive. So what? The soul star looked at the child in amazement, who asked her if she was going to continue to look only at those who suffer and are tormented. The girl's eyes trembled. The spirit suddenly screamed. He ran at the hero. Saujin gave him a cruel look, and his body was surrounded by a bright sphere. The soul covered itself from the bright light. She looked at the hero in confusion. A voice in her head told her not to look away from this happiness. The star's eyes became ordinary. The voice told her not to turn away from happiness, denying life, because this is how good goes astray. Not because of evil, but because of the same good. Good goes astray because of the contradiction that good cannot protect the same good. The star trembled. The voice said that life is like a flower path in reverse, and only after walking it, you can understand how beautiful it really was. The girl staggered. She walked this path. Saujin looked at her silently. The voice asked her not to forget that her path had turned into a road strewn with flowers. The system added 13% progress to the course. The hero's sphere began to emit even more powerful energy. The devil clenched his teeth and gurgled in fear. His legs began to tremble. He began to retreat. His eyes trembled. The man asked if he knew too. Saujin appeared behind him and said that as soon as the mind breaks, the physical body becomes no stronger than a leaf. His fingers lightly touched the beast's body, and a bright flash illuminated both. The devil screamed, drowning in light. More and more. The soul star suddenly stood up. The youth sat next to her, asking if she had woken up. The woman looked at him in fear. The guy said that she could lie down for a while, because the devil was destroyed, so there was nothing to worry about. The divine spirit rubbed against the hunter. He was completely fine. The hero laughed. He was afraid that with the death of the devil, the divine spirit would also perish, but Ataraxia Shakyamun destroyed only the soul of the devil. The boy stroked the beast. Now he could influence the external environment with his peace of mind, and the effectiveness of the 3 dantians had also increased significantly. The star looked at the child with bewilderment, who was not inferior in strength to the heroes of the Great Calamity. Saun was cheerfully communicating with the spirit. The maiden understood that in less than a year he would surpass them. The youth turned to the woman, who was thinking that if in the distant future this force turned to the crooked path and turned its spear against the world, would anyone be able to stop it? She said out loud that she hoped that nothing would ever break the hero's faith. The boy looked at the woman questioningly. She assumed that it sounded ridiculous from her lips, but despite the absurdity of the world, the child should understand that nothing can be done about it. The star shook her head. The hero said that the world was not so absurd, because they began to appreciate caring for each other. In his opinion, the world was becoming better, but the maiden said that the child himself knew perfectly well that such things were nothing more than hypocrisy. Saun scratched his chin. The star was worried that the hunter would become disillusioned with the world. The maiden looked at him in surprise. The youth said that the principle of equality, caring for the weak, and a world without discrimination, if such values, according to her, are nothing more than hypocrisy, then how is the present different from the era of Hong Gildong, who could not overcome social inequality and eventually became a robber? The boy smiled. He believed that they were different. The woman just sighed tiredly. The hero said that even if it was not so, he would change it. But she smiled and laughed. The star tilted her head back and said that the tree grows straight, and she worries about the crooked shadow. Saun looked at her silently. The heroine said that too much time had passed in sadness and introspection. While she was drowning in powerlessness, the voice asked, "Why do you continue to live?" The hunter smiled. Perhaps this question was addressed not only to him, but to everyone who lives life. The woman laughed. Now the hero will not be able to give a full answer, but someday the day will come when he completes the Shakyamuni course. The star sincerely thanked the child again. Behind the heroine, the road was strewn with flowers. She thanked the hero for giving her strength and a reason to live. He helped her get back on her feet. In the skyscraper, the apostle looked at the city from the window. Kalia shuddered. The devil was destroyed. She drilled her eyes into the floor, trying to digest what she heard. The hooded man looked ahead. He knew that the concept of dead does not apply to the devil, because only the physical shell disappears, but his essence itself cannot be killed and is the only one who can destroy the devil in the world of phenomena. The girl shuddered. The man said the name of the hero, who was trying to understand who it was. The apostle looked gloomily at the student. He told her to report everything related to the hero. Why didn't she do it? A powerful aura began to emanate from the sorcerer. He said that this was a serious matter that should not be ignored, and if the master personally mentioned this matter. Kalia turned blue with fear. Her boss heard that she had already met with the hero. He ordered her to use the Korean guilds to restrict his activities. A gloomy figure loomed over the girl and said that she would have to intervene herself. He walked forward. Chastity looked into the girl's eyes. He ordered her to correct the deviated line of faith. Soul Star looked at the hero, who asked what she was thinking of doing now. The woman looked at him. All this time she lived, fenced off from the world, but now she realized that it was useless. Saun smiled contentedly. The star said that it would be nice to return to the world again. The guy offered to stay in their guild for a while until she decided on housing. The star looked at the hero and asked again. He said that she still had a lot of preparations to do, so she needed to find a place where she could stay. The youth smiled slyly. He needed a person who would convince the dark star. The maiden asked, how could she cause him even more inconvenience? She smiled. The hunter asked not to even think about it. He said that it would be a great honor for them. Saun scratched the back of his head. The star said that as payment she would teach him her spiritual mastery. The soul already smiled proudly, getting ready to tell the basics, but the guy said that it was not necessary. The maiden froze questioningly. She looked at the child in confusion and asked him to repeat what he had just said. The hero said that she could just stay with them. The soul star was shocked. She did not understand how and why the hero refused. After all, the transfer of spiritual mastery is $1 million offer, and even an S-rank hunter would change his qualification to a spirit master without hesitation. She smiled and sighed, asking herself, who is whose teacher? Does the hero really want to help her without asking for anything in return? Saun coughed awkwardly and carefully asked for money. The woman laughed and asked if money alone would really be enough. Saun rubbed his fists in anticipation under the spirit's gaze. The maiden said that she would generously pay him for saving his life. The hunter opened a portal. He knew that the heroine would not be bored with them. Her old friends would drop in from time to time. The star looked questioningly at the youth's back. The guild building, the hero said that it was for this very reason. He pointed at the soul star and finished by saying that she would be staying in their guild for a while. The team looked at her in shock. The star promised not to forget her kindness. The girls whispered awkwardly. The hunter asked what they were starting. The man waved his hand and asked if the captain wasn't going to go on a raid. The team sighed in relief. Saun asked not to worry, since he was tired today too. Everyone began to disperse. The captain ordered everyone to do their own thing. Sujin began to meditate with her sword. The others were training. Xiaojun thoughtfully rubbed her chin. Saun twirled the sword in her hands. The Soul Star looked at them in shock. She pointed at Miniel and asked if this wasn't the Dark Star's secret technique. She pointed at Cyan and asked if this wasn't the evil doom magic. The maiden grabbed her head. She asked what happened to the others. Having only recognized the granddaughter of the Holy Sword, the hero said that Miniel was a disciple of the Dark Star and Saun of Evil Doom. The Soul Star grabbed her head in horror and asked how all these people could gather in one place. Saun looked at the heroine warily. The woman froze in a stupor. The soul looked away. Someone said that he was nothing. While everyone was training, Xiaojun was staring at his phone. He was checking the banks, 30 billion from the chairman, 13 billion from the Dark Star in the future. In total it was 43 billion, then he would be able to enroll in another course. The guy laughed slyly. Among the recommendations of the graduates were courses. He remembered that because each course cost almost 40 billion, he thought that he could forget about them for a while, but who knew that he would gain karma so quickly? The hunter hunched over the screen. Now he wanted to go to both courses. An idea came to mind to ask the Soul Star for 40 billion. After all, it was not that much if you evaluate the cost of life, but at the same time, 40 billion was too much. The hero turned around. The Soul Star turned around and chuckled. The young man led her across the street, but the girl did not yet know where. She looked around and asked if they were behind the guild office. Why all of a sudden? Her face trembled. Her voice said that fortunately she was alive. A silhouette appeared in front of the couple. The Dark Star looked at her gloomily and said that judging by her reaction, the concealment technique was still in order. The man came closer and asked discontentedly how the hero managed to detect him every time. The star asked if a simple child could really feel traces of his presence. She indignantly pointed at her friend and asked where this had been seen and where he got such wounds. The warrior asked her to calm down. Xiaojun chuckled. Dark Star promised to discuss everything later slowly, but first he wanted to hear the details of what happened in the dungeon. The woman said that this child saved her life. Star coughed into her fist. Having received a message from Tibum, she entered the Draugr dungeon, but the hero asked her to stop. The youth raised his hand in confusion and asked her to tell him herself. The hunter's face twisted with cunning. Xiaojun turned importantly and said that the chairman tearfully asked him to deal with the Draugr. He entered the dungeon and saw the Soul Star there. The guy was carried away. He snapped his fingers and said that it was worth seeing that the Soul Star entered the dungeon with him. He immediately understood something, that there was something in this dungeon, and this something was connected with the 10 billion that Dark Star once promised. The heroes looked at the youth in confusion. He kept saying that they began to explore the dungeon with the Soul Star, and no matter how much they searched, they did not find anything suspicious, which is strange in itself. And here you can smell the order of truth. He immediately felt it. The woman nodded in confusion. The man's face twisted. The hunter continued that after listening to his opinion about the distortion, the Soul Star said that it made sense and summoned the divine spirit. Wasn't that how it was? Xiaojun spread his hands, because as soon as he summoned the spirit, the devil appeared out of nowhere and aimed at the spirit, at the Soul Star, so he turned this creature into a wet spot. The young man proudly pointed to the woman and said that she was proof of everything. She said that everything was so. The hunter patted the warrior on the shoulder and asked if he would lie, and although this was different from his memories, the hero put his hand on his chest. He thought he deserved 10 billion, and since the Order of Truth was targeting the Soul Star, 100 billion. The man began to retreat back. He said that he would give the hero the promised 10 billion. The heroine approached the men and asked what it meant that the Order of Truth was targeting her. The Dark One said that the Order used the Draugr dungeon to get rid of him, and more precisely, they planned to deal with not only her, but also all the heroes of the Great Disaster. The girl clenched her fists and asked with excitement, why do they need this? The gray-haired man frowned at her. He did not know yet, but he was also attacked by the Order. The Apostle of Chastity found him. Xiaojun looked at him with alarm. He realized that since the apostles were involved in the matter, it meant that they were seriously planning to eliminate the heroes. But why? The guy looked at the man. Using insight, he assumed that the reason why the Order was trying to destroy the heroes may have something to do with the Berserker. The hunter rubbed his chin. It was just his guess, so it was too early to confirm, but he asked him to listen. He introduced the apostles and reminded him that, as Dark Star said last time, it was assumed that Berserker suddenly disappeared, but nothing was said about his death, and the Great Eye and the 7 apostles had a hand in it. Then how strong was Berserker? The warrior called him an invincible monster. Xiaojun clicked after the man said that Berserker was so terrifying that even if all the heroes in the world stood against him, there was no guarantee of victory. The hero noted the phrase that victory could not be guaranteed. He looked ahead. In other words, no one knew whether the end of the world would come or Berserker would be defeated. Star tilted his head. The boy asked him that if the Order of Truth knew the outcome of this battle, it was about foreseeing the future. The heroes looked at the youth, who said that if the Order of Truth could see the future. The brunette frowned. It could be an incomplete picture, but if the future is under their control, even if intermittently, the conversation is different. The Dark One shuddered, assuming that the Order's surveillance could stem from the same force. The stars looked closely at the guy. He said that the Order had spied that the heroes, although with huge losses, would defeat the Berserker, and that's what he decided. It was too early to release the Berserker. Saun looked forward seriously and assumed that the Great Voice and the 7 Apostles deliberately made the Berserker disappear. The Soul clenched its fist and asked why the Order needed this and how it was connected with the destruction of the heroes. The child said that only heroes could resist the Berserker. He looked at her and said that rather than release the Berserker now, the Order decided to wait and get rid of the heroes one by one who could interfere with their plan. The stars presented a dark aura. The young man said that as soon as there are no more who could fight back, they will once again release the Berserker into the world and the true end of the world will come. The Soul looked at the men. If the child was telling the truth, what was the point of this? Because time would fix everything one way or another. The hero agreed with her, because eventually the heroes would die of old age. The boy looked ahead. It was only his guess, but perhaps the Order could not hold the Berserker forever and they had no time left. Didn't the sudden distortion seem strange? That if it was caused by a surge of power from the sealed Berserker? 3 options came to mind now. The hunter pointed with his fingers. He assumed that the Berserker's seal had weakened and its power had spread throughout the world, causing distortions. Second, the Order of Truth had only recently learned how to use the Berserker's power. The stars looked at 3 fingers. Both options could be together. The young man ruffled his hair as he said, all this could be inaccurate. The assumptions made were based on the impure thoughts of the Order and, more precisely, his hypotheses were valid if the Order's goal was the destruction of the Earth. He imagined the hunters, and although the Order's actual actions didn't look like that, on the other hand, if the Order really had such arrogant plans, they wouldn't need to save people along with the heroes, sacrificing their own lives. They could just watch and not interfere. Saun ruffled his hair again. There were too many inconsistencies in the enemy's behavior, but too little was known about the Order, so he had no more ideas. The warrior folded his hands together, deciding that this was an absurd thought. But if this child was right, would this world have enough strength to cope with a monster that brought death? Saun looked away. The stars thought. The boy frowned. The dark star looked at him. The hero turned around and asked what the old man was going to do now. The man didn't know. He had spent this time studying the Berserker, but after listening to him, he realized that it was more important to start by studying the Order itself. The hunter looked at him in surprise. The Great One was going to leave Korea. The Dark Star turned around. He said that the Apostle of Chastity had noticed him and now it would be difficult to operate in Korea. The child and the woman looked at him silently. He said that they needed to find out if everything was like that only in Korea or if they were targeting heroes all over the world. The Soul Star shuddered. They asked her what she was thinking of doing. The maiden looked down. She was unsure. The star turned around. Soul had lived away from the world for too long and she didn't understand what was going on. At first she wanted to use the child's help to adapt to the world. The warrior added that the Order's goal was still unclear, but they were clearly planning to get rid of the heroes. The man closed his eyes. He knew why Soul had fenced herself off from the world. He knew that it could be unbearable. The maiden smiled understandingly. The hero advised him to announce his existence to the world. The Dark One shook his head and sighed. A thought suddenly occurred to him. But perhaps this was precisely why the Holy Sword was being attacked by the Order. Saun pointed at himself. The star said that he should be careful. The warrior frowned at him and said that the Orders had been watching him all this time, but did not attach much importance to it. The hero must have been an insignificant variable in their eyes. Saun looked at him in surprise. The star pointed out that there was a high probability that this matter would show them how dangerous he was. The Dark One began to evaporate. That was all he could say. The girl and the child were left alone. The man promised to return as soon as he found new information. The youth suddenly intercepted the Dark Star, asking him to wait. The man blushed. The boy asked him not to forget to send him 13 billion. The sky above the city was clear. The Dark Star assumed that the hero found him by the smell of money. Tebium looked down. Voices were shouting that the hero had achieved nothing. What S-rank were they talking about? The council sat in front of him. People were outraged that the chairman personally disposed of 30 billion from the association's budget. How can you waste citizens' taxes? They shouted that this is an abuse of power. The man opened his mouth and said that other hunters are bending over backwards, collecting merits for the sake of S-rank, and Saun is raised at the click of a finger. How is this different from nepotism? Another advisor shouted that the hero is still a youth and has recently become an official hunter. What S-rank? Another mouth was spraying saliva. Asking where is the justice, he said that the chairman is the face of all professional hunters in Korea. He shouted that he cannot be allowed to pay special attention to someone. He demanded not to stand there like a pillar and say something. The head grabbed the counter, noticing that usually the council members are only interested in what's on the plate, but here they rushed to discuss. He noted that such aggressive behavior from the association members conceals a simple reason. He gritted his teeth, thinking about Chinkal. The association member took the microphone, wanting to shout something else, but the chairman said that he should ask them. The leader glared at them and asked, was he really just joking around out of boredom? He was shaken. He said that the association members were right, this was special treatment, but so what? There was silence. Everyone looked at the leader. One of the counselors sweated. The chairman assumed that if he suddenly said that he would give the Holy Sword an S-rank hunter license, would they still try to stop him? The leader shouted. He demanded an answer to the question asked, would they still try to stop him? The council member bowed his head. He asked if he thought it was logical to give the Holy Sword a license, he might deserve a higher rank. The chairman asked why. He clarified that the Holy Sword stopped a great disaster, but he had never participated in raids. T-Bum looked at the council with annoyance. He added that the Holy Sword had no combat experience, which the gentleman present mentioned, but since no one tried to stop him, it meant that everyone understood his abilities and sacrifices. He looked sternly at everyone and said that the same applies to Hunter Xiaojun. Everyone began to look at each other indignantly. T-Bum was only showing the appropriate attitude of a heroic level hunter, and if this is considered special treatment, so be it. The employee nervously looked away. The head reminded that they were talking about him throwing away the citizens' taxes. The chairman leaned forward and asked how they should be used then so as not to waste them. One of the subordinates suggested that they should be used for the sake of the citizens. The man slammed the table and asked, where is the 30 billion intended for Xiaojun? Is it for the sake of the citizens? The chairman's eyes lit up. He asked if the respected member of the association realized what a rift in the Draugur's dungeon would lead to. Hundreds of billions would go to cover the damage alone, and it was impossible to imagine how many people would suffer. He asked if the respected one could bear the consequences. The man sighed in fear. Another employee smiled nervously. The head shouted that he had invested 30 billion in the safety of their citizens. Isn't that the purpose people pay taxes for? So what's the problem? T-Bum slammed the counter. He had absolutely no idea what equality the gentlemen were talking about. He glanced at everyone and asked if the fact that their salaries were significantly higher than other civil servants didn't contradict this very equality. The people hesitantly said that it was because they were dealing with more serious issues. Couldn't Xiaojun? Could they really do it, but the hero couldn't? The subordinate pointed his finger at him and demanded that he hold his horses. The director coughed. He thought the hero was still too young for S rank. T-Bum looked at him with displeasure. He imagined everyone smiling slyly and thought that everyone knew what Xiaojun was capable of and understood that they were putting a spoke in the wheel. The gentleman said venomously that the chairman, on the contrary, was obliged to help the young hunter not to become arrogant from his own strength. The veins on the man's hand bulged. He knew that it was not difficult to guess what motivated them: Jinkal's political tricks and bribes. T-Bum looked at everyone and said that they were more likely a waste of taxes. The directors stood up indignantly. The chairman said that since they were receiving a salary from the state, they might as well learn what shame was. Everyone stood up from their seats. A farce began. The chairman announced that from that moment on Xiaojun was considered an S-rank hunter. The man walked away, considering everyone worthless. He turned around. A female voice greeted him and assumed that this was their first meeting face to face. The maiden Kalia smiled sweetly at the chairman. Meanwhile, Xiaojun entered the office. They were glad to see him. The guy cheerfully handed him a business card. He introduced himself as human. He was the head of the dungeon control department of the Professional Hunters Association. The hero took the business card and asked what the guy was doing here. The guy had a personal conversation with him. The hunter was surprised and asked if the chairman was really going to come to him or was it something else. The hero's body was covered in a powerful aura, while Human said that the chairman would come a little later. The guy trembled with fear. Xiaojun loomed over the boss and asked if they couldn't pay him 30 billion. If they were short on budget, or would they ask him for a discount? The employee shouted no way. The youth was embarrassed and asked if it was true, and the boss waved his hands and said that 30 billion had already been approved. Xiaojun looked at him blankly. The guy shouted that the money would be transferred tomorrow. The hero sucked in his aura. He laughed awkwardly and said that he was overexcited. Human said that so far the idea of issuing an S-rank license had met with strong resistance, but the trader was actively promoting it. There were no problems. The hunter rubbed the back of his head. The boss said that since there had been no such precedents, the chairman had thrown all his efforts into settling the matter, so he couldn't visit them. He was here to clarify the situation in his place. The youth laughed. The employee twitched and reminded that the amount had already been approved and would be deposited into the account tomorrow or the day after at the latest. The hero sighed with relief. The department head noted that he didn't care about the S-rank license, but he was ready to strangle for 30 billion. The employee's face twisted. He understood that if you grab anyone on the street and ask what he would choose, a license or money, 100 out of 100 will choose the license. People have always been drawn to S-rank hunters. They were the pinnacle of the world of professional hunters. The fame and status that a license gives cannot be estimated even by money. The department head frowned, trying to understand why everything was like this. Saju was smiling obsessively. The man did not feel a drop of greed in this man. The guy asked if he would have to pay taxes. The employee looked at him. He saw that the hero was fixated on money. His behavior gave him away that he perceived them not as a goal, but as a means to achieve it. Human laughed, because the hero at the same time spits on what is really important. He said that this is not such a payment. Night had fallen. The department head understood that the hunter was different from the heroes of the great disaster, but they had something in common. He said that the chairman would soon visit the boy again. Xiaojun turned around and walked away contentedly. Human looked after him thoughtfully. Tibum turned around with papers in his hands. They told him that they did not fully understand. He looked at the employee and asked what exactly. He said that every time the head personally solves the problems of the hunter Xiaojun. The guy sighed and reminded that with the exam for the hunter and the founding of the guild, Dream somehow managed to get out, but with the license everything will not be so simple. The chairman wiped his glasses. He admitted that Xiaojun was an outstanding person and there was something heroic in him, but at this rate their situation. He reminded that he often says this when they drink together. The brunette looked at the head with excitement. He said that if a professional hunter pursuing only profit is considered a trend of their era, they can only come to terms with it. Tibum put his hand on the table and said that the current world of Korean professional hunters is dying. He imagined the leaders of the large cartels called the 5 great guilds that had ruled the country for decades, causing not only professional hunters but also Korean society as a whole to rot. The man closed his eyes. He tried to fix it, but all he managed to do was maintain the status quo. Sweat rolled down the young man's face. All this time the chairman consoled himself with the fact that he could not change the trends of the era alone. He shuddered. Tibum said something strange. The man looked at him. It seemed to him that Xiaojun could do it. The chairman smiled and said that a hero is someone who can ignite hope when the soul is full of anxiety and denial. Isn't that what a true S-rank hunter should be like? Now Human smiled proudly. Now he finally understood the chairman's thoughts. The young man turned around. The department head bowed to him. He didn't know if he could say such a thing, but he sincerely thanked him on behalf of all the citizens of Korea. The guy smiled, privately considering Xiaojun to be a true S-rank hunter. The youth began to cheerfully film him on his phone, while Human felt a tiny flame ignite in his soul. The next day, the news of conquering the Draugr dungeon spread throughout the city, turning Korean society upside down. The headlines broadcast that Xiaojun cleared the dungeon, that his every path turns into a legend. Many articles came out, starting from information on the cleared dungeon, Dream Team, and ending with articles about the birth of a new hero. Xiaojun occupied all the internet headlines and morning news, including local communities. Coupled with the news spreading thanks to the Black Dragon Guild, a serious battle unfolded in the community. The hero looked at this news in shock. He looked at the screen with the news about the transfer, and the culprit himself didn't care at all. A new day had come. The guy bowed his head. He planned to sign up for 2 additional courses for 40 billion each. The elixir he drank was completely absorbed into the blood. A new one would cost 15 billion, then he would need 95 billion in total. A personal account opened on the screen. Now he had 43 billion in his hands. Xiaojun smiled resignedly. He was short of 52 billion. He threw the phone down and screamed, asking what the point of it all was, since he was just wasting everything he earned. Xiaojun began frantically writing in the students' chat, asking if everyone had this with their karma or just him. His face was distorted by the messages in the Transcendent's Academy chat. The young man looked closely. New messages appeared in the chat. A minute later, the hero sadly grabbed his face. He was speechless. He sat right on the floor, realizing that he was the only one with such problems. The hunter looked in the direction of the sound. The chairman came out to meet him and apologized for visiting so early. He looked back and asked the Soul Star. The young man replied that she was upstairs. They gave her a separate room for convenience. Tibum raised his hands in fear when asked if he had come to see the Soul Star, but the man had a private conversation with the hero. Xiaojun came closer. The leader said that the matter was that Kalia came to him yesterday. The hunter shuddered. The girl asked the leader for help. The man twisted his mouth, making guesses. He extended his hand to the young man and asked if he had heard what was happening in Europe now. A bunch of monsters filled the city. People fled in terror from a huge snake. Hunters tried to fight them off. A little girl cried with a toy in her hand in the middle of the ruins. The hero held a phone in his hands with a recording of what was happening. He looked gloomily at the chairman and asked what it was. He replied that it was happening in Italy now. Xiaojun turned around abruptly and asked how this could happen. How could there not be enough hunters in the age of developing artificial awakening? The guy's face showed confusion. The man said that Europe had been hit by a massive dungeon distortion. The door behind the speakers opened. Tibium said that Italy had mobilized all professional hunters in an attempt to resolve the situation, but their strength was not enough. The woman asked if they didn't have Andrea. The Soul Star in a red robe came out into the hallway. She asked if there were so many distortions that even Andrea couldn't handle them. Tibium turned to the girl and asked if she was referring to the Italian hero of the Great Disaster. The soul shuddered. The chairman said that the hero had recently passed away. He looked at the woman with concern and said that it was an accident in the dungeon. The gentleman introduced Andrea, but he also did not know the details, but during the cleanup, a distortion occurred. Xiaojin looked at him in surprise. The leader said that a similar situation was happening all over Europe. Flags appeared in his head. Tebum said that many heroes of the Great Disaster are fighting an unequal battle. But due to the current situation, the European Union is forced to ask the Order of Truth for help. The guy looked at the gentleman in confusion and asked, "What does he have to do with it?" Kalia asked them to help Italy. The hunter spread his hands and asked if it was really that serious that even the Order of Truth couldn't handle it. The man agreed and clarified that in Italy's case there was another reason. The Soul Star bowed her head and said that it was all because of Andrea's death. She remembered his face. Andrea was not only a hero of the Great Disaster, but also the godfather of the Mafia. He was the head of the clan. He was the first to unite the World Criminal Organization. The Soul Star remembered how the hero laughed and said that he was a psycho, claiming that he would someday revive the Mafia. The Italian was smiling, and the conversation was about the revival of a criminal organization. The woman said that it all sounded like the ravings of a madman, but he really did it. The Virgin closed her eyes. She turned to the chairman and said that conflicts arose within the Mafia, but no one dared to go against the hero of the Great Disaster. The Star looked seriously into the men's eyes and said that it was not difficult to guess how the Mad Dogs, who had lost their unifying force, would react. Most likely anarchy was happening in Italy now. Tebum nodded in understanding. As far as he knew, the Italian government approached the Order secretly, but the Order thought that the problem was serious. The woman asked indignantly, did they really ask a child to do something that even the hero of disaster couldn't do? The chairman looked at those present and said that he refused, but Kalia asked him to at least convey her words, which he did. The man looked at the hero and said that there was no need for them to get involved in this. Xiaojin folded his hands together and closed his eyes. The leader thought that they shouldn't waste their strength on going abroad, putting themselves in serious danger. Tebum and Star looked at the hero warily. He was about to make a statement. After a while, Chastity looked back in surprise and asked, did the hero really ask for money? Kalia knelt down in front of the teacher. He asked if Xiaojin knew about their goal. The girl closed her eyes. When asked why, she said that she wasn't sure whether to say such a thing, but she was embarrassed and assumed that the hunter was simply crazy about money. The apostle turned to the successor and asked how much the hero asked for. It was about 100 billion. The man frowned. Kalia said that in exchange the hero would not go alone, but would take a guild member with him. The sorcerer turned around and ordered to fulfill the young man's request. He turned back and said that the monster from the distortion that swallowed Andrea was still in Italy, and the hero signed up for this, so why stop him? Kalia looked at the floor in shame. As far as the apostle knew, the initiation ceremony into the apostles was just around the corner, and she herself would understand everything when she became the apostle of chastity. The girl raised her head. The master asked if she wanted to report something. The man looked at the altar. The receiver reported that the hero asked for an advance payment. Sajin said after a while that in exchange for this, the dream team was now going to Italy. The guild members looked happily at the captain, who said that Italy was very dangerous now, but everyone was already thinking about Italian pizza and pasta. Sajin was indignant, reminding everyone that they were not going to have fun. Soul Star looked at the youth's argument with confusion. A minute later, she choked on her tea. She looked ahead and said to herself that she was shaking more than usual today. The woman stood up. The dream team received the go-ahead to go to Italy. Star remembered how happily the hero thought about money. Out of the 100 billion received from the Order of Truth, Sajin took 60 for himself, dividing the rest into 10 each. If you think about it, the guy also talked about money with Dark Star. How much does he need? Star staggered. Sujin wished her good morning, and the dream team will leave for Italy in 2 weeks. In the main room, everyone was training. The girl was asked if she slept well. Xiaojin was doing exercises with a bag of money in his hands. He was the epicenter of the earthquake. The Star did not quite understand what was happening here. She looked at the children with confusion. She tried to understand what the young man was shaking there, that the whole building was shaking. After a while, the heroine came out to look at the children. The disciple of the Holy Sword was training. The disciple of the Dark Star was reading a book with a dagger in his hand. The disciple of evil fate was casting a spell. Saun was sitting to the side. His entire team had great talent and they gathered together, led by the radiance of one person. The woman frowned and looked away, with the exception of one child. Saun stood gloomily to the side, out of harmony. The eyes of the star turned blue. She saw the central core of the girl. Usually the color of the soul depended on the character of the person, but such a deep dark color meant only one thing. The star scratched her hand and asked how the child ended up here. She realized that her soul was evil. Saun answered that it just happened. She looked away and blushed. The woman realized that she couldn't answer her honestly. The maiden frowned and adjusted her robe. She realized that initially her soul should have completely blackened, and then she would have become paler than Jinchul. But now the blackening of her soul stopped. Perhaps the hero destroyed her limited world, in which there was no one but herself. Saun seemed to be standing alone in the void. She doubted herself and tried to change herself, but no one knew how to do it. She was a lost child. The soul star chuckled. She remembered how they say that a person is a mystery even to the heavens. She turned around, said that the child should start over herself, so she asked to follow her. The woman smiled and asked, does she really not want to? Saun looked away embarrassedly. The star closed her eyes and sighed, and suddenly she flicked the girl on the forehead. The huntress grabbed the smoking bump. The star noticed that she still couldn't be honest. The heroine gave the girl another flick. She screamed that this did not give her a reason to hit her. The aura around the old maid turned red. She said that there were 2 weeks left until the trip to Italy. She looked menacingly at the child, putting on a military uniform. First they will have to get rid of her rotten nature. Light was shining from the woman's eyes. From now on she will only accept eat as an answer. Did she understand her? Saun screamed in fear and said eat. Saun looked back in surprise and saw how the star was training the huntress. He was surprised, telling himself that he understood her less and less. The system sent him notifications on the courses. 2 weeks later, the news of the Dream Team's trip to Italy quickly spread throughout Korea. People wrote comments. The plane flew over the ground accompanied by many voices filled with anxiety mixed with hope. The team was leaving for Italy. The man stepped on the ground. The Dream Team in uniform left the airport. Miniel and Saun happily ran forward, wanting to eat pizza and pasta first. The captain shouted at them that they did not come to have fun. He looked in the direction of the laughter. A group of suspicious people stood very close. Saun approached the hunter. He felt an uneasy atmosphere. The girl asked what was required of them. The youth looked at her. He heard that they would be met by a person from the Italian government. Someone asked, are they really the Dream Team from Korea? The blonde walked up to them and bowed. She introduced herself as Alina from the Italian Professional Hunters Association from the Hunter Management Department of the Asian region. The hero shook her hand and introduced himself along with the team. Alina smiled. She hoped that they would send her at least an S rank. Out loud she only hoped that they would get along. The guy behind him cursed loudly, while the huntress was telling the team that they had come a long way and she would take them to the hotel. The bull with a cigar in his teeth laughed and pointed. Saun looked at them and asked what they were saying. Alina asked them to ignore him and follow her. A yellow sphere appeared near the hero. He looked at Saun, who approached and asked what it was. It was a spiritual connection transmitter. Her level was not enough to establish a connection, but it should be enough to understand speech. The guy turned towards the men, noting that even if she was trained by the Soul Star herself, such progress in just 2 weeks. The Italians asked if they really came to the country to gawk. The men looked at each other. They called the heroes weaklings, said that if the Dream Team found out whose territory this was, they would definitely wet their pants. Saun turned around with displeasure, realizing that this was just ordinary hooliganism. They were told to run and called cowards. The hero suddenly froze. One of the Italians said that they would soon die anyway without their help. A dark energy surrounded the hunter's body. The bandits said that they felt sorry for the beauties. Someone offered to glue them together before they died. The young man looked back menacingly. He went to meet the crowd, which made the blonde nervous. The girl looked worriedly after the Korean, realizing that things were bad. The bandits looked mockingly at the Korean team. They were a mafia, which consisted mainly of experienced rank fighters, and even the government turned a blind eye to them because they were unable to cope. Alina fearfully asked to stop. She screamed that those people were not their equal. But Saun, to her surprise, blocked her way. She looked cheerfully at the Italian and said that everything was fine. The blonde looked at her warily. She turned around. Everyone remained very calm. Saun approached the laughing thugs. Both began to make fun of the boy even more. The man with the cigar leaned towards him. The hunter noted that everything was really bad in Italy, since such trash was openly walking around the airport. Saun grabbed the mafia man by the face and slammed him into the ground. His friend looked at the Korean in amazement. The guy looked gloomily at the result of his labors. The mafia group jumped on the hero to attack. Alina looked at what was happening in horror while the team was doing their own thing. Saun shook his hands. The blonde could not believe that he was only a rank. The guy smiled and offered to go. Some time later at the hotel, the car was driving along a paved road. The girl was asked where they were going. She answered that she was going to Naples. Everyone was sitting inside the spacious salon opposite each other. Alina said that those with whom the hunter fought at the airport were not the mafia, or rather they could be called their gang, separated from the main group. The blonde looked at the team and said that after Andrea's sudden death, the mafia split into 3 groups. She introduced their leaders. Among them was the neutral group of Agnes, the powerful group of Francesco and Antonio, Andrea's official successor, who inherited his will. They are only powerful and neutral in words, but in fact, with the exception of Antonio, the other 2 groups are ordinary criminal organizations. The girl looked at the Asians and said that now dungeons are breaking up all over Italy, but the hunters simply do not have time to react in time in an attempt to contain the onslaught of the raging mafia, so she was ashamed to admit it, but they wanted the team of heroes to deal with the distortions. Saun smiled. He asked not to worry about it and to entrust it to them. Alina bowed. She was very grateful. Suddenly the car crashed into something. The hero stood up and asked what was going on. The Italian woman went outside. People ran away in fear, shouting that they were attacked by monsters. The girl looked at the huge monster in the dungeon rift. Saun got out of the car and took out a spear. At great speed, he attacked the giants. The earth shook. The dream team calmly got out into the street. Someone said that the trip to Naples was postponed. The guy threw the spear over his shoulder. His squad stood behind him. The captain suggested that they sort this out first. After a while, a council was gathered in the Italian parliament. Someone said that a mafia group was currently occupying Catanzaro. The chairman of the Hunters Association looked at the head. He said that they tried to negotiate, but the bandits decisively rejected all the proposed conditions. The boss looked at him and asked whose group occupied Catanzaro. The answer was Francesco. Prime Minister Samuel covered his face tiredly. He was told that if they did not give him the presidential chair within a week, he would kill 90,000 residents. There were fights in the streets of Italy. Mr. Antonio's situation was not the best. He was surrounded along with his hunters and was not allowed to leave Sicily. Samuel massaged his forehead, remembering Andrea, because if he were alive, they would not dare to squeak. A subordinate burst into the room and shouted trouble. The minister and the chairman looked at him. The man said that it became known about the distortion of the dungeons in Latina. The minister turned to Marcello and asked how many hunters they could mobilize. He replied that at the moment they could send 500 C-rank hunters, 150 B-rank hunters, and about 20 A-rank hunters. Marcello shook his head. They asked him what about the foreign hunters. Samuel gritted his teeth. He asked himself, would he have to sacrifice innocent citizens again? The man trembled and ordered to call everyone who could. He asked to tell them to save as many residents as they can, but not to risk their own lives. The guy with glasses leaned into Marcello's ear. The minister looked at them questioningly and asked what was the matter. Marcello straightened up and said that in Latina, the team was fighting monsters, and the man said that in Latina there was not a single death. Soon crossed her arms, covered in energy. She created a burst of flame around herself. Meniel crossed his arms with daggers. He was going to use the secret technique of phantom chase. 2 purple slashes of the dual blades of chaos hit the monster. Saun slowly approached the monsters, drawing her katana from its sheath. The first style of the divine sword that split the heavens hit the Cyclops. The wind element was accumulating in the girl's hand. She released an icy stream of spiritual energy into the crowd of monsters. Alina helped the frightened residents. She said that everything was fine and asked them to go to shelter. The Italian looked at the heroes in surprise and asked who they were. Huge wooden monsters grew out of the ground, but a powerful beam cut off their heads. The hero looked around intently. The girl shuddered. She told the resident that they were hunters from Korea who had come to help Italy. She stood up and began to watch the battle. Just 5 people in the blink of an eye dealt with a situation for which it would have been necessary to call dozens of hunters. The phone rang inappropriately. Alina took out the receiver. It was the chairman calling her. The blonde immediately answered and said that she was listening. She looked away in surprise, digesting what she heard. The team of heroes was being called personally to the Prime Minister. After a while, Saun listened with embarrassment to the praise about how skillfully she managed spiritual techniques. Saun noted that the Soul Star began to teach her only recently. Her partner looked at her cheerfully. Saun said that it was not for her to stutter about abilities. After all, she herself had awakened not so long ago. Meniel started laughing. They showed him that he achieved everything by independent training. The guy said that he got used to training alone for a long time. Sujin sighed tiredly and asked how it happened that in her circle there were only nuggets. Soon was indignant and said that she herself scattered everyone here no worse than them. The representatives of Italy looked at the arguing team in shock. Everyone was going crazy, but Sujin was dismembering the monster. He asked if she was really suggesting that he throw away valuable goods. It was all money. The hero turned around and said that the Italian woman had come just in time. He approached the representatives of Italy. He wanted to ask how it was possible to sell the carcasses of the monsters. He asked not to tell him that they had no rights to them, but Alina said that this was not the problem. The hunter looked at the men and asked who they were. The girl promised to introduce them to each other. The guy shuddered, because in front of him stood the Prime Minister of Italy and the chairman of the Italian Hunters Association. Everyone was slightly embarrassed. The young man asked if they really needed to fill out a separate customs declaration. They extended their hand and asked to allow them to greet them officially. Samuel smiled and the men introduced themselves again. Saun shyly shook their hands and introduced himself in return. The sky was clear. The minister was surprised that they could communicate without an interpreter. He asked if the hero was by any chance an apostle of the Order of Truth. The hunter laughed and said that one of the team members could control the soul, and thanks to some spiritual skill they could understand each other. Saun looked at the captain indignantly from behind. He said that he did not know all the subtleties and therefore asked to consider it a kind of translator. The girl decided that for such words the guy would have long ago received a slap on the back of the head from the star. The man gloomily lowered his gaze. The question sounded, why did they want to meet with him? He approached the guy and asked if he could help Italy. Saun looked at him in confusion. After all, they had come to help. Samuel knew that his request sounded impudent, but they would try to give them everything they wanted. Money appeared in the youth's eyes. After all, the gentleman said that they would pay them as much as they wanted. The minister looked at the team captain tensely. He knew that it was not enough. After all, such a capable hunter was clearly bored with money. Sweat rolled down his fist. He repeated to himself that Italy was currently mired in chaos. Samuel screamed. Money was the only thing he could promise. He said that not a single carcass of the monsters they killed would be taxed, and they would also take on all the costs of cutting up the carcasses. Saun felt euphoria. The minister begged him to agree and said that they would give him the best welcome. The team, realizing what had happened, looked at the hero. He coughed and said that they would help. The gentleman threw up his hands and asked if they could trust the dream team with the Lazio region. Alina explained that it was an administrative region of Italy, in which the capital Rome was located, and if compared to Korea, it was something like Gyeonggi-do. The hunter thoughtfully rubbed his chin and began to think about the offer. The man sadly said that an entire region was too much and they were asking for the impossible. The young man looked up at the sky. A helicopter flew over them. The minister looked at the captain in surprise, who asked if they could borrow a helicopter. The head said that if necessary, they would provide one at any time. The team shuddered, and their captain smiled in anticipation. After a while, the team flew over Campobasso, Basilicata, and Taranto. The hunters sat in the cockpit. The hero demanded to go to the next city as soon as possible. Samuel stared at the screen in a stupor. The employees reported that the dungeons in San Marino had been completely destroyed. Everything had become calm in Ravenna, and in Pescara and Chieti. The man looked at the screens. There was a hustle and bustle around. The gentleman asked if he had ever felt such a thrill in his chest. Something like that had never happened even when he took up his post. He shuddered. In his lingering thoughts, he remembered one incident. He remembered how Andrea had come to him a long time ago and announced that he would revive the mafia. Andrea had laughed. The minister had thought that with his departure Italy had come to an end. Now he shuddered. He waved his hand, realizing that he could not miss the chance given to him by the Eastern hunters. He ordered Marcello to entrust the safety of the citizens to the Dream Team from now on. He ordered that all professional hunters be selected. The chairman looked at him in confusion. Samuel smiled and said that they were going to smoke out the mafia idiots. Francesco was sorting through newspapers with news about the heroes. Albano came to the head at his call. He bowed. The master said that they would have to meet with that killer Agnes. The man stood up. The subordinate asked what to do with the Catanzaro then. The mustachioed man put his hands in his pockets and ordered to kill everyone. The table was covered with a large amount of expensive food. The Korean team stood in front of two long banquet tables. The hunters leaned forward in amazement. Alina said that they had booked the entire hotel so that they would be more comfortable. Everyone ran forward. The Italian turned to the captain, who asked if he could find out what payment they were currently owed. Saun blushed from what he heard. They were talking about 57 billion. The guy began to break down. He was already counting. Milan asked to leave the captain alone, because he often behaved like that when the conversation turned to money. The hero shuddered and told himself that now was not the time for this. He took out his phone and bought 2 courses, arranging a flex for 80 billion. Happiness appeared on his face, thinking about the money he would earn in the future and the promised reward. The hunter turned around seriously and asked how much was the total annual budget of Italy. The guy smiled slyly. The girl said that it was about 1 quadrillion won. Alina shuddered. Saun began to laugh darkly, releasing a gloomy aura outward. His subordinate shuddered and said that the boss was in a good mood today, but Saun said that everything was as usual. Atlas is a mighty titan from Greco-Roman mythology, who held the sky on his shoulders. In a duel of pure strength he would surpass even Hercules himself. He asked what is more important in holding the sky on your shoulders, pumped up muscles or overwhelming strength. Atlas screamed and said that it was all about endurance. The most important thing in holding up the sky was endurance. The hero sat on a large bed. The lecturer said that strength was also important, but this strength was nothing without a resilient body that could withstand it. The man was shot while he was holding up the sky. A poisonous snake bit his leg. A terrible cold enveloped him and the giant began to shake from the heat. The young man looked at the phone in surprise and asked, "Isn't this a valid excuse?" A powerful sound wave flew out of the phone. The device jumped out of his hands, and the lecturer screamed that these were all excuses and in any situation you must hold up the sky on your shoulders. After all, no matter what happens, you can't drop the sky. The man's eyes shone. He said that in this course he would teach them the 3 basics of endurance. He was talking about a body as hard as diamond. Atlas said that the students would be able to withstand any physical attack. Students will gain immunity to poisons and none of them will take it. The one who bought the course will gain immunity to frost and heat. The hero looked at the list of daily tasks. The system reported the start of calculating the percentage of karma to select tasks that correspond to the current level of the student. The list opened. The young man was confused by the task of using the deadly poison of the Jormungand. He knew that the poison of this snake was capable of killing gods. The hero scratched his head. He did not understand where he could get the necessary poison. Sajin froze. In the store, the imitation of this poison cost 2 billion won. The hunter was shocked. He asked, did he really have to spend tens of billions every day? The young man smiled nervously. He looked ahead and saying that as soon as he got with the affairs, he would receive a whole trillion. Somewhere in his mind the minister said that there was no talk of a trillion. The captain pressed the button to start Tjalvi's lecture. The number suddenly trembled. The hero turned around and chuckled. A rift occurred somewhere nearby. The bandits burst into the hotel. The leader heard that the hero was living there. He angrily looked ahead and ordered them to leave on good terms. Alina stood in front of them and said that they should not be here. The bandit laughed as the whip wrapped around his neck. A moment later he was thrown far back. The Italian woman clapped her weapon and said that she warned. The henchman ran to attack. The blonde swung the whip, and each bandit flew back from a heavy blow. The man took out a shield and cursed his comrades. The hunter jumped on him and hit him from above. Alina ran between each enemy and each received a blow. The girl dodged the blow. She was going to stall for time and wait for reinforcements, when suddenly the leader of the gang thrust her into the floor. Blood spurted from the Italian woman's mouth. The mafia man lifted her off the floor. He kept wondering who was so furious here. The blonde gritted her teeth. She asked how Albano got to Rome if all of Sicily was surrounded. The man smiled and said that it was none of her business. He demanded to answer questions if she wanted to save her miserable life. Alina grabbed his hand. They asked her where the hero was. Team Korea appeared on the stairs with food in their hands. The guy asked, "What do you mean by that?" Everyone calmly ate their food. Albano asked Manuel, "Is he really Sajun?" The captain was standing behind the mafia boss at that time, which the brunette said. The hunter asked who he was. A powerful blow was heard, which the enemy managed to block. The Italian looked forward in fear through the block. The young man threw an angry look at him. The enemy tried to understand. When did he manage to do it? The guild members began to eat only more lively. Melon noticed that the captain became even faster. Meanwhile, Agnes looked forward and asked, "Is it really a temporary truce?" Francesco stood in front of her with a corpse in his hands. He asked why they didn't join forces. He twirled the cigar in his mouth and smiled. The girl asked what he had in mind. The man laughed and said that he had even dealt with the traitor who had leaked information to Antonio instead of her, so he asked her to be kinder to him. The leader of the group pulled the corpse behind him. He said that a little earlier Albano had gone to meet the hero. The girl asked if they were talking about that Asian hunter from South Korea. Agnes took a sip of whiskey. The mustachioed man called the hero an upstart who didn't know his place. The huntress said that if Albano had taken on the matter, then most likely the hero was already a dead man. Francesco angrily clenched the cigar in his teeth. He dreamed that if Sajun, the hero proclaimed by the press, suddenly died, then all of Italy and Antonio with Marcello would fall into panic and confusion. He spread his arms and asked what the competitor thought would happen if the news of the death of 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro was added to all this. The girl asked if he was serious. The man threw the corpse and said that he had always been crazy. He looked menacingly at Agnes. He did not remember that victory needed the word meanness. He only does everything to win. His foot was on the traitor's face. He called them predators who do not need morals and rules, they just follow instincts. Agnes took a sip of whiskey. The mustachioed man said instincts. He laughed and called them a terrible thing. The bloody fist clenched. Francesco said that if you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill. This is Italy of the new century. The hand covered the crazy face. The voice from under it said that this was the beginning of the war. Meanwhile, Albano looked tensely at the hero. The guy stared at him intently. The bandit stepped back and although he was careless, he did not notice his movements at all. The hunter helped the blonde and asked who it was. Elena said that Albano was one of the top leaders of Francesco's group and his subordinates, according to the chairman and Mr. Antonio, were stuck in Sicily. The mafia boss spread his hands and said that the Asian surprised him. After all, appearances can be deceiving. The young man stood up and asked why he was looking for him. The bandit said that some Asian idiot came from God knows where and he was interested in looking at him. Saun led the Italian away. He said that Albano looked at him. Was he happy? The man frowned. The hero waved his hand and ordered him to take his subordinates and get lost. The Italian smiled madly and said that it was very nice of the hero. He made a dash. His hand was burning red. He shouted that turning his back on the swift Albano was a mistake. But an elbow was already flying into the satisfied face. The gang leader crashed into the wall from the impact. The hero looked at him and said that this was expected from criminals. The man crouched down and angrily ordered to kill everyone. The bandits ran to attack. A green tentacle burst out of the wall. It grabbed the criminal. The team went down and complained that they did not even have time to eat. Everyone smiled nervously, wanting to quickly deal with the mafia and return to the table. Saun asked if she could kill. Sujin ordered to simply knock everyone out. Albano began to watch in horror as they beat his subordinates. His face turned blue with amazement. Saun was approaching him, pressing his aura. The bandit jumped up and ordered to first grab their captain and clean him up. He reached into his shirt pocket. There was an explosion. A red broken beam flew out of the hotel window, at the end of which the gang leader was flying. Milan grabbed his head and noticed how quickly their rival was running away. Belina approached the hero and said that he should not be let go. Saun replied that he would go and think about it. He sat down and waited. Then there was an explosion and the team captain flew ahead. Albano ran as fast as he could and thought that they had incorrect information about the Dream Team's strength. Some mafia alliance was not a hindrance for them at all. The Asian appeared frighteningly close next to the bandit, who was going to run away and tell the whole truth. The guy asked where he was going. A roar thundered over the area. The mafioso carefully opened his eyes. He found himself tied up on a chair in the hotel. The blonde stood in front of him and asked how the guy managed to get out of Sicily, because Marcello and Antonio were supposed to completely block access to her. The man looked up at her and asked why she was asking, but the girl demanded to answer and stop dodging. The captain looked boredly at the enemy, who began to laugh. Alina looked at him angrily and asked what he was talking about. Albano smiled and said Catanzaro. The girl shuddered from the realization. The mafioso grimaced and said that it was too late. The Italian hit him in the face and cursed. She sat down in front of him and began to beat him, saying that the mafia was worse than animals. She asked how they could do such a thing. The hero slowly approached her and asked how to understand this. Alina blushed and said that the enemies demanded that they give them the presidency, taking 90,000 civilians of Catanzaro hostage. Albano spat out blood. Initially they were going to give a week's term, but the damn parliament used a strange trick. He gave the order before arriving here. He said that the magic bomb was already activated. The bandit began to laugh with a toothless mouth and said that very soon 90,000 civilians would go poof. The huntress looked at him furiously and asked if they really called themselves humans after that. How are they different from monsters then? Albano asked why she blamed them, because he had offered conditions, but they had ignored them. A fist flew into his face because the mafioso again began to talk about the imminent death of civilians. The man's head fell back. The bandit was lying in a pile of stones. The hero said that he had not killed him. He thought that they would still want to interrogate him. The dream team approached the captain. He ordered everyone to get ready. The young man's eyes filled with anger. He said that they were heading to Catanzaro right away. After a while, the helicopter was flying over the outskirts of Catanzaro. Saun looked at Saun and asked if she was sure that she could handle it. The girl replied that if this was the magic bomb she was thinking about, it could be neutralized. The commander looked at the archer and ordered him and soon to find the bomb's location. Since with his concealment technique they shouldn't be caught, he ordered to immediately inform him after finding the bomb. The guy nodded and asked the captain not to worry. Sujin and Saun looked at the captain. He ordered them to evacuate the hostages to a safe place. The hero looked out of the cabin. He was addressed. Alina looked at him with concern and called his plan too risky because they were already out of time, and if the mafia suspected anything, both he and the dream team would be caught. She looked at the boy in surprise, who asked her not to worry. The hero leaned forward and promised that they would not let them do this. He jumped down. Using the speed of the gods, Saun ran along the roofs. Lightning was created from his movements. The boy looked forward angrily. The system showed the progress of his course. Pain flared inside his body, but fortunately, the impenetrable body of the Atlantean eased the situation a little. Lightning flew over the houses. The hero understood that now was not the time to take care of himself. He jumped forward, thinking that they didn't know yet when the bomb would explode. But since it hadn't happened yet, it meant that the mafiosi hadn't left Catanzaro yet, or they had already left, but the timer hadn't gone off yet. The young man gritted his teeth. If the mafiosi were still in Catanzaro, then until the dream team arrived in the city. Alina looked out the window. Menial and Soon waited tensely, and until they found and defused the bomb. The girls looked at each other, studying the map on their phone, and until they evacuated the locals. The hero gritted his teeth. He was going to stall for time. A column of light passed over the houses. The hunter hoped that it wouldn't be too late. The mafiosi had a detonator in his hand. Francesco Cesare smiled. The hero ran through the city. The bandit turned and asked what about the residents. The subordinate replied that they made sure that they could not leave their houses. He promised that the people would remain in the dark until the explosion. Houses rushed underfoot. The gang leader put his hands in his pockets. He ordered to let a couple of survivors escape so that they could spread rumors. The guy asked how many should be released. The redhead scratched his chin and ordered to release about 10 people. All the streets were empty. The mafia got out into the forest. Francesco ordered to return to Sicily. He said that if someone overslept and exploded, then it was not his fault. The sun shone brightly in the sky. The leader smiled, suggesting to move on. Saun landed behind him. He sighed and said that fortunately he made it in time. The hero threw his spear over his shoulder and asked the people if they were really the mafiosi who occupied Catanzaro. Francesco moved closer to his team. The guy said that he would have to keep them company for a while. The redhead pointed his finger at the Asian and asked if he was one of those he ordered to let go, but the subordinate shook his head and said that there was no Asian among them. Saun smiled. The big guy laughed and asked who he was, then that he dared to raise his voice in front of 1,000 mafiosi. The man scratched the back of his head. He did not know how the youth ended up here. The bandits took out their weapons, intending to help the youth die. Francesco brushed his hair back and gave the order to kill the unknown. A group of enemies rushed to attack. The hunter glared at them. If he had known that this would happen, he would have also bought a course from lecturer Zhang Fei. Francesco walked away, ordering them to sort this out. The man suddenly froze because terrifying screams were heard behind him. His subordinate fell behind him. A bandit with a sword jumped on the hero. Saun sighed, and a beam of light scattered all the idiots in different directions. Francesco looked nervously at this sight. Stripes of light flashed in front of him and his people flew apart. Saun calmly destroyed the killers. The villain tried to understand where he came from. The man reached into his pocket. He needed to get out of here quickly, activate the detonator and return to Sicily, but he could not activate the bomb right here. His hand felt the button. The Asian waved his spear and threw an angry look at the head of the gang. The man froze under the hero's heavy gaze. The guy began to calmly approach him. Francesco backed away. Suddenly Saun began to move, blurring in space. The mafioso shuddered and sweated all over. The young man looked at him angrily and approached. The red-haired man's face turned blue with fear. He turned and ran away. The Asian scattered a few more bandits. The team captain ran forward. Bodies were flying around. One of the bandits clung to him. Several hands grabbed the hero's leg. Francesco ran forward, and behind him a huge crowd fell on the pursuer. A beam of light began to hit from the center of the crowd. Fireworks of people rose. Saun continued to pursue the killer with huge leaps. Francesco's eyes bulged. He did not understand why the guy stuck to him and did not lag behind. The Asian jumped on him and stretched out his hand. The mafioso trembled with fear. He pulled the detonator out of his pocket and ordered the hero not to move. A trembling hand held the device. The man realized that the young man knew about it. Saun silently looked at him. Francesco said that if the hero moved even one step, he would immediately press the button. He knew what would happen then. The guy frowned and said that then the bandit would also die. Francesco stood up and said that so be it. Dying together is not such a bad option. The blonde held a knife to the hero's throat. The gang leader told him not to do anything stupid, because if he saw him move, he would immediately press. The man smiled. He admitted that he was surprised by the hunter's movements, but he himself was rank S, and if he moved even a little, his finger could slip and accidentally press the button. The magician created several sharp crystals near the Korean's head. Francesco said that he would not stop him, and if he wanted to disperse his ashes with the people of Catanzaro. The hero's eyes opened. He smiled and closed his eyes. The mafioso pointed his hand at his spear and asked him to lower it slowly. The young man said that it was very close. Suddenly he found himself in front of the enemy. Behind him, the bandits flew to the side. The tip of the spear hung over the man's face. The bandit pressed the button before asking if the hero was really offering to go to the next world together. Francesco covered himself with his hand in fear. There was silence all around. The gang leader looked at the broken button in amazement. Saun sighed with relief. The guy waved his spear and said that it was a great job by Saun. Suddenly, the bandit woke up. He was sitting tied up in a warehouse. He clenched his teeth, remembering how the heroes beat him. The door to the room opened. Francesco looked gloomily ahead. The gang leader silently looked at his partner. Albano laughed. He knew how it all ended and decided that it was expected, because no matter how outstanding Saun was, he would not have been able to cope with a crowd of mafiosi alone. The man smiled and asked if the red-haired man had really come to save him, but the beaten and toothless Francesco only mumbled something in response. Albano looked at his comrade in confusion. Saun pushed the bandit inside. The red-haired man began to beg for mercy. The hero and the Italian woman looked at them sternly. The Korean said that Mrs. Elena had some questions for him. The girl went inside and said that the bandits' plan had come to an end, so they had to answer how they managed to leave Sicily. Albano began to be indignant, but the frightened Francesco began to tell the whole truth. The heroes looked at the bandits. One of them gave up information about the secret passage, lisping terribly. Albano began to swear, but a blow flew to his head. The man passed out, and the young man told him to sleep a little more. The hunter looked menacingly at the red-haired man and asked a question about the passage. The frightened mafioso asked for mercy. Saun reminded him that they were going to kill 90,000 residents. The guy smiled mockingly and told him to continue. After a while, the black-haired man opened his eyes again. The entire dream team had gathered in front of him. The knocked-out leader of the gang lay next to the team captain. Saun looked at the bandit in surprise. He named the amount of 70 million euros. The man raised his head and said that he would give him this money if he did not kill them. Albano looked down. The young man briskly asked where he got such a fortune from. The man asked who he thought they were. The hero looked at him and called them criminals, but the black-haired man said that they were mafia, but the guy did not see the difference. Albano looked to the side and said that the mafia has many branches of business, famous and not only gambling, smuggling, usury. He said that the illegal business brings them more than 53 billion euros a year. Saun was struck by electricity. The prisoner said that he earned it in secret from Andrea, so this is only the tip of the iceberg. The captain of the team began to break down because of the money, which the enemy noticed. He asked to let him go and he promised that he would give him 100 billion won. The young man shuddered and asked to wait. He looked at the enemy and said that he said 78 trillion, but is ready to fork out only 100 billion. The black-haired man looked at the hero in surprise. The others indignantly and fatally watched the argument between the mercantile captain and the killer of people. The guy threw his spear over his shoulder and asked to forget. Because it was obvious that his boss was in Sicily, he asked to say whether they traded people. The hero looked madly at the prisoner and said that he decided to push the two at the market. A threatening shadow hung over the face of the indignant bandit. A scream was heard in the warehouse. Munel asked why the captain was constantly sticking out his tongue. A scream was heard in the house. The team walked around the warehouse. Everyone witnessed terrible things. Alina approached the captain and asked if he was really going to meet Francesco. She screamed that it was too dangerous. The blonde threw up her hands. She said that Sicily is the headquarters of the mafia and at least 150,000 mafiosi are gathered there. In addition, Francesco is an S-rank hunter, comparable in strength to the heroes of the Great Disaster. The guy looked at her with displeasure and said that if the mafia was not dealt with, something like this would happen again and again. He looked at the knocked-out mafiosi and said that the situation in Canzero clearly showed that the main problem in Italy now was not the dungeons with distortions, but the mafia. He pointed to the side and said that if they did not fall into their place without a plan, there was a secret tunnel through which they had entered here. Alina looked at the young man thoughtfully. He said that the purpose of their visit was a smuggling deal. The guy smiled slyly. Night fell in the city of Messina, adjacent to Sicily. In this city, connecting the island of Sicily with all of Italy, many professional hunters live. Marcello folded his hands together and said that Francesco and Agnes were acting suspiciously. The council looked at him. The chairman assumed that they had entered into an alliance. Antonio folded his hands together and said that the leaders of the groups were preparing for a full-scale war. Samuel looked forward angrily. The head of the mafia said that they had lost contact with the spy embedded in the organization and most likely exposed him. The chairman looked at the minister and said that they could not remain silent and that they also needed to prepare. The head of government lowered his head. He noted that the situation was gradually escalating and now that the security of all of Italy rested on the shoulders of the Dream Team. He had already decided that the balance had finally been restored, but it turned out that they were sitting on a powder keg with a lit fuse. He introduced the leaders of the groups and thought that if Francesco and Agnes united, their number would exceed 150,000 people, and if their 200,000 army entered into conflict with them, then a real war would break out and this would lead to a large number of deaths. The advisors looked at the prime minister. Antonio said that Marcello was right and they needed to prepare for war while they had the chance. Samuel shuddered. A blonde entered the room and apologized for interrupting the meeting. She put her hands behind her back. They asked her if she shouldn't accompany the Dream Team. Alina replied that Mr. Saun said he wanted to see the minister, the chairman, and Mr. Antonio. Samuel stood up abruptly, realizing that if the hero wanted to meet them, it was urgent. He asked to tell them that they were already on their way. Saun was already waiting outside. The hero walked in, laughed, and said that the meeting took place faster than expected. He was holding a tied-up bandit in his arms and greeted Antonio. The topic of the spiritual translator came up again. Samuel looked at the guy and reminded him that he wanted to meet them. The three advisors looked at the team captain with confusion. He wanted to make a deal, but he was not very familiar with the prices in Italy. The hero threw the body on the floor and said that it was about them. Albano and Francesco lay on the floor, beaten. Saun reached into his pocket. He said that the price of these two was about 70 million euros, and one it was 100 billion. The young man took out a large sphere. He leaned on it and asked how much they could get for 150,000 mafiosi. Everyone looked at the guy in shock. Alina raised her hand. The minister was indignant and asked what about the dungeons they agreed on. The girl said that she would explain everything. After a while, everyone stood in confusion. The minister began to bow to the guy and thank him. Samuel looked forward seriously and said that the prime minister, who seemed to represent the interests of Italy, literally abandoned the lives of 90,000 innocent people to their fate. If the hero and the dream team had not intervened, he would now have received news of a brutal massacre. Saun pointed at himself in surprise and asked how much 150,000 mafiosi would cost. The chairman pointed at him and asked if he really meant the mafiosi themselves. The young man stroked the sphere and said that it was a magic bomb installed in Catanzaro. Soon managed to defuse it. She dispelled the magic that loaded the bomb, but if you load it, you can use it again. The guy looked at the representatives of Italy. He thought, why not install a bomb in the tunnel leading to Sicily, paying them back in the same coin for the incident in Catanzaro? Antonio shook his head. The hero said that this is a plan to destroy Sicily with their own magic bomb. The mafioso said no way. He lowered his eyebrows and said, of course, with the help of this bomb they can destroy the entire mafia at once, but the condition for this will be the sacrifice of the hero. First of all, how will he get there after the bomb explodes? The minister was indignant and raised his hand. The guy said that now his strategy sounds like a plan to detonate himself. The man reminded that the captain and his team have already done a lot for the country. Saun smiled and asked not to worry about him, because he had his own way. Antonio bowed his head. The young man said that the most important thing is that they need to settle this matter as soon as possible. The receiver looked at the hero and asked why he was trying so hard. He frowned and said that the hero had nothing to do with Italy. The hunter looked at him in surprise. The bandit said that no one would say a word to him if he suddenly did not want to risk his life, and no one would judge him, even if he initially did not agree to fly here. The mafioso took a step towards the hero and asked why the guy decided to risk his life to help them. Saun looked back and asked if a reason was needed to save people. He was doing it for no reason. Anthony shuddered and sweated. He remembered Andrea's voice, who was smiling and saying that people followed him not because of strength, but because of his beliefs. The leader of the group looked up. The words about the one who was no longer among them sounded in his head. The hunter began to remove the bomb. He said that they would consider that they had agreed. He asked to prepare everything necessary. The hero turned around after the address. Antonio took off his hat and said that he could return his debt to him. The chairman bowed. Samuel did the same. The representatives of Italy stood with their heads bowed. They asked the hero to return alive. Saun looked at them in surprise, and he was embarrassed. He said that he was not going to die. He looked at the emotional Italians with confusion. He could not destroy the atmosphere that had arisen. He grabbed the bandit by the collar. He threw both of them on his shoulders. He walked forward and said that he would return. The Italians began to cry, showing respect to the hero. Alina looked at the men in amazement, remembering the hero's mercantile nature, but the others were already comparing the hero to Andrea. The tram was traveling along the railroad tracks past the mafia base in Sicily. The man was twirling a knife in his hands. Agnes looked at him and said that as he had asked, she had stationed 100,000 men throughout Sicily and Messina, adjacent to Italy. Francesco turned his head and said that they could attack at any moment now. The girl stamped her foot. She stood near the window. People were walking below. Francesco raised an eyebrow when Agnes asked him if he was sure that they should hurry. Agnes looked at him out of the corner of her eye and said that they were outnumbered, especially now that 50,000 elite soldiers were cut off from the main mass. Francesco closed his eyes and smiled when the girl asked him if this was too hasty a decision. The girl frowned, because the man said that this was why she had not yet been able to get away from this stuffy island. He twirled a knife in his hands and said that any minute now all of Italy would be plunged into chaos, and therefore there was no way to even guess how the panic-stricken parliament would react. He smiled wickedly and said that they only had to wait for that moment. Agnes frowned, for Francesco had said that if war was inevitable, let it come under the most favorable circumstances for them. Suddenly someone burst into the room and called out to Mrs. Agnes. The woman had her back to him, and he was talking about the fact that most of Antonio's band had left Messina. Francesco smiled. He rose from his chair and said that the actions of the parliament were clear as day. The man tossed a knife and told Agnes to order their 100,000 army waiting outside Messina to act, for they were already in disarray, and a war with a huge army would throw them completely off course. He continued to twirl the knife and said that after that they would attack with an army of 50,000 elite soldiers, defeating the rest of Antonio's forces. The man quickly waved his hand. He slashed the knife at the map. Francesco leaned over and said that they would have Italy under their thumb then. Agnes looked at him and said that based on his words, the first 100,000 would be cannon fodder. The man stood with his back to her and said that, whatever they were, they would at least be useful. Francesco pulled out a knife and asked if she didn't think so. The girl lowered her head and said that Francesco was really crazy. She smiled madly and said that she liked it. They stood there laughing out loud. Suddenly, Saun appeared from behind and said that Francesco was asking for trouble. They turned around, stunned. Saun extended his little finger in front of him and looked at them. He extended his hand and apologized for saying that by accident. Francesco was very frowning and was only interested in how Saun got there. The protagonist put his hand on his side and asked if Francesco could not ask so many questions. Saun threw the two men to the floor. The two men cried and screamed to be saved. The protagonist put his hand on his neck and said that he heard that they were making good money. Francesco frowned and said that Saun could speak without a translator and therefore, most likely, he was an apostle of the Order of Truth. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered why this was the first thing everyone asked. Suddenly, Saun began to twitch with excitement because Francesco said that the protagonist could not be an apostle. The protagonist removed his hand from his neck and asked what he meant by this. His eyes glowed purple and he asked if Francesco knew anything. The protagonist reached for his bag while saying that he was only going to collect money, but his plans changed. Suddenly, he took out a purple bomb. Saun placed his hand on it and said that since they knew what it was, they should know how powerful it was. Francesco frowned and said that it was a magical bomb planted in Catanzaro and if it exploded, the entire region would turn to ash. The protagonist placed his hand on the bomb and then asked if he should detonate it. Francesco chuckled and said that he couldn't feel any mana coming from the bomb, so the protagonist was lying to them. Saun's mouth dropped open in surprise, remembering that the bomb was indeed uncharged. The entire area was illuminated by mana. Agnes and Francesco's mouths dropped wide in surprise. A purple glow was coming from the bomb. The villain stared at the protagonist in silence. Saun smiled and said that the recharge was complete, while Francesco was surprised that in a matter of seconds he had filled a bomb with mana that could destroy an entire city. They were standing close to each other, and Francesco said that then Saun could also say goodbye to his life if he decided to detonate the bomb, but the protagonist asked if Francesco thought he would come unprepared. Francesco smiled and asked what the protagonist wanted, while he was thinking that the protagonist clearly had some kind of trump card. Saun asked how much they made in return, and also said that he had heard about 78 trillion in a year. Francesco smiled, because he realized that in the end the protagonist's goal was money. Francesco put one hand on his side and told the protagonist to name the amount he wanted. The protagonist raised his hand and started talking about how these two bandits were worth 70 million euros, and there were also about 50,000 elite soldiers here, and the remaining 100,000 were in another place. Francesco heard this and thought that he couldn't be left alive since he knew their plan. Francesco pulled a knife out from under his shirt while the protagonist was calculating the required amount. Saun smiled and asked if Francesco would give him 700 billion euros. The man opened his eyes wide and started shouting about how Saun was a worm obsessed with money. And so the four of them were in the room and there was a loaded bomb next to the protagonist. The protagonist was still smiling silently, even though he was yelled at. His face suddenly became displeased and Saun said that Francesco himself said that he would give him as much as he asked for. Francesco closed his eyes and said that he would give him as much as he asked for. He immediately disappeared from where he stood a moment ago. They collided with each other. The protagonist looked at Francesco's hand, in which the villain was hiding the projectiles. Saun jumped and dodged the red projectiles flying at him. The protagonist landed on the ground and asked if Francesco was being too reckless since he could detonate this bomb. Francesco held red darts in his hands and asked the protagonist if he really thought that they would be scared by his empty threats. Saun silently looked at him, while Francesco said that he was sure that the protagonist would not be able to detonate this bomb so easily. He charged the darts with red aura and asked if he really wanted 700 billion euros. He threw the darts and shouted at the protagonist to try to trick someone else. Saun brought his spear forward, preparing to attack. The protagonist deftly blocked the knives flying at him. Saun frowned and thought that Francesco had a good eye since he really couldn't detonate the bomb. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and thought that he was going to use the speed of the gods once things got tough, but due to his lack of practice, it would take him a while to get away, which was obviously impossible if those two were going to stop him. Francesco looked at Agnes and shouted that Saun wouldn't be able to detonate that bomb right now. Saun smiled and asked if Francesco's experience in terrorist attacks was speaking for him. Agnes and Francesco were running towards him, preparing to attack, while Saun stood still and said that he wouldn't argue with Francesco, who seemed to be knowledgeable about such things. The protagonist gripped his spear. Suddenly, a strong aura began to emanate from him. This aura stopped his opponents and confused them. The protagonist looked at Francesco and said that he didn't expect him to part with the money so easily. The two tied-up men were trying to escape from there. Saun raised his head and said that he wouldn't drag it out and wanted to get it over with quickly. Agnes and Francesco were emitting an aura. The protagonist opened his mouth and seemed to say something. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Francesco started screaming with his mouth wide open. He was falling down and thinking about Saun missing. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in front of them. Saun swung his spear. It was like he had broken the glass in front of him. The villain started screaming in pain. The red aura around Francesco grew stronger. Agnes also strengthened the aura around herself. The man frowned deeply and put his hands in front of him. Agnes swung her hammer and asked if he really thought she would silently endure it. Saun was lying on the ground and they jumped on top of him. Both villains were screaming and frowning. They attacked at the same time and an explosion occurred. But suddenly, the protagonist was behind them. They turned around thinking that this couldn't be happening. Saun was emitting a blue aura and the villains were thinking that he was easily dodging their attacks despite being comparable in strength to the heroes. The protagonist frowned and used some technique. Francesco and Agnes opened their eyes wide in fear. A moment later, Francesco suddenly opened his eyes. Saun was sitting in front of him. Everything around them was destroyed and the protagonist said that Francesco woke up faster than he expected. The man opened his mouth and grinned. Saun frowned because the villain began to laugh out loud. Francesco laughed and thought that even the hero of the great disaster, Andrea, who kept the entire Sicilian mafia in fear, was not that strong. Agnes was unconscious on the floor, and the man was thinking about how Saun had overwhelming power and it was not a level that he and Agnes could withstand. He looked up and said that it was over. The man began to remember what their plan was, mentally saying that their plan was perfect because they used the dungeons with distortion to wear out Antonio. Then they wanted to destroy the civilians of Catanzaro to plunge Italy into chaos. Then they wanted to deprive Antonio and Marcello of their strength by using an army of 100,000 as bait, and then bring in elite fighters to subjugate all of Italy. He looked away and mentally said that there was only one miscalculation in this plan. Looking at the protagonist, Francesco thought that it was not about Antonio's support, nor about the potential of the Professional Hunters Association, nor even about the ingenious strategies of the Parliament. Saun smiled and asked if Francesco had laughed. He put his hand to his chin and suggested that they return to their conversation. The bomb was glowing, and Francesco asked the protagonist what he was going to do next. Saun tapped the bomb, hinting at what would happen next. The protagonist stood up and asked how much money Francesco could give to prevent Saun from detonating the bomb. The protagonist looked at him in surprise because Francesco said that he did not believe that Saun would spare 50,000 elite mafiosi if he paid. Francesco smiled because Saun said that it depended on how much he was paid. The man, lying on the floor, began to laugh loudly. He closed his eyes and began to talk about how the protagonist could take everything, because even if Francesco refused now, Antonio would still get his hands on the money when he became the head of the mafia. The man smiled madly and said that he doubted whether the protagonist would be able to take the money. Saun frowned, not understanding what was going on. Francesco, lying on the floor, asked Saun if he knew what would happen if he used this bomb, and the protagonist replied that all 50,000 mafiosi gathered here would die. However, Francesco began to talk about the real purpose of this bomb. He looked at the ruins and asked Saun who he thought they got this bomb from, which was capable of wiping out an entire city. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when Francesco said that they couldn't have created the bomb themselves. The protagonist recalled their conversation about how he could communicate without a translator, but Francesco immediately realized that he couldn't be an apostle of the Order of Truth. Saun stood there silently. He then lowered his head and asked if the Order of Truth was involved. The man smiled. The protagonist, standing over Francesco, asked again if the Order of Truth was involved. The man continued to smile, saying that he knew Saun was familiar with the other side of the Order of Truth, calling them pathetic hypocrites in masks. Francesco opened his mouth wide and said that he killed Andrea. Saun frowned, and the man clarified that he killed Andrea on orders from the Order of Truth. It was very dark around them, and the man said that he did it masterfully, staging it as an accident in the dungeon. He remembered the bomb and said that it was originally meant to destroy the monster that supposedly killed Andrea. He remembered talking to a member of the Order and at the same time telling the protagonist that the plan was to kill Andrea, plant a bomb in the dungeon, and get rid of the monster that was so terrible that only the bomb could destroy it. And then Francesco was lying on the floor, saying that he did not kill that monster. He smiled and asked the protagonist if it seemed like a waste. He smiled madly and said that using a bomb filled with blinding power to catch just one monster was irrational, so he decided to use it wisely. Saun's eyes widened in shock. He lowered his head and said about the city of Catanzaro, and Francesco confirmed it. The protagonist grinned as the villain began to say that he was sorry that he had failed, as he would have liked to see 90,000 people scattered into ashes in the wind. The man closed his eyes and said that he had always been abnormal. His hand began to move slowly and he asked if anything was bothering the protagonist. Francesco smiled and said that he had not just suddenly come clean. The man immediately threw a knife, enveloped in a red aura, and exclaimed that none of this mattered anymore. The protagonist parried the attack. Francesco silently lowered his head. A sly smile appeared on his face. The knife hit the bomb and it began to shine brighter. The protagonist turned around and wondered if there was more than one blade. He saw the blade in the bomb and realized that Francesco had been aiming at the bomb from the very beginning, not at him. The man smiled madly and started screaming that he might have lost, but no one would emerge victorious from this fight. Saun immediately kicked him in the head. Blood came out of his mouth. The villain flew back. The protagonist immediately used his ability and was enveloped in a blue aura, and all he could think about was getting out of here before the bomb exploded. The protagonist opened his eyes. He immediately took off, using the speed of the gods. The bomb exploded. The protagonist turned around and saw the glow of the bomb. Francesco was sitting on the floor near the bomb. There were also mafiosi there who did not suspect anything. The light illuminated the protagonist's back. However, the glow became stronger. A powerful explosion occurred. The action shifts and we see the hood of an unknown person. Strange monsters stood around the ruins. A member of the Order of Truth walked forward. A member of the order stood in the center and, as if talking to someone, asked about where all his dreams and aspirations had gone and why he was lying in such a sad place. Andrea's hat was on the hilt of his sword. Another member of the order appeared behind him and addressed the Apostle of Patience. The dark-haired girl turned around, and another member of the order reported that the magic bomb had finally exploded in Sicily. The girl turned around and said that fate had foreseen that the bomb would explode. A memory of Francesco popped into her mind and she said that the madman had caused a pogrom anyway. The girl turned away and said that she would handle the rest herself. She adjusted her long dark robe and listened to her subordinates report that Saun had left and that they needed to be especially careful. The girl lowered her head and called the protagonist an invisible variable. The ground began to shake. The order member raised his head in shock. A terrifying monster appeared above them, and the girl said that she didn't even know if the protagonist could be called an invisible variable when he met that monster. A dark aura enveloped everything. A bright glow was visible in the sky. A bright beam struck the ground. The protagonist landed painfully after flying and mentally said that his whole body ached from the speed of the gods, and he was also hit by the blast wave. The protagonist snatched his phone, thinking that now was not the time to lie down. He ordered an imitation elixir. Saun knocked out the potion. Then he took a meditative stance. The aura enveloped him, and he thought that if that psycho Francesco was not lying, the situation was not resolved yet, especially now that the magic bomb exploded. The only way to get rid of that monster, and therefore Saun decided that he was the only one who could resist that monster. In the city of Messina, people were fighting each other. Antonio turned around and shouted that those who slandered the name of the mafia must be punished according to the laws of the family. Marcello ran and shouted that they cannot let the bugs that are eating their homeland go. Antonio hit someone and was splattered with blood. Marcello also spilled someone's blood, thinking about Saun sacrificing himself to give them this chance. Everyone around was fighting and thinking about how they would definitely return peace to the lands of Italy. The girl sitting at the computer said that Mr. Antonio's factions have captured the eastern part. The man turned around and shouted that Chairman Marcello and the hunters are chasing the fleeing enemies. Samuel frowned, thinking about the protagonist. He remembered the recent powerful explosion and how after it he received a report that all 50,000 elite mafia fighters were killed, and if the bomb exploded, then Saun was hit too. The Prime Minister clenched his fist, thinking that the protagonist chose to sacrifice himself for the citizens of Italy, who had nothing to do with him, and therefore they should never forget his feat, much less let this chance go to waste. The Prime Minister waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to convey that not a single villain could be left alive. The worker in glasses was typing something. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Marcello and his subordinates stood calmly, saying that the remnants of Francesco and Agnes' gang were neutralized. The men began to hug each other and joyfully shout that they had won. The man looked away and said that it was finally over, and Antonio closed his eyes and said that he never thought this day would come. They looked at the starry sky and talked about how they owed the protagonist an unpayable debt. Suddenly, their gaze was filled with horror. The Prime Minister looked away because one of the workers said that they were in trouble. The worker with glasses turned around and said that right now, a distortion was occurring in the city of Messina. The worker squinted and said that the devices were showing an unusual level of mana, and this was an order of magnitude higher than in the past several decades. All the fighters looked up, wondering what it was. A blue glow appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the gate opened and looked like an eye. The worker with glasses, meanwhile, said that this would not be limited to one city. The Prime Minister looked at him, stunned. The fighters saw a purple glow in the sky. The arms of a huge monster stuck out of the gate. The worker frowned and exclaimed that all of Italy would come to an end. A monster emerged from the gate. Marcello looked at it in horror and said that it was the Demogorgon. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed terribly. Blood began to flow from the eyes and mouths of ordinary people. People began to run in different directions. Antonio stood still and, while people were running past him, mentally said that he also needed to run. He looked up and thought about how to resist the monster, but his body did not move. The Demogorgon looked terrifying and was incredibly huge, as the people below him looked like ants. Soon appeared and ordered the monster to freeze. The Demogorgon's legs froze. Suddenly, someone jumped into the air behind the monster. Miniol took out his knives and used his techniques. He used a lightning cut and cut off the monster's arm. The Demogorgon began to scream in pain. Miniel was standing right below the monster. A girl stood next to him. Saun grabbed her katana and was about to use the heaven-destroying divine sword technique. Everything was enveloped in her orange energy as she dealt numerous blows to the Demogorgon. Green blood sprayed in all directions. A blue divine spirit also appeared on the battlefield. This divine spirit curled up into a ball and used spiritual techniques. The entire area glowed with his aura and he expelled the dark aura of the Demogorgon. People began to look around, saying that the poison was dissipating. The Dream Team, consisting of 4 people, arrived on the battlefield. Bright streams of energy appeared around the girl's body. She took up a sword, using the spiritual technique of the earth elements. Soon put her hand in front of her, commanding the creature to turn around. The Demogorgon opened its mouth wide when the heroes used a burst of spiritual energy and earthquake. The girl concentrated a bright stream of energy near her and opened her mouth, commanding it to pierce the monster. A stream of blinding light from the magic seal rushed towards the ground. She used a protuberance explosion. The guys smiled happily, not believing that the heroes defeated this monster with one blow. The people raised their hands, looking at the Dream Team, and joyfully shouted that they were saved, as expected of the heroes. The boy froze when the man in front of him noticed with horror that this was not the end and that they needed to run. He asked what he was talking about. Demogorgon opened his mouth wide and screamed hysterically. The people froze, looking at the giant monster. They did not understand how it could survive after a direct collision with such an explosion, because both of its arms were clearly cut off. Miniol and Saun moved behind Demogorgon, leaving bright traces in the space from the swing of their weapons. The girl turned around, her eyes wide open. The monster's arm was cut off. In place of the wound, the missing part of the arm immediately appeared. She did not understand how regeneration was possible. Demogorgon spread his arms to the sides and threw back his head, screaming loudly. The monster's minions began to appear next to the people, rising from the ground. Marcello fell to his knees and opened his eyes wide, listening to the cries of pleas for help. Miniol gritted his teeth, holding his hands out in front of him. Suing turned her head, looking at the explosion at the side of the building. Heian's eyes widened as she fought off the monsters that surrounded her. Soyun held her sword out to the side, bright streams of energy surrounding her body. A shudder ran through the man's body. Marcello raised his head and looked at the giant monster while kneeling. He told the heroes to run. It was no longer their responsibility. They had already sacrificed so much for everyone. The hero opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened. Thinking about how Italy was indebted to Xiaojun and the Dream Team, he asked them to not risk their lives for the rest of them anymore. Tears appeared in Marcello's eyes as he asked them to run. The man thought that now was the time for Italy to stand up for them. Even if hundreds of thousands had to become bait, they could no longer sacrifice their benefactors. Soyun held her sword out in front of her, addressing Heian. The girl opened her mouth, saying that she understood everything. Marcello's eyes widened, wondering why they weren't running. Were they waiting for Xiaojun the hunter? The man's mouth dropped open uncertainly. He looked at the girl approaching the monster, saying that if they waited for the protagonist, it was useless. He was already dead and wouldn't come. Miniol smiled widely, saying that the captain wouldn't die that easily. Saun took the boy's arm, saying that the only thing that could kill Xiaojun was the end of the world. Heian smiled and concentrated a bright stream of energy in her palm, saying that there was one more thing: money. Saun closed her eyes and laughed, holding her sword out to the side. The girl grinned, noting that it was her miscalculation, because the only thing that could kill the protagonist was a global financial crisis and the end of the world. The man's eyes widened, asking why they were doing this. He turned around, seeing a man running past. Alina's eyes widened and she put her hand forward, telling the chairman that they shouldn't give up, they should not give in, and Xiaojun will come back. The man's eyes widened, saying that even she was so enthusiastic. He looked at the heroes of the dream team. Their bodies were enveloped in bright streams of energy. Marcello wondered where they got such faith. After all, the captain was dead. It was impossible to survive such a powerful explosion. That was a fact. Even if he survived, his presence would not change anything. The heroes attacked the monster from both sides. The Demogorgon opened its mouth wide. A shudder ran through the man's body. He frowned and clenched his teeth, wondering why he so desperately wanted to believe in these words. The hero's hand fell on his shoulder. Antonio frowned. Looking forward, Marcello looked at him. The boy smiled, saying that not just anyone would become a benefactor. The man frowned, tears streaming down his eyes. A bright explosion thundered near the body of the giant monster. The heroes took the machine guns in their hands, saying that they would also help. Marcello put his hand forward, telling the people to use any means to detain this monster here. No one should die until Saun arrived. Antonio waved his weapon, which left a bright trace in space. He told them not to be afraid and not to run. They must fight, because if they were defeated, then Italy would end. The heroes moved towards the Demogorgon, saying that they must protect Italy with their own hands. The long tentacles of the monster threw the men back. The heroes forged into the air along with the stone fragments. Miniel held Saun in his arms, asking her to come to her senses. Marcello opened his eyes wide, looking forward and saying that without a hero this is impossible. The Demogorgon opened his mouth wide and screamed, causing the earth to shake. The girl opened her mouth wide, coughing up blood. Heian put her hand on her shoulder and looked ahead. She stood in front of the monster with a sword in her hand, saying that she still hoped that she could hold out a little longer. Heian closed her eyes and smiled, asking her grandfather not to scold Saun too much. A bright flash appeared in the sky. A blinding stream of blue energy moved forward. The Demogorgon opened its mouth wide and screamed. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, looking ahead. Heian smiled, asking what took the captain so long. Saun's bright eyes widened. His body was surrounded by blue streams of energy. The hero used the skill, block. The girl froze, holding the sword in her hand. The main character's body was enveloped in bright streams of energy. He rushed forward. Heian smiled, asking what took him so long. The people looked at Saun near the monster's body, happily saying that the guy arrived here. Marcello frowned, calling out a name. The main character, Antonio, opened his eyes in surprise, realizing that the guy was really alive. Saun approached the face of the Demogorgon monster, his mouth wide open. The guy pressed his hand to his chest and clenched his teeth, thinking that with this enemy it was better not to hesitate. He needed to attack with full force from the first blow. Force, a stream of bright energy passed through the body of the Demogorgon. The protagonist used the skill, capture. Saun put the weapon near his body. The guy used the skill, puncture. A bright stream of blue energy went forward. The heroes smiled happily, saying that they could not believe that the guy dealt with this monster with one blow. Saun frowned, thinking that this was not so. It was too early to rejoice. The Demogorgon opened its mouth wide and screamed. The protagonist hovered in front of him in the air, holding a weapon in his hand. The guy swung it. Looking forward, his body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. A blinding light struck the giant monster. Saun gritted his teeth, thinking that with each repetition of using 3 skills, the speed of regeneration of the creature increases. The guy hovered in front of the Demogorgon, saying that the speed of his own attacks did not keep up with the speed of regeneration of the creature. The monster swung his hand, hitting the ground and raising stone fragments into the air. The hero opened his mouth, coughing up blood. The Demogorgon opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. The boy thought about how the monster was the first one to withstand the technique of the great sage equal to the sky. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, hearing the words that he did not need to take all the glory for himself. The heroes of the dream team took fighting stances, saying that they would help. Saun opened his eyes wide, looking forward. Heian reached for the hilt of the sword, standing behind the boy. Light fell on the hero's hair. He thought about how this creature, approaching immortality, the technique of the great sage equal to the sky does not work on it. He clenched the weapon in his hand, thinking that his current level is not enough to destroy it. In other words, it is simply impossible. He must be honest, but he does not want to give up. The protagonist looked at the members of the dream team, asking them to buy time until he accumulates strength. Saun smiled and held his weapon out in front of him, asking them to hold on until this moment. He thought that if the Transcendent intended to move forward, then so be it. If there was no way, they would repay it themselves, those who surpassed the impossible. The girl passed by the heroes, asking if the boy was asking them to stall for time. Saun said and smiled, saying that he could rely on them. Traces of the heroes' rapid movement remained in the air. The people were floating in the air, their bodies surrounded by bright streams of light. Marcello gripped his sword tightly with both hands, moving forward. The man opened his mouth wide, saying that they could not let this monster take Italy. Antonio pressed his hat to his head, telling the heroes to protect the hunter Saun. The people surrounded the Demogorgon from all sides, listening to the order to protect Italy. A shudder ran through the bodies of the heroes in the headquarters when they heard loud screams over the headset. Samuel closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that this was a pointless fight, they would all die. The man turned around, telling everyone to run away from here. He pressed his hand to the door, saying that they needed to go and warn the civilians, because Italy was finished now. The hero cried out, turning to the Prime Minister. Samuel walked forward, telling them to ask for help from the neighboring countries. They needed to beg them to take in the fleeing refugees. The man took a step forward, saying that if they told them to kneel, they should kneel. If they made them smash their heads, they should smash them. He froze, looking at the giant monster and the bright flashes near its body, saying that for the love of all that is holy, let the other strange ones not turn away from their people. The hero with glasses opened his mouth, asking what the Prime Minister would do. The man did not turn around, answering that he would stay here with them. Samuel looked ahead, saying that 200,000 professional Italian hunters and mafiosi were fighting to protect Italy even at this moment. They were also the people of Italy, so he couldn't leave them and run away. He frowned and turned around, saying that he would trust the workers with the rest. The members of the Dream Team assumed fighting stances, their bodies surrounded by bright streams of energy. The Demogorgon opened its mouth wide, raising its clawed hand above its head. Its giant hand approached the heroes standing in front. Saun closed his eyes, crossing his arms in front of him. He opened them wide, looking ahead and using the skill, block. A blinding stream of light passed through the giant creature's head. The boy tightly clutched the weapon in his hand. The monster opened its glowing eyes wide. The hero used the skill, grab. Bright flashes appeared around the Demogorgon's body, releasing piercing beams of energy forward. Saun opened his eyes wide as he moved forward. He thought about supplementing the speed of the Talje of Gods with the piercing of the Great Sage equal to the sky. A stream of bright light illuminated the hero's body. He thought that this was a piercing with the speed raised to the limit of limits. He must surpass his limit even if the body falls apart. Saun clenched his teeth furiously. The Demogorgon in front of him opened its mouth wide. If the monster's super regeneration was still vulnerable, then he must use the power of a true Transcendent that surpassed this limit. The creature opened its burning eyes wide. The protagonist frowned, saying that he must move forward. Beyond the edge of the limit, a bright stream of yellow energy directed forward. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, looking forward. She raised her head, her mouth slightly open. The heroes around her were sitting on the ground. The guy with glasses pressed his hand to the headset, addressing the Prime Minister. The man's eyes widened in surprise when the boy spoke of the Mana reaction. Antonio looked ahead, saying that the monster had been destroyed. Above Italy, there was a clear blue sky and bright rays of sunshine. Saun looked ahead. Marcello smiled widely. The protagonist was floating in the sky, clutching a weapon in his hand. The people joyfully raised their hands up, honoring the youth. The boy in the black robe knelt in front of the apostle, reporting that they had lost the Demogorgon's mana signal. He closed his eyes when the hero asked him to repeat what he had just said. The hero in the robe bowed, saying that the monster had been destroyed. The apostle presented the image of Demogorgon, saying that it was a demon born in the underworld in ancient times, whose name was forbidden even to pronounce out loud. A product of chaos and a predator of the underworld. A terrible creature, as the fallen angel Lucifer himself said. This is the same terrible Demogorgon. He asked his subordinate if this seemed true. The apostle gritted his teeth, saying that this was not part of their plans. The guy was sitting on one knee behind him, telling the apostle of patience that he should return to headquarters as soon as possible. The hero put his hand in front of him when a powerful stream of energy appeared around the apostle's body. The guy gritted his teeth and looked ahead, thinking that this could not be. He could not believe that this was really the apostle of patience. The hero opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth, calling the name of the main character. In the darkness there was a white silhouette of the guy. He thought that his consciousness was floating, as if he was diving into water. Small white particles appeared in the distance. He did not understand what this disgusting, but at the same time familiar smell was. A female voice was heard. The girl said that it was strange. This simply could not be. She assumed that it was because it was a euro bill. The hero did not understand who the second female voice belonged to, because the first was Saun. It was dark around. The girl asked if anyone had won with them. Another heroine answered her, saying that she had changed everything before flying to Italy. Han said that she had a couple of 10,000 bills. The girl asked to lend her 1 bill. The main character opened his eyes wide. The people around froze, screaming in surprise. Saun stood up, asking what they were doing here. Suyang screamed, saying that she was right and he would really wake up from this. Minil screamed in surprise. Haeun pressed her hands to her head, saying that even non-spiritual power was useless. Saeun cleared her throat, asking if the guy was awake. The members of the Dream Team opened their mouths wide, reacting violently to what was happening. The protagonist asked her to explain why he was sitting there. The girl noticed that he didn't want to wake up, and they made a noise, trying to wake him up. Saun looked at Minul lifting Suyang above himself, saying that it somehow looked like trying to wake someone up. Saun looked forward, saying that Suyang said that even if the protagonist died, the smell of money would make him come back from the dead. The guy pointed to the banknote in his nose, asking if that's why he had money sticking out of his nostril. The girl agreed with his words. He turned his head, asking what was wrong with her. Soyun trembled, looking away. The protagonist looked at her, saying that he could just laugh. Soyun opened her mouth wide and laughed. The guy took the bill out of his nose. He looked around at the happy heroes in the ward, thinking that judging by the atmosphere, everything ended well. Xiaojin frowned, thinking that it would have been hard if he hadn't taken the Tjalvi course, although no, he would have died after the explosion in Sicily. He wondered if he was stuck together relied heavily on combining his skills. The hero's eyes widened as he looked at his phone. He had sent a message to Mentor saying he wanted to consult. The hero responded, saying he could come by after he finished with a certain thing. The boy smiled, asking what that thing was. Xiaojin asked how long he had been sleeping. Seiyun wiped away her tears from laughter, saying that he hadn't gotten up in 3 days. The protagonist's mouth widened as he looked at her. The girl remarked that it wasn't surprising after he had spent so much energy. Seiyun flexed her arm, saying that the doctor said that the hero had broken almost all of his bones. His entire body was literally broken. Miniel opened his mouth wide, saying that he was sure that the captain would really die. Heian froze, saying that she had poured so much spiritual energy into him. But he didn't even move a finger, but he immediately reacted to the smell of money. The heroes covered their faces with their hands, unable to hold back their laughter. Xiaojin frowned, wondering if it was really the smell of money that woke him up. He didn't know what was going on, but the residual power of the elixir healed his body in 3 days. The hero's eyes widened as there was a knock on the door. Alina closed her eyes, apologizing for disturbing him. She let out a surprised cry when she noticed that the boy had woken up. Xiaojin smiled happily, greeting her. She smiled widely, saying that the Prime Minister, the Chairman, and Mr. Antonio were there as well. Alina clutched the documents to her chest, saying that they wanted to inquire about his health and also discuss the details of the reward. The boy jumped up from his seat, asking them to come in. Marcello's mouth dropped open, looking at the hero. Samuel smiled happily, noticing that the boy had woken up. He walked forward, asking how the protagonist was feeling. The boy scratched the back of his head, saying that he was fine, except for the fact that he was numb. Antonio froze in a stupor, thinking about what the hero was saying about him feeling numb after using the stunning power that destroyed Demogorgon. Finding himself on the verge of death, Marcello raised his eyebrows, thinking that not only did the guy wake up, but there was also a problem with the heaviness in his muscles. The Prime Minister pressed his hand to his chest, saying that for them, his awakening was a great happiness. Sajin coughed into his fist, saying that he was informed that they had something to talk about with him. The man widened his eyes, saying that since he was still unwell, there was no need to waste time, and they could get straight to the point. Alina smiled, closing her eyes. The man pulled an envelope towards the guy, saying that this was the profit from selling the corpses of the monsters he had destroyed. Marcello smiled, saying that there were too many of them, so they hadn't processed everything yet. But the total profit would be about 90 million euros. The hero thought that it was about 135 billion won. Antonio came closer, saying that they had also prepared a thank you note for his efforts on behalf of the mafia. The hero closed his eyes, saying that Francesco and Agnes had made a considerable profit from the illegal business, even though it was dishonestly earned, but it still needed to be spent. Without the guy they wouldn't have seen it anyway, so they discussed it and decided to give him the money. The amount was about 750 million euros. Xiaojin widened his eyes and looked away, thinking that it was 11 trillion. Antonio closed his eyes, assuming that they had some wealth hidden away in Sicily as well, but the hero already knew what was there now. Soyun frowned, saying that the guy wasn't listening to him. Samuel looked forward, saying that if it weren't for the protagonist, Italy would have been destroyed. He wasn't sure if they were doing the right thing by expressing gratitude with money alone. They were thinking of another reward, but the Dream Team members said that money would be best. The protagonist closed his eyes, giving a thumbs up. Xiaojin happily pressed his hands to his face. The man held his hand out to the side, saying that this was the promised reward, gratitude for saving Italy, 30 billion euros. The boy's eyes widened, looking at the documents in his hands. He tilted his head, thinking that if you add up all the rewards for this case, it would be a large amount. The protagonist's glowing eyes widened, realizing that it was 56,135 billion. The boy imagined a man with a log on his shoulder, thinking that 50 trillion, if Jesus worked as a carpenter, earning 70 million won a day, he would have to work for that amount until today. The hero imagined a man at a computer, thinking that if the last Neanderthal, who died out 30,000 years ago, received an annual salary of 160 million won, he would only be able to save that amount by living until now. Xiaojin hugged himself. Seiyun opened her eyes wide, saying that they had already been told about the reward, so they conferred among themselves and decided that they would only take 1 trillion each. The protagonist's mouth opened wide. Meniel put his hands behind his head, saying that the guy had solved the mafia issue on his own, so it would be right to give him all the money Antonio had given him. Saun and Han noticed that the same thing happened with Demogorgon, and they were just there to help. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, asking if they were all angels. Xiaojun frowned, frantically typing something on his phone and thinking that he would get 52,135 billion, and the next item in the Transcendent store would only cost 35 billion. Information appeared in the system window that this was a copy, the Peach of Immortality of the goddess Sai Wangmu, worth 35 billion won. The guy opened his mouth wide, imagining himself among the money, thinking that now he could not worry about any elixirs at all, and he could also buy all sorts of equipment in the store and leave 100 reviews about using it in the community. The Prime Minister stood by his hospital bed, saying that it was nothing compared to what he had done for them, but it was still the most they could afford. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, saying that it wasn't like that at all, it was more than enough. He looked at Samuel, who was smiling, thinking that although everything had ended well, Italy had suffered huge losses, the country had been paralyzed by a massive financial crisis. For some time, all their efforts would be spent on eliminating the damage, and yet, as the Prime Minister had said, giving up part of the budget was the least they could do. The man raised his hand in front of him and turned to Xiaojun, asking him to fulfill one more request. The boy made a fist and smiled, saying that he was ready to listen to her. He was thinking about how he was ready to catch another Demogorgon. Samuel opened his eyes, looking ahead and offering the protagonist to walk through the streets of Rome if he was willing. Xiaojun's eyes widened in surprise, looking at him. A helicopter was flying over the capital of Italy, Rome. People gathered on the street. A black limousine stopped on the road behind them. The protagonist sat in the passenger seat. Samuel said that this incident left many wounds in Italy and that his comrade could give their people new hope. The dream team walked out into the street and past the crowd. Xiaojun heard someone's voice and looked back. A little girl approached him. The child handed him a drawing of himself. The boy smiled and thanked the girl. Her mother sat down next to her and the child waved. The heroes walked up the tall stairs. A city dweller hit his chest with his fist. His comrade did the same. People surrounded the team of heroes, greeting them. Marcello furrowed his brows in determination and swore that the Professional Hunters Association would follow Xiaojun's will. Antonio smiled widely and swore that the mafia would also follow his will. The chairman confidently looked forward and promised to respect and protect the weak. The man lowered his head and declared that they would defend their reputation and honor with integrity and courage, and despise injustice, inequality, and deception. Meniel smiled happily. Saun turned her head as her ally promised to accept the coming difficulties with a pure heart. Heian raised her eyebrows and blushed slightly. Saun smiled as her comrades decided to share their torments and joys. The young man's eyes widened in amazement, and the awakened ones continued to recite the oath. Marcello, with shining eyes, said that they would forever keep all the members of the dream team in their memories. Antonio closed his eyes and added that they would honor her captain as the father of their entire family and become his children. The student looked away when he was called Capa di Tutti Capi. The hunter remembered that this was once the name of the father of the mafia and the hero of the great disaster from Italy. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked him to say at least a few words. The protagonist looked back. The city residents watched him with admiration. The people gathered in the square were smiling. A whole crowd had come to see their hero. Opening his mouth in surprise, Xiaojun thought that those who say that the most important thing in life is the result are wrong, and realized that the experience accumulated over the past year made him see the light. The team members looked at their captain. The guy decided that even if the outcome of the battle was disastrous, people would remain nearby and that the result was not limited to the final point. And if you think that the arrival is more important than the road itself, then because of this, the soul will become poor. Smiling widely, the young man wondered if this was his true reward and hoped that all those who were watching this picture would be happy. The girl in her mother's arms smiled. The student understood that the hell they had experienced was very far from happiness. People put their fists to their chests. Some were suffering from the fact that they survived, and some were suffering from the realization that a lonely life awaited them ahead. The butterfly sat on a tree branch. The hunter thought that it was better to remain silent than to cheer up a person who was really having a hard time, and hoped that all these people would be happy like this butterfly, who was able to reincarnate at the moment when the world almost came to an end. The protagonist raised his head and realized that even if a person found himself in a desperate situation or faced with an inevitable fate, the main thing is not to give up and continue to search for the meaning of life. Xiaojun brought his hands to his mouth and called on everyone present to be happy. Meniel and Saun stared at him in shock. Someone puffed out their cheeks to hold back. People covered their mouths with their hands. At the same moment, the city's residents closed their eyes and began to laugh loudly. The guys from the team cried with laughter. The girl said that she was even afraid to imagine what kind of speech the captain was preparing with such a tragic face. The blushing Saun asked her not to laugh so loudly. The guy looked around. Someone once shouted that they would be happy. The city's residents smiled and shouted that they would be as happy as possible. Samuel closed his eyes and put his hand to his hat. The young man smiled widely and his cheeks turned red. The butterfly rose into the sky. The prime ministers of Korea and Italy shook hands. The news of what happened spread around the world, so the two countries began to cooperate to rebuild Rome. Houses, materials, food and many other things appeared. Because of the good reputation Korea had given it by the Dream Team, all the industries tied to people's lives came to life again. Si-yoon frowned in disappointment and asked if her friend really wasn't going. The boys clenched their fists and said that Alina promised to tell them where they could eat delicious pizza and pasta. Hayan asked them to leave the captain, who still needed to recover. The student bit his nail and repeated the question to himself about why he was still not here. He picked up the phone. Suddenly, the mentor appeared right in front of his face. The room was in the shadows. There was a painting on the wall. The heroes moved to the bedroom. The teacher asked if his student felt that he had reached the limit. The hunter confirmed it. And then the mentor asked him to show him the progress of the courses. A list of courses appeared on the phone screen. Holding it in his hands, the god noticed that they definitely had a problem. The mentor thought that he had a problem with his eyes and rubbed them. However, the image on the phone did not change. The teacher smiled widely and decided that there was some kind of glitch. Swinging a sledgehammer, he decided that it was time to get rid of this defective communicator and offered to buy a new one so that he would not have to use this broken piece of junk. The protagonist grabbed it and asked him to calm down. The mentor said that this communicator was broadcasting false karma calculations and should disappear from the universe. God opened his mouth wide and ordered the student to let it go. Birds rose into the sky above the house from his loud cries. The mentor pressed himself against the wall and began to breathe heavily. Standing next to him, Saun apologized. The teacher repeated to himself that this simply could not be. His eyes were bloodshot. The mentor asked if the student was really playing a joke on him, if he thought that he had felt his limit and was dissatisfied with his level. God asked how he managed to pass the Gotama course. Saun scratched his cheek and replied that it happened by itself. The mentor closed his eyes and asked him to explain in more detail what limit he was talking about. The guy raised his hand and said that after the block capture puncture course he wanted to learn the staff of the sky, moon, and falling stars. An error popped up on the phone screen. The young man showed it to the teacher and said that the course progress was moving too slowly, and without it, it was impossible to pass a new course. The mentor crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he knew that even his current progress was something phenomenal. The student was very surprised. The hunter spread his arms and said that it didn't have to be a staff and that any method would do, and asked the god to advise him on the best way to raise his level. The mentor put his hand on his chin and replied that if the student wasn't bound by karma, there were two ways out of the current situation. The first was to increase his mana. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. Energy circulated in the human body. The teacher explained that unlike other transcendents, his student could use the mana of the third danshin and that he could easily break through to a new level if he increased the volume of this mana. Saun's mouth dropped open in amazement. The mentor asked him to use all his accumulated karma to buy elixirs. The hero stood by the bed. The guy asked what the second method was. The god replied that he would need to take the course of the great sage equal to heaven. The young man opened his mouth in shock and reminded him that he could only start it after learning block capture puncture. The mentor stated that this only applied to learning through their course system. The teacher smiled broadly and explained that he could directly learn from the great sage equal to heaven. The mentor placed his hands on his waist and added that this could be considered a kind of tutoring. Since the professor would be teaching him personally, the student asked if this was possible. The hunter bowed his head and introduced the man at the board. The god explained that it was more like individual lessons, and asked if his student had heard of Spartan teaching methods. Reaching out to take the phone, the mentor said that this system had not always existed and that individual courses were introduced only recently, along with the advent of karma counting. The hamster ran on a wheel. The man put his hands to his temples, wondering if he was doing the right thing. The student sitting at the table felt an oppressive loneliness and melancholy. The hamster burst into tears. The man screamed furiously. All these people put a lot of effort into their harsh journey to become a transcendent. So the academy prepared something new for them. The students looked at the inscription Spartan teaching method. The strangers stood in a row. The system promised that the professors would personally visit their students to help figure out the essence of their problems and find a solution. The guy raised his thumb up. His tooth was pulled. The hamster ran forward, becoming a transcendent. The brunette joyfully threw up his hands. A huge inscription sign up right now appeared. The shocked heroes watched the video on the phone. The student said that his life had changed with the individual Spartan course. The main character looked at the mentor and asked what it was. He asked him not to pay attention and explained that it was just an advertisement. The teacher scrolled through the list of lectures to find the lecture of the Great Sage. A blue notification appeared on the screen asking who is ready for the fight. Saun frowned and asked if the Great Sage would personally teach him. The teacher confirmed this and called it a chance to learn not only the staff of the sky, moon, and falling stars, but also his other abilities. The boy scratched his chin and decided that it sounded tempting. The mentor warned that it would take a lot of karma to summon the professor and that payment was made by the hour. The young man smiled happily and asked how much it would cost. The god calculated and named the amount of 1 trillion. The student opened his mouth in shock. Something inside him just snapped. After much thought, the trembling hunter agreed to sign up for an hour of private lecture. Bloody tears streamed down his cheeks. The protagonist thought that it was even cheap and decided to leave right away if he did not like something. The mentor said that the Great Sage could come right now. A man appeared behind Saun. The boy slowly turned around. Saun asked if this was the student who wanted to duel him. The boy's eyes widened in shock and he realized that he hadn't even felt his presence. The man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and repeated his question. A drop of sweat ran down the student's cheek. He looked away. Throwing a menacing glance at the teacher, the hunter remembered that he had been promised that the Great Sage would teach him personally, would be able to answer all questions and teach him new skills. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror and asked himself if a duel had anything to do with learning. The mentor put his hands behind his head and began to whistle. The professor leaned towards the student and asked why he was silent. Saun put his staff on his shoulders. The Great Sage, equal to the sky, was a title that he had secured for himself. The Jade Emperor screamed in rage, but agreed to acknowledge him when the man wreaked havoc in heaven, demanding that the title be officially assigned to him. The professor, who became the guard of the peach orchard, ate those same peaches in front of other people and did not fulfill his duties at all. In front of him appeared the formidable generals, whom the Jade Emperor sent to drive the scoundrel out of heaven. In a moment, the Great Sage was sitting on the mountain of beaten generals. Gotama grabbed him in his fist and sealed him for 500 years. After he was released, Saun helped Xuanzang get to the Eastern Paradise, thanks to which he received recognition for his exploits and was called the Buddha of victorious battles. The bully blew up a bubblegum, and now he turned into the leader of all hooligans. The Great Sage stood behind the student, trying to get an answer from him. Saun thought that he would definitely die if he fought with him. The boy turned around and wanted to explain everything, but the mentor confirmed that this student wanted to fight him and suggested that they let off steam in a duel. The young man immediately covered his mouth with his hand and asked him not to talk nonsense. The man thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. The frightened student leaned towards the teacher. The professor plucked a few hairs from his head and suggested getting down to business. Saun blew on the hair and used the art of invisibility and illusion. The heroes found themselves in an open clearing. The hunter looked around in horror. The Great Sage put a huge staff on his shoulder and suggested that the fight begin. Saun blew a few hairs from his palm, using the art of invisibility. He swung his weapon, creating an illusion. Saun turned around in shock, and it turned out that a new space had been created. He turned his head in fear, and it became clear that the place was too cramped for a fight. The young man covered himself with his weapon from Saun's attack. He closed his eye, noticing that his opponent was a spirit, unable to influence this dimension. The man was holding a large log in his hands, grinning. The mentor appeared, raising a finger, and said that the lecturer could interact with the hero since he had paid with karma. A powerful blow occurred, as Saun wondered why he was only finding out about this now. Saun scratched his head in confusion, wondering why his opponent was such a weakling. Saun bared his teeth, starting to get angry. In an instant, he was behind Saun, swinging. The next moment, he was thrown to the side by a block. The youth's eyes widened in shock. Saun grabbed the spear, hitting the hero. Saun clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he pulled the weapon back, getting into a stance. The hero lowered the spear, frowning. Saun rubbed his chin, appreciating his opponent's action. Saun bared his teeth and thrust his spear forward when the question was asked if the student of the ore with immeasurable karma was heard. Another powerful attack came, destroying everything. The youth slid along the ground, surprising his opponent with his strength. The man placed his hand on his waist, noticing that although the hero had been using Manhwa for a long time, the result was simply stunning. Saun's eyes flashed as he pulled the weapon back. He made many swings, and Saun said that it was a little dangerous. The hero frowned, confident, and shouted. His attack hit the man in the back. He stood sideways, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he turned his head, smiling. Grinning contentedly, Saun used the power of the staff of the sky, the moon, and the falling stars. A bright light struck Saun, whose eyes were wide in shock. Everything was illuminated by the glow after using the ability Fleeting Dawn. The young man tried to break through the light. The next moment, he was already lying on the ground. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing that he was unable to even roughly determine the level of his opponent. Sun-ukun was warming up his hand, saying that he was unable to hit with full power, and the mentor noted that he used Taoist magic and part of his power was sealed by karma restrictions, which subsequently increased. The young man jumped up after learning that most of the man's power was sealed. Sun-ukun only sighed, crossing his arms over his chest, and asked what surprised him so much since he was a Transcendent. Turning his head, he told the hero to listen to him carefully. Saun frowned, obediently listening to his words. His gaze changed to a questioning one when it became known that Transcendents are called those who have achieved transcendence. The man began to laugh, pointing his finger at him. Tears welled up in his eyes. The boy jumped to his feet, asking how much time had passed since he would have to pay extra, to which the mentor told him not to worry since no extra payments would be made without his knowledge. Saun put his hand on his chest, letting out a sigh of relief, and it was said that this was an illusory space and his real body was fine. The hero looked at Sun-ukun with displeasure and suggested that he stop laughing and move on to his training, to which he received the answer that it was boring. The man jumped onto a log, saying that personal courses were too tiring, but the boy said that he spent a lot of karma for this training. Sun-ukun only picked his nose, making Saun want to punch him. The hero looked at his phone with displeasure. He received a notification about the progress of the Great Sage equal to the Sky Course, which had risen by more than 13%. The man calmly stood on his hands as Saun realized that this was not an easy fight. At this, the young man smiled widely. Sun-ukun looked at him, deciding that he had something interesting to offer. He sat down on the log again, and the hero said that he could be his opponent in a duel, but if he managed to hit him at least once, he would agree to teach him. Winking, Saun said that if he never hit his opponent, he would continue to fight him, and mentally noted that he would not lose anything due to the increase in the level of progress. Smiling, the man agreed to his proposal. The young man frowned, tensing up after his opponent wanted to add another condition. Sun-ukun pointed a finger at him. The hero looked at him, clenching his fists, and it turned out that he could use any methods, but if he touched even one of his hairs, then the man would teach him anything. They looked at each other, and it became known that if Saun won, he would even be taught Taoist magic. Grinning resolutely, the young man asked his opponent to make a promise. To this, Sun-ukun smiled broadly, declaring that he was a joker but not a liar. The hero tightly clutched the spear in his hand. Taking it back, he said that he would definitely strike the man. Suddenly, his gaze lingered in surprise at one point when someone whispered in his ear. Sun-ukun put his hand on his shoulder, reminding him that they had agreed on one of his hairs. Saun turned around tensely. A clear blue sky appeared. The young man was hit on the head, and he thought he could handle it. Immediately, he fell headfirst into the ground, and his opponent laughed. The hero rose to one knee, glad at least that the space was illusory and his real body would remain in order. He stood with one foot on the ground, cursing mentally. Sun-ukun removed his hands behind his head, and Saun made many swings, using two forces. The next moment, his opponent's log was already flying at his face. The man began to yawn, noticing that his enemy was moving well, but too slowly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, seeing something. He skillfully jumped back, avoiding the blow. Then a new attack was aimed at him and surprised him. Saun happily extended his hand forward, realizing that Gungnir was capable of hitting any target. The weapon was pointed straight at Sun-ukun, whose eyes widened in surprise. The young man was already smiling widely, rejoicing. The piercing object almost reached the man's eye. Suddenly, the victim tore off. He soared into the air, swinging his sword. Immediately, he struck it. The weapon trembled, being driven into the stones. Saun turned blue with horror, and behind him appeared an equally surprised Sun-ukun. The young man turned around, dumbfounded, and it turned out that the clone also counted. He frowned, realizing that he was fighting a clone. The man focused his gaze on one point and used mind control. Suddenly, the hero froze in place, amazed. Sun-ukun pulled out a clump of his hair, and Saun noticed that his body was not moving. Many clones appeared around him. They smiled slyly and were already running to attack. Immediately, the youth began to be beaten, and the progress of the Atlas course increased. The clones continued to happily wave their weapons. Saun frowned, trying to stop them. He reached out his hand forward, but in front of him were only laughing faces. A clear sky appeared. Sun-ukun leaned over, surprised that the youth was tired in only 3 hours. He poked a stick in his face, telling him to get up, but he could not move a finger, and the mentor noticed that he lost consciousness many times during this time. Saun lifelessly looked at the sky, and the man decided to look in on him later. Sun-ukun disappeared, and the mentor leaned over to ask if the hero was okay. Tears began to flow from his eyes, and he thought that if this continued, his 43 trillion would be wasted. Saun looked at his phone where the rate progress had increased by 23%. He painfully held his stomach while the mentor laughed, claiming that he shouldn't look down on the greatness of a Transcendent because Sun-ukun was the strongest among them. The little assistant covered his mouth with his hand, holding back his laughter, and was told to be quiet. The hero stood up, asking who a Transcendent was. To this, the mentor crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he thought it was someone very strong, but after meeting him in person, he realized that it was a completely different level. Saun looked at him in surprise after being asked to imagine that there was one very strong ant in the world. He looked up, imagining an ant, and it turned out that this creature was so strong that even tens of thousands of such ants could not defeat it if they attacked at once. The young man's eyes widened in shock after the question of whether such an ant could win a fight with a dragon. The mentor frowned, repeating the young man's answer about the impossibility of such a thing. An ant appeared with cracks around it, and it turned out that an ant could not defeat a dragon. This was the limit of the species, and transcendence was the ability to overcome it. A dragon and an ant were depicted, and it was said that they could not be equal. But the mentor, closing his eyes, said that this was only until the moment they encountered the wall of transcendence. Saun listened to him silently, looking dumbfounded when it was revealed that there was no difference in form between transcendents. The battle of transcendence was the territory of pure strength, which was why Sunukun was so strong despite the limitations of karma. The mentor looked up, saying that Saun was a slight exception. The youth raised his eyebrows in amazement when it turned out that if he became a transcendent, he would probably be the first transcendent in the world that was different in form. The mentor smirked, noticing that the hero was the only one who could use the magic of the three Dachians. He happily raised his hand, encouraging Saun. The youth, on the other hand, drooped, hanging his head after the phrase about how he would have to get beaten up in order to do so. He sighed, closing his eyes, and asked if there were any explanatory lectures about Sunukun. Suddenly, his eyes widened, remembering the one who defeated the man. The mentor sat in midair, arms crossed over his chest, and reported that Shakyamuni did not give individual lectures. He leaned over, stating that the hero would hardly be able to handle these courses because the amount of karma required would skyrocket. Saun threw his head back in resignation when it turned out that the unit of measurement was changing, and hourly at that. Suddenly, he picked up his phone, believing that in the end he would have to arm himself to the teeth and somehow overcome this difference. The hero began scrolling through notifications, thinking that he would not be able to buy such a cheating weapon, and a large number of elixirs would increase karma, and he did not need that. Suddenly, he came across a message about the deadly poison of Jormungand, which does not affect the accumulation of karma. The mentor looked at his phone with interest. A bottle of poison appeared, and the little assistant asked why Saun decided to buy it. He was dumbfounded when more and more bubbles began to appear out of nowhere. The boy continued to poke at the phone screen, causing his friend to worry. He was smiling unnaturally, and there was madness in his eyes. Raising his hand, the sage exclaimed that he was back. The boy was lying on the ground, greeting him. Rising a little, he heard Sunuknua ask him if he was still lying down, to which the hero replied that it was all because the teacher had beaten him up. The boy frowned when he called him a weakling, replying that he would be able to move again after he rested a little. Holding his staff in his hands, the sage told him to get started, because in this state, he was not interesting to fight. The protagonist was eating a banana when the sage suddenly called out to him, asking what he was eating. Sunuknua drooled while looking at the banana. The hero added that it restores energy. The teacher snatched the banana from him before he could finish, adding that such things were meant to be shared. He jumped up onto the pole, saying that he hadn't eaten them since he left the flower mountain. The teacher brought the banana to his mouth, adding that he was very lucky because he had both eaten bananas and fought. The sage took a bite. A sinister grin appeared on the hero's face. Sweat began to appear on Sunukun's face. The youth jumped to attack while he was trying to figure out what that taste was. There was an explosion. The teacher jumped back, telling the boy that he was an asshole. Saun was already in a fighting stance while he was trying to find out what the hero had done with the banana, and the protagonist asked him what a banana tasted like. The sage clutched his stomach, while the hero continued to say that it tasted like a banana stuffed with a couple hundred bottles of Jormungandr poison, and now he could see for himself. After making a lunge, he continued by saying that the poison he had fed had already touched the opponent's intestinal villi, asking if that meant victory, to which the teacher exclaimed that she had eaten it herself and that it could not be counted. He used the cloning technique, adding that the poison was no problem for him since he had the skill of quick neutralization. Many illusions appeared in front of the guy. Smiling widely, the protagonist exclaimed that he knew that the opponent would use them to attack. Bottles of poison appeared in front of the clones. The hero swung his spear, causing all the bottles to explode. Smiling widely, he added that if he touched the poison, it would also count as a touch. Squinting, Sunukun exclaimed that such a thing had never been seen anywhere. Spinning the spear, the guy also said that if you can argue with a banana, then this poison is part of the attack, because surely his opponent has never heard of such a technique. The young man grinned, realizing that even a great sage would not be able to dodge all the poison in such a short time. The opponent gritted his teeth. Suddenly, all the clones disappeared. Smiling, the sage said that he could simply recall them. All the bottles broke, and the boy exclaimed that this was unfair, to which the opponent replied that how could it be unfair, because this was only part of his ability. Clutching his stomach, he exclaimed. With his eyes wide open, the teacher said that only cowards joke with food, to which the boy replied that who could say such a thing, because the opponent could have mercy, because it would not hurt him if he gave a couple of lessons. Suddenly, the sage used the skill of the staff of the sky, the moon and falling stars. Frowning, the hero exclaimed that judging by the fact that it hadn't hit him, the banana tasted very deadly, realizing that he had used the speed of the gods in time, because otherwise it would have been hard. Holding his stomach, Sun-Wukong exclaimed that he was an asshole. Suddenly, a spear appeared. The young man doused his spear with poison, saying that he was already sick of being a punching bag. With wide eyes, he added that this would be able to put an end to this fight. The sage clenched his teeth. The hero lunged towards him. With incredible speed, the boy approached his opponent. With wide eyes, he swung his spear. The opponent raised his staff. Lightning struck the area around him, because the striking sparks of 1,000 lightning bolts were used. The young man evaporated right in front of him. Sun-Wukong opened his eyes wide. Only the spear remained in front of him. The hero, covered in poison, was flying towards him. The sage's eyes widened and he exclaimed that he was a bastard. The boy flew at him while he shouted that the hero had thrown the spear only to imitate an attack, to which he replied that only a madman would attack head-on. The opponent's eyes turned white. Looking at the hero, he understood that only a madman could douse himself from head to toe with deadly poison. The opponent stood motionless. Sun-Wukong frowned. Looking at the boy, he thought that he could only admit it. The hero was already very close. The sage hit the boy in the face with a stick. He flew back from the blow. Drops of poison flew towards the teacher. One of the drops hit his face. Smiling, he added that in his life he had never met a greater madman than the protagonist. The blow slammed the boy into the ground. The main temple of the Order of Truth was visible. Everyone bowed before the man in the robe, greeting him as the Great Voice. Opening his eyes, the great apostle said that it was time to speed up the plan and hold the ceremony. There was surprise on the faces of those present. As he left, he added that the location would be South Korea and that mistakes in preparation could not be made. Suddenly, the Great Voice, hearing the question of whether he planned to show his face at the ceremony, but the apostle remained silent. He walked away. The guy lay on the ground while Sun-Wukong said that he would never have thought that in his long life he would be able to meet a bigger psycho than the sage himself. Asking if he had always been like this, the mentor replied that he himself no longer knew. Rising from the ground, the hero exclaimed that it really did end with his victory, to which the teacher replied that at the last moment he was able to touch his hair. The young man smiled broadly when the teacher said that it was really quite funny, but the most important thing is that a promise is a promise. Sajin jumped up while the sage was talking about whether the Jade Emperor felt the same when he looked at him, because now he even felt ashamed. The mentor exclaimed that the great sage could really know the meaning of such a word as shame. The guy turned to the teacher when he asked about what he wanted to learn. The hero asked about what Sun-Wukong could teach him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the sage explained that there is a staff of the sky, the moon and falling stars, as well as many other things. The guy opened his mouth wide, listening to the cloning technique that allows you to summon clones almost equal in strength to the owner, as well as the magic of summoning low-ranking spirits of the earth, the method of flying on the clouds, as well as the art of compressing the earth for quick movement, and in addition to this, all sorts of reincarnation techniques, the technique of summoning fire, breathing underwater, wind, and much more. Clenching his fist, he asked about the technique of the staff of the sky, moon, and falling stars, to which the sage replied that its whole essence was in the name. Putting a finger to his ear, the teacher explained that in simple terms, it was a technique of wielding a staff that had only 9 styles and 3 forms, 1 form for each of the 3 styles. Turning around, he added that all these explanations were boring to death, so he would just show it once, adding that he would skip the first style, the fleetingness of dawn, and the second style of the striking spark of 1,000 lightning, because the guy had already seen them. Turning around, Sun-Wukong said that he would start with the 3rd style and first form. The sage was covered in a golden glow. With wide eyes, he used the 3rd style of the staff of the sky, moon, and falling stars. The whole earth around him began to crack. The guy was thrown back by the shock wave. Suddenly, the teacher flew up. Raising the staff, he used the first style, called the fall of a meteorite. A bright beam struck the ground. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was flooded with bright light. Everything began to crack. Suddenly they appeared in the building and the sage said that the illusion space could not withstand it after all. Frowning, the protagonist thought about whether this was really his strength in a weakened state, because what could have happened if he had not eaten the poisoned banana? The hero looked at Sun-Wukong while he was talking about how everything should look like this. The guy did not understand how strong a sage could be, not bound by the limitations of karma. Looking at the teacher, he asked where this art of wielding a staff was, to which he replied that he only showed him the end result because each style has a unique idea. The young man frowned while he continued to say that the protagonist could become much stronger if he mastered even the first style called the Transience of Dawn, and he was already silent about the fall of the meteorite. Looking at the phone screen, the guy realized that he had 41 trillion left, and that would be enough for a maximum of 41 hours of individual lessons. Sitting on his knees, he did not know if he would be able to study everything in that time. Sun-kun asked if the hero agreed. The protagonist, opening his eyes wide, exclaimed that he had to take a risk. Small wounds appeared on his face. The guy was lying on the floor, having received a meager percentage of progress, while the mentor said that the individual lecture was a great success. Remembering the lecture, where the sage said that there was no soul at all in the youth's release of power, because didn't he know this, the mentor noted that Saujin was even explained what subjects he needed to study. Remembering Sun-kun, the mentor also said that he invented the technique specifically for the youth, because the sage noted that since the hero wielded a spear, then in that case they would take as a basis the martial art that Neja and Ares used. The boy was in tears while the assistant was talking about how he knew that it was impossible to buy even for millions of gold and that he was incredibly lucky, while he was thinking about how he was only beaten by clones until he raised his progress. With wide eyes, the mentor said that it was time for him to go. Soyun entered the room, greeting the hero, and the mentor added that he could write to him at any time if he suddenly needed help. His friends entered the room. Miniol said that they brought pizza, and Sayan said that they visited the Vatican Cathedral. Heian noted that it was fun in its own way, and Seiyun added that she did not regret going, saying that the hero was in vain not to go with them. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy asked if they had rested and whether it was time to return to Korea. The girls laughed when the young man turned to Soyun. She looked at the boy while he said that he wanted to ask for something. He exhaled. Looking at them, the guy asked her to lend him some money because he didn't have enough for a ticket. Everyone's mouths were wide open while he was talking about how the Soul Star would pay him in Korea and he would immediately repay the debt. Everyone was surprised by this. Miniol, smiling, asked Saujin not to say that again, even as a joke, because he almost believed it. Sayan, looking at him, said that such a joke was too cruel. The hero turned away. Soyun, smiling, asked how much money he had left. Looking at her, the young man answered that he had nothing left. The girl asked about those 46 trillion. He answered that he had spent it all. Everyone watched what was happening. While the girl asked him about whether he had really bought the country instead of saving it, the guy answered that it was not that. Frowning, he said that he had just met someone. The girl smiled nervously. A scream was heard throughout the room. Seoyun, taking out her katana, exclaimed that who could he have met and given him such a huge amount of money, since she was going to go and kill that thief now. The boy wondered with his eyes wide open that she really wanted to kill the great sage equal to the sky. The girl entered the room with pizza, saying that this was the most famous pizza in Italy. While the boy was shouting that it was better for them not to see each other, Seoyun exclaimed about the relationship with that thief if he was covering for him. She watched what was happening. Minyol was shouting that this was a money ghost clinging to the protagonist, and Heian shouted that she would drive out this spirit that sucked out 46 trillion. The girl with the pizza couldn't say a word while Seoyun was shouting that she was going to hit Seojun now. She closed the door behind her while he was begging her not to touch him. Luckily, everything was resolved thanks to the Italian government lending a private jet. The plane flew over the building in Korea. People gasped and said it was Hunter Saujin. The dream team showed up, and the paparazzi, taking shot after shot, asked the protagonist to say a few words about what happened in Italy, and asked if it was true that he had dealt with a monster that even the hero of the great disaster could not stand against. Someone told the protagonist that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which he responded while looking away. The chairman of the association showed up, putting his hand on the body. Smiling, Tibium suggested that they change the scenery first. The limousine sped along the road, and the chairman announced that they had prepared a symbolic gift for the dream team. Miniol, Cyan, Heian, and Saiyan looked at their rank hunter licenses in surprise. Tibium raised his hand and said that they had applied to the Italian Association and had recorded all the dungeons they had cleared as guild achievements, then added that they hadn't reached S rank yet, but they were well deserving of a rank. Seiyun wondered if this was the day she became an A-rank hunter, and Cyan said that it was new to Seiyun as well, while the chairman reached into his jacket and addressed Seojun. Tibium handed the protagonist an S-rank license, to which his teammates, with their mouths wide open, exclaimed that the license looked cool and were surprised that the platinum and diamond card alone cost a fortune. Cyan asked if Seojun would think of selling it, to which he replied that no matter who he was, he wouldn't sell the license, to which Tibium smirked and thought that they had succeeded in the matter that others shook their heads and twirled their fingers at their temples, and even the hero of the great calamity had failed. Saun extended her hand and said that it would be better to give the license to her, to which the protagonist exclaimed that he wouldn't sell it and who did they think he was. The association chairman closed his eyes. A cloudy sky appeared, and Soyun said that she wouldn't be surprised if she found the post at a flea market tomorrow, so she should take down the app in advance, to which Xiaojun asked if she would go there too. A building illuminated by the sun's rays was visible. The protagonist was holding the Peach of Immortality, worth 35 billion won, in his hand. The protagonist frowned and looked up. He had 0 left in his account, and shedding a tear, he thought about how he couldn't imagine that the 35 billion he received from the Soul Star upon his return would go down the drain. Xiaojun bit into a peach and thought that what good was it doing to earn money when that damn academy would gobble it all up, even though the peach was delicious. Star Sword entered the room, and Soyun called out to her grandfather. Leaning on his hands, Xiaojun asked why Minchul was there. The man answered that it was not for him, a slacker, to which the protagonist repeated his words with his eyes closed. Star Sword kept his lips closed and remained silent. He asked if she was Suyung, to which the girl pointed at herself, surprised that he had said her name. Minchul lowered his hands and said that Evil Doom was dying. Jimin stood there, holding her chin with her hand. Her eyes widened as she heard her sister calling her. Suyung extended her hand and spoke to her sister in concern. Jimin asked if everyone was here, to which her sister stepped away from the team and asked as a teacher and if he was okay. Jimin puckered her lips. A medical device was revealed, while Jimin suggested that they go inside first. Suyung, seeing Evil Doom, burst into tears and quietly called out to him. The old man was lying with tubes in his nose and asked why they all came to see a dying old man. Star Sword frowned and explained that they came because he was dying and asked if they would visit him if he was okay, to which Evil Doom laughed. The old man turned to the Soul Star and said that he heard that she had come out into the world again, and he thought that she would sit locked up for the rest of her life, to which the woman, raising her eyebrows, replied that she had thought the same thing until a child scolded her. Sajin lowered his sad gaze, hearing that Evil Rock laughed and said that even the Soul Star was powerless against this boy. The old man began to cough loudly, and Saun, leaning on the bed, loudly called out for the teacher. Evil Rock put his hand on the student's head, and she began to cry. Turning his head, the old man admitted that he was afraid and began to worry every time he felt death approaching, after which he added that he was more afraid of what would happen to the world after his death. The door appeared, and Evil Rock said that he was no longer afraid. Recalling the battle in the dungeon, the old man said that for decades he had been unable to dispel the darkness that had settled in his heart, but now he realized how foolish his worries had been. With his hand on Suyung's head, he asked if these children would not follow in their footsteps even after he was gone. Evil Doom sincerely thanked the protagonist for letting him leave with a calm soul, to which Sajin lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment. Opening his mouth, the old man began to say that he definitely wanted to tell him something, but suddenly fell silent. Suyung placed her hands on his body and loudly called out to the teacher, to which Jimin said that everything was fine and that he had only fallen asleep for a while. Opening her mouth, the girl asked Star Sword and Soul Star if they could talk alone. Jimin turned to the protagonist and said that he could too, to which he looked at the girl in surprise. Jimin closed the door to the room. The girl closed her eyes and said that the teacher had no more than a week left. Putting his hand forward, Minchul asked if she had shown his results to the medicine star, to which Xiaojun thought that perhaps he would be able to cure Evil Doom, since he was one of the 5 heroes of the Great Calamity, capable of saving anyone if they were not already dead. Jimin, raising her eyebrows, replied that she had already contacted him, and he had been continuously monitoring the teacher's condition. The girl remembered how a couple of weeks ago, the medicine star came to the hospital and said that he had found a way to cure the teacher. The hero smiled, and Jimin continued that for this they would need a miracle pill, not inferior to the elixir, so he went in search of ingredients. The girl said that after that, contact with him was lost, to which Xiaojun and the Soul Star widened their eyes in alarm. Standing at the door, Jimin declared that she would do anything to save the teacher and asked if they could help her, and added that if not, then let them save the teacher. Clenching her hand into a fist, she promised that she would pay any reward. Jimin burst into tears and muttered if they could look for the medicine star together. The protagonist's legs appeared. Xiaojun walked with his sleeves rolled up, thinking that first there was the Soul Star incident, then Andrea from Italy, and now the medicine star. For some unknown reason, the Order of Truth decided to get rid of the heroes of the Great Calamity. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist remembered the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, Kalia, and exclaimed that he would find her even if he had to destroy the branch of the Order of Truth. Xiaojun stopped. Lowering his hands, the protagonist asked if the person behind him needed anything. 3 people appeared behind him, surprised by his intuition. Sungmin explained that they wanted to get him to say a few words. Standing with his back to the top guild leaders, Xiaojun said that he didn't know why they came, but he was busy now and could talk later, to which one of the leaders clarified that he would be very sorry if he left. The back of the protagonist's head appeared, and he heard a question about whether they were looking for the Star of Medicine. Hunter Seojin's back was visible. The protagonist turned around and looked back angrily. The Black Dragon Guild building appeared. The leader was sitting on a chair, resting his head on his hand. Jinchul opened his eye, hearing screams about where this guy came from and that he must be stopped at all costs. A powerful blow shattered the wall. Hunter Seojin dragged the other guild leaders along the floor and clarified whether this was their first meeting. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that the guys on the floor should be familiar to the interlocutor. Jinchul frowned and looked at the protagonist. Seojin clenched his fist, and the guild leader thought that even 3S rank hunters were no match for him. The protagonist asked how the man knew that he was looking for the medicine star, to which the leader, sitting at the table, asked if he really made a fuss over such a trifle. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist insistently asked the interlocutor for an answer. Jinchul narrowed his eyes. The man said that the medicine star had recently come to him, to which Seojin, holding his hand in a fist, asked him again. The leader continued that Medicine Star asked to give him a dungeon because there were herbs and ingredients that would cure evil doom, so he gave it to him and asked if there was any problem. And the protagonist rolled up his sleeves and replied that as far as he remembered. He asked how the leader knew that he was looking for the hero of the Great Calamity. Jinchul raised his hand and explained that time passed and Medicine Star did not return, and there was no news of Evil Doom's recovery, and it was easy to guess, adding that he wanted to tell Seojin about the man's whereabouts with the best of intentions. The hero stood in a spacious room, and the guild leader asked about this being his gratitude. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and asked why there had been no news from the Medicine Star yet. Jinchul, frowning, replied that he did not know since he had only given him the dungeon, and suggested that the doctor might have thought that the disease could no longer be cured and ran away, or was still wandering around the dungeon. The guild leader smiled broadly and said that if not, then maybe he died there. The protagonist remained silent, his lips pressed together. Seojin closed his eyes and muttered that it was like this. The protagonist suggested that Jinchul had nothing to do with the current situation and asked where the dungeon was, to which the leader, folding his arms, replied that Demiguard's dungeon was in Gangnam. With his brows lowered, Seojin imagined a 10-star monster and thought that it was known to be difficult to catch, but not dangerous enough to harm the Medicine Star. Picking up a spear, the protagonist decided that he needed to check it out. Gritting his teeth, the Black Dragon Guild leader asked the hunter again. With a wave of his hand, Seojin said that he didn't know if the man had heard of Zingu, but he had once said something in a lecture, and the professor's words appeared, saying that in war, when torturing an enemy commander, there was one thing to remember. The teacher was visible behind the protagonist, and he repeated his words, that you can't believe a word as long as the commander's limbs are intact. Seojin and Zingu smiled evilly at the same time and said that if this was a brat, he would only become more impudent. A building was visible, and it was said that the Black Dragon Guild was a key figure in a huge cartel that had ruled Korean society for decades and the first place in the guild rankings, a throne at the top that no one dared to covet. A powerful explosion occurred, and words appeared that the Black Dragon Guild, or rather Jinchul himself, could be called the ruler of the world of professional Korean hunters. The guild employees ran away and shouted that the guild leader had entered the battle, so they needed to run for cover. Gritting his teeth, Jinchul used the Black Dragon Fist skill. A powerful energy wave appeared. It was a chopping blow. Rising above the enemy, Hunter Seojin said that this was better than Francesco and Agnes. The protagonist struck with a blue energy wave. The protagonist walked around a mountain of building debris. Sounds were heard through the pieces of concrete. Suddenly, Jinchul flew out of the rubble towards Seojin. Fiery explosions could be seen above the building. People on the street exclaimed as they saw the Black Dragon Guild collapsing. The guildmaster bared his teeth and recalled that he had dominated Korean society for decades. Veins appeared on the man's face and he thought about how many times this kind of threat had arisen, but he had always smashed it to pieces. Hunter Seojin dodged his opponent's attacks, and Jinchul knew that this was some greenhorn. Opening his mouth wide, the guildmaster shouted that he would not let this pathetic youngster break him. Putting his hands forward, the man used the Black Dragon Fist again. The opponent released a bloody wave of dragon flames, to which Seojin muttered that it was cool. An enraged dragon appeared. Jinchul turned around, confused. Behind the attacking Hunter Seojin, the silhouette of death with a scythe was visible. The guild leader sighed heavily with his mouth slightly open. The protagonist recreated a powerful wave of energy. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and looked at his opponent. At the same time, the man clenched his teeth in fear. The protagonist struck the man with a shield in his hands. Putting the spear behind his back, Seojin asked if he could regard this as a connection between the Black Dragon and the Order of Truth. Kalia appeared, protecting the man with a shield. The girl looked straight at the protagonist and said that she swears by the name of Truth, everything that Mr. Jinchul said is true. Hunter Seojin grinned and was surprised that she swears by the name of Truth and explained that he was bothered by the games they were playing. With lowered eyebrows, the successor of the Apostle of Chastity asked if the boy was going to fight her, then added that she did not think there was time for that. Covering herself with a shield, the girl said that she did not know how things were with the Star of Medicine, but it was better to find him as soon as possible. The protagonist, lowering the corners of his lips, remained silent. The protagonist decided to put away his weapon. Hunter Saun turned away and was about to leave. Turning his head back, he said that they would see each other again soon. Kalia continued to stand in front of the guild leader. Leaning on his hands, Chinkal looked forward in fear. Out of anger, the man ran his fingers along the floor, leaving marks. The employees ran into the room and shouted that the leader was here, while they were told to quickly come there. Hiller threw the leader's hand over his back and called out to him. Chinkal ran his hand over his face. Kalia gritted her teeth and made a sound. The girl's legs appeared, thinking that the ceremony to pass on the title of the Apostle of Chastity had already been set and she could no longer retreat. The girl moved towards the exit, realizing that the head of the Black Dragon Guild had already exhausted his usefulness, and thought about what would happen once Saun entered the Demiguard dungeon. Someone said that fortunately she was still here, to which Kalia pursed her lips. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin. The girl smiled and asked if he had gone to look for the Star of Medicine. The protagonist answered that he should, and the Star Sword appeared behind him. The successor of the Apostle of Chastity was surprised by his appearance, to which Hunter Saun, lowering his hands, asked if Lady Kalia remembered their first meeting. The girl and Minchel's meeting appeared. When she said that they would do this, she would also fulfill one request of the Star Sword, and if they wanted, she could swear by the name of the Order of Truth. Kalia's eyes noticeably shrank. Squinting, the protagonist said that he had said that they would see each other soon. A moment later, Minchel grabbed the girl by the clothes. Opening his mouth wide, he ordered her to fulfill the Oath of Truth. Lowering his eyebrows, the Star Sword said that she would go to this dungeon with them. The girl opened her mouth in confusion. A portal to the dungeon in Gangnam appeared. The heroes stood in front of the portal. Minchel asked why Kalia was standing and not entering. Did she really decide to break the Oath of Truth? To which she, opening her mouth, choked. The legs of the successor of the Apostle of Chastity were visible. The girl stepped into the dungeon entrance. Saun and Star Sword watched her go. The protagonist asked if Minchel knew that they no longer had an advantage over Kalia, to which he lowered his hands and replied that he knew. Frowning, the man said that this girl was the heir of the Apostle of Chastity, and if something happened to her, the Order of Truth would not keep them waiting. Saun moved towards the portal, saying that as long as Kalia was with them, the Order of Truth would not be able to put a spoke in their wheel, and the girl understood this perfectly well and felt the pressure being exerted on her. The protagonist grinned and suggested that they quickly find the Star of Medicine. Kalia, holding something in her hands, looked at the heroes who entered the dungeon. The protagonist began to take out a spear, to which the girl fearfully asked what he was planning. An energy wave appeared, and Saun asked her again. The hunter said that of course they needed to find the medicine star, and Kalia ran away in fear. The protagonist slung his weapon over his shoulder and began to speak. The heiress of the Apostle of Chastity put up a shield, and the protagonist asked where the doctor was now. The heroes stood in the middle of the dungeon, and Saun muttered that it was Demiguard's inner core. Minchel folded his arms and asked if they planned to isolate the medicine star that had gone after the core, and at the same time get rid of the slacker who had rushed to look for it, to which Kalia remained silent. Saun raised his hand and suggested that they leave the question of isolation for later, and continued that he had heard that the core was a very rare thing, and it was not a fact that Demiguard with a core was found here. Minchel suggested that the medicine star knew a way to extract it, to which the protagonist exclaimed whether it was possible to extract the core artificially, and the girl sat on the ground. Frowning, the Star Sword said that he did not know the details, but if he said that there was a way to cure it, then he had come up with something. The man folded his arms and said that there was a question of how to find it. Kalia replied that she did not know either, and Saun, scratching the back of his head, thought. The protagonist turned away from the heroes and began to walk. The protagonist, lowering his arms, said that he seemed to be suitable, to which Minchel asked if he knew what to do, and Saun replied that he knew, but was not sure that it would work, and asked to give him a minute. The protagonist closed his eyes. The protagonist began to feel the presence of human energy near him. Multicolored energy was visible, and Saun realized that he did not feel any traces of the medicine star nearby. He realized what it meant to be further away, and the sense of touch covered an even larger area around the protagonist. The hunter said that it needed to be even wider, and the energy expanded, after which the protagonist ordered to open his consciousness. The silhouette of the person they were looking for appeared, and the protagonist exclaimed. Taking out Gungnir, Saun realized that he had found it, but it was too far away, the picture was blurry. The protagonist threw the spear forward. The heroes watched as the weapon flew into the distance. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist exclaimed for Gungnir to go look for that vague feeling it had latched onto. Suddenly, the spear began to spin in the air. The weapon stopped, having identified its target. Gungnir, rapidly moving away, emitted energy. Leaning on his knees, the protagonist said that he would run for the spear, and the heroes should follow him, to which Minchel asked in surprise. The protagonist took off, leaving behind an energy beam. Saun shouted that he had to stop Gungnir before it pierced the medicine star, and Star Sword and Kalia watched him go silently. The girl sat with the corners of her lips down, and the man began to speak. Taking hold of the hilt of his weapon, Minchel said that they needed to discuss pressing matters. The streets of Seoul were visible. The Apostle of Patience, raising her hand, asked if it was true that the Apostle's appointment ceremony would be held in such a tiny country, to which the Apostle of Chastity said that the Master had already decided everything, so she should hold her tongue. The member of the order fell to his knees in front of the apostles. Bowing his head, the stranger said that an insignificant slave greeted the apostles, to which he was asked where Kalia was and why he was here. The guy with green hair appeared and began to speak. The Apostle of Chastity stood with his hands down, and the stranger muttered if they understood. The Apostle of Patience, with her mouth wide open, asked what he was talking about. A man with a backpack ran through the dungeon. The long bodies of monsters appeared. They hung over the running man, making sounds. The medicine star ran, looking around. He pulled his hand back and choked. The man attacked the monsters, using the divine healing art skill Petal Rain. The centipedes approached the medicine star, and he screamed that he could not anymore. Gritting his teeth, the man exclaimed that this was all. Gungnir was approaching the doctor. The man screamed with his mouth wide open. He dodged and noticed that it was a spear. The protagonist's weapon flew, emitting energy, and the medicine star was surprised. Medicine Star put his hand on the ground and exclaimed that the spear was aimed at him. The man thought that he couldn't dodge it, while Saun blocked his own weapon. Throwing his hand behind his head, the protagonist explained that it would have been hard if he hadn't done it a bit. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked if Medicine Star was okay. Kneeling down, the man exclaimed who this guy was and how he got here. The monsters jumped on the heroes. The centipedes were getting closer, and the hunter Saun suggested that they deal with these creatures first and then talk. Pieces of monsters' bodies appeared, and Medicine Star thought that the guy had dealt with a huge crowd of monsters in the blink of an eye. The man repeated the question of who he was, and Saun, smiling, introduced himself and said that it was nice to meet him. The protagonist added that he was sent to the doctor by Evil Doom, to which the man, with his mouth wide open, shouted that it was him that the old man kept talking about. Trees were visible, and the protagonist replied that he did not know what Evil Doom said about him, but most likely yes, to which Medicine Star exclaimed that he was not surprised then. Holding a spear in his hand, Saun asked if the man had entered the dungeon to get the core to cure Evil Doom and asked if he had managed to find it, to which the interlocutor replied that the core had long been completed, but for some reason he could not leave the dungeon. Medicine Star asked how Saun got here, to which he looked away, thinking that the Order of Truth had locked down the entire dungeon to isolate the doctor, but since Kalia was here too, they would not do anything stupid. The protagonist lowered his hands and explained that the matter had already been settled and that the man would now be able to go out with him, after which he called him to come with him. The Medicine Star asked if the protagonist would be able to extract more cores from the demigods, although one was ready, but the doctor had made it in a hurry and was not sure that it would be enough. To which Saun, throwing his hand behind his head, said that Evil Doom was now in critical condition, but the interlocutor explained that they had time for the cores. There was no need to worry. The protagonist agreed, since the doctor said so, to which the Medicine Star, opening his mouth wide, thanked him and asked him to wait a little longer. The man took a knife in his hand. Saun asked if extraction was really possible, to which the interlocutor, cutting the monster, replied that the core was a kind of crystal filled with powerful mana. Frowning, the Medicine Star explained that in other words, it was the result of the process of condensing the demigod mana. Hunter Saun widened his eyes in surprise and asked if he could create something like an elixir from the core. The other man replied that he could, of course, and the protagonist stood there with his lips pressed together. Vessels with different liquids appeared, and the protagonist thought about how the doctor could make elixirs, although they would be much inferior in quality to the elixirs from the Transcendent store, but he wouldn't have to spend karma. He would just take more elixirs. Saun put his hand on his shoulder and realized that he couldn't contain his delight, to which the Medicine Star exclaimed what was wrong with him. Putting his hand out to the side, the protagonist asked if he could extract one core if the man didn't mind, to which he replied that it would be no problem, but it was unlikely to work because it only seemed easy in appearance, but the process was quite labor-intensive. The protagonist exclaimed that he had been messing with monster corpses for 10 years, so he was an expert in this area, to which Medicine Star raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was youthful fervor. Putting his hand behind his back, the doctor thought that the boy would give up after breaking the core, and said that he would explain it to him in general terms. A golden core appeared. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that he had succeeded. The protagonist explained that it was easier than he expected, to which Medicine Star frowned in anger, wondering why he was better than him. The man crouched down and suggested that the boy was lucky, then shouted for him to try again, and Saun agreed. The protagonist placed his hand on the monster's body and said that this one looked solid. The protagonist raised his hand with the knife and used Chiron's super-sensitive perception, Merlin's insight, and the Great Sage's arm strength. Cuts appeared on the monster's body, and Saun added his experience in cutting up monsters to everything. The protagonist pulled out the core, piercing the centipede with a knife. The Star of Medicine was so surprised that his mouth and eyes widened. Holding the core in his hands, the protagonist asked if he could take what was left after curing Evil Doom. The man grabbed Saun by the shoulders and shouted that if he wanted, he could even teach him how to make elixirs, and asked him to become his apprentice. The hunter replied that it was not necessary, because he wanted to try making the elixir himself, to which the interlocutor, opening his mouth wide, asked if he knew how to do it. The protagonist replied that he did not know yet, and beads of sweat appeared on the doctor's face. Star Sword appeared, and Medicine Star continued to make the protagonist think again. "You can't let such a talent rot," to which he replied that everything is fine, and the doctor shouted that he is not fine. Tears appeared on his face, and he asked to try to study just once, and if he doesn't like it, then they will talk, to which Minchel asked what he is doing. Medicine Star, sitting on the ground, shouted for him to listen to him, because the boy decided to ruin a talent that appears once every few years, to which Saun said that Star Sword was a little late. Waving his hand, Minchel said that the conversation was dragging on. The successor of the Apostle of Chastity fell to the ground. The girl covered her hand, and Medicine Star exclaimed what Kalia was doing here, and why is she so shabby? Folding his arms, Star Sword explained that he simply knew that Saun would find the missing man, so he prepared in advance. The protagonist, pursing his lips, thought that it was not for nothing that he was called the Star Sword, because the heiress of the strongest apostle was no match for him. The protagonist began to take out his weapon. Hunter Saun brought the tip of the spear to the girl's face. Clenching his hand into a fist, he clarified that he thought there was no need to explain what was happening. Frowning, the protagonist decided to start with simple questions, after which he asked how to cause a dungeon distortion. Kalia raised her head and replied that if they killed her, the Order of Truth would not leave it like that, to which the protagonist interrupted her and said that he did not care. Leaning her hands on the ground, the girl asked again what he had just said. Hunter Saun opened his mouth wide and repeated that he didn't care. Kalia pursed her lips and thought that it was bravado. The protagonist pointed his spear at her, and she thought about how the Order of Truth was a huge organization that had spread all over the world, and even the heroes of the Great Calamity didn't dare touch it. The protagonist stood there with his mouth wide open, and Kalia knew that he was lying just to scare her. The girl said that it couldn't be helped while Hunter Saun raised his weapon. The guy smiled evilly and said that all that was left was to ask the apostles directly when they would arrive. Kalia could see the silhouette of the protagonist in her eyes and wondered if it was a lie. With her hands on the ground, the successor of the Apostle of Chastity shouted that she would die if she revealed the truth. With her eyebrows lowered, Saun told her to try not to get caught. With her mouth wide open, the girl said that all followers of the Order of Truth were under surveillance, which they could not escape. Her eyes turned white, and the protagonist asked if she knew what he meant to the Order, and if she knew that her surveillance could not see him. Holding the holy spear in his hands, the protagonist asked her to choose between silence and death, or an answer and life. Lowering his eyebrows, Saun explained that this was Kalia's last chance, and then asked how the dungeon distortion was created. The girl opened her mouth wide, but remained silent. After a moment, she clenched her teeth. Sitting on the ground, Kalia admitted that they were using the power of Berserker. Pointing the weapon at the body of the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, Saun asked if she could swear by the name of Truth, to which she humbly swore. Minchel, folding his hands, asked what happened to Berserker. Kalia continued to sit on the ground and answered that it was sealed in Greenland, to which the Star Sword said that the main temple of the Order of Truth was located there, and it was worth guessing why it was moved there from America, after which it clarified how they used the power of Berserker. A cup and chains appeared, and Kalia said that there is a grail that allows you to draw out the sealed power, and when he asked if he was also sealed with the grail, the girl replied that she did not know this, because only the apostles have access to information. The successor of the Apostle of Chastity frowned, hearing someone ask what the true goal of the Order is. The girl opened her mouth in alarm. Minchel stood with his hands folded, and Kalia answered that their goal is to maintain world order. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, the man asked her again. Holding the weapon in his hand, Star Sword said that she wanted to say that all the Order's actions were aimed at maintaining order, and asked if she was trying to joke with him, to which Kalia shouted that the Order of Truth's order was not what they thought. With her mouth wide open, the girl began to shout that she was following the laws of karma. Hunter Saun's eyes widened in surprise. A powerful energy wave appeared. The protagonist pulled the spear back and said that enough was enough. Silhouettes of two people appeared, one of whom said that Kalia was more talkative than he thought. The girl called out to the Apostle of Temperance in surprise, and he stood with his hands down. She added that the Apostle of Patience was also here, and the Star of Medicine asked what they were doing here, and was it really because of Kalia, and the protagonist, taking up his weapon, admitted that he did not expect them to come in person. The Apostle of Abstinence lowered his eyebrows and asked if he was Saujin, and continued that he didn't think they would meet like this. The Apostle asked to hand over the successor of the Apostle of Chastity to them, and then they would retreat, while the girl sat with the corners of her lips down. The protagonist grinned and asked what would happen if they refused. Magic streams appeared behind the heroes, and the apostles asked if it looked like they were asking. Saujin spread his arms and replied that it didn't look like it. The protagonist, smiling, explained that he wasn't going to ask for anything. The Apostle of Abstinence was silent, narrowing his eyes. Minchel asked what Saujin was planning, to which he stretched out his hand and replied that they couldn't just hand over Kalia to the apostles. Star Sword opened his mouth wide and said that this was the reason he wanted to fight them, and asked if he knew who they were. Hunter Saujin continued to smile and said that he knew, but that it was the first time he had met them in person. Minchel opened his mouth and said that he was going to force his way through. The Apostle of Temperance extended his hand and called out to Star Sword. The boy continued that he didn't think that he would support this stupid choice either, to which Minchel grabbed his weapon. He took out his sword and admitted that he never liked the apostles, and it was disgusting to look at the masks of hypocrisy that were pulled over their faces. The man held the weapon out in front of him and added that it would be nice to finally tear them off and see what was hidden underneath. Frowning, Star Sword said that he would take on the patience himself and asked if Saujin could resist the abstinence. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist replied that he would try. The Apostle of Patience bared her teeth and said that the distortion of fate had exceeded the calculations. The Apostle of Abstinence began to cast a spell and added that, nevertheless, a distorted fate was also a fate. The guy put his hand full of magic forward. A magical veil appeared behind the heroes. Kalia rushed to run away. The Star of Medicine, noticing this, asked where she was going and, putting out 2 fingers, used the acupuncture spell. Saujin shouted for him to continue in the same spirit, and the doctor, holding the girl in his hands, asked her not to worry about him. The Apostle of Abstinence pressed his lips together and magical waves rushed along his hand. A moment later, the protagonist approached him. The Apostle's magic and the protagonist's energy collided. With his mouth wide open, the Apostle wondered when Saujin had managed to do it. Frowning, the protagonist screamed loudly. A target mark appeared on the protagonist's neck. The Apostle of Patience pointed her weapon at Saujin and explained that they had made a foolish choice in the end. Suddenly, the girl looked away. A powerful energy explosion occurred. Minchel appeared in front of the Apostle and asked why she was distracted when he was right in front of her, or if she had a couple of extra heads. Frowning, Star Sword declared that he was her opponent. The Apostle of Patience bared her teeth angrily and shouted the man's name. A strong energy wave was visible. Saujin stood with his hand on the ground. The Apostle of Temperance walked towards him. The guy put his fingers together, after which a cracking sound was heard. A magical vortex formed above the protagonist. The Apostle's magical powers enveloped the entire dungeon. A moment later, Saujin appeared behind him. The protagonist delivered a crushing blow. The Apostle, looking away, dodged. Small explosions of energy occurred around the opponents. Holding Kalia on his shoulder, the medicine star was surprised by what he saw. Looking at the streams of magic and energy in the sky, he thought that he was not at the level to engage in battle. A green flash appeared. Immediately after, another one appeared, only purple. Hunter Saujin stood in the middle of a destroyed dungeon. The Apostle of Temperance extended his hand forward. His face was bleeding, and he thought about what kind of incredible power this was, and that he knew that Saujin was strong, but not that strong. The Apostle, lowering his hands, suggested that they stop here and give them Kalia, and then added that the protagonist must understand that if they continue, one of them will have to die. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought that he knew this. Saujin put his hand to his stomach and thought about the mana that overflowed 3 Dantons. It could grant him transcendental power, but it was difficult to control. The Apostle of Temperance stood with his hand pointed at the protagonist, and the protagonist admitted that the Apostle had a slight advantage. Saujin's opponent, with his mouth wide open, reminded him that Evil Doom did not have much time left. An image of a dying old man appeared, and the Apostle continued, did he care what happened to him, since they were at a disadvantage in terms of time? Hunter Saujin looked at his opponent with his lips pressed together. Jimin and Saung appeared, sitting next to the old man's bed, and the protagonist recalled that the Star of Medicine said that he had less than a day to completely cure Evil Doom's disease. The girls cried, holding the teacher's hand, and Saujin wondered if they would be able to break through the barrier and return to time. An image of a girl with a machine gun appeared, and the protagonist understood that even if he somehow managed to defeat the Apostle of Temperance, there would still be the Apostle of Patience. Hunter Saujin looked away and said to himself that if he and Star Sword had dealt with their opponent and helped each other, something would have worked out, but now it was stupid to expect help from each other. The protagonist gritted his teeth. His body was enveloped in blue energy. The dark silhouette of the protagonist with glowing eyes was visible, and the apostle did not understand where this uneasy feeling came from. The apostle of temperance raised his hand to his head and wondered what he was feeling in the presence of an S-rank hunter, and then asked if the fight was still going on and if Saun cared about what would happen to Evil Doom. The sky above the heroes turned gray. The apostle raised his hand and said that since this was his will. The guy frowned and began to cast a spell. He released magical energy onto the enemy, and Saun said that he did not want to use it here. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked who knew that it would be useful so soon. A moment later, a blue energy wave flashed through the air. The dungeon was brightly lit by this energy. Monsters appeared through the flashes of light. The apostle of temperance choked, spreading his fingers. Raising his eyebrows, he wondered where this power came from. Closing his eyes, Hunter Saun raised the holy spear in his hand. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The apostle of rebirth opened his mouth in fear. The protagonist swung his weapon. Saun opened his mouth. Sunukun, picking his nose, asked why this was so difficult for him. The great sage climbed up the pole and muttered something unintelligible about fighting, to which the protagonist thought that these were strange sounds instead of words. Sunukun leaned over the protagonist and said that he was repeating it for the last time, so he should listen carefully. The holy spear appeared, and the great sage explained that there were 9 styles and 3 forms, adding that the basic structure was not much different from his own, but unlike him, Saun used a spear, not a pole. Silhouettes of warriors were visible, and Sunukun explained that there was a technique of the spear of Neja and the gods of war Ares and Athena, after which the sage said that he used them and the techniques of other transcendents to transform the protagonist's technique, reminding him of how much strength he put into Saun, to which he, lying on the ground, muttered that Sunukun had beaten him heartily. The great sage, sitting on the pillar, continued that of them he had mastered 3 styles and 1 form, but the 3rd style succumbed to him because this space was created by illusion magic and here he recovers faster. And he had mastered the 1st form only in theory, and would not be able to use it in the real world due to the strong recoil. Sunukun turned his gaze. A deep ravine appeared in which Saun, flying in the sky, began to strike, and the sage finished saying that if he mastered it properly, even he would be in danger. The apostle of revival, seeing this, did not understand what kind of unimaginable power. The protagonist was reflected in his eyes, and he clarified that the protagonist was a human like him. The hunter in the blue aura cast a spell. He launched a powerful beam of light from his spear. The thunder star, scattering in space, was destroyed. A powerful surge of energy appeared. The apostle, standing next to him, shouted abstinence. Her eyes widened. Unusual stones began to fall. Fragments flew down. They began to dissipate in the air. The girl, clenching her jaw, said that he was destroying the space itself, and if he came closer, he would touch her too. Objects were circling in the sky, which made the member of the Order of Truth perplexed. Saun was shining with a blue aura. He was coughing up blood from pain. The apostle of patience watched what was happening, standing on the path. She, opening her mouth, noticed that the terrible energy dissipated in the blink of an eye. Looking at the protagonist, she asked herself if he had spent too much energy. There was a strong impact on the ground. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that he could use a little more magical power. The girl ran towards him. She had expected this, raising her weapon, since he had spent all his strength, but on the other hand, it was impossible to use such power without paying the price. She thought that now was the right moment, pulling the trigger. The star sword, stretching out his sword, said that he had seen through her. A man was visible, waving his arms, worried about the young man. The member of the Order of Truth widened his eyes. Looking at the Apostle of Abstinence, she thought that he was still alive, but he was unlikely to help her with anything. Noticing Minchel, she added that he was in opposition to her and what would happen if the Star of Medicine joined them. The guy in the hat, grabbing Saun, asked if he was okay, to which he asked in return what happened to Kalia, receiving the answer that she was safely hidden. The warrior bared her teeth. A proposal for negotiations was heard through the mountains. The girl who was pointed at the sword said that their condition was to let them go alive and give them to Kalia. The protagonist, holding the staff in his hands, asked what if she refused, and the member of the Order of Truth exclaimed that this was not the best answer for someone who had 1 foot in the grave. He, glowing with a blue flame, asked if this was like having 1 foot in the grave. The Apostle of Patience, with her mouth slightly open, thought that they were in serious danger if he could use his power again in the near future, and said that the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for Evil Doom. Blood was flowing from the protagonist's eye and he heard that she would risk her life, but she would cling and not let go until he died. Minchel bit the corners of his lips. Xiajin, standing opposite the interlocutor, said that they would let them go if they fulfilled their demands, to which the girl clarified what he wanted. He folded his fingers and replied that he wanted an advance payment and a deposit. Opening her mouth, the member of the Order of Truth asked again if his demands were money, and the guy replied that they were. Holding her weapon, she thought that it sounded like nonsense, but even better this way, and said that she would give 500 billion, and a positive answer was heard. Closing her eyes, the apostle heard that they would consider that they did not want to cooperate. Crossing his arms, the protagonist added that they valued the lives of 2 apostles and 1 successor at 500 billion, and it was they who proposed negotiations, and from the very beginning they dropped the price, to which the warrior clarified how much he wanted. Saun put his finger up. The member of the Order of Truth, lowering his eyebrows, said that he was giving 1 trillion. The hunter raised his finger again. The girl, lowering her head, agreed to 10 trillion. The protagonist continued his actions. Through the sweat on his face, the warrior was very surprised. Licking his mouth, the protagonist said 100 trillion, which made Starsword say that he was crazy. The Apostle of Patience, pointing his gun at his interlocutor, shouted at him not to talk nonsense. Did he realize how huge the sum was? And he asked if the negotiations were cancelled. Taking hold of his staff, he said that nothing could be done then. The girl's pupils narrowed, seeing that he had regained his strength in such a short moment. She, looking at the guy's shining eyes, thought that these were not negotiations, this was a threat. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist said that the recoil from using the spear of the sky, the moon and falling stars. Opening his mouth wide, he added that there was no living place on him anyway, and he also had to draw mana from 3 dimensions. He was going to fall off now, continuing that the main thing was not to pass out. If he passed out, he would lose 100 trillion. The protagonist bared his teeth fiercely and thought that for the sake of 100 trillion, some pain was not a hindrance. The pupils of the member of the Order of Truth turned white, realizing that this creepy mug was not joking. Being in the blue aura, he understood that there was a high probability that he would lose. The loss of 3 apostles would deal a serious blow to the future plan. And the warrior said to herself that 100 trillion would have a bad effect on the future ceremony. Closing her eyes, she added that it was better to lose the money, he would understand them. Smiling, Saun thought that this was dangerous, a little more and he would have passed out. Stretching his hand forward, he exclaimed to give the payment in advance, to which the apostle clarified where she would find such money for him now, receiving the answer that he should then take the oath of the Order of Truth. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said, swearing that she would transfer him 100 trillion, and the guy added that she forgot about the deadline. Opening his mouth wide, he asked what if she would then make excuses, saying that she had not mentioned when exactly, which the man in the hat understood that no one would be able to fool him. Turning his head, the member of the Order of Truth replied that, as promised, he would pay 100 trillion within 1 week. The company noticed how she jumped off the ground. The guy, hitting Saun on the back, said that it was time for them to go back too, they needed to cure evil doom. The protagonist fell from the blow. He drooled, listening to how they addressed him. A group of apostles appeared, bowing to one of them. The guy in the hood lowered his head. The others repeated the action after him. The mysterious man widened his eyes, hearing how he was asked to speak. The great voice, standing above the henchman, delved into the words that the Apostle of Abstinence was defeated. The members of the order, bowing to the leader, added that fortunately he remained alive, but as payment for this they transferred a sum of about 100 trillion. Sitting on their knees, they continued that because of this they were forced to postpone the ceremony of the Apostle. The great voice bit the corners of his lips. With folded hands, the unknown listened, that let it already be predetermined. With his mouth wide open, the dominant one said that he must think that he had escaped his fate. Clenching his fist, he added that when the inevitable moment comes and the stars return to their places, he will be defeated, never having mastered the true power of transcendence, and this is his inevitable fate in the established future. The shadow of a man appeared, who said that he will become an echo of darkness wandering in the void. Stretching out his hand, the great voice said that then they will release the berserker. The protagonist squinted his eyes and heard his team worrying about his health, and he couldn't understand what that disgusting but familiar smell was. The guys were standing over him, poking something into his nose. The girl, holding a small object in her hands, said something about 50,001. The protagonist's group, seeing that he had raised his back, shouted that it worked and he had woken up, to which he thought that it was the same trick again, and at least this time it was 50,000. The man in the hat, gnawing on a rag, asked if his medicine was worth the money, and was told that it wasn't, his treatment must have just worked. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and added that he would have woken up from the smell of money, and looking at the guys clapping, he thought that Saun always picked the right moment for this trick. Saun's eyes widened and he asked how evil rock was, and he heard that the treatment had worked. His interlocutor, folding his arms, said that everything went well thanks to the full core of Demigod, it was all his merit, and the guy clarified what about his illness. Having learned that he was cured, the protagonist closed his eyes. Saun, clenching his fist, said that the teacher and Sister Jimin went out, they had some business with other mentors. Opening his mouth, the hunter heard that they had been gone for a long time, so they should return soon, and thought that he was almost at death's door, but had recovered so much that he could already work. The man covered his smile with his hand, and Xiaojun continued, which was to be expected from a medical star. Now he was sure that he had not woken up because of the smell of money. Saun, standing opposite the protagonist, turned to him. She thanked him for saving her teacher, and her head flew back. Having hit the girl, the protagonist heard a question why, to which he answered that it was not he who saved, but the medical star. The guy added that it was just a flick, but his participant was in pain, and the doctor asked about the mentors. Pulling each other's cheeks, they were surprised by the words where they were all connected to his comrades. Stretching out his hand, the hunter exclaimed that he already knew the daughter of the Star Sword, and Heian was a student of the Soul Star, and Saun continued that she, as he knew, was a student of Evil Doom. Menial, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the one who remained was his mentor. Lowering his palms, the man asked where his student was, receiving the answer that he was asking the wrong person. Saun, looking at the bulging pupils of his interlocutor, warned just in case that he did not want to. The Star of Medicine, kneeling down, clarified that he would pass on all his knowledge to him. Wasn't it a good deal? But the protagonist didn't want to. And then the man added that he should think again. He had great potential to become the best doctor in the world, and the guy again answered negatively. Clenching his fist, the doctor was very disappointed. He thought that they all had it like that, but they all found students except him, and he was offended, to which the protagonist said that he should express this to them. Opening his mouth, the doctor repeated why only he doesn't have one. He burst into tears and shouted that only he doesn't have a student, he can't be happy. The Star of Medicine was pushed out of the room, but he continued why didn't he come to him earlier than everyone else, and the girl told the hunter to rest. Saun, ignoring what was happening, decided to see if they transferred the money to him. His pupils narrowed from what he saw on the screen. Looking at the balance of 100 trillion, he was very happy. Jumping up and rushing, the guy shouted that a Neanderthal who died out 30,000 years ago could have saved up this amount by earning 3 billion a year, adding that the karma in the Transcendent store was only 1 billion, and he would be able to buy 100 hours of private lessons with a great sage. Closing his eyes, he said to himself that he needed to calm down first. Imagining himself tortured, the protagonist thought that there was no point in taking lessons now. With his mana volume, he could only use the first style, so first of all he needed to increase the volume to master at least the first form. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that pouring money into the elixir was also ineffective. It would affect the karma ratio. A notification about the pinnacle of alchemy appeared, and the guy had only one way out. Licking his mouth, he thought that he could consult with the mentor and wrote to him that the matter was urgent. Before he could finish writing, the mentor jumped out of the screen and scared Saun. Flying over the bed, he said that he had managed to see him for the first time in a long time, to which the protagonist asked if it was difficult to appear in the usual way. Folding his arms, the guide asked if he wanted to study alchemy to make elixirs himself. Handing him the phone, the protagonist exclaimed that he would like to start as soon as possible, and mentor did not want to advise him, but if he wanted to, then why not? Hearing that lectures from the production section are considered premium, the hunter's eyes widened. Sticking out his tongue, the assistant said that if he remembered the previous Spartan lectures, then they were somewhat similar, and with his karma level, a premium lecture would cost 10 billion per hour. The captain of the dream team, narrowing his pupils, replied that it was not that much. Extending his hand, he asked to give him the phone and pay. Opening his mouth wide, mentor shouted that this was not all. The production section includes not only lectures, there are also practical classes. He spread his arms and added that the practice would require a lot of materials, and that the professor's alchemy required about 100 types. Pointing at Saun, the guide exclaimed that with his level of karma, it would cost about 5 billion per lecture. Picking his nose, the guy said that it was cheap and bought everything. The mentor's eyes turned white. He began to fall along with the objects. Things fell right on him. The assistant stuck his head out through the trash. A house was visible and a question was heard about what had happened to it. A flash of eternal life appeared, and it was said that humanity had only one star dream, and the territory of God, where no living being with a lifespan dared to step. A teaching appeared in the world that had the audacity to encroach on the territory for its study. At the birth of these two teachings, patrons of alchemy and the art of making pills appeared. Dr. Huachuo, holding his beard, asked if he wanted to learn the art of making pills. Kneeling down, Saun replied that he wanted to make elixirs himself. Hearing that the art of making pills would not help him with elixirs, the protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked why. Smiling widely, the teacher said that he would have to start from the very basics of the art. Telling about the huge definition of making pills, the guy's eyes turned white. Putting a finger to his nose, the doctor said that he was a quick learner and a capable beginner. He continued that knowledge requires repetition, so for today, everything that made the protagonist fall to the floor, the progress of the lecture was completed at 34.7%. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist said that his head was splitting. He could not keep up with his lectures even with C-rank insight. Taking the pill made from the core of Demigod, he said it was created using alchemy. Throwing it into his mouth, the guy decided to try it. Chewing his creation, the hunter glowed with a blue aura. Through the sweat on his face, he did not expect it to be so cool, and thought that he would continue training even if there was a 1 in 10 effect from the elixir, but here it felt like 1 in 5. His jaw clenched tightly. Raising his head, he shouted that it worked. Remembering how he held the staff with a tired look, Xiaojun said goodbye to the days of suffering because of karma. Bathing in money, he welcomed the new himself, not worrying about money. Running back and forth with joy, the protagonist said that he can ask Jimin to make a magical device to complete daily quests, and now the money will flow like a river. Wondered if the building for training is too cramped, and notifications with daily quests appeared. With his mouth wide open, he continued that he would simply buy a piece of land nearby and make an office for the dream team there, while Mentor lay there drooling. The assistant flew up and asked if the lecture was over, receiving the answer that it had been productive. He noted that he had really enjoyed it, and the protagonist, pursing his cheeks, exclaimed that he no longer needed to worry about elixirs. The guy, looking up, laughed loudly. Putting his hands on his hips, he heard that his time had come, to which he asked if he meant that it was time for him to brag about his money. Mentor, pointing to the weapon, asked if he could see it. Noticing the cracks, Xiaojun fell silent. Taking the staff in his hands, he did not understand why this was so, to which the assistant asked if he had used the Spear of the Sky, Lena, and Falling Stars recently. The weapons appeared, and the guide continued that all of this was made by the student for the basic course for beginners at the beginning of the path of Transcendence. He added that even the initial level is a great achievement, so the copies are of the appropriate quality, but they are still different from what true Transcendents make, and the protagonist's pupils narrowed. Equipment from the store appeared that is unable to withstand the energy of a Transcendent. Flying in front of the protagonist, Mentor said that it usually does not come to this, but it seems that the matter is too great a power of the spear, since it was created by a great sage personally, and the guy asked to repeat it again, receiving the answer that in order to continue using the spear, it is necessary to change the equipment. Holding the phone in his hands, the assistant said that most often their academies leave a request for production, and he can buy the original because the previous owner of the spear was unable to achieve the necessary skill, which perplexed the hunter. Xiaojun, looking at him, asked how much this original costs, and he was explained that based on the karma of his dimension, 103 trillion. The protagonist questioningly raised his hand to his ear. He scratched his head and asked again how much the spear cost, and the guide said that to buy the original, he would need 103 trillion. The guy closed his eyes. Burning with rage, he wondered what kind of nonsense this was. The protagonist, baring his teeth fiercely, asked whether trillions were a joke for them, and added that even if it was an original, one could think that the weapon's combat effectiveness was at a perfect level, so he shouldn't talk nonsense. The mentor, through the sweat on his face, said that he could buy it later. The hunter, his eyes widening, angrily asked if he could see what condition it was in, and still hinted at later, let him look at the cracks, it would shatter into pieces if it tried to catch a fly, and they agreed with him. The captain of the dream team lowered his eyebrows and listened to the original, which was completely different. The power of the transcendental equipment would amaze him. He would not exchange it in vain, to which he thought that with such karma he could not buy. Even with 100 trillion, these are unheard of numbers. Xiaojun folded his hands and exaggeratedly said that there were so many people around him who had a couple of trillions lying around in their pockets. The protagonist, running away from the assistant, asked him not to go anywhere and wait here. Turning her head, Saun heard how she was addressed. She said that he should have rested some more, but the guy, stretching out his hand, asked to take a look. Taking a fragment of the medicine, the girl clarified what it was. Having received the answer that it was an external pill, let him try it. She threw it into her mouth. The huntress glowed with a yellow aura. The star of medicine, stretching out his palms, asked to give it to him. With his mouth wide open, he did not understand where he got a pill of such a level. Asking where he found it, the main character said that he did it himself. The dream team raised their fingers and wanted to try it too. Opening the box, the guy exclaimed if they were talking about his pills and if they wanted to, he would share them. Everyone frowned when they heard the price of 500 billion. The captain continued that it was still very cheap and he would give them a discount because they were a team. But it was a rare thing that couldn't be bought at the market, and asked the doctor if he was right, to which he, holding the pill in his hand, replied that it was. Sticking out his tongue, Xiaojun added that they each had a trillion received from Italy and they had nothing to spend it on, but this pill was very useful for hunters. Saun raised her hand and shouted that she was buying. She said that she only had a trillion and asked for 2, and the guy, narrowing his eyes, thought that it was only a few billion. Shaking her hand, he silently said that it was true, a trillion was not that much money. Holding a box of pills above him, the protagonist shouted that there were only 5 left at a low price, and whoever got them first wanted to buy them. The protagonist held the new weapon in front of his eyes. Mentor, flying behind him, was very surprised, not understanding how he managed it, because it usually takes thousands of years, and the hunter asked him to keep quiet if he did not want to bring him to the edge. Squeezing the spear tighter, he thought that this was transcendental level equipment and an original national scale weapon. Waving it, Saun said that it looked no different from the last one, and the assistant told him not to do that. A powerful explosion was seen. The Dream Company, with their mouths wide open, did not understand who it was. They thought that they were hit and wanted to test the pills, and the protagonist, looking at the falling fragments, wondered what to do. He did not have money to restore the building, and Mentor told him that he should not do that. The assistant folded his arms and warned him that it would be beyond imagination. Looking at the hole in the roof, the protagonist could not imagine that such a thing would happen from one swing. His pupils turned white and he said that the spear justified the price of 103 trillion, but it was too cool. The guy continued that he would crush everything around him with it, without even properly training, to which the guide, parrying over the weapon, said that this is why students sign up for the course of Applied Force. A table with the progress of achieving Applied Force appeared, and Mentor added that when he learns the truth of the release of Force, he will be able to fully control the power of the weapon of their academy, and the hunter realized that he must spend money again. The assistant, turning away, exclaimed that he would go then, and let him be called if something was needed again, but Saun asked to stop. He said that he still had a couple of questions, to which Mentor, widening his eyes, clarified which ones. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he heard about the law of karma where he never expected. He added that in the past he asked if there were other students in his dimension besides him, could he give an answer, and the guide scratched his head and said that he, like no one else, would like to unburden his soul, but there was nothing he could do. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy was sure that the Order of Truth was somehow connected with the Academy of Transcendence, and maybe he should ask the question from the other side, and asked if he could tell the rest of the story of the formation of their academy, receiving a positive answer. Looking at the interlocutor, Mentor mentioned their director last time, but the protagonist corrected him that he only said that she was the second Transcendent. Opening his mouth wide, the assistant said that she was the second one to set foot on the territory of their academy, and at the same time she could be called the first student, and the hunter clarified about the first student. Closing his eyes, the assistant replied that there was another. Extending his hand, he said that this was the very first Transcendent who had set foot on their territory before anyone else. Placing his palms on his hips, the guide continued that he founded the current academy, to which Saun asked if there was a founder, why was another person acting as director? Hearing that no one knew, the guy narrowed his pupils. Waving his naked head, Mentor replied that no one knew why this happened, not even the director herself, and there were no traces of the first Transcendent left. He added that he didn't know the details either, but as the director had said, most likely the first one's existence had been erased from the face of the earth, which made the guy sweat down his cheek, not understanding how there was no trace of karma left. The assistant said that there were no other options if even the memories of his existence had been erased, to which the protagonist thought that maybe it had something to do with the fact that his karma was not measurable. Turning his gaze, the hunter heard his name being called, and the assistant exclaimed that they had been chatting for too long. Leaving a trail of smoke behind him, he shouted that they would see each other again, and Saun said that something bad had happened. Entering the room, she continued that a call had come in and they needed to go to the Hunters Association as soon as possible, which left Saun perplexed. The girl raised her eyebrows, not knowing why. The protagonist, hearing the mention of Berserker, bit the corners of his lips. The Hunters Association building appeared. A question was heard from behind the huge table about whether Berserker would be released soon. Tebium, narrowing his eyes, said that it was written in the message sent by Dark Star, and Miniel asked if it was a monster from the time of the Great Calamity. The guy, raising his palm, said that he was already dead, to which Saun agreed, but asked what he was talking about. Star Sword, crossing his arms, reported that it was time for them to find out the truth. Closing one eye, he added that Berserker was not dead, he was only sealed. Hearing that the Order of Truth had used the monster's power for some reason, but above all that this order was not as honest and righteous as the world thought it was, the boys' mouths dropped open. Saun, frowning, asked if something had happened in Greenland, receiving the answer that it had happened in England. The hunter was surprised and the chairman handed over a paper, asking to look at it. Holding a letter in English, the protagonist listened to it as it was a secret message from the Queen of England, and that a distortion had occurred there that they could not handle, asking for help if possible. Sitting opposite the protagonist, Minchell said that Berserker had most likely not been completely freed yet, otherwise they would not have had time to write letters. Crossing his fingers, Tebium said that the Order of Truth had not taken any action yet, and it was unclear why the letter was sent secretly. It would have been better to send an official appeal, asking for help from the whole world. Jimin, closing her eyes, exclaimed that that's why she and her grandpas were going to England, but some problems arose. Resting her head on her hand, she added that Chinchul had disappeared. The team captain, lowering his eyebrows, introduced the man. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked if he was up to something again, receiving the answer that they had no idea where he had gone. The girl assumed that he had run away when his conspiracy with Kalia came to light, but they had interrogated the rest of the guild members, and judging by their appearance, they didn't know anything, to which Saun, grabbing his hair, thought that so much had happened in this week while he was unconscious. Scratching the back of his head, the guy heard that if he and the grandpas left their posts now, then, as they say, suddenly the house would be robbed while it was empty. Jimin, tilting her head, said that the main reason was that the Queen of England did not mention them, but specifically the protagonist. He, having learned that it was about him, widened his eyes. The protagonist agreed to fly, which made his team, whose eyes turned white, unhappy with the decision. They said that he made decisions too easily, but took longer to choose what to eat for breakfast, to which the hunter asked, "What's the point of hanging around here doing nothing?" The guys, having heard that they need to work and earn money, frowned. Saun, biting her finger, agreed with the captain. She, covering her mouth with her hand, said that she is currently broke, which greatly surprised the Star Sword. Saun and Miniel, crossing their fingers, talked about the possibility of earning some extra money, and Minchel did not understand why they needed England's budget. Heian, holding the phone in her hands, said that England's annual budget is 1,200 trillion. Xiaojin shouted that the dream team would then go to England, and everyone was happy, and the elders, frowning, were perplexed, and then the medicine star thought that this bastard had treated his student, and only he had no successor. Clenching his fist, the protagonist noticed that he had been called. Evil Rock, leaning on a crutch, did not know how to thank him. Taking hold of the protagonist's hair, he did not need anything. He did nothing, to which the man exclaimed that the medicine star told him everything, and thanks to his efforts, everyone remained alive. Narrowing his pupils, the guy thanked his interlocutor, but now he could not say that he had mistakenly destroyed their house. Jimin grabbed the hunter's hand. She, opening her mouth, was grateful to him. With her eyes widened, the girl added that she would fulfill any request he made, just let him say so. The captain of the dream team looked away and asked if he could ask for a small favor. The ruined roof of the house appeared. Scratching the back of his head, Saujin said that he slightly touched it, and it either fell or crumbled, and this is what happened. Seeing their dissatisfied faces, he shouted that while their house was being repaired, they could live in their office, and as gratitude, you could pay for the repairs instead of him, because his place was empty now. The turbine of the plane was visible. From the plane, the protagonist showed a finger and said that they should take care of it while he was in England. The capital of Great Britain was attacked by a monster from a dungeon rift. The stranger pushed the girl away and exclaimed that she should leave him alone. The citizen was lying on the floor and a shadow fell on her. Someone struck the monster. Robert, protecting the inhabitants of the city, shouted at them to run for cover. The queen, with her mouth wide open, told everyone not to panic and let everyone run there. The count, putting his shield forward, did not miss the blows. He, lowering his eyebrows, asked how far away the help was. The man's pupils narrowed. There was a powerful explosion. Robert bounced off the rocks from the powerful wave. Drake was visible on the roof of the house. His eyes were burning and the Earl did not understand what the 11-star monster had forgotten here, and someone was calling for help. The citizen, sitting on her knees, said that her father was under the rubble, having received an answer for her to be patient a little. Drake, noticing them, began to charge the attack. There was a bright glow behind the queen. Robert, opening his mouth wide, turned to her. He ran towards her. The girl's eyes widened. The Earl directed his gaze upward. A spear appeared and it was heard how they had barely arrived, and then some kind of commotion. Saujin, lowering his weapon, asked to stand aside. They would quickly deal with them. The protagonist frowned. He, stretching his fingers forward, told the team to unwind everyone. The snake-shaped monster caught fire. His tail was hit. The monster was defeated. Robert, with sweat on his face, was surprised how they destroyed so many monsters in one fell swoop. The queen, looking at the protagonist, clarified that they were not by any chance the dream team from Korea, to which he replied that it was so, he was the leader, and gave his name. The girl, approaching him, wanted to introduce herself. She, putting her hand on her heart, exclaimed that she was the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain area. The guy, opening his mouth, was surprised. Looking at her, the hunter did not believe that this young girl was the queen. From the temporary residence of the head of England, screams were heard whether their majesty was all right. The count, holding out his hand, asked what the royal guard was doing, who had only just appeared, receiving the answer that they were intercepted by Mr. Lebanon. The man bit the corners of his lips. Bowing to the leader, he said that he would stay here for a while, to which she gave the go-ahead. Turning her gaze to the team, Arya asked them to go there. Sitting at the table, she apologized for her appearance and exclaimed that they probably had a lot of questions, why she sent a secret letter, and why she did not ask for help officially. The queen closed her eyes. She said that she was a puppet, which made the guys' mouths open. The girl, clasping her hands, asked if they knew how the official name of the country sounds in English, and soon clarified whether it was England, to which Arya said that many people think so, but this is not true because England is one of the largest countries in Great Britain. A map of the United Kingdom appeared. The Queen, bulging her pupils, said that it is an association of 4 countries. Introducing her grandmother's shadow, she said that the relationship within the Union was so-so, but just a couple of weeks ago, this shaky system was destroyed after Queen Beatrice rested in peace. Saun, lowering his eyebrows, also heard the news about the previous queen, and he finds it hard to believe that a young girl inherited the throne. And she said that as soon as rifts began to appear throughout the country, her grandmother called her and said this. Hearing about the terrible monster, the protagonist's eyes turned white. Arya continued that it was necessary to stop the terrible monster, which under no circumstances should go out into the world, and the guy, biting the corners of his lips, realized that it was Berserker. Shadows of people were visible, and the girl added that the grandmother went to stop the monster, but did not return, after which the Prime Minister suddenly died, and the newly elected died due to a rift. She tucked her legs and said that all that was left was for her to ascend the throne instead of her grandmother, not even hoping for a pompous ceremony. Seeing her reflection, the Queen said that no matter how you look at it, the split of Great Britain was a completely natural outcome. She added that since then, 2 heroes of the Great Disaster began to demand the throne, which made Han, who had an angry look, clarify about the demands of the throne. The protagonist, sitting at the table, asked if they were talking about Levin and Alice and heard a positive answer. A pumped-up man from Scotland and a girl from Northern Ireland appeared, and Arya exclaimed that they, along with her grandmother, were living witnesses of the era of the Great Disaster. Sitting on the throne, she said that at their instigation, professional hunters began to concentrate on their home region and turn a blind eye to the rifts in others, and they also announced that they would not help until she handed over the throne. Clenching her fist, the Queen said that she was a nobody, and unlike the awakened grandmother, she had neither the experience, nor the abilities, nor the connections to ask for help. Remembering how she hugged the toy, the girl added that she did not seek to gain power. She, seeing the light from the door, said that the strong heroes of the Great Disaster would become better rulers than her, at least for the sake of the country and the people. Looking through the crack, Arya learned something. Levin and Alice smirked, and they were the ones behind everything that was happening. Looking at Saun, the Queen turned to him that she had heard about the miracle he had performed in Italy. Hearing that she knew that she was asking for the unthinkable, the protagonist frowned. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she would do whatever he wanted, be it money or a title, or maybe something else. She clenched her fingers tightly. Arya, standing up, shouted sharply for them to stop the heroes of the Great Disaster. Tears were welling up in her eyes. The main hero had sweat running down his face. The company was sitting at the table, and a clarification about the heroes of the Great Disaster was heard. Saun, raising her hand, asked to repeat, and someone entered the room, shouting to the Majesty that a disaster had occurred. The guys, standing up, listened to how a conflict had broken out between Captain Robert and Lord Levin right in front of the royal palace. Blood was running down his hand, and the captain had completely lost his fear. The lord, standing in front of his opponent, asked if he dared to block his path, not knowing his own place. The hero of the Great Disaster continued that he was so stupid that he blindly followed the empty queen. The count, opening his mouth wide, replied that only those who had confirmed their identity were allowed to enter the palace. Holding the sword, Levin asked why he could not enter his future palace, to which Robert replied that he was no longer even trying to hide his dark intentions. The Dragon Slayer scratched his head and gave him a chance. He put the sword to his interlocutor's throat and said that he did not need a guard dog that would snap at its future master without recognizing him. The captain closed his eyes and thought of his majesty. Saun struck his opponent's sword. Levin's pupils narrowed. The protagonist kicked him, causing him to break through the wall. The guy put his staff on his shoulder and asked if Robert was okay. A hand was visible behind the rubble, and the man said that it looked like the queen had gotten busy after all. Touching his head, Levin exclaimed that the queen had no pride at all, dragging a foreigner into the affairs of a foreign country. The protagonist looked at him and asked why the hero of Great Calamity did something like that, to which he replied that it seemed like an unfamiliar language, but it seemed to penetrate the brain, and added whether he was a servant of the Order of Truth. The hunter, narrowing his eyes, listened to the fact that some misunderstanding arose between them, and thought that by standard, the heroes of Great Calamity do not trust the Order of Truth, because he only knows the low and vile side of the order. The Dragon Slayer, leaning on his weapon, said that he did not intend to interfere with their plans, he just wanted to take a look at the palace today, in which he would soon live, and at the same time speed up the process a little, and the captain of the Dream Team asked himself whether he had conspired with the Order of Truth for the sake of overthrow. Saun, looking at the enemy, clarified whether he had ever heard of him. Levin's pupils turned white upon recognizing this name. The protagonist, standing behind him, repeated that it was him. The hero of Great Calamity slid back. The protagonist tried to strike. The master, raising his hand, dodged. Robert watched their battle from afar. The assistants, holding the man, wanted to stop them, but they would not be able to get closer. Lebanon bared his teeth fiercely. Having pierced the stone floor, he could not resign himself. His eyes glowed red, and the captain continued that battles for him are like hunting. He pursues the chosen prey to get another trophy, nothing more. Saun, spreading his arms, exclaimed that he said that Lady Arya had dragged a stranger into the affairs of the country, and he himself had dragged the order of truth here. Seeing the protagonist open his mouth and ask if he was the only one in a white coat, Lebanon felt like a hunted animal. Smiling, the protagonist asked how this phrase was translated, if there was a similar expression in English, which made the captain's veins bulge. He, waving his sword, shouted at him to shut up. The hunter, deftly dodging, said how hot-tempered he was. The hero of the great calamity clenched his jaw in anger. Saun, flying above him, heard the question of whether he was proposing to measure strength. It seemed like a powerful confrontation between two fighters. Burning with fire, Lebanon shouted that even dragons knelt before this force, and he was going to attack head-on, adding that his stupidity was beyond the level of a simpleton. He, lowering his eyebrows, continued that arrogance and bragging would become his opposite. The main character's staff was visible, which was glowing with a blue aura. He began to attack, which made the enemy perplexed. The Dragon Slayer, raising his upper lip, asked if he was being pushed back by force. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, clarified whether it was him. His spear began to crack, and he thought that this could not be. Having struck the enemy, the hunter's weapon broke. He, looking at his empty hand, was upset. Sighing heavily, Saun said that it crumbled into crumbs as soon as he applied force, and Lebanon, with his mouth slightly open, thought that this boy was more stubborn than a dragon, and if the fight continued, he would not be able to predict its outcome. Putting his hand to his pocket, the captain realized that he would have to postpone the plan. Arya, with wide eyes, shouted Robert's name. She ran up to the count, asking if he was okay, and at that moment the hero of the great disaster decided to retreat for today. The enemy, lowering his eyebrows, told him to remember that the more he resisted, the more victims there would be. The master, baring his teeth, was very angry. The hunter, looking at Lebanon, asked where he was going, receiving a counter question whether he was going to fight him without a weapon. Saun, taking out a weapon, made it clear that he was mistaken. The captain listened, saying that be that as it may, beating the hero of the great disaster without a weapon was somehow not very good, and with his mouth wide open, he said what kind of nonsense he was talking. The protagonist took out a powerful spear that glowed with a blue aura. He held it out with a smile. Lebanon, his mouth slightly open, was shocked. Through the rubble, they could hear how he turned this place into ruins, and they, having found nothing, continued searching. Soon, scratching the back of her head, asked what he would order to do, adding that he had awakened a craving for destruction, and Saun hoped that they would not be forced to pay for the repairs, and the protagonist replied that he was in control. With his mouth wide open, he found Lebanon lying in the rubble. The guy noticed a strange glow. He took the crystal heart in his hands. The man leaned on his sword and began to breathe heavily. A huge monster appeared in front of him. The warrior thought that this was his end. He closed his eyes and remembered that he wanted to propose to his beloved. Suddenly, the main character rushed past him. The guys ran after him to quickly deal with the monsters. Robert's eyes widened in shock. In front of him lay the corpses of giant monsters. The workers began to slowly collect important materials such as skins and meat. Philip smiled widely and asked if his captain was feeling better. The count replied that he was fine and asked what was going on here. The man with the knife climbed onto the monster. The guy replied that they were cutting up the monsters for transportation. Hearing that this was a direct order from Her Majesty, the man raised his eyebrows in amazement. He opened his mouth in surprise when the assistant said that the Queen asked them to skin the corpses while the gentlemen from the Dream Team were cleaning up all of England, and that she needed money, so these corpses needed to be sold as soon as possible. Soon fell to the ground. The girl raised her head and said that she could no longer move. Minjil fell down and said the same. Putting his hand to his chin, Saun thought about how he now had such a rare thing as a dragon's heart and wondered if it would take 30 hours to boil it, since it would cost 300 billion. The guys raised their hands and demanded a break. The guy asked why they were sitting idle and ordered them to move on. The blue sky hung over the city. The young man reminded them that each of them owed him $1 trillion and said that he gave them the pills in advance, so they should pay the bills. The team members glared at their captain, thinking that he was too greedy. The girl suggested that he became stronger when he ate money. Saun decided that this theory was true. The student turned away and thought about how he would soon have the required amount. There were enthusiastic people on the road in front of him. The townspeople closed their eyes in joy and started chanting the name of the dream team. The boy asked what the strange atmosphere was. The hunter raised his hand and asked his friend to just wave. Northern Ireland, clouds were gathering over the castle. Alice narrowed her eyes tiredly as she heard a disgruntled voice. Her subordinates entered the throne room and were outraged that this Asian hunter was clearing all the corrupted dungeons in England and that they had lost contact with Lebanon, who had gone to the palace. The man raised his hand and said that with this development, the queen would soon regain the people's trust. The girl raised her hand and said that the Scots, who were constantly complaining, irritated her. The man with the axe in his hands instantly turned into a naked skeleton. The people begged for mercy. The woman looked at her hand and asked them not to worry because she planned to leave one alive. The warrior fell to the floor and trembled. Alice asked him to tell the others that their time had come and that they should gather in London. The subordinate immediately ran to the exit. Blood splashed. The girl decided that there was no point in leaving him alive either. She raised her hand, and the blood flew into the air. The skeleton stood up. The living dead man headed for the exit. The woman asked him to tell everyone her words. The villainess smiled broadly and thought that her enemy was quite capable. Someone was hiding around the corner. Alice decided that they had paid attention to him for a reason. Standing in the shadows, the unknown said that it was time to move to action. He turned into a dark haze and dissipated into the air. The girl stood up from the throne and thought that she would not be able to understand what was on their minds anyway. The skeletons bowed before her. The woman said that they could simply kill and turn into undead all the fools who chose a little girl as a queen instead of the hero of the great disaster. The army of skeletons gathered in front of the mansion. The villainess flashed her crazy eyes and said that it was time for them to move to London. The protagonist held a dragon heart in his hands. Guado stood next to him. Saun realized that he was holding a dragon heart pill in his hands and said that he did not feel any changes compared to the first time. The guy thoughtfully looked at the heart. The man explained that it was perfect in itself and that in order to preserve its effect as much as possible, it was important not to damage its external form. The old man said that he wanted to see as soon as possible what the process of absorbing a dragon heart looked like, but then disappeared into thin air. Scratching his head, the young man realized that he had run out of money and was glad that it had not happened during the verification. The healer was upset that he would not be able to watch the absorption process. The student brought the dragon's heart to his mouth. After he absorbed it, a bright light lit up in his chest. Robert and Aria's eyes widened when they felt a powerful energy. The heroes looked around. The man wondered what had happened inside that could cause such a strong surge of energy. Passers-by suggested that an earthquake had begun. The Count looked at Her Majesty in surprise when the Queen asked at what level he thought the abilities of the hunter from Asia were. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he could not even guess. The girl realized that their ally surpassed even the hero of the Great Calamity in strength. She raised her eyebrows in amazement when her guard said that there was no one in this world who could become a threat to him. The woman lowered her head. Her companion thought about his doubts about the monster of doom. Aria declared that she envied him. Robert turned to her and asked what it meant. The queen lowered her eyes and thought about how if she had that much power, others would not have to sacrifice their lives so senselessly and in vain. An image of her grandmother reading her fairy tales as a child and asking her to remember that she could do anything if she worked for the good of people appeared in her mind. The girl pursed her lips and realized that the crown was too heavy a burden. The woman clenched her fists and decided to do what they could first. Aria ran forward and suggested that they continue to butcher the monsters. People asked Her Majesty not to do this. Such a scene brought a sincere smile to the Count's face. Aria grabbed a carving knife in her hands. The warrior thought that his mistress always considered herself weak, but her soul and her actions touched the hearts of many people, and he wanted her to understand this because, in his opinion, no one is more worthy of the crown than her. The heroes stood at the tail of the monster when someone ran up to them and said that trouble had happened. They turned around when they heard that professional hunters of Scotland and an army of the undead were moving towards London. Lightning flashed in the cloudy sky. Explosions were heard one after another in the city. Skeletons were moving forward in orderly rows. Lebanon was fighting with English warriors. Phillips grabbed his wounded hand. Alice was sitting on the throne on the back of a giant skeleton. The guy did not understand why the heroine of the great disaster was doing this. The girl smirked and raised her index finger. The corpse swung the axe to kill the enemy. Aria opened her mouth wide and ordered them to stop. The monster froze in place, never touching the enemy with the axe. The woman narrowed her eyes slyly and asked who had come to them. The queen clenched her fists. The villainess called her a puppet doll. The huge skeleton was engulfed in black smoke. Its owner reminded that the doll must behave appropriately and sit humbly in the palace. Her Majesty asked what was going on here. Raising her hand, the necromancer asked if it was not obvious and stated that her patience had reached its limit. The blonde looked away. The houses were destroyed. The man was trying to help Phillips regain consciousness. Aria clenched her fist and asked if the villains really wanted her throne. Alice put her hand to her chin and was surprised that her enemy could sometimes be perceptive. Robert clenched his teeth in anger. The Earl spread his arms and asked if the people would accept her after that. The girl grinned, finding it funny, and explained that she wanted to put herself on the throne and that she did not need anyone's recognition and approval for this. With her eyes sparkling, the woman called herself the heroine of a great disaster and asked who else was worthy of ruling over people. The queen resolutely knitted her brows and declared that she would give up the throne if the enemy stopped this madness. The warrior was indignant and asked her to stop. The villainess thoughtfully turned away and said that she had changed her mind and did not want to accept the throne. The heroes opened their mouths in amazement. The necromancer pointed at them with her finger. Towering over the people, Alice ordered them to kneel so that this huge crowd of Britons could see who should become the true queen. Robert loudly asked how she dared to order them around, but Her Majesty raised her hand in front of him to stop him. The man lowered his weapon, and the blonde apologized to him and explained that she could no longer watch so many people sacrifice their lives for her. Without turning around, Arya added that her grandmother once said that a person could do anything if they wanted to, but unfortunately, that only worked in her world. The Earl furrowed his brows in fear when she said that it was impossible in her world. The Queen bowed. The British soldiers opened their mouths in shock. The girl smiled smugly. Her Majesty lowered her head and thought that she should have done this from the beginning, because the crown never suited her. Someone grabbed her hand. The protagonist stood next to her and did not allow her to kneel. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaojin looked forward determinedly. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked her not to bend her knee and stated that the higher her head, the more she would be willing to do for this country. Arya looked at him in amazement. The boy explained that she should not bow her head to such a worthless person if she wanted to be a true queen for her people. Tears appeared in her eyes. The student smiled widely and said that otherwise her crown would fall off her head. The soldier clenched his fist and agreed with him. The warrior frowned and stated that they were ready to sacrifice their lives for her and that they would have retreated long ago if they wanted otherwise. Robert knelt down before Her Majesty and asked her not to bow her head to the enemy for their sake. The blonde's blue eyes sparkled. Leaning forward, Alice asked why she stopped and ordered her to kneel to prove who the true queen was. Arya closed her eyes. The next moment, she frowned sternly. The girl pursed her lips and swallowed nervously. The queen looked at her rival and declared that such a scoundrel did not deserve the title of heroine of a great disaster. Her Majesty narrowed her eyes and called her a rebel. The soldiers furrowed their brows. The blonde said that she could forgive the enemy 1,000 times for his attempts to kill her, but she could not close her eyes to the harm caused to ordinary people. Lebanon clenched his teeth in anger. The monarch explained that people are the country and asked what a rebellion is, if not an attempt to harm them. The woman threw her an angry look when Arya called her a rebel once more. The queen pointed her finger at her and promised that she would pay for her betrayal. Her body trembled. Her Majesty sentenced the enemy to death. The blonde turned around and ordered her comrade to execute the traitor. Robert sternly frowned and promised to carry out her order even at the cost of his life. The soldiers raised their swords in front of them as the captain ordered them to prepare for battle. The man's eyes flashed as he ordered that all means be mobilized to behead the traitor from that moment on. The guards frowned sternly and began to carry out the order. Looking at the giant skeleton, the protagonist asked what they should do. Saun placed his spear on his shoulder and said that the true queen in question was standing right next to him. Dark energy enveloped the throne. The villainess laughed softly and said that the pathetic humans ignored her last favor. A vortex of energy appeared in the sky. Winged monsters emerged from it. Alice suggested to see if her enemies could keep their heads on their shoulders after this. The soldiers' mouths opened in horror. The count realized that these were not clouds, but giant gates. The monsters filled the entire sky. Arya spread her arms and asked what her rival had done and what was the point of a throne if everyone was going to die. Smiling widely, the girl replied that she didn't care and asked her enemy where she thought this giant undead army had come from. The queen's eyes widened in fear. Standing in front of thousands of skeletons, the woman asked where all the people of her Northern Ireland had gone. Her Majesty fell to her knees and asked her grandmother what she should do. The blonde winced when someone repeated her words about how in her world there was no such thing as a person being able to do whatever they wanted. The guy raised his spear and said that then she would just have to change her world. Throwing her hand above her head, the villainess shouted that it was too late and ordered the berserker to use her magic power, and the dragon heart left in the palace to free himself from the shackles. The heroes froze in place. Silence reigned all around. The necromancer frowned and asked why nothing was happening. The young man wondered if this was the dragon heart that Lebanon had brought. The student, surrounded by bright energy, said that he had already evaporated it and eaten it. The witch opened her mouth in shock and asked what it meant. A huge amount of lightning pierced the skeletons thanks to the use of the staff of the sky, the moon, and the falling stars. A powerful gust of wind fell on the skeleton army. The hunter's eyes widened in fear. Having risen into the sky above the enemies, the protagonist realized that he had only killed half, although he had planned to sweep away both the undead and their leader in one fell swoop. Saun frowned sternly and realized that someone who could influence the power of transcendence was suppressing his power. A dark haze descended on the British soldiers, exerting great pressure on them. People began to clutch their heads and scream. The guy used his upper dantian and rushed forward. A giant lotus flower appeared under his feet, spreading ataraxia vapors. The soldiers were enveloped in blue energy. One of them pointed to the sky and asked the others to look up. A bloody sphere was swirling under the clouds. Red lights were swirling around it, gathering together, gradually taking shape. The soldiers watched with horror in their eyes, although none of them, except for the heroes of the Great Calamity, saw it. Everyone who was there could understand it on an instinctive level. A dragon appeared in the sky, the strongest creature on Earth, which commands monsters and other dragons. The berserker opened his red eyes. The youth smiled nervously and thought that things were bad for them. The monster opened its fanged mouth. Its roar caused debris to fly into the air. A wave of blue energy rushed forward. The student rushed forward and realized that the enemy had not yet fully released itself because the dragon's heart had been eaten. The army of skeletons was chasing him, but the hunter knew that the first thing he needed to do was stop him from awakening completely. The protagonist jumped up, and someone used Prominence Explosion to destroy the undead. Alice's mouth fell open in fear, not understanding how this was even possible. The dream team entered the battlefield. Saun attracted the enemy's attention to herself. Miniel admitted that their captain was too fast and that they barely kept up with him. Saujin smiled when his friends asked him to trust them. A wave of energy flew past the giant skeleton. The guy decided to rely on his comrades. The girl raised her hand and asked where he was going. The awakened ones, covered in bright energy, prepared for battle. The mage said that the traitor should fight them first. Robert put his hand forward and ordered the guards to join the battle to kill the rebel. Explosions were heard every now and then on the battlefield. The woman frowned furiously and asked why the Scots were not doing anything. Lebanon frowned sadly and said that they didn't know that she had turned the people of Northern Ireland into undead and wanted to summon a dragon. His face began to sweat as the man explained that they simply didn't like the fact that the English had ascended to the throne and that they wanted to overthrow the queen and take power. A giant rock appeared over his head. Arya knocked it down so that the rock wouldn't kill him. The warrior looked at her in amazement and asked why she did that when they were trying to overthrow her. The queen closed her eyes and said that she understood their feelings and that they might be confused and unhappy. The dragon slayer's mouth fell open in confusion. Her Majesty explained that now they needed all their strength to save the country from danger. Lebanon asked if she would forgive them. The blonde asked what they were talking about. A skeleton approached them. The monster swung his sword when the unsuspecting girl said that they were all the people of Britain. At the same time, the man attacked the dead man to save her. The girl looked back. The warrior realized that they would be no different from the undead if they followed someone thoughtlessly. The Scottish soldier smirked and said that they would help their queen. The fighters threw themselves into battle with the skeletons for the sake of their country. Alice opened her mouth wide and called them pathetic worms who did not know their place. Someone pushed off the ground. The protagonist rose into the air above the battlefield. The berserker hovering in front of him called him a stupid creature whose death was destined by fate. The moment the monster first appeared, Saujin's eyes widened in fear and first of all felt danger. When the beast loomed over the city, the guy was overcome by negative thoughts, fear and horror. He did not believe that the creature in front of him was the remnants of his former strength. The young man pushed off the ground and thought that they were on different levels, so he couldn't waste time, because even at this very moment, the enemy's power was still growing. A bright blue energy appeared around him. The Dragon Emperor looked at him with his glowing eyes. The student grinned and called him by name. He was floating in the air right in front of the dragon's face. With his paws spread, the berserker was surprised that there was another possessor of transcendental power in this world, and asked where he got so much power from, since he had not yet managed to achieve transcendence. The hunter lowered his spear and asked what he was talking about. The monster told him that he had heard about the concept of will, and guessed that the enemy probably did not understand. The monster narrowed its eyes and asked if the enemy wanted to know about the fate that was prepared for this world, or about transcendence. The protagonist frowned tensely. His hand trembled. Saujin asked if the Dragon Emperor was familiar with the Transcendent. The berserker opened his mouth and refused to answer the question. The boy pointed his spear at him and fired a wave of powerful energy. The spear tip trembled as it crashed into the protective field. The boy opened his mouth in rage and realized that even transcendental weapons couldn't affect him. The monster bared its fangs and roared loudly. The shockwave threw the student back, but he immediately dashed forward. The monster turned its head and asked if he didn't want to know the answer. Swinging his hand, the hunter asked if the enemy would really answer him, and thought about the seal getting weaker. Taking the spear in both hands, the protagonist realized that if he stalled for time, it would get worse, and ordered the enemy to disappear from here and never return. The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and decided to share the truth with him, since this end was also a predetermined future. The berserker ordered him to disappear, and Saujin plunged into darkness. His pupils narrowed. The monster flew up, leaving a trail behind it, and disappeared into the clouds. The boy's eyes widened in shock and realized that the surroundings had dissolved. A giant crack appeared in the sky. The boy frowned and wondered if it was a Gotama. The monster raised its claw and commanded it to explode. Explosions were heard one after another in the sky, which the student desperately tried to avoid. He gritted his teeth and activated the third Danshin. The Dragon Emperor flapped his wings and felt an incredible force. A pillar of bright light fell on the hunter. The protagonist dashed forward and asked if his opponent was scared. With a bright wave of energy, Saun rounded the pillar of light and rushed towards the clouds. The boy reached the head of the berserker and used the spear of the sky, moon, and shooting stars. His body turned into a cluster of stars. The boy swung the spear and sent several powerful projectiles of 10,000 thunderclaps at the enemy. The monster dodged the lightning. The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a loud roar. The shockwave caused blood to gush out of the student's mouth. A huge explosion was heard on the battlefield, the flames of which fell to the ground. A bright flash illuminated the skeletons and knocked them down. The hunter landed on the rubble of the buildings. The protagonist frowned and felt that his strength had faded away again. Saun clutched his chest and thought that the dragon's heart had given him incredible progress, but if the enemy removed the seal, it would be impossible to defeat him. Besides, he only had one strike left from the spear of the sky, moon, and falling stars. Many magic circles appeared around the Dragon Emperor. The guy realized that he had to end everything at once. Waves of overwhelming energy burst out from the magic circles. They headed straight for the young man. The student swung his spear furiously. He managed to avoid being hit by the magic projectile. The berserker's eyes widened in shock and he wondered how the enemy could destroy any higher spells if this was the territory of higher magic, spell interweaving, and dragon language. The hunter easily reflected the projectiles with swings of his spear. The monster did not understand how an ordinary person could be on the same level with him. The protagonist frowned menacingly and continued to reflect the attacks. His eyes sparkled. He noticed a bright flash in the enemy's body, his very thin, like a thread, weakness. Small blue particles of light appeared around him. Saun brought the spear behind his back. Its tip shone. The basis of the first style, the Thunder Star of Destruction, was a block. A haze swirled around the spear. The basis of the second style, Dark Clouds, was a grab. The guy raised the weapon in front of him. The young man first brought it behind his back and then put it forward. A powerful wave of energy hit the protective barrier. It came straight to the Dragon Emperor's face. The blue aura of the endless sky enveloped Berserker's body and destroyed his spell. The members of the Dream Team turned around. Robert looked up from the battle and widened his eyes in surprise. Arya stared at the sky in shock. A huge hole appeared in the monster's chest. The queen opened her mouth wide and shouted that he managed to defeat the great monster. Alice covered her face with her hand. It had a malicious grin on it. Suddenly, the girl looked forward in fear. Miniel landed on the giant skeleton and shouted that even the heroine of the great calamity is worthless. Saun flew up to him and said that his words sounded completely unconvincing when his entire body was bleeding. The boy asked her to shut up because these were just scratches. Gritting her teeth angrily, the woman could not believe that she was inferior to ordinary children who had not reached the S rank, but had already approached the heroes of the great calamity. Feeling the dark aura, the heroes turned around. At that moment, their captain pierced the enemy's body through and through. Her Majesty's mouth opened in amazement and realized that he had succeeded. The villainess bent over. There was a crooked grin on her face. Raising her hand, the necromancer laughed and said that they knew nothing. Her right eye lit up. Alice said that the opponents did not know at all why Berserker was called the Great Monster of Doom. A powerful explosion was heard behind Saun. The director of the academy immediately turned around. The protagonist spat out a clot of blood. Hanging over him, the Dragon Emperor decided that this was quite dangerous and said that the enemy could have pierced his heart if he had delayed even a little in distorting the axis of space. Gritting his teeth, Saun realized that he had miscalculated and thought about how he didn't need to rush so much to use the third style. The boy looked up, and a powerful gust of wind hit him. Waves of energy of different colors collided with each other. The monster narrowed its eyes and told him that once before, people tried to stop it by attacking in a crowd. The boy frowned menacingly. Trying to resist the onslaught, the monster promised to destroy their predetermined fate and bring them death. The members of the Dream Team flew into the air and rushed to help their friend. Alice spread her arms and screamed that this was the end of everything and that they would all die. Robert and his comrade trembled. The girl offered to place bets on how many people would survive the second great disaster. Someone approached her from behind as the woman urged everyone to fall into the abyss of despair and regret. Hearing someone's voice, she turned around in horror. Arya pierced her body with her sword and ordered her to stop talking. The queen closed her eyes and the villainess fell to the ground. People stood around them. Her Majesty attracted their attention. The soldiers' eyes widened in fear when the blonde stated that Saun was still fighting for them and for their country, risking her own life. The girl frowned sternly and shouted that this battle was not over yet. The villainess opened her mouth wide and felt her beautiful body crumble. The woman pulled the sword out of her body and urged her not to even dare to talk about any despair. Arya clenched her teeth in rage. The necromancer's face crumbled into dust. The Dragon Emperor concentrated incredible power in his paw. A wave of red energy headed towards the student. The hunter clenched his teeth and realized that he needed to get up, but his mana was at its limit. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him and protected him with a divine skill, the unification of power. Heian furiously knitted her brows, trying to resist the powerful energy. Minjul rose into the sky above Berserker and swung his daggers. The boy jumped onto the dragon's back and tried to cut its skin. However, his daggers broke at the same time, and the self-taught man's eyes widened in shock. The girl's sword shattered into several pieces, and blood gushed out of her mouth. Robert crossed his swords and ordered the guards to attack, to fight alongside the hunter. The monster bowed to the ground and called them all worthless. The man raised his head in horror, and his comrade ran away. The protagonist leaned on his spear and tried to stand up. The shockwave threw the woman back, causing her body to crash into a building. Enveloped in a blue aura, Xiaojun realized that he needed to draw out the remaining mana from every cell in his body. The energy strike caused Saiyan to spit out a clot of blood. The boy gritted his teeth menacingly and thought that he should not doubt his own strength. The monster opened its mouth and called its opponents worthless. Unleashing a devastating roar on the city, the Dragon Emperor ordered them all to disappear. The warriors of the royal guard lay on the ground. The boy lowered his head. Someone put his hand out to the side. Arya stood in front of her ally to protect him. The berserker leaned towards her, magic circles flying around him. The monster frowned menacingly and declared that he would finish her off. The queen smiled widely and said that she had finally become who she wanted. The former student grinned and declared who the true queen really was. At that moment, Her Majesty's eyes widened in surprise. The hunter raised his spear and added that she should just change the world around her. The girl closed her eyes and thanked her friend for his words. The protagonist stepped forward. The woman looked after him in surprise. Blood was dripping down Sajin's chin. White clouds were visible in the blue sky. Sitting on the staff, Sunukun said that he himself did not know how strong the first form was, and asked the student not to use it at all if possible. The boy asked if his level was not enough for this. Raising his hand in front of him, the teacher explained that his body and spear were not one whole, so there was a high risk of destruction, even if the recoil was compensated for with mana. The mentor scratched his nose. The great sage frowned menacingly and said that most likely his world would not be able to withstand such power either. The young man's hair turned bright yellow. He used the spear of the sky, the moon, and falling stars, the first style. The student swung the spear. Each style has its own unique truth. The first of them, the Thunder Star of Destruction, is the embodiment of the block. The hunter raised his leg. The second style, the Dark Clouds of 10,000 Thunderclaps, is the embodiment of capture. The protagonist thrust his spear forward. The third style, the Endless Sky, is the embodiment of pierce. Sajin took a step forward and thought that these three styles contained the truth: block, capture, pierce. His legs were enveloped in a haze. Together, these styles formed a single form. An incredible amount of blinding energy appeared around the guy. A bright light illuminated the Dragon Emperor's face. The berserker squinted in confusion. The youth smiled and felt that his heart was about to explode. The student straightened up and felt how an inordinate amount of power was spreading through his body. The hunter brought the spear behind his back and realized that this power was too distant and incomprehensible for his current level. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he had to do this, even if this place became his grave. Sajin furrowed his brows and used his skill. The boy swung his spear several times and pointed it forward. A bright flash appeared on its tip, illuminating everything around him. The boy's face cracked, and he used Supreme Collapse. The flash turned black and everything around him plunged into darkness. An incredibly powerful explosion of light energy rang out on the battlefield. The monster opened its mouth wide. The light blinded it. The monster raised its paw and felt how time, space, and everything in this world were falling apart. Its paw began to crumble. The monster frowned and wondered how a person could use a power that even his body could not withstand. The student appeared in the air. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and thought that such a power was inexplicable and that the enemy would cease to exist along with him. Suddenly, a member of the Order of Truth appeared next to Berserker. The great voice raised his hand. The monster looked at him with displeasure. His face was stuck in the dark energy. The apostle clenched his fist. The walls shook from a powerful explosion. The members of the royal guard were lying on the ground. Arya fell face down on the ground. She barely opened her eyes. The queen immediately jumped up from the ground and asked what happened to the berserker. Her Majesty opened her mouth in surprise. A bright sun was shining in the sky above her. The soldiers slowly began to rise from the ground. One of them noticed that neither the Dragon Emperor nor the huge portal was here. Robert asked if it had really been destroyed. Suddenly, the Count raised his eyebrows happily. His comrades smiled. The people raised their hands up and shouted that they had succeeded and that they were now saved. The girl looked up and realized that they had indeed been able to defeat the great monster of doom. The woman smiled happily and thanked her comrade. Suddenly, she noticed that the protagonist was lying motionless on the ground. Soyun clutched her stomach and called out to him. Arya crouched down next to her ally, and the academy director rushed to help. The swordswoman put her ear to her comrade's chest. Her eyes widened and she realized that his heart was not beating. The girl looked at the queen and asked her to quickly call a doctor. The woman began to massage the heart. Pressing on her friend's chest, the huntress urged him not to even think about dying. Soyun lay motionless and his eyes were closed. The awakened one began to cry. Someone said that it was useless. A great voice rose above her. The apostle raised his hand. The member of the Order of Truth looked down at Soyun and ordered her to get out of the way. The academy director's eyes widened in shock. The guy found himself in a crystal white space. Keeping his eyes closed, he wondered if this was death and thought that it would be much stranger to survive after taking all the brunt without a single drop of mana in all three danshin. Floating in the void, the youth decided that he had nothing to regret since he managed to save the people and his team. The student smiled and realized that his only regret was that he would not receive his salary, which he wanted to use to call the great sage to give him a good beating. The hunter opened his eyes in fear when someone asked if this was a new Transcendent. The protagonist waved his arms and legs when the stranger called him too weak to be a Transcendent and asked how he got here. Saun froze in place and turned his head. The star being covered its face with its hand and asked how the guest was related to the first Transcendent. The boy raised one eyebrow in confusion and asked who he was. Standing in front of the unknown, the young man wondered who it was and what this white space was. The stranger raised his hand and called it very strange. The man in the robe grabbed the student's fist and said that he could not see anything in it. The creature leaned towards him and noted that this should not be. The hunter asked him to stop mumbling something incomprehensible and asked what the first Transcendent was talking about. The stranger's eyes widened and asked if the guest really knew anything about him. The heroes looked at each other. The protagonist answered that he had only heard about him, but did not know him personally. The stranger concluded that this did not seem like a lie, and asked himself a question. Saun narrowed his eyes in displeasure and was indignant that no one was going to answer his questions. The guy shuddered when the man in the robe said that a student of the Academy of Transcendence, but who had not achieved Transcendence, could not know him. Looking up, the young man realized that the creature immediately realized that he was a student at the academy and decided that they were somehow connected. The stranger explained that he did not have a specific name, but the others called him the Contemplator. The student frowned and asked what his role was. His eyes turned white with anger when the stranger replied that he did not need to know. The man in the robe frowned sadly and asked if the guest really did not know the first Transcendent. The hunter confirmed this. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the creature said that it felt his energy emanating from him. The stranger leaned closer to him and asked what his world was called. Saun answered that he lived on Earth. The contemplator raised his head. The stranger immediately let go of the guy and called himself the one who ensured that all universes followed the right path. The young man stretched his hand and reminded him that he did not need to know about it. Floating in the air, the student asked if his interlocutor was related to the Academy of Transcendence. The man in the robe replied that he had nothing to do with them and repeated his role. The hunter crossed his arms over his chest and asked what it meant to watch over the universes. The stranger explained that he made sure that nothing contradicted the world order. A magic circle appeared in his hand. The contemplator explained that this world is subject to one law, the law of karma. A group of professors from the academy appeared. The stranger added that very rarely are creatures born that contradict it. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and realized that they were called Transcendents. The man in the robe nodded and said that they caused great damage to the world order by their very existence. The creature threw someone aside and stated that his goal was to isolate Transcendence from the world order. Saun asked what about the academy. The stranger bowed his head and explained that it was a big headache for him. Crossing his arms, the boy only understood that this being was clearly not inferior in strength to the Transcendents. Cosmic energy appeared in the contemplator's hand. His role is to control each Transcendent so that all universes can develop properly. Looking forward, the young man thought that their existence was a threat and that they could not help this world in any way. The student frowned and wondered why the academy was raising people like him in that case. Spreading his arms, the hunter realized that his dream of becoming a Transcendent was also a problem and asked why the being was telling him about this. The man in the robe replied that in his universe there was someone who had abandoned Transcendence. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked why that person had abandoned it. The hood hid the face of the great voice. The unknown person stated that he wanted to destroy the universe. The apostle stood in front of Saun's body. Robert grabbed the shield and called on his comrades to save their comrade. A strong barrier threw them back. Saun swung his fiery sword. The Truth Order member's eye lit up. The girl closed her eyes and spat out a cloud of blood. She fell to her knees. The villain silently looked at the boy lying on the ground. The dragon's heart was shining in his chest. The villain realized that he was not dead yet. Lowering his head, the great voice remembered that Berserker was originally supposed to be completely freed so that an era of a new great disaster would begin under the London sky. But the future was not simply distorted, but turned upside down. Blood flowed from the young man's mouth. The apostle realized that this happened because of just one person, one variable that he did not take into account. The Truth Order member raised his head and said that the end of the world was not over yet. Dark energy appeared in his hand. The villain said that as long as his enemy was alive, this too could change someday. The woman's eyes widened in fear. She screamed when the villain brought his hand to her comrade's body. With tears in her eyes, the headmistress of the academy begged her friend to wake up and run away. The student lay on the ground with his eyes closed. In the white space, the hunter frowned as the contemplator explained that the villain would not be able to interfere with the affairs of this world if he became a transcendent, and that this could be done against his will. Leaning towards the guest, the man in the robe explained that by giving up transcendence, he had received an incomplete right to interfere with the universe to destroy his world. The hunter sternly knitted his brows and asked why the creature was telling him all this. The stranger pointed at him and said that the guest must find this man. His eyes shone like stars. The protagonist tensely pursed his lips when he heard that he would have to kill the first transcendent. The great voice raised its hand to his face. Suddenly, the apostle froze in place. For some reason, the member of the Order of Truth removed his hand. The man stepped aside and said that they would have to delay their meeting for a while. The villain turned away and challenged the enemy to try to stop him if he had the strength. Saun smiled broadly and agreed. The contemplator leaned over. The guy promised to find the villain to prevent the collapse of the universe, and noticed that the creature omitted one important detail. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and asked how much he would be paid for this. Sparks shone around him. Silence hung between the heroes. The student happily rubbed his palms, anticipating the earnings. The creature looked at him disappointedly. The heroes were in a white space in complete silence. Stars were shining next to the hunter. He asked for an advance payment. The unknown said that he would go crazy with him. The contemplator frowned and reminded that his guest was already protecting the world in which he lived, so why talk about money? Scratching his nose, the protagonist stated that the stranger had asked him for help and explained that it was actually his job to make sure that the world developed correctly. The man in the robe confirmed this by crossing his legs. Saun promised to help him and was surprised that the one trying to destroy his world refused to be a transcendent. The creature's eyes widened in surprise when the guy started asking dozens of questions about how to defeat it, how to find and kill it, and whether it was even possible. The young man pouted and asked who it was. The stranger explained that he couldn't tell about it so that the world developed in the right way. The student stated that it was still only his problem and that they just wanted to make him do someone else's work. Suddenly, the hunter's mouth opened in amazement. The protagonist pointed at the creature and asked if that was really why he was called the Contemplator. The man in the robe wondered where such people even came from. Saun narrowed his eyes and said that he needed money when asked what he needed. Hiding under the hood, the creature replied that even it could not give him the karma of his universe. The boy looked up and asked if the observer of dimensions could not manipulate karma. The stranger explained that karma should not be touched or changed under any circumstances, because it is one of the laws on which the world is based. The young man frowned in displeasure and realized that this was indeed impossible. Suddenly, his mouth opened in amazement when the contemplator added that he could control karma beyond the world. The heroes looked at each other. The man in the robe remembered that he was a student of the Academy of Transcendence and said that he could talk to her to erase part of the karma divided into him. The student asked who they were talking about. The hunter's eyes widened in shock when the creature replied that he would talk to the director of the academy. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought about his offer. Saun pouted and asked if he could get something for free. The stranger nodded and confirmed it. The guy realized that he could ask for anything at all for any amount of money. The young man clenched his fist and realized that he could get a free coupon. Bright stars lit up in his eyes. Turning away, the student asked if this would not be considered corruption. The contemplator thought that for the first time in his life he felt sorry for the director. Suddenly, the hunter opened his mouth in fear. Spreading his arms, the protagonist remembered that he was already dead and asked what he should do now. The man in the robe said that he was not dead. Saun lowered his hands and asked what it meant. The creature asked him to leave quickly, otherwise this conversation would simply kill him. The guy asked how he could leave here. The unknown person frowned and sighed heavily. Throwing up his hands, the young man asked how he ended up here and what kind of place this was. The contemplator said that it was a border space that could be reached in two ways, either by going beyond the imaginary, or by doing something that went against the world order. The student frowned when he heard that the laws of his world considered his power comparable to transcendental, and thought that this happened because of the use of the Supreme Collapse skill. The hunter raised his hand and asked if it was possible to return here if he did the same thing a second time. The man in the robe replied that this would not happen. After imagining the awakened one swinging his spear at the universe, the being explained that the action not being in line with the world order only meant that the current order could not evaluate it. When the protagonist used the Supreme Collapse once more in front of the universe no longer considered it a mistake and did nothing. Saun stuck out his tongue when he heard that he would not be able to return here a second time until he achieved transcendence, and he realized that even the Supreme Collapse would not help him do so. The boy looked at the stranger and asked how he could return here, and the contemplator asked if he had a reason to do so. The man in the robe scratched his head when the boy said that he would like to get another free coupon if the opportunity arose. The being hit him on the head and asked him never to come back here again. Suddenly, the student woke up and jumped to his feet. A dumbfounded Miniel stood before him. It turned out that the hunter was lying in a coffin, and his team members were standing around. Many people had gathered in the square to honor his memory. The protagonist looked around at the frozen crowd and asked what all this meant. The members of the dream team opened their mouths in horror and screamed. Xiaojun raised one eyebrow in confusion when his friends thought that someone had summoned him as a living corpse. The boy fell to the ground and begged for someone to put this money ghost to rest. Saun approached the coffin. The boy asked her to explain what was going on here. The girl lowered her head menacingly and remained silent. The young man asked why she was angry. Suddenly, the woman threw herself into his arms. Her body trembled. The headmaster of the academy asked the student not to leave her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The swordswoman urged him not to even think about leaving her. The student's eyes widened in amazement. He relaxed and hugged his friend. The other guys ran up to the coffin. The hunter promised not to leave them. USA, Washington, clouds were circling above the White House. The heroine of the great disaster frowned and asked if a simple S-rank hunter could deal with this monster alone. The woman turned to her colleague and asked what he meant by coming back to life after 3 days, because this was not a messenger of God, but a simple hunter. Risbury folded his hands behind his head and said that there were even sectarians who worshipped him, and that they called themselves the Church of Money. The Saint of Light pursed her lips and asked what kind of name that was. The demon hunter said that in any case, the berserker was not completely destroyed. A crystal shone above the monster's head. It was called the embodiment of the great disaster itself, and its presence caused distortions in the dungeons. The man squinted and explained that if it were destroyed, the distortions would stop appearing, but this did not happen. The US president narrowed his eyes when he heard that the hunters would not be able to solve this problem if the Great Voice itself was involved and asked what they should do. Risbury stood up from his chair and suggested that he send out an official request to the entire world to gather all the heroes of the Great Calamity once again. Richard remembered that this had not happened since the last battle with Berserker and asked if the heroes would respond. The demon hunter waved his hand and asked if they could refuse. The man covered his mouth with his hand and remembered something. The awakened one turned around and asked not to forget to call Sajun. The protagonist put his hand to his face and thought. Finding himself in his bedroom, the guy crossed his legs. He lay on the bed and thought about how he should not have blindly believed the words of the contemplator. The young man frowned and guessed that the creature was referring to the Great Voice when it spoke of a creature that planned to destroy the dimension. In the past, the apostle approached Xiaojun. The student thought that there was a high probability that this man was the villain. Getting up from the bed, the hunter wondered why the villain did not kill him, because his existence was a serious obstacle to the destruction of the earth. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and tried to understand at least something. There was a picture on the wall. Xiaojun decided that he would not be able to find the answer anyway, and therefore he should not think about it. The guy put his hand in his pocket and said that now he had more important things to do. The young man took out his phone and wondered how he could use the free coupon to spread rumors about his cruelty. The student imagined Sunukan and Gotama behind him and wondered if he should spend everything on their individual lectures. A fire lit up around him. The hunter remembered that the lecture of the great sage costs 10 quadrillion and is considered the most expensive in the academy. The protagonist grinned widely and decided that money was no longer an issue for him because he had a free coupon. Imagining the professors falling to their knees in front of him, Sajun decided that he could spend the coupon not on lectures, but on a weapon and take Odin's Gungnir or the staff of the great sage. The distraught boy opened his mouth wide and realized that the staff with golden hoops was worth about 1 quintillion. Suddenly, a message from the mentor appeared on his phone, saying that he needed to take care of business before visiting the student. The young man put the phone in his pocket and remembered that the same thing happened last time. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed him by the side and said that business is business. The student threw the phone at him and was indignant at being scared again. The mentor put an egg on the swelling on his cheek and asked what free coupon he was talking about. Hunter knelt down in front of him and asked if the principal hadn't told him anything about this. God looked away and said that she hadn't told him anything. The protagonist said that it couldn't be because the contemplator had promised to talk to her. Sitting across from him, mentor asked him again who he was talking about. The teacher squeezed the egg in his hands when he heard that the student had talked to the contemplator. The mentor grabbed him by the cheeks and asked how they knew each other. The god began to thrash around, shouting that they couldn't know each other. Sajun explained that they had met in person. Mentor wondered how this could have happened and how the student had managed to get a free coupon from him. The guy scratched his nose and suggested that this creature was much more important than one might think. Raising his hand, the teacher explained that it was because of him that they were forced to demand karma from the students and that this was how they got permission from him to interfere in their lives. The young man noticed that the man didn't really like the academy. The mentor turned blue from the tension. He turned away and said that he couldn't say anything about it. The student realized that these were more of their secrets. Clutching his head, the god said that this also irritated him and explained that he was just trying to help the students. The hunter closed his eyes and sighed. The mentor explained that he needed to become a transcendent as soon as possible to free himself from karma and learn the whole truth. The protagonist looked at him and suggested returning to the original conversation about the free coupon. The teacher crossed his arms over his chest and said that it could not be exchanged for a private lecture. Sajin's mouth dropped open in shock and asked why. The mentor explained that lectures were timed. The boy raised his hand and asked why then he couldn't get Gungnir or the staff with golden hoops. The god raised his eyebrows sadly and said that they already had owners. Sunukun turned away and said that his staff was not for sale. Unfortunately, it was impossible to obtain a weapon that already had an owner, even for karma. The youth fell to all fours and asked what about the request to make a weapon like Gungnir. Mentor explained that these weapons had accumulated a rich history, so Transcendence would not be able to achieve the same results with a newly made weapon. The student clutched his head when he learned that the greater the burden of karma, the greater the burden of the contemplator, and realized that the creature had deceived him, which is why it agreed so quickly. Suddenly, the hunter froze in surprise and asked if it was possible to create a lecture that would suit him personally. The teacher's eyes widened in amazement and asked what this meant. The protagonist raised his index finger and remembered that the great sage had designed the spear of the sky, moon, and falling stars especially for him, which meant that it was possible to make some kind of special lecture. The mentor scratched his chin and thought about how it might be possible if he personally agreed with the lecturer. Xiaojun lowered his head when the god explained that there would be no point in doing so, as creating a lecture would cost a huge amount of karma. The mentor spread his arms and stated that it was important to consider the fact that it was a lecture for only one student. Suddenly, the boy grinned and his eyes lit up. Arya was sitting in her office at her desk. The queen flinched when she heard the door creak. A man entered the office and said that a guest had arrived, and Her Majesty asked him to come in. The young man waved his hand and apologized for disturbing her. He approached the desk and assumed that his ally was busy, and the girl replied that she could spare him a few minutes. The student raised his fist to his mouth and decided not to distract the busy man and get straight to the point. The hunter closed his eyes and asked when he would be given the promised reward. The woman returned to the table and asked him if he really needed the money right now. The protagonist confirmed this and asked to give him at least 1 trillion or a little less if he couldn't pay the entire amount at once. Xiaojun awkwardly scratched the back of his head when Arya asked what he needed that kind of money for. The guy looked away and replied that he wanted to spend it on a fund for the Church of Money. The queen promised to calculate the budget that they could allocate right now. The young man happily raised his hands and thanked her. Suddenly, the student noticed a necklace on his neck and decided to resell it, because he felt somehow awkward wearing the treasure of the royal family. Her Majesty clasped her hands and said nothing. The mentor was lying on the bed and looking at his phone. The hunter burst into the room and shouted that he had managed to get 10 trillion. The teacher flew up to him and asked if his karma really appeared out of thin air. The protagonist asked if he was confused by the fact that karma evaporated with just one click on the screen. Sajin pressed the button on the screen. He looked up when he heard a familiar voice. The guy turned around and said that he was glad to meet him. Sunukun crossed his arms over his chest in satisfaction. Suddenly, the great sage thoughtfully scratched his beard. The lecturer leaned towards the student and noticed that his appearance had become much neater during the time they had not seen each other. The young man asked what this meant. The teacher frowned and realized that his student had used the first form without completing the unification of his body and spear. The student stepped back and asked how he managed to guess. Putting his hands on his waist, the mentor replied that it was immediately obvious and asked how he had not died at all. The hunter replied that he had been resurrected. The warrior opened his mouth in shock and asked if the student had really met the contemplator. Sunukun looked at mentor and asked how this was possible. The protagonist thought that their reactions were the same and decided that this creature was still cooler than expected. The great sage asked if he had managed to survive thanks to this encounter. Sajin frowned and asked what it meant. The boy scratched the back of his head when the lecturer stated that his current level would not allow him to withstand the power of the first form and that he understood perfectly well what was being said without any explanation. The teacher pointed at him and added that his body should have been destroyed, but apparently the vessel of 3 dimensions withstood it because it had no karma limitation. Clumps of light energy appeared in the boy's head, chest, and stomach. Patting him on the back, the mentor explained that it was impossible to ignore the recoil itself and suggested that it was compensated for by the fact that he was pulled into the border space. The warrior sternly knitted his brows and asked the student not to use the first form anymore until he managed to master the unity of the body with the spear. The student's eyes widened and asked what it was because the professor had mentioned it before. Sun-ukun crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was the level of becoming one with the body and the spear and the pinnacle of weapon mastery. The great sage closed one eye and added that it comes from mastering the body with the sword. The lecturer pulled out a couple of hairs and decided to demonstrate this in practice because explaining it was too boring. Thanks to the art of divine mystery, the heroes found themselves in an open field. The hunter looked around in surprise. The teacher took the staff in his hands and asked him to look carefully. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. A wave of bright energy burst out of the staff. The mentor closed his eyes and said that this was a puncture without unity of the body with the spear. He brought the staff behind his back. Sajin's pupils narrowed. The tip of the staff appeared before his eyes. The warrior raised the weapon and froze in place. The rocks behind the student flew into the air. A cloud of dust rose. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The boy's eyes widened in horror. The rock behind him was destroyed. The professor said that this was a puncture in which the truth of the unity of the body with the spear was embedded. Sun-ukun put the staff on his shoulder and corrected himself, saying that this was the unity of the body with the staff in his case. The great sage added that he deliberately did not use a burst of force so that the student would feel the difference. The young man smiled nervously and thought that this was not just a difference, but a completely different technique. The student clenched his fist and asked if the lecturer could teach him this technique. The teacher replied that he could, because there was no particular difference between a spear and a staff. The hunter smiled broadly and asked him to include this in the lecture. The mentor narrowed his eyes in confusion and asked what it meant. The mentor whispered something in his ear, and the warrior opened his mouth in shock and called his student simply crazy. The protagonist scratched his head and asked if it was really that crazy. The god said that he fully supported his colleague's opinion. Falling to the ground laughing, the professor asked what kind of transcendent would do this to a contemplator. Sajin asked him to compose a lecture suitable for him and include the unity of the body with the spear in it. Sun-ukun smiled broadly and said that he did not want to do it. The great sage rolled over and said that composing a lecture is tedious. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that he did not expect this. The lecturer said that he was too lazy to think about how to fill the lecture. The boy spread his arms and asked how much he had to pay for the lecture. The teacher replied that they did not receive any payment and did everything voluntarily from the bottom of their hearts. The student's lips dropped in displeasure and he realized that composing the lecture rested solely on his conscience. The mentor explained that this was why he needed to consult with the professor. The hunter raised his hand and reminded him that his professor said he would be sad if something happened to him. Sun-ukun turned away and replied that he would not compose the lecture anyway. Opening his mouth in rage, the protagonist asked what would happen if he died and told him that the contemplator asked him to fight a man who refused to become a transcendent and wanted to destroy his world. The great sage's eyes widened in shock. Sajin smiled nervously and wanted to say something, but the lecturer let out a loud fart. The boy silently looked at the teacher lying on the ground. The young man clenched his fist and thought about hitting him even if he had to spend the free coupon to do it. The student gritted his teeth in irritation. The mentor turned around and looked at him impatiently. The hunter looked at his phone and saw that he had received 10 trillion in advance payment. Opening his mouth and sighing, the protagonist wondered if this would be enough for 10 hours of private lecture. He suggested another fight on a bet. The warrior rose to his feet and declared that this was the way to start. The professor smiled broadly and challenged the student to land at least one blow on him. Sajin took out a spear from his bag and agreed. Licking his lips, the guy thought that he had every chance of winning, because during this time his skills and equipment had changed a lot. A powerful blue aura appeared around him. The young man decided that even his professor would not dare to look down on him, and asked him not to take back his words later. The pen froze over the document. Arya closed her eyes and was glad that her work was done. The queen lay down on the table and looked out the window. Her blue eyes sparkled in the light. In her memory, a hunter against the backdrop of a full moon said that it was possible to change this world. Her Majesty closed her eyes and smiled. The girl rose from the table when Robert said that a guest had come to see her. An exhausted and emaciated student entered the office. The woman's mouth opened in shock. The protagonist asked her if it was possible to move the payment a little. The blonde's eyes widened, realizing that this was not at all like the ideal image of him from her memories. Sun-ukun smiled widely and declared that now beating the student was even more fun than before. Sajin spat out a clot of blood. In the memories, Berserker spread his wings. The boy thought that the fact that he was considered a great monster of death was just ridiculous. The great sage appeared in the air above him and said that they would fight equally only in 1,000 years. The young man decided that his teacher was much more terrible than any monster of death. A powerful explosion was heard on the training field, which shook the ground around. The student found himself in the air and thought that he did not need a victory at all. The hunter gripped the spear tighter and decided that he only needed to strike once. The protagonist swung the weapon and realized that he had to use any methods and means. The lecturer closed his eyes and said that his weapon was quite dangerous. A bright flash appeared between the opponents. The teacher said that it would be difficult for him to grab it with his bare hands. Despite the blood, Saun thrust the spear forward. Its tip almost touched the mentor's face. A powerful explosion of energy occurred between them. The spear pierced the ground. The warrior found himself behind the student. The professor swung his staff while in mid-air. The boy began to dart from side to side, dodging the explosions. Saun appeared right in front of him and declared that he was having a lot of fun. His fire energy collided with the student's blue energy. The great sage smiled widely and asked him to try hitting him again. The boy swung his spear and activated all three danshin. A huge explosion was heard in the sky above the battlefield due to the use of two identical techniques. The shockwave threw the student back. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The lecturer used the stealth technique and multiplied in front of his eyes. Several copies pounced on the student, deciding to act in a traditional Korean rhythm. The hunter put his hands in front of him to protect himself from their series of attacks. The protagonist closed his eyes. The system reported that the user had completed the course and mastered the block capture pierce technique. Saun began to swing his spear furiously, but never hit a single target. The boy frowned furiously and shouted that his money was gone. The teacher appeared right in front of him and said that now he would be able to use the technique without even realizing the wisdom embedded in him. The mentor swung his staff and congratulated him on completing the course. A slapping sound was heard. The mentor crossed his arms and said that the power of a transcendent must be taken seriously. Besides, Saun was the leader even among transcendents. The teacher smiled broadly and was surprised that his student managed to hold out for so long against the great sage. Lying on the floor, the boy said that he had to say goodbye to 30 trillion. His tears formed a puddle on the floor. The student thought that despite the money, he would not be able to weaken the professor anyway and wanted to feed him the poisonous banana again like last time. The hunter assumed that the very presence of a banana should alert him. The mentor raised his hand and laughed. The protagonist looked at him. The god asked what happened. Suddenly, Saun's eyes widened. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest and asked what it was. The guy crawled under his feet and was indignant that the lecturer threw him a congratulatory party on the occasion of the end of the course, beating him. Saun crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. The young man asked him to let him rest for a while and then continue. Suddenly, the great sage shuddered. The student peeled the banana and remembered that the teacher also liked them. The hunter happily handed him another fruit. Suddenly, the mentor's hand trembled. He lay on his side and refused the banana. After biting off a piece, the protagonist asked him to wait and thought that the real plan was starting right now. The mentor's eyes widened when he was offered a banana. Saun took out another fruit and said that he had never repaid him for his help. His eyes were bloodshot. The boy advised him to try this delicious banana. The teacher smiled nervously and agreed. The warrior looked back and saw the boy handing the banana to the god. The mentor brought it to his mouth and thanked the student for the treat. The god took a bite and declared that it was indeed delicious. The professor's mouth began to water. The lecturer jumped to his feet and said that such a thing should be shared. The student asked if he should give him the fruit. Saun refused and snatched the banana from the mentor. The hunter jumped to his feet and shouted that this was not right. The great sage said that there was no guarantee that the other banana was not poisoned. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. The teacher asked if the student really thought he could deceive him again. The mentor swallowed the banana whole and thanked him for the treat. The lecturer closed his eyes and savored the fruit. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Saun came up behind him and said that it was a poisoned banana. A huge explosion was heard on the field. Dust rose into the air. The warrior jumped back and realized that the student used the same trick again. The professor asked why mentor was okay then. The boy smirked and explained that he only coated half of the banana with poison. Saun opened his mouth in anger and asked why he always used food for tricks. The boy replied that he could use any method to strike. The god closed his eyes and wondered what was wrong with these two. The student swung his spear and wished death on the mentor. The two multicolored energies collided with each other, throwing mentor aside. The hunter smirked, noticing that he was not thrown back this time, and concluded that the stolen banana hit the lecturer hard. The great sage clutched his stomach and was indignant. His staff became longer and almost knocked the protagonist off his feet. Enraged, Saun rushed forward. The tip of his spear almost touched the teacher's face. The mentor ducked his head to dodge and frowned tensely. The spear touched his beard. The guy frowned and realized that there was a misfire. The lecturer immediately jumped into the air and threw his opponent to the ground. The warrior smiled and thought that his student had advanced so far simply by finishing the course. The young man clutched his stomach. The professor decided that he would have lost if the conditions were the same as last time. The student looked back. The staff above his head had increased in size many times over. The hunter said that after such a thing one could go crazy. The weapon crashed into the ground, destroying it. The protagonist stopped him with his spear and shouted that it was against the rules, since he was not allowed to use the abilities of the staff with hoops. Saun smirked and asked why it was unfair, since his banana was also spoiled. Mentor reminded him that it was his banana. Saun swung his spear and reminded him that the lecturer promised to do anything if he managed to land a blow. The great sage opened his mouth in surprise when the boy wanted to take his weapon with a free coupon if he won. The teacher looked at him from the sky. The young man said that it was not too late and promised not to touch the staff if his mentor obediently died. The professor frowned furiously and cursed at him. The student trembled in fear. Raising his spear above his head, the hunter realized that he should not have said that and said that he would not touch the staff with hoops. Waves of bright energy appeared around the warrior. They all rushed towards the protagonist as one. He covered his face with the shaft of his spear. A blinding explosion of energy thundered across the battlefield. The mentor flew as far away as he could, screaming that everyone here had gone crazy. Watching the explosion from the side, the god decided that at this rate, they would really die here. Saun narrowed his eyes and thought about how he couldn't lose because it cost a lot of money. The boy gritted his teeth and remembered that Arya had burst into tears, that he had to take some of the money that was meant for the team, and that he had to risk his life against Berserker to get that money. The enraged youth swung his spear and decided to put an end to this. The student opened his mouth wide and promised to recoup all the money he had spent. Saun, his eyes glowing, wished death on him. The tip of the staff collided with the tip of the spear, causing a bright flash. Giant vortexes of multicolored energy swirled in the sky. The hunter closed his eyes, trying to resist the onslaught of his mentor. The protagonist dropped to the ground and jumped back. Leaning on his spear, he began to breathe heavily and wondered if the poisoned banana really had an effect. The great sage frowned and noticed that he had no mana left at all. Saun lowered his head and thought about how he would die if he used the supreme collapse, although this was all he had left. The boy twirled the spear in his hand. The lecturer smirked and urged him to surrender. He noticed a huge accumulation of mana around his student. The teacher's eyes widened in shock and shouted that the boy would die if he continued. Enveloped in bright energy, the young man thought that he had to do it. With his eyes sparkling, the student decided to definitely get his money back for all the money that was wasted. The mentor began to twirl the staff above his head and offered to watch how it all ends. A giant fiery whirlpool appeared in the air, almost sucking an even mentor. The hunter dashed forward, leaving a blue trail behind him. The protagonist furrowed his brows in anger and used the spear of the sky, moon, and falling stars. The warrior bared his teeth and used the staff of the sky, moon, and falling stars. His weapon generated a huge wave of energy that rushed down and destroyed everything around him. Suddenly, the world around the professor shattered like glass, and he realized that this was not the ultimate collapse. Saun was right behind him, a joyful grin on his face. Saun's eyes widened in shock and he realized that the student had deceived him by pretending to want to use the first form. The guy rushed towards him and asked if he really looked like a psycho who used the ultimate collapse for the second time. The great sage kicked him in the chest. At that moment, the spear touched his shoulder. Lecter looked at him in fear. Mentor opened his mouth in amazement. The young man smiled, blood spurting out from between his clenched teeth. The robed men stood near the altar. In the middle of it lay the berserker's heart. The man, without showing his eyes, ordered everyone to begin. Two of them were covered in a black and red glow. The others also began to be covered in it. The sign on the altar lit up red. One, holding his neck, screamed. The heart sparkled brightly with lightning. Suddenly, a crack appeared on it. It split into 3 parts. The man who ordered them to begin came closer. He brought his hand to the fragments. They became 3 separate hearts. Looking at them, the man understood that the heart of a dragon, torn from the Berserker Emperor, and despite the fact that it split into 3 parts, the magic is simply deadly. They were in his hand, realizing that the Berserker was dead and that it was nothing more than just a force that no one could access, enormous and surpassing karma. He knew that the hunters, drawn by this enormous force, competed, quarreled, destroyed each other, and therefore it was impossible to free themselves from their destined fate. Suddenly, a contemplator appeared. The creature, looking at what was happening, did not understand that this was really how it would end. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He opened his eyes wide, not understanding where such a karma payment came from. The mentor, his eyes wide open, screamed. He was right in front of the guy, saying that he was driving him to the grave because the assistant thought that the hero had really died, while the sage advised him to certainly become a Transcendent, because even despite the battle, first of all, the young man needed to be introduced to the Jade Emperor. Saun frowned, exclaiming that he would become a Transcendent in honor of such a thing, while Saun spoke about the fact that a promise must be kept. Stretching, he added that he would have to bother with composing a course. The guy spread his arms when he asked about what kind of course he needed, to which the protagonist replied that he should include all his knowledge that he could master, while the sage noted that it would take a crazy amount of karma. Rubbing his chin, the teacher said that he needed to think about what the hero could learn, while the mentor added that he would help the lecturer. The guy looked at what was happening. The assistant exclaimed that he would really choose this, because it would be grandiose, to which Saun replied that if he took it on, he should do it right. Holding out the phone, the teacher said that the young man could learn so much. There were many courses on the phone. The guy exclaimed that 7 skills were really available in one course, and all of them were S and SS rank. The hero beamed with joy, realizing that he had not suffered the beatings in vain, and the mentor suddenly said that there was an urgent message from the director. The protagonist turned around when he began to say something about the contemplator. Suddenly everything around the young man turned white. Frowning, the creature exclaimed that he was crazy. Raising his head, the guy noted that the same one asked him not to come anymore and why he called him, to which the contemplator replied that he himself forced him to come. The creature frowned while the young man asked about what he could have already done, to which he received the answer that it was all because of his free coupon. The guy, with his mouth wide open, listened to the contemplator's cries that this was madness, because now he had a huge burden of karma hanging on him. Picking his nose, he asked what of it. Turning away, the guy added that he should send him back, because he needed to go to a lecture. The creature did not understand where the protagonist could have come from. Looking at the hero, he thought that he would like to destroy him right now, but unfortunately he cannot, because if only it were not for the task that planned to destroy the dimension, and if it were not for the burden of karma for destroying the world, then he would have killed the hero 100 times already. Frowning, the contemplator understood that now is not possible, saying that it is impossible to erase such a quantity of karma. Spreading his arms, the guy asked why he suddenly found out about this only now, to which the creature replied that there is such a thing as karma within the limit, because what kind of psycho would decide to spend the reserves of his entire dimension? The young man smiled while he shouted that the hero is just a psycho. With his arms crossed, Saun asked if the contemplator knew what he had to endure for the sake of this course, to which it replied that the karma he was asking to cover would not be accumulated, even if he pulled it from the entire dimension, because even if he managed to cover everything, the dimension itself would be erased. With his eyes wide open, the hero shouted that this was already the contemplator's problem and there was no need to shift it onto the protagonist. Looking at the creature, he added that it was necessary to set restrictions right away, because you can't change promises so quickly, giving a free coupon, and now saying that the amount is not suitable, to which it replied that it did not think that such an amount of karma would be accumulated. With his arms spread, the contemplator exclaimed that this was not possible and he would not allow it, to which the guy exclaimed that he was only repeating that it was not possible, not understanding what kind of karma this was. The hero's eyes widened when he heard the creature say that in terms of karma, his dimension, his burden was 21 quintillion. They looked at each other. The boy, without moving, asked what these quintillions were, not understanding if such amounts existed, to which the contemplator replied that he should be the one asking about it. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when the creature asked him about how to erase an amount already close to 37 quintillion. Saun asked why he was talking about such an amount, since it was smaller, not understanding why it had grown. Saun at this time continued to add courses, and the contemplator said that he continued to add them. It clenched its hand into a fist, saying that they were two psychos. The boy understood that the great sage approached the question responsibly. The protagonist frowned while the creature said that it was simply not possible. The contemplator's face was surprised because the guy agreed. He added that he did not even bring the dimension to collapse. The hero lay down in space. Closing his eyes, the creature asked him what he had thought up again, to which the protagonist replied that he would not. Opening his eyes wide, Saun exclaimed that he should at least sue him. Looking at the lying hero, the creature exclaimed that the young man could be stubborn as much as he wanted, because he simply could not erase so much karma, to which the guy replied that he should allow him to spend at least part of it, because he needed to make concessions, adding that he had spent so much effort that his free coupon was invalid. Sweat appeared on the creature's face while the guy continued to shout that he could not work like that, because how could one fight a Transcendent who had planned to destroy the world? Bowing his head, the contemplator asked him what he wanted, and the young man asked him to tell him how to use the free coupon. Frowning, the creature thought about how it had to be patient, since the protagonist was the only one who could stop the dimension from falling, telling him to only learn one skill at a time. Smiling, the boy answered affirmatively. Looking at him, the contemplator said that in that case. Picking his nose, he said that he wouldn't. The creature squinted, thinking about how the hero could destroy the entire universe, but he didn't care at all. Lying on the floor, the boy asked for 2 free coupons and a refund of the karma he had spent. Crossing his legs, the hero added that if the contemplator didn't agree, he wouldn't cooperate with him. Looking at the boy, the creature thought about how it didn't need to fulfill his demands, since if he wanted to live, he would have to stop the creature that wanted to destroy the dimension, since he could just take the coupon and expel it from the border space, but that would only work if the coupon wasn't used. The boy lay on the floor with his eyes closed, wondering if this creature was controlling karma, since this was an obvious miscalculation on the part of the governing party, and then this party would have to issue a refund. While the contemplator was thinking that because of the used coupon, the dimension was already burdened with karma, and in order to eliminate it, the owner's permission was needed. With wide eyes, it thought about how karma is the link between the tangled dimensions, and if a problem occurs in one dimension, it will certainly affect the others and can lead to the destruction of everything, and if you send the protagonist home, an inordinate amount of karma will be erased. Looking at the boy, it said that the free coupon was a gesture of goodwill, which does not oblige him to do anything else, because what is more important, as he said earlier, protecting the dimension is the hero's responsibility, knowing that the hero does not know the consequences, and at least that is good. With wide eyes, the boy told the beholder to kiss its ass while he was talking about how his duty is to protect the dimension. The creature closed its eyes. Looking at the boy, it asked how much karma he spent, to which he replied that it was about 79 trillion. The contemplator's eyes widened when he said that it was not easy to hit the lecturer, the great sage, and therefore it was already necessary to return 80 trillion, and the creature asked that he had said about a smaller amount. Raising his finger, the guy said that the great sage was now in reality, and an hour of his lecture was worth 1 trillion, and the hour had just expired, so the amount had increased, and the creature exclaimed that they were crazy. Spreading his arms, the young man said that he could be angry as much as he wanted and it would be useless, because the longer it dragged out, the more money it would accumulate. The hero's face was surprised when the contemplator said that he would not be able to return the amount in his currency. Bowing his head, the protagonist asked why. Jumping up, he shouted that he should return the karma in the form in which it was used, because this was a brazen push, not a return, and the creature exclaimed what he could offer him if this was not allowed. Squinting, the boy said that the contemplator towered over the Transcendents and asked why it had so many prohibitions. Showing 3 fingers, it added that instead of a refund, it would give him 3 free coupons. Looking at the boy, the creature understood that it couldn't allow this because it was unknown what he could do then. Saun continued showing 3 fingers when the contemplator offered him to choose goods from the store worth 80 trillion. The boy exclaimed that this was also a scam. The creature added that the prices would not be added up. Looking at the hero, it added that it was giving 5 goods, but the protagonist insisted on 10. They looked at each other, continuing to argue. The boy bowed his head when the contemplator finally agreed to 10 goods. Getting up from the ground, the boy understood that 2 coupons and 10 goods from the store sounded like a good deal. Looking at the hero, the creature asked if he agreed to give up the corresponding karma, to which the protagonist answered affirmatively, but added that there was something else. Smiling, he said that every time he appeared in the border zone, he should receive 1 free coupon. Looking at Saun, the contemplator could not understand how this was possible, to which the guy replied that although nothing happened this time, but what if he suddenly pulled him out at a critical moment, because he cannot just call him without consent, so a fee must be set. Putting a hand to his face, the creature agreed, telling him to get lost, because they will never see each other again anyway. The guy appeared in his world. Sun-ukun continued to add courses, and the mentor shouted that they were all going to die now because the contemplator would destroy them. Looking at them, Saun asked what they were doing, the sage asked how it all went, and the assistant exclaimed that he really came back alive. The lecturer burst into laughter. Shaking the hero by the shirt, the mentor asked the guy if he really wasn't afraid of the contemplator, to which the young man replied that he wasn't really, because it was his own fault, and Sun-ukun continued to laugh, saying that the protagonist wasn't just a psycho, but a transcendental psycho. Looking at the lecturer, the hero added that the free coupon would only allow 1 technique to be purchased per course. Looking at the sage, he added that it would be best to study the spear of the sky, moon and falling stars, and the unification of the body with the spear. Asking what Sun-ukun thought about this, the lecturer replied that he thought the same, adding that Taoist magic was also not bad. But with the current level of mana, the guy would hardly be able to pull this magic and the technique of the spear of the sky, moon and falling stars at the same time. Looking at the phone, the hero added that he wanted to exchange all 10 coupons in the Transcendent store for elixirs. The sage said that he would help him choose. He chose Amrita for him to become immortal, Ambrosia to gain divine power, Soma, the alcohol of the Indian gods, 10,000-year-old Jinsei, Shinbun to subjugate creatures, General's water to gain the power of 1,000, 10,000-year-old sin income, Golden apple and golden pill, which contains the insight of Shakyamuni. The mentor noted that the lecturer justifies his status, because this is what Saun needs. The guy thought that the experience of a monkey who has tried all kinds of elixirs as snacks can be trusted. There was a mountain of food in front of the hero. Sun-kun noted that if you get too much power at once, the vessel may not withstand it, but the guy's danchin has no limit and nothing will happen if he eats everything at once. Sitting down next to the food, the protagonist thanked the lecturer, asking if he wants a banana. A lot of bananas appeared in front of the sage, and the hero said that this was his gratitude because he would have to prepare lectures for him in the future. The young man was about to bite the golden apple. The lecturer was about to bite the banana. Suddenly Sun-kun disappeared, and the hero and the mentor realized that the money was gone. Smiling, the protagonist said that nothing could be done and he would buy more bananas for the lecturer's next visit. Saun bit the apple. The airport was visible. The man bowed and greeted someone. A star sword stood in front of him. The car was driving somewhere. Minchel turned his head. Looking out the window, the star sword said that although the berserker had brought destruction, the city was still full of life, to which Robert replied that this was all thanks to the Dream Team. Looking ahead, he added that even their citizens, divided into camps of anxiety and mistrust, thanks to them found hope and were able to unite again. Minchel frowned slightly. Soyun wiped the sweat from her face. Her grandfather stood in front of her. Walking up to him, she asked him what brought him to Britain. He did not understand how they had made such progress even though they had faced such fierce battles. Looking at them, Minchel knew that it was impossible without eating pills as snacks. Scratching his head, Saun said that he came down as soon as he felt a familiar energy. Looking at the guy, the Star Sword understood that with each new meeting, the hero was turning more and more into a monster. Closing his eyes, he exhaled. Looking at everyone, Minchel said that he came to pick them up. Frowning, the Star Sword added that the American Professional Hunter Management was urgently calling the hero of the great disaster around the world. The building of the American Professional Hunter's office was visible, and someone's cry was heard about how someone had invited some Asian youths to a meeting of great heroes. The man, looking at the chairman, asked if he was alright in the head. Turning around, Risbury replied that everything had already been decided, asking him not to waste his breath. Looking at the hunter, he asked if it was Colin who had deigned to not attend the meeting with the president. Turning away, the chairman told him to moderate his ardor since heroes from all over the world would be gathered here, but the hunter objected, saying that he was against it since that guy couldn't just defeat Berserker since it was most likely an ordinary dragon. Squeezing the door frame, Colin added that Berserker was still impossible to kill. With his hands behind his back, Risbury understood that this daredevil would get into a fight again. Turning around, he knew he should leave him alone because he himself was curious about what Saun was capable of. The cathedral was visible. Someone was talking about how hard times had befallen them after the death of the queen. Many people were gathered inside. The voice was still heard, saying that the country was divided into 4 camps and was meekly trampled in the face of disaster. Arya, her eyes wide open, spoke about how a spark of hope had lit up in a place completely unrelated to Great Britain. People smiled, listening to the Queen's speech about how the will of the country's saviors had once again united the United Kingdom. Turning her head, she added that they needed to somehow repay their mercy. She raised her sword. The hunters stood near her. She called out their names, adding that she would name them with the title of Count. She turned to the hero. Approaching him, the girl said that she wanted to grant the hunter Saun the title of Duke. All the knights drew their swords when they heard the order. On this day, the people of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland gathered only for the ceremony of initiation of the protagonist and the Dream Team. Everyone was happy with this outcome because it was a unique case when the title was granted to a foreigner and not to a compatriot. The guy was incredibly happy because the title of Duke was intended only for members of the royal family, despite the fact that it was given to a simple hunter of a small eastern country. No one said a word against it. The entire hall exclaimed to honor His Grace the Grand Duke. An airplane was visible. It was lent by the British Palace. The team went to it, saying that the captain could sell the title to earn money for transportation. Soon noted that this was his forbidden magic for selling ranks, and the Queen thought that he would really sell it someday. Approaching the guy, Arya called out to him. She shook his hand. Smiling, she thanked him for breaking his limited world when she was drowning in despair, deciding to give up everything. The guy smiled and noted that he had only made a crack, and she had gotten out herself. She smiled sweetly. Putting her hand on her chest, Arya added that as her grandmother had said, she and everyone else would try to make a country that could achieve anything it wanted. The hero laughed. Entering the plane, he wished her good luck. The girl waved her hand. Suddenly, her eyes widened from Minchel's words that she was better than Beatrice. She looked at the Star Sword. The plane's turbines began to make noise. The Queen watched them fly away. Robert, standing behind, called out to her. Turning around, Arya said that it was time to go because there was a lot of work to do. He smiled. Following her, the man answered affirmatively. The plane arrived in America, Washington Dallas Airport. Jackson, an Australian hunter, taking off his glasses, asked why there were so many people, to which the guy next to him replied that it was all an exceptional case that heroes from all over the world had gathered in one place. Tilting his head, the guy also added that the Asian man who was a professional hunter who had killed the berserker in England had also arrived. Squinting, Jackson asked his name. In front of Saun stood a certain man greeting him. It was Lucas, the deputy head of the chairman of the American Professional Hunters Office. He introduced himself, adding that he would be the protagonist's companion. Turning around, the man pointed with his hand. The Australian hunter, his eyes wide open, was surprised that the deputy himself was seeing the guy off. Smiling, he wanted to get to the hero, but the guy next to him told him to finally grow up because the man was already a great hunter. The boy looked at him while he was talking about how he was just curious about how strong he was since even Berserker retreated, to which the boy asked him not to make a fuss, at least for the sake of Australia's reputation. The man looked at him while he was talking about how he didn't have to interfere. Looking at the group, he also added that all the heroes of the Great Calamity gathered here thought the same. The hero, frowning, thought that even if the Great Sage's question was solved with free coupons, the problem would be that he didn't have money to buy a new pass. Someone appeared in front of them, asking the protagonist if he was an Asian hunter named Saun. The boy was thinking about where he could get more money. It was Colin. Lucas shouted at him about what he was doing here, to which the hunter asked that he really couldn't be at the airport. Blocking his way, the deputy asked the hunter to leave since Saun had already received an official invitation, but Colin objected, saying that he couldn't stop him. Looking at the guy, he added that he came to see what the hunter who defeated Berserker looked like, but found a low-grade weakling. The guy frowned, not saying a word. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled, not understanding what he was saying since his spirit translator had turned off. Looking at them, the young man thought about how he didn't understand a word of English. Rubbing his head, he said that the two had a lot to talk about, so the group would wait for them outside. Walking away, the hero told his friends to leave quickly, also asking Han to turn on her spirit translator since he didn't understand anything. There was anger on Colin's face from the young man's words in broken English that it was nice to meet you. The hunter rushed towards the guy. Approaching him, he shouted about how he could ignore him. The protagonist blocked the spear strike with one hand. Colin squinted, watching this. Lucas stood with his mouth wide open. The hero's friends looked at this. Miniel did not understand why Saun was being picked on again, while Han noted that he did not have a day of peace. Sweat appeared on Colin's face since he understood that the spear did not even twitch. The youth continued to hold it. Angrily looking at the hunter, Saun asked him what he wanted. They were still standing. The guy closed his eyes. He threw the spear away, saying that this should be the end since the protagonist did not want to cause trouble, while Colin thought that he needed to be taken more seriously. Running up to the youth, Lucas asked him if he was okay. The hunter, watching them go, said that the guy was not going to attack. The hero continued to walk, frowning, while he said that he also used a spear, and this was the youth's chance to learn a lesson from the elder. Smiling, Colin also said that he was just a pompous cowardly turkey who proclaimed himself the winner of Berserker, and 4 of the same cowards who clung to him with their tails. Looking at the guy, the man added that he just dragged them around with him everywhere, hiding behind the team and the guild. The young man had already jumped up to him while he was saying that those words about defeating Berserker were just a lie. Seeing the hero, he could not understand when he had time. The guy told him to be glad that there were a lot of people around. Gathering strength in his fist, Saun also added that because of so many people, he could not use the sacred spear. The blow was aimed straight at the hunter's jaw. From the blow, he flew into the ceiling. The man punched it, losing a tooth. Colin fell to the floor with a crash. Squinting, the Australian hunter thanked Cardin for stopping him. The boy was already walking towards the prone Colin while Jackson was talking about how he couldn't be defeated even if all the heroes present pounced on him at once. Lucas covered the hunter, asking the protagonist to wait. Frowning, the boy told him to get out of the way. The deputy tried to cover the hunter while the boy was talking about how America really treated its guests. The protagonist continued walking while the man was talking about how he would do anything Saun wanted, asking for his favor. Sweat appeared on his face. He understood that Colin had started the first, but if he suddenly lost his life, then the American administration would have to call the hero to account by any means necessary. Bowing his head, the man knew that this would be tantamount to turning Saun against himself, and it was scary to even imagine. Suddenly Lucas opened his eyes, hearing the boy's question about how much America could pay for the hunter's life. Bowing, he thanked the hero for this, knowing that solving the problem with money would be the best option. The young man smiled sarcastically. Miniel asked about America's budget, and Saun answered that the country's defense costs alone amounted to a quadrillion. The limousines drove along the highway. The protagonist smiled widely. Lucas sat with his eyes closed. Looking at the guy, he understood that $5 billion was indeed a huge price, even if it was about the life of the hero of the great disaster, and maybe he should have just passed by, because Colin could figure it out himself. The guy looked at the accompanying man when he turned to him, saying that he wanted to ask a question. Looking at the hero, he asked him if he really killed the berserker in England, to which the young man replied that it was definitely that same monster and that it was no longer there. Handing over the tablet, the deputy asked to look at it. The young man looked at the screen in surprise, while Lucas said that it all happened yesterday. There was a monster on the screen. The man explained that due to a surge in the distorted dungeons, an order was given to blockade a certain region. Raising his hand, he added that they considered it to be the result of distortions, but Minchell interrupted him, saying that they were created by the power of Berserker. Surprised, looking at the tablet, the guy said that the purpose of the gathering would then be, but Lucas interrupted him, saying that the meeting was connected specifically with Berserker. Star Sword, turning his head, asked about when the gathering would begin, to which the escort replied that it would happen in 2 days, but many still had not contacted, and depending on their obligations, the gathering could be postponed. Minchell added that as it was in everything, everyone spit on time. Putting his hand on his face, the young man did not understand why Berserker was alive, because he killed him or he was somehow able to revive. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, realizing that none of his guesses were correct. Looking at Lucas, the hero asked where it happened. The ground in the desert was blazing with purple flames. The man held the sword in his hands, listening to the question on the radio about whether they were safe. Looking at the monster, he replied that they were currently confronting a 14-star lick monster and most of the group was injured and they needed reinforcements, to which he heard a response from the radio that they had already contacted the head of the department. The soldier's eyes widened when he heard a request from the radio that they needed to hold out a little longer. Explosions followed. The man was kneeling. Looking at the lick, he could not believe that it had recovered again. Pressing the radio, the soldier understood that even if this monster was undead, it could not have such a fast regeneration. The man shouted that they needed to quickly find the lick's vessel, where its life force was contained. Looking at it, the soldier understood that this was not an ordinary lick. A small blue flash appeared behind the monster. The beam hit it straight. The man watched this, kneeling. Putting his foot on the spear, the hero said that he already had a guess when he watched the video. Smiling, he added that he knew this magic. Looking at the resurrecting lick, he added that this was the power of the berserker's heart. One of the fragments of this heart was visible in the lick. Frowning, the hero shouted that he did not know how it ended up there, but he needed to wrap it up quickly before the lick sucked out all of the berserker's magical power. The monster, with his eyes wide open, looked at the guy. A blue beam struck the entire seal of the creature. The lick turned around. The guy, covered in blue lightning, said that now he could keep his promise to Uncle Mankall to play football with him with the skull of this monster. The hero's spear filled with light. The monster opened his mouth wide. The beam pierced him. It was the fourth style of the Spear of Heaven, Earth, and Falling Stars called the Spear of the Thunder God. The man looked at this while his name was shouted over the radio. His eyes widened. He replied that they should tell the chairman that he didn't have to come and that he should mind his own business. Falling to his knees, the soldier added that they needed to prepare a rescue team instead of the chairman, to which a question came over the radio that he was really wounded and that they were already sending healers. There was a huge hole in the middle of the desert. The soldier also added that he would most likely need urgent psychological consultation upon his return. The director and deputy arrived at the scene. Looking at the hole, Risbury asked if this landmark had existed before. Without turning around, he asked Logan what Hunter Sajin was doing now, to which he replied that he didn't even know. Looking into the hole, the deputy suggested that he might be looking for something. Holding his head, the guy was looking for the berserker's heart. Licking his lips, he said that he had leveled up so much by eating the dragon's heart and couldn't even imagine how strong he would be if he ate the berserker's heart as well. The hero took his hand away from the bones. He frowned and looked at them. His eyes widened as he realized that there was no heart anywhere. Looking at the bones, the protagonist wondered if he had been incinerated by the thunder god's spear, but he immediately realized that it couldn't be. The boy clenched his teeth. He jumped. Jumping out of the pit, the boy noticed something. The hero saw the director and his deputy on the ground. Upon landing, the protagonist asked if he was Chairman Risbury, to which he received an affirmative answer. Bowing his head, the director understood that this man was an absolute monster. There was an incredible accumulation of energy around the boy. Bowing his head, he began to understand what had caused Colin's curiosity, but he still had to stop him. Extending his hand, Risbury introduced himself formally, saying that he was the chairman of the American Professional Hunters Board. The youth frowned as he listened to the words of gratitude for destroying the lick, to which the protagonist replied that he was unable to do so. Frowning slightly, Risbury noted that this was very strange. Putting his hand on his belt, he added that they searched the entire area and could not find any traces of the monster, so they came to the conclusion that the vessel of life was destroyed along with the lick, to which the protagonist replied that most likely the monster thought that it would not win and decided to hide. Looking at the chairman, Saun also added that he was unlikely to show himself until he could fully use the power of Berserker. Risbury, looking at the hero, asked again about Berserker, to which he replied that he was sure of it, because the creature emanated the magical power of the legendary monster. Bowing his head, the youth knew that the vessel of the lick's life was a crystal in which it stored its life force, and until it was destroyed, the monster would be reborn endlessly, being sure that this vessel of life had absorbed the heart of the Berserker. Saun, clenching his hand into a fist, shouted that if nothing was done, a previously unseen monster would be born, realizing that he had not been able to use the full power of the sacred spear and therefore did not kill the lick with one blow. Looking at Risbury, he shouted that it was necessary to urgently gather all the heroes. Surprise was visible on the chairman's face. Without turning around, the chairman turned to Lucas, telling him to urgently gather all the heroes. As he left, he also added that the gathering time would be in 2 hours and they should also move out. Following him, the deputy exclaimed that it was too early, because not all the heroes had arrived yet. Risbury, without turning around, replied that if Richard started to act up, the deputy should tell him that it was the chairman's order, and if that didn't convince him, then they should just ignore him, adding that the man would handle the rest himself. Continuing to follow him, Lucas shouted about how things could go wrong, since the man could be removed from his position as chairman, to which he asked about what the point of that position was if the world was going to be destroyed. Lucas looked at the man in amazement. Stopping, the deputy asked him about his groundless belief in Saun's argument. He bowed his head when the chairman said that he himself had seen the hero bring Colin to his death and now he had the courage to say such a thing. The deputy's eyes widened as he heard the director say that the same thing had happened to him. He looked at Risbury while he was talking about how none of the heroes summoned in the Great Calamity were equal to Saun. Frowning, the chairman asked why he would lie, because what was the benefit in it, and if he was so persistent, there must be a reason for it, adding that his experienced intuition told him something. Looking at the deputy, he finished by saying that everything the hero said would be true. People gathered at the table. One of them hit the table. The man, frowning, shouted that they had been torn away from important matters and now they were being asked to find the lick. Looking at Risbury, he continued shouting about how the Berserker's heart could have ended up in the lick, and whether he was sure of the death of the great monster, because he had heard that this was not even the work of one of the heroes, but a simple newbie. Getting up from his chair, the protagonist said that he would answer this question. Suddenly, 2 hunters turned to look at him. The others did the same. Everyone was sawing at the guy. The young man frowned and said that he would first clarify the details, since he and his team had indeed confronted the Berserker in England. Looking at the people present, he explained that he had personally witnessed the monster's death, and the man exclaimed why it had happened that way. Looking at the man, the young man said that someone had taken out the Berserker's heart at the last moment. The hunter, his eyes wide, shouted at the young man to stop talking nonsense. The protagonist frowned and looked at him. He lowered his head, knowing that this would be the case since everyone present here was the hero of the great disaster called the pinnacle of humanity. Closing his eyes, the young man knew that they would not obey anyone's orders. He released a wave of energy. The hunter felt this power, listening to the young man's question about who among those present knew the full horror of the Berserker. Risbury, feeling the power, smiled. Minchell also felt it, while the hero was talking about how if they don't find the heart, everyone will die. His eyes were shining when he asked for help from all the hunters. Helicopters were flying over the desert. People were drawing places on the map where they should search. The girl pointed somewhere with her finger what she was telling her colleague. The guy was running through the desert and looking around. He fixed his gaze in front of him. Some man was yawning. The hunter, sitting on his knees, asked what all the fuss was about and why they were all gathered, because it didn't look like an emergency and there was no smell of a monster, to which the girl next to him replied that it was just some kind of nonsense and all because of the Berserker's heart. A cave was visible behind the man while he was saying that they were all suffering because of one psycho. Something was glowing in the cave. It contained the crystal of life. It also contained one of the fragments of the Berserker's heart. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.